I was buried before I stopped breathing, but my brother was very happy. In his eyes, I was a demon who personally cut off his arm. In order to vent his anger, he had someone extract my memories to broadcast to the world, just to announce my sins to the world. However, to his surprise, as he watched my memories, my brother Bailuofan found that things were not so simple. He clearly remembered that when we were young, we encountered gangsters robbing us on the way home from school. I didn't hesitate to leave him behind and run away. Only his little sister Beige stood up to protect him. However, through my memory playback, Bailuofan was shocked to discover that his sister Beige, who claimed to protect him, actually told the gangsters after he fainted, "You can beat up my brother as you like, just don't beat me." While it seemed like I abandoned him, I was actually looking for a weapon to protect him. Bailuofan stared at the screen in front of him, his mind blank, always misunderstanding her. And Beige continued to only care about herself. The assistant couldn't stand it anymore. "Brother Luo, Baiji is also your sister, but you have never cared about her. Even if she abandons you in a dangerous moment, it is understandable, but she didn't." Bailuofan clenched his fists tightly, his voice bitter. "Look again, I don't believe it. I don't believe that I have been wrong all along." With a hint of panic, he looked back at the big screen. On the screen, I tightly held a stick in my hands, exerting all my strength, and smashed it down on the leader of the gang, Song Tian. My movements were fast and sudden. With a bang, the stick hit Song Tian's head heavily. "Ah!" Song Tian screamed in pain, being beaten up badly. I swung the stick down one after another, hitting them with all my might. Dozens of gangsters dragged the fainted Song Tian and ran away crying. I, a thin figure, with red eyes, waved the stick and chased after them. The scene was quite comical. Bailuofan muttered absent-mindedly, looking at the big screen. He had never expected that his often neglected and weak sister would fight so desperately to protect him. Bailuofan looked at the screen with a touch of sadness. After the gangsters left, the narrow mountain road returned to silence. I threw away the stick and fell to the ground, breathing heavily. It turned out that in the chaos just now, I was also hit a few times, but the injuries were not obvious. However, when everyone saw me lift my clothes, they couldn't help but gasp. They saw that my fair skin was covered with horrifying bruises. Bailuofan's pupils shrank as a sense of self-blame rose in his heart. How could he not have noticed that I was injured? Thinking about it, it seemed that I had always been like this, enduring grievances and beatings without making a fuss. It didn't seem like a big deal before, but now looking at it, it was a bit heartbreaking. Ignoring my own injuries, when I had a little strength left, I moved closer to Bailuofan. But I had exhausted my strength from the fight earlier, and Bailuofan was heavy, so I had to stand up and shout to the other side of the mountain road, "Beige, it's okay, come over here." It turned out that I had seen the whole process of Beige running away earlier. After confirming that the gangsters had left, Beige walked over, dissatisfied. "Why did you run just now? Do you know that I almost got beaten?" She questioned me as if it was my fault for running away. I wasn't angry, just said, "Brother fainted, let's take him home, okay?" Beige rolled her eyes. "I can't, he's so heavy I can't move him. What if I strain myself?" "You move him yourself." She only cared about herself and didn't care at all about Bailuofan's life or death. I was a little angry but didn't say more. I calmly instructed, "You stay here and watch over your brother. Grandma should be in the field. I'll call him to move your brother. Don't lose sight of him." Beige turned her head and said, I know. Hurry up and go. It's really troublesome." I didn't say anything more and left in a hurry. Beige's actions made Bailuofan outside the big screen feel cold-hearted once again. He had always loved Beige since she was a child, unwilling to see her hurt, and never expected her to repay him. But after putting in so much sincerity, hearing Beige's heartless and selfish words inevitably made him feel uncomfortable. What's even more ridiculous is that he thought I had run away, but I hadn't. I just went to look for something. Beige was the one who really ran faster than anyone else. The audience also mocked Beige as a heartless person. Everything seemed so absurd and laughable to them. I still don't understand. Bailuofan pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, if it was really Baiji who drove those people away, then what about the injuries on Beige's body? He remembered clearly that when he woke up, he saw that Beige was injured, so he believed Beige's words. On the screen, it was already late in the day. Beige was afraid but dared not leave alone, so she sat aside muttering softly, "Why hasn't Baiji come back yet? He still wants me to stay here and watch over him. It's really troublesome." At this moment, a cold wind blew by, making her shiver, curling up tighter and feeling even more scared. She vigilantly looked around, with dappled shadows of trees and a faint green light appearing. "Wait, a green light?" Beige widened her eyes and stared at those two shiny green lights. The lights got closer, and she finally saw the source of the light, a thin and fierce wolf. Beige immediately covered her mouth, suppressed a scream, trembled in panic, and uncontrollably shed tears. She subconsciously looked at Bai Luofan, who was still unconscious not far away, and sobbed, "Brother, I don't want to die. Let the wolf eat you. You will protect Songer, right? You won't blame me, will you?" After self-hypnosis, Beige gritted her teeth, hid in the dense bushes beside her, and left Bai Luofan alone in front of the hungry wolf. She even kicked Bai Luofan to the side of the road, waiting for the wolf to come and eat him. Watching Bei's decisive act of throwing herself to the hungry wolf was like a cold sword stabbing into Bai Luofan's heart. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, his whole body was cold, and he couldn't believe what he saw on the screen, Beige hiding in the branches. How could she do this? Beige was his most beloved sister. Yet she left him to be eaten by the wolf just to save herself. Bai Luofan clenched his teeth, feeling a wave of anger rising in his heart from Bei's disappointment. He had been so good to Beige. On the screen, I ran over from the side road. By this time, the hungry wolf had already rushed to Bai Luofan's side, sniffing with its head down. The long mouth with yellowing teeth kept dripping saliva onto his fair face. Seeing this, my face turned pale with fear. I immediately shouted, "Stay away from my brother." I picked up a stone at my feet and threw it at the wolf. The stone hit the wolf, causing it to howl in pain. I shielded Bai Luofan behind me, and the wolf's panting hit my face. This made my courage, which had erupted in urgency, dissipate a bit. Trembling, I said, "Don't eat my brother. If you want to eat me instead." Outside the big screen, everyone nervously watched the scene, especially Bai Luofan, whose heart was in his throat. He thought that the slender girl was no match for the beast. If the wolf attacked her, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. On the screen, the hungry wolf stared at me for a few seconds, then suddenly stuck out its tongue and licked my cheek. I stiffened all over, gritted my teeth, closed my eyes, but showed no sign of retreat, displaying a resolute determination akin to a hero sacrificing oneself. As if determined, even if I were to be eaten today, I wouldn't move away from my brother. But the next second, the hungry wolf didn't pounce on me to tear me apart. Instead, it nudged me with its head, growling softly in its throat. I trembled and opened my eyes weakly, looking fearfully at the wolf in front of me. The hungry wolf seemed to notice my gaze, nudged my hand with its head, then turned around, tucked its tail, and walked into the woods. As the figure of the hungry wolf disappeared, I finally relaxed my body slowly. I hadn't figured out what had just happened when there was a rustling sound in the bushes. The audience was curious about what was going on with the wolf. Unexpectedly, Bai Ji still had such abilities. The assistant asked in surprise, looking at Bai Luofan with a deep gaze. I had a premonition that what we saw at this moment was not the real Bai Ji. The real her, perhaps. The assistant didn't finish the sentence. Bai Luofan's heart suddenly trembled, panic rising in his mind. Is it true? Maybe, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope, hoping that everything still had room for change, hoping that Gur, his sister whom he had pampered since childhood, was just momentarily confused, hoping that the harm he caused me could still be remedied. Otherwise, what would he do? It's almost time. Bai Luofan murmured softly as he watched me dragging him away. The assistant looked at him and asked, "Almost time for what?" Bai Luofan's throat rolled hard, his voice dry and hoarse. That day, Bai Ji personally stabbed a dagger into my arm. A glint appeared in the corner of his eye. Bai Luofan's voice was tinged with a hint of restraint, but I didn't blame her. What right did I have? But everything else could be a misunderstanding of Bai Ji, except for that one thing he saw Bai Ji stab him with a dagger with his own eyes. It was impossible to be a misunderstanding. Thinking of the dagger I stabbed into his arm years ago, Bai Luofan felt a sourness in his heart. The resentment of the past had long since dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of anticipation. Let her stab him, so that the guilt in his heart could be alleviated. The assistant's eyelashes drooped slightly. Sometimes, what one sees with their own eyes may not be true. Impossible, Bai Luofan immediately said, his voice filled with an unmistakable urgency. Because of me back then, his hand was seriously injured, and he could never play the piano in his life. If it weren't for the person who later brought him out of the darkness, he might never have been able to escape from the shadow for the rest of his life. This was the obsession rooted in his heart. This obsession had now become his lifeline. Thinking of his guilt towards me, Bai Luofan suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. If his disabled hands could make up for the mistakes he made, he would be willing. On the screen, the images shifted. It was still the young Bai Luofan, walking home from school with Bai Gu and me. Bai Luofan held Bai Gu in his arms, comforting her with gentle words all the way. Behind them, I followed Bai Luofan's steps with a pale face, struggling a bit. I reached out my thin hand, wanting to grab Bai Luofan's clothes, but a sudden gust of wind lifted his clothes, and my hand fell empty. My beautiful eyes dimmed a lot, causing the people outside the screen to feel sorry as well. Bai Luofan outside the screen lowered his eyes, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. Why didn't he turn around and look at me? Just then, a tall masked figure rushed out from the end of the alley. I instinctively quickened my pace and ran to Bai Luofan. Bai Luofan supported his slightly painful forehead. This was a day he would never forget because it was the day his dreams were shattered and the beginning of his torment by nightmares. Soon, the scene changed, and the three siblings were already tied up by the men in black and thrown into a dark corner. Bai Gu was so frightened that she was at a loss, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, looking very miserable. Although I was somewhat calm, there were tears in my eyes too. Why are you crying? It's so annoying. The masked man clicked his tongue, sounding a bit impatient. Bai Luofan shifted his body to shield Bai Gu behind him. As for me, he didn't even spare a glance. If you want to do something, come at me. Don't touch my sister. The boy's eyes were firm. Even though the masked man was twice his size, there was not much fear on his face, but rather a determination to protect his sister. The man sneered, "You care so much for your sister, I wonder if she cares for you the same way." With a clang, 2 daggers were thrown in front of me and Bai Gu. "Whoever cuts off his hand first, I will let go," the man said. As he spoke, he released the bindings on Bai Gu and me. Our expressions were shocked, but no one moved to grab the daggers on the ground. The man burst into rough laughter. "If you two act now, I might be in a good mood and let you both go. But if you don't, I will only let go of the one who acts first." Bai Luofan frowned and glanced discreetly at me cowering in the corner. My gaze was fixed firmly on the dagger. The onlookers outside the screen also became tense. Do I even need to say? Bai Gu will definitely act first. She is a selfish wolf. How could she miss the chance to escape? If Bai Luofan gets his hand cut, he deserves it. He treated Bai Ji badly before. Seeing the comments from the crowd, Bai Luofan in the live broadcast room clenched his fists silently. He deserved it. This was heaven's punishment for him. Glancing at the big screen, everyone thought Bai Gu would act first, but this time, everyone might be disappointed because the person who had stabbed his arm years ago was Bai Ji. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. How could he be wrong? However, at that moment, I'll do it. Bai Ji's loud voice made Bai Luofan tremble. On the screen, the young Bai Gu stood up unsteadily, grabbed the dagger, and rushed towards Bai Luofan. Splurt, bright red blood gushed out. Bai Luofan's painful cry filled the entire live broadcast room. How is this possible? Bai Luofan in the live broadcast room widened his eyes. He remembered clearly what had happened back then, the feeling of the dagger piercing his forearm, something he would never forget in his life. But he clearly remembered it was me. How could it be Bai Gu? The assistant also opened his mouth wide, looking at the almost collapsing Bai Luofan. Really, Luoga, it was Bai Gu who stabbed you. His eyes were somewhat strange. Bro, why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup after the broadcast ends, to see if you have schizophrenia? This is impossible. Bai Luofan trembled all over, his eyes blank and at a loss. If the person who had injured his arm back then, preventing him from playing the piano for life, was Bai Gu, then what about his years of resentment towards Bai Ji? Everything else could be a misunderstanding. Why would this be a misunderstanding? Something must have gone wrong. How could it be Bai Gu? How? Bai Luofan lowered his head, muttering to himself like a helpless child. It was this sentence that made him realize, just as everyone said, Bai Gu was selfish and would act at this moment, which was not surprising at all. Bai Gu stabbed Bai Luofan's arm, and the sight of blood and Bai Luofan's screams did not scare her. She even tried to pull out the dagger to really cut off Bai Luofan's arm. Bai Gu, stop! I shouted from the corner, pushing Bai Gu away. I picked up the dagger from the ground and stood in front of Bai Luofan, like a homeless little wolf, deep fear hidden in my cold eyes. Let go of my sister and brother. Otherwise. My voice trembled, clearly showing extreme fear. Seeing blood, even the masked man was taken aback. You dare to act even when I'm joking, this has nothing to do with me. After cursing at us, he ran away. I instantly felt weak, the dagger falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Brother, are you okay? Don't be afraid, I'll take you to the hospital. Up to this moment, I finally rushed to Bai Luofan, who had fainted due to excessive blood loss. Crystal tears kept rolling down, his face crying like a little kitten. Bai Luofan woke up again, this time in the hospital. Although his hand was not broken, it was already useless due to such serious injuries. Knowing that he could no longer play the piano, it was his sister Bai Gu, who had been loved since childhood, that brought him into a state of despair. I held Bai Luofan's hand, pursed my lips. If Bai Luofan were conscious, he would definitely have immediately pushed my hand away in disgust. But now, he just stared at me blankly, without any reaction. I pursed my lips and spoke with some difficulty. It was me who was holding the dagger at that time, not Bai Gu. You remembered it wrong. The sunlight shone through the glass window onto the two of them, but the bright light could not dispel the pain on Bai Luofan's face. He turned his head stiffly to look at me, his eyes still dull. I sighed softly, lowered my head and whispered, "As long as I can make you wake up, I'm willing to let you think that I'm the one who harmed you like this." Bai Luofan still looked confused, as if he hadn't heard my words. My voice became even lower. Although the audience couldn't see my expression as I lowered my head, they could feel my grievance and forbearance. Anyway, my brother already dislikes me so much, so let Bai Gu continue to be the good little sister in his heart. I raised my head again, my big eyes filled with tears, speaking with a heavy sob. "It's okay if you don't like me, as long as my brother is well." After a long time, I spoke again, just one sentence, which stirred up the emotions of the crowd. "I know my brother loves music, loves the piano, but the doctor said my brother's hands probably can't play the piano anymore. But brother, don't be sad. I will fulfill your music dream." I looked at the rising sun, a warm smile on my face, as if it could warm people's hearts. I leaned towards Bai Luofan, gazing at his handsome face, and whispered softly, "From now on, every piece of music I compose will be for you." As soon as these words fell, the studio was filled with gasps. "Every piece of music I compose will be for you." What a touching promise. Even Bai Luofan was slightly stunned, followed by overwhelming pain. His fingers on the side suddenly clenched, showing that he was enduring it, but his trembling lips confirmed that he was on the verge of collapse. On the big screen, I kept talking to Bai Luofan, instilling in him the memory that it was me who stabbed him, so that he could wake up from the stimulated pain as soon as possible. Watching my fragile yet strong appearance, the pain in Bai Luofan's heart became even more vivid. "I want to hear the music you write for me," he smiled bitterly, "but unfortunately, I won't be able to hear it." His throat rolled with difficulty, his eyes turning red. But he didn't want to lose Bai Ji like this. It was truly the case that one doesn't know how to cherish when they possess it, only to regret it after losing it. He didn't have the courage to continue watching the content on the screen, as he was unable to face such a heavy reality. But how could time stop for him? In order to make the mentally disturbed Bai Luofan wake up, I kept giving him psychological suggestions, making him feel that it wasn't Bai Gu who stabbed his arm. Gradually, the image of Bai Gu holding the knife in Bai Luofan's memory slowly disappeared, replaced by the scene of him lying on the ground after being injured, with me holding the dagger in front of him. So that's how it was. Bai Luofan sat down on the floor of the studio, covering his forehead in a daze, muttering to himself, "How could this be? Yes, it's me. I remember now." The dusty memories are awakened, like opening Pandora's box. Back then, he felt betrayed by his beloved sister Bai Gu, and fell into a mental quagmire. I fabricated such a lie for him so that he could return to a normal life. However, I pulled him out of the quagmire, and he forgot this true memory. The thin mist dispersed, the village gradually turned into nothingness, and this dream came to an end. Many people have not yet come to their senses. This dream is even more oppressive than my life in the Bai family where I was not valued. Jir Bai Luofan choked up, painfully uttering these two words. The faint moan squeezed from his throat seemed to carry the pain of a torn soul. The tears blurred his vision, the pain in his heart was like a knife, and even digging his nails into his palms couldn't relieve it. It turns out that from beginning to end, I was the only one who was wrong. He muttered, lost in thought. The days he lived in the countryside were the poorest time of his life. After that, he was brought to the capital by Su Chen, who also had a doctor treat his face. From then on, he rose to the pinnacle of glory in the entertainment industry step by step. Later, his father returned with two brothers and a younger brother, and the Bai family gradually became a top-tier aristocratic family in the capital, with status, power, and immense wealth. They had everything, but didn't give me a single penny, leaving me alone and destitute without even a word of comfort when I fell ill. Everyone revolved around Bai Gu, those joyful voices and laughter never belonged to me. All I had were lonely nights filled with countless misunderstandings and hurts. Bai Luofan struggled to lift his eyes and looked at the big screen. His vision was already blurred, but he could still see the desolation on my face. In the middle of the night, the fine rain hit the glass window. "I have to go find her." Bai Luofan stood up straight, his body tense, his eyes filled with panic that he couldn't hide. The assistant looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Bai Ji is already dead. Where do you want to find her?" His voice was extremely soft, and Bai Luofan probably didn't hear it. He had already rushed out of the studio and headed straight to the hospital. It took a lot of effort for Bai Luofan to find this hospital. It was a small private clinic, the smallest of the small. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Bai Luofan would never have imagined that I would be arranged in such a place. The doctors at the hospital were surprised to see Bai Luofan asking about my whereabouts. Their evasive eyes made Bai Luofan have a bad feeling. "What's going on? Tell me." Over a year ago, Miss Baigu instructed the doctor to remove all of Miss Baiji's organs. You're a bit late to come looking for her now. The doctor, helpless, could only tell the truth. The live broadcast was so popular, he was also moved by Baiji, so he decided to expose Baiji's crimes regardless of his own safety. If it had been before, he would never have said anything to protect himself. What? Bai Luofan couldn't believe it, taking a step forward in excitement. Then where are her organs? Bai Luofan's voice was trembling uncontrollably. When a person is in extreme fear, they often lose their ability to think. Bai Luofan's brain was blank at this moment, only his trembling hands showed how terrified he was. The doctor was frightened by his angry appearance, shrinking back and timidly said, "The doctor who performed the organ removal surgery was arranged by Miss Baigu. It has nothing to do with our hospital. I guess those organs were probably sold on the black market long ago." The doctor's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking directly at Bai Luofan's heart. Baiji was actually harmed to this extent. Even after her death, Baigu was unwilling to let her go, not even leaving her body intact. They were close relatives, how could Baigu be so heartless? At this moment, Bai Luofan's heart, as if being placed on a grinding wheel, was ground back and forth into powder, so painful that he was about to suffocate. If he could have discovered Bai's true face earlier, if he could not forget the real reason for his arm injury, if he could care more about Baiji, but there were no ifs at all. Only the regret of losing afterwards, piercing through the heart. Seeing Bai Luofan's desolate appearance, the doctor quietly slipped away, afraid that Bai Luofan would vent his anger on him. Bai Luofan stood still in place, motionless, until now. He has not accepted the fact that Baiji is already dead. His thoughts seem to have stagnated, turning slowly, and the flow of time slowed down. Drip, a drop of water hit Bai Luofan's heart, causing him to shudder in pain, followed by 10 times 100 times, a surge of intense pain. Bai Luofan suddenly cried out, "Jir, little sister, come back soon. Third brother knows he was wrong. Third brother is really wrong this time. Come back and give third brother a chance to make it up to you, okay?" He choked, crying miserably, touching. Third brother will no longer favor Beige, will no longer give her the best things, will not take her out to play every time, chatting and laughing with her in front, leaving you alone behind. In Bai Luofan's mind, the hopeful eyes I had when looking at her from behind kept appearing. How much Baiji must have hoped for him to look back, but he never did. He only cared about Beige, without realizing that every word he said to Beige would be like a thorn in my heart, making her uncomfortable. Bai Luofan seemed to have turned into a walking corpse. Until now, he has not fully accepted the fact that I am already dead. He found the ward where I used to live, trying to find any traces of my existence. As soon as he entered the ward, a strong smell of medicine pierced Bai Luofan's nostrils, making his throat itchy and unable to help but cough several times. Not only was the ventilation and lighting poor in this ward, but there were also 6 beds, and the aisle was extremely narrow. My empty bed was desolate, with only 2 faded words stuck at the head of the bed, not yet removed. The neatly arranged bedding was yellowed, emitting a faint musty smell. The patients in this ward were mostly elderly, their faces filled with sorrow, either from illness or from being pressed down by life, unable to show a smile. This was undoubtedly the lowest level ward in the hospital, where there was no quality of life to speak of. People living here could only humbly beg the heavens to let them live. Bai Luofan closed his eyes, unable to believe that I had been living in such a place before my death. But after a moment, he forced himself to open his eyes and look at the bed where I had once slept. Bai Luofan, a person with inherent nobility, immediately attracted everyone's attention when he entered the ward. "Young man, who are you here to find?" The old lady noticed the emotions in Bai Luofan's eyes, looked at him gently, and asked. Bai Luofan's heart sank. The old lady's gentle gaze reminded him of his own grandmother, so he politely pointed to my sickbed, saying that he came to see her. Hearing this, the old lady sighed and said regretfully, "You are late, too late. This poor child has been dead for more than a year." Bai Luofan remained silent. Yes, he was late, not just a little late, but very, very late, so late that he could never wash away his sins in his lifetime. "Judging by your appearance, you must be this little girl's friend," the old lady said softly. "You probably don't know what kind of days this child has been through here." Bai Luofan's heart sank. How could he know? He used to detest Baiji to the extreme, so why would he care about her now? But thinking of Baiji's malice, he could also guess that Baiji must have suffered a lot before her death. At that time, what was he, her older brother, doing? Bai Luofan took a deep breath, suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and calmly asked the old lady, "Is she not doing well?" A very brief question. The tone was calm when he said the first word, but when the words "not well" came out, he could no longer control the tears in his voice. How could such heart-wrenching pain be endured just by wanting to endure it? "Oh, it seems you and her must be very good friends," the old lady affirmed her thoughts again. After a sigh, she turned to Anger and said angrily, "This little girl's family is really despicable. She has been living here for so many days, not a single family member has come to see her, and she has a younger sister who has brought another girl here a few times, each time causing trouble for this little girl. The girl her sister brought with her has some NLV virus on her, and those two girls are very malicious." As the old lady spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. "You mean HIV, right?" Bai Luofan's heart sank, his face pale and frightening, his usually sharp eyes devoid of spirit, struggling to digest this cruel reality, the intense pain in his heart making him tremble uncontrollably. HIV. His sister had experienced such a terrifying thing? That was his sister. The daughter of the Bai family, who should have been pampered from birth, held in the palms of everyone's hands. How could she have suffered such a dark fate? How could she have died so tragically? A cold sweat crept up Bai Luofan's spine, the heavy burden of guilt seemed to bend his spine. Bai Ji, his sister, had reached this point today, and he was closely related to her. He had killed Bai Ji, he had killed his own sister. The world before him was completely dark, no light could be seen anymore. Bai Luofan understood that for the rest of his life, he would live in this darkness, enveloped by endless remorse and pain. This malicious idea was thought up by her sister. How could someone be so malicious? It was water contaminated with a virus, the girl was pricked with a needle, and even so, her family didn't come to see her. These words tore Bai Luofan's heart to pieces. What else? He didn't want to hear anymore, but in order to avenge Bai Ji and to have a clearer understanding of his sins, he had to continue asking. Bai Ji was dead, and hearing about the suffering she had endured in her lifetime was Bai Luofan's punishment to himself. He wanted to atone. What else? Without hesitation, the old lady immediately recounted many instances of Bai Ji being harassed by medical staff in the hospital room. For example, placing Bai Ji's bed in the dampest and leakiest corner. The sewage leaking from the upstairs toilet would often drip onto Bai Ji's face, and when the doctors saw it, they would loudly scold her for not being hygienic, making the room smelly. Another example was the nurses deliberately using bed linens that had been used by deceased patients on Bai Ji, thinking that since Bai Ji wouldn't live long anyway, they might as well make do with it. There were countless such instances. Unfortunately, I don't have much power either. Besides feeling sorry for that girl, I can't do much to help. After the old lady finished speaking, she sighed again. This little girl must have committed sins in her past life to encounter such heartless and unrighteous family members. Then she looked up at the sorrowful Bai Luofan and showed a relieved smile. I used to think this little girl was lonely and helpless, but now seeing her with a friend like you who cares for her, I believe she can rest in peace even in the afterlife. Don't be too sad. People can't come back to life once they die. The old grandmother, unaware of Bai Luofan's true identity, spoke warmly and gently, but her words sounded colder to Bai Luofan than the winter ice. People can't come back to life. Yes, people can't come back to life. The most terrifying thing in this world is not making mistakes, but making mistakes without the chance to make amends. Just like Bai Luofan's heart, the Bai family's atmosphere was also cold. On the dining table, there were sumptuous dishes, but Bai's grandparents sat in front of the table without touching their chopsticks. This meal was prepared for Bai, and they naturally watched the live broadcast. It was only then that they realized how wrong they had been all these years. They had always only thought about Bai Ge, never realizing she was a heartless beast. And Bai, Xiaoji, come back for dinner. Grandma will cook delicious food for you every day from now on. Come home. Bai's grandmother looked at the table full of food, tears in her eyes, murmuring. They still didn't know that Bai had already passed away, still hoping she would come back. But how could someone who had already passed away come back home? This table of steaming delicious food remained untouched until it turned cold, waiting for the one who would never taste it. The whole living room was filled with a dead silence of regret. On the other side, Bai Luofan sat alone in Bai's hospital room, the words of the old grandmother echoing in his mind. He tried to search his memory for thoughts about Bai. He discovered that Bai had always been the best to him, careful and never showing her vulnerable side. And he had never truly understood his own biological sister. As a sister, she should have been the unconditionally loved little princess, but her rushed life was too bitter. Bai Ji. Bai Luofan held these two words close to his heart, suddenly realizing how much he wanted to see his little sister again. Even if it was just one more meeting, to hug her thin shoulders, to pinch her gaunt cheeks. It would be good. After what seemed like a long time, Bai Luofan felt his whole body go numb. His phone, lying in his pocket, suddenly rang. After a few seconds, Bai Luofan awkwardly picked up the phone and answered. A deep and angry voice came from the receiver. Bai Luofan, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you been to the hospital to see Gore for so long? The doctor said Gore's condition has worsened again, don't you know? Bai Luofan stared at the distant gray sky, his eyes red but no tears fell. Perhaps the pain was so intense that he couldn't cry. He listened quietly to the accusations on the phone for a long time before hoarsely responding, "Brother, do you know, we no longer have a sister?" There was a pause on the other end, then the anger grew stronger. "What are you talking about? Gur is in the hospital, she just needs some time to recover. I'm telling you that Gur's condition has worsened, did you hear me? We no longer have a sister." Bai Luofan mechanically repeated this sentence, his tone calm, his gaze empty. Even after the call ended, he kept murmuring softly, "We no longer have a sister." The accumulated grief and anger in his heart reached its peak, and Bai Luofan suddenly burst into tears. He grabbed his chest tightly, his handsome face contorted in pain, the suppressed sobs growing louder and louder, until he finally cried out in agony. His crying was so heartbreaking, echoing in the small ward, making people's hearts jump, and once the suppressed emotions burst, they could no longer be controlled. Bai Luofan lay on the ground, hot tears streaming down his face, unable to dispel the bone-chilling coldness in his heart. "I no longer have a sister. My sister, she will never come back again." After a long time, Bai Luofan's voice had become hoarse, his crying gradually weakened, but still choked with pain. He lay on the floor, closed his eyes in despair, as if he had lost all consciousness. After a while, Bai Luofan returned to the live broadcast room in a daze. He looked pale, as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, a handsome young man was sitting in the front row. When he saw Bai Luofan return, he quickly stood up to support him. "Third brother, big brother said you're not feeling well, so he asked me to come and check on you. What's wrong with you?" The young man had delicate features, gentle waves in his light brown eyes, and chestnut short hair illuminated by the light, giving him a gentle and charming look, like a young man stepping out of a comic book. Many people in the live broadcast room had already recognized him. He was Bai, the fourth young master of the Bai family. Despite his young age, he was a renowned professor at S University, a scholarly figure. "Have you watched the live broadcast?" Bai Luofan's voice was hoarse, as if mixed with gravel. Bai remained silent for a moment before saying, "I watched part of it, but I don't think these are enough for us to forgive Bai Ji. She has caused too much suffering to the Bai family. And third brother, have you forgotten? When you had just entered the entertainment industry and your foundation was not stable, Bai Ji caused such a big scandal for you. Is such a person really worthy of being our sister?" He lowered his voice on the last sentence, as if saying the name Bai Ji was a disgrace. Chapter 23 Awakening of the Second Personality. Yi Tingxiu shook his head with a pale face. "For me, it's already enough." It was enough for him to forgive Bai Ji and acknowledge her as his sister. No, from beginning to end, it was he who had wronged Bai Ji, he should beg for her forgiveness, and make amends with everything he had. Bai, feeling frustrated, pulled Bai Luofan to look at the screen. "Third brother, look." Since Bai Luofan was taken away by Su Chen, he had truly reached a turning point in his life. In just a few years, he had become a top-tier star solely based on a drama, creating a legend in the entertainment industry. As their father had not returned yet, Bai Luofan had not returned to the Bai family, nor had he reunited with his brothers. He bought a 3-story house in the city with Bai Ji, Bai Gu, and Bai Yi, who was old enough to return to the capital for university. Although it was not as luxurious as the later prosperity of the Bai family, it was a significant improvement from before. Bai Ji and Bai Gu went to the same high school, while he was busy with his career and rarely went home, leaving only the 3 siblings of Bai Yi. Between Bai Luofan's departure from the countryside and becoming a top-tier star, there were actually a few years that were skipped over. No one knew what Bai Ji had done during that time. In the gazes of Bai Luofan and Bai Yi, a new scene appeared on the big screen. A long runway, a spacious playground, and students in school uniforms made people feel as if they had returned to their youth. On the central platform of the playground stood a girl with short hair. She wore black-framed glasses, her eyes dull and lifeless, her pale face covered with spots, and her head hung down in a self-conscious and timid manner. This was Bai Ji during her high school days. Standing below the platform was a slender and handsome young man. He exuded a simple and cold aura in his blue and white school uniform, unable to conceal his inherent nobility, making him stand out, with countless girls screaming for him. Bai Ji seemed to gather her courage and raised her voice slightly. "Yi, Senior Yi, would you like to be my boyfriend?" "I don't want to." Senior Yi rejected her without hesitation, then turned and left indifferently. Laughter erupted from the audience, mocking Bai Ji for overestimating herself, like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The cold wind tousled Bai Ji's hair in front of her forehead as she stood alone on the high platform, head bowed in self-doubt, while everyone below mocked her, turning her into a clown for their amusement. Bai Ji stumbled off the stage, accidentally falling on the steps, triggering another round of laughter. Look at her foolish appearance, no wonder Bai Luofan doesn't like her. They are from the same mother, why is there such a big difference between her and Bai Gu? If I were Bai Luofan, I would have become a movie emperor myself, but having such a disgraceful sister who can't even show her face, I would feel embarrassed too. The young faces in the audience were filled with arrogance as they looked down on Baiji. But Baiji, lacking even the courage to stand up for herself, ran all the way to the girls' restroom to escape the mocking whispers. She crouched down, burying her head in her arms, crying uncontrollably. Her cries were so heartbreaking that even many of the audience members who disliked Baiji were moved. She's actually throwing herself at the Yi family, how embarrassing. Baiyi's eyes showed a hint of disgust as he turned away from the big screen, no longer looking at Baiji crying. Everyone in the capital knows that Yi Tingxiu likes Jiang Qing, the dazzling beauty on stage, not Baiji, an ugly girl with no charm. Bai Luofan coldly reprimanded, "Don't say that. She is your sister." The word sister seemed difficult for Bai Luofan to say. Bai Yi hesitated, "Third brother." He wanted to argue further, but seeing his brother's stern gaze, he held back his words. Just then, Baiji, who had been crying silently, suddenly stopped. She slowly stood up, a captivating smile playing on her lips, her dim eyes sparkling with a dazzling light, like a piece of glass reflecting the sunlight, leaving everyone breathless. Everyone was puzzled, and discussions filled the live broadcast room. Baiji walked to the faucet, turned it on, and let the water flow into her cupped hands. The clear water gathered in her palms as she lowered her head and pressed her face against it. Baiji sneered, "Does she think washing her face will wash away the ugliness on her face?" But someone did say that if Baiji didn't have those spots on her face, she would resemble Jiang Qing a bit. Baiji furrowed his brows, his eyes clouded with memories. Bai Luofan looked annoyed, but he didn't stop Baiji again, knowing that some things had to be understood on one's own. "She doesn't deserve it." A voice full of disgust came from behind. The man had bold and sharp features, somewhat resembling the boy on the screen. He was Yi Tingxiu from the Yi family. As the saying goes, don't air dirty laundry in public. Seeing Yi Tingxiu sitting behind him, Baiyi's expression turned ugly. Bai Luofan glared at Baiji, his voice cold. "From now on, I don't want to hear anything negative about Jir from you. This is madness, all madness." Yi Tingxiu snorted coldly, looking annoyed, as if regretting listening to someone at home and coming here. For him, sitting here watching a young girl cry was a waste of time. And he couldn't bring himself to feel any goodwill towards Baiji. Despite being a daughter of the Bai family, she was insecure and weak, lacking the demeanor of a noblewoman, isolating herself in a narrow cage, unable to see the light of day. Such a person was mediocre among the masses, and he naturally wanted nothing to do with her. On the big screen, Baiji was washing her face with clear water, and Baiji thought she was trying to wash away her tears, watching with boredom. The water she washed her face with turned murky, as if mixed with dirt. Not only Yi Tingxiu, but also the audience in the studio felt disgusted. Disgusting? How long has this Baiji not washed her face? Another ugly and dirty. Fortunately she is already dead, otherwise whoever marries her in the future, it would be really unlucky. Anyone with eyes wouldn't be so foolish as to marry her, right? Great, the current Baiji is no longer the cute little girl from childhood, but a malicious woman who does evil things. Feel free to curse her. Clearly she was so cute when she was young. How did she turn crooked as she grew up? Amidst the disdainful voices of the crowd, Baiji turned on the faucet and slowly stood up. When she turned her clean face around, the whole scene was shocked, the air momentarily stagnated. Then there was a chorus of gasps. It was a delicate and flawless beautiful face, with fair skin exuding a moist glow, a pair of soul-stirring clear and transparent eyes, alluring yet pure, a perfect blend of two different styles, stunningly beautiful. Most importantly, most of the people present were very familiar with this face. It was none other than the current top star of the entertainment website, Jiang Qing. Yi Tingxiu was shocked, his pupils trembling, suddenly stood up from his seat. Ching. Chapter 24. One is the moon in the sky, the other is the mud on the ground. The hand hanging by his side clenched into a fist, the protruding knuckles slightly whitened. The force was so great that his whole arm trembled. Never had there been such a moment of loss of control, nor had there been such a moment of shock. How could it be possible? Jiang Cheng and Baiji, one is the moon in the sky, the other is the mud on the ground. There is a huge gap between them. How could they be the same person? And Baiji has always been pestering him, while Jiang Qing has never agreed to his pursuit. They could never be the same person. Baiji was also shocked, almost nervously. Baiji, how could she look exactly like Jiang Qing? She has been pretending to be ugly all this time? In comparison, Bai Luofan was relatively calm, his voice slightly trembling, as if deliberately trying to appear calm. Yes, it's the alter ego. What? Baiji almost lost his voice, his face filled with great panic. Baiji, that waste, how could she have an alter ego? Shut up. Bai Luofan interrupted with a drink, his eyes as sharp as a knife, piercing Baiji. Bai Luofan leaned back in his seat, as if he had lost his soul. How ironic. Yi Tingxiu pressed his brow with his fingers, his mind in turmoil. This was the only reasonable explanation, but it was even more unacceptable to him. It turned out that the love he once had but couldn't have was pushed away by his own hands. For the first time in his life, Yi Tingshu experienced the taste of regret. His heart seemed to be entwined with a thread, slowly tightening, making him feel short of breath. He didn't care about anyone else, grabbed his coat and strode out of the studio. The others in the studio were equally shocked, no less than by Luo Fan. The barrage rolled in like a tide for a moment. Although Bai Ji's talent is still a bit inferior to Bai Gu, her other identity is Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing only has a place in the entertainment circle. She can't even reach the threshold of the prestigious families. The Bai family wouldn't want their daughter to step into such a place. Don't say bad things about the goddess. The goddess's acting skills and divine appearance are unmatched in the entertainment circle. She is no less than Bai Ji. I declare, I'm going to switch from criticizing Bai Ji to being her fan. Those who just called Bai Ji an ugly waste, are you eating your words now? Yes, and what about young Master Yi from the Yi family? I remember he likes our goddess, now he must be regretting it, right? You are all amazed, but I'm the only one who thought, the goddess is not retiring, but, my goddess, I really want to cry to death. Although there are still some people unwilling to change their prejudices, Jiang Qing's fans are too many, and soon drowned out those discordant voices. The waste heiress is actually the queen of the top stars. This explosive news quickly trended. Bai Ji's former classmates also quickly learned of this explosive news. In the class group of class 3 in high school, it was already in an uproar. Have you all seen the hot search? Bai Ji turned out to be Jiang Qing. That ugly. Ugh. It's Jiang Qing. I can't believe I sit at the same table with Jiang Qing. I'm going home right now to tell my mom that I've made our family proud. Have you forgotten how you bullied Bai Ji? Every time you were on duty with Bai Ji, you went to help Bai Gu fetch water, letting Bai Ji, a girl, do the work of 2 people alone, and you called it making our family proud? Let me thank your ancestors on your behalf. I didn't know Bai Ji was Jiang Qing. I'm so regretful. Lin Zixuan, if I were you, I would regret too. If you were a bit nicer to Bai Ji, maybe you could have won the beauty. What's the use of saying these now? Bai Ji is already dead. She's just a vase, nothing special. The disdainful tone was full of contempt. A vase? Bai Luofan looked coldly at Bai Yi. You don't understand her. How do I not understand? Bai Yi's face showed more mockery. If I remember correctly, Bai Ji's new drama is about to air, and I know for sure, in order to secure the role of the female lead, she climbed into the bed of the movie Emperor Qin Su. Such a scandalous act, it's simply tarnishing the reputation of our Bai family. Bai Luofan's eyes sharpened, like 2 cold swords shooting towards Bai Yi. Restraining himself from acting, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, watch and see. And at that moment, a tired voice came from the big screen. Bai Ji was seen combing her hair in front of the mirror, her eyes shining with confident brilliance, exuding a lofty disdain. Men are resources, crying for a man is the stupidest thing in the world. This statement caused a stir in the studio. The image of a star on the screen is always thought to be a deliberately crafted persona, but seeing Jiang Qing so carefree and private, more people were fascinated by her. Even Bai Yi, who despised Bai Ji, was stunned for a few seconds. How could that ugly duckling look so confident and beautiful, shining like a star? He must be mistaken, definitely. Bai Luofan, on the other hand, looked bewildered. She was his sister. His sister who he carelessly lost. Bai Luofan's gaze remained glued to the big screen, watching Bai Ji jump out of the window and leave the school by climbing over the wall. Changing into a mature outfit, she took a taxi to a luxury hotel in the city. This triggered some people's memories, and Jiang Qing's haters became active. So the hot search was true. Jiang Qing really had an affair with Qin the movie emperor. When the hot search came out, weren't many people defending Jiang Qing, saying it was a rumor? Indeed, a person's character will not change. Petty people are accustomed to using these disgraceful means to rise to power. So, Jiang Qing is really being kept by Qin the movie emperor? She is the daughter of the Bai family, how could she fall so low? Insults poured in. Hearing this, Bai Luofan frowned slightly, feeling a sourness in his heart. Qin Su, was he really plotting against his sister? Bai Yi snorted. My Gur would never do such despicable things. Bai Luofan withdrew his gaze. With a complex feeling in his heart, he looked back at the screen. Bai Ji was wearing a light white dress. The hem of the dress fluttered in the warm breeze, revealing her fair and delicate legs, resembling a blooming gardenia in the summer. Although her small face was covered by sunglasses and a mask, her exquisite features were still visible, with a slight lift at the corner of her eyes exuding various charms. Under her contrast, Shenxia on the side instantly dimmed. Bai Ji walked up the stairs in high heels, creating a stir with every step, and pushed open a door of a hotel. A cold and noble figure flashed inside the door. Although it was just a side profile, it was enough to drive fans crazy. The barrage exploded, all cursing Baiji for being shameless. For fans, Shin-soo was like a divine existence, high above, pure and untainted. Any closeness from anyone was considered blasphemy. Baiji, get out quickly. Change to a good appearance. Brother is not someone you can match. It must be that the constant pestering has annoyed our brother, otherwise he would never see her. Really shameless. Baiji's attempted crime. This time I stand with Baigi. Baiji, quickly get out of my brother's sight. However, before the fans could scold to their heart's content, a voice that was unexpectedly heartwarming came from inside the door. Sister, you're here. Chapter 25. It turned out to be Chiningdi taking the initiative. In the eyes of the fans, Shin-soo, who was as cold and noble as a deity, showed a warmth towards Baiji that was inconsistent with his public image. He took Baiji's handbag, squatted down to help her change out of her high heels, with a smooth and unstilted set of movements. Baiji, as if accustomed, did not wear the slippers Chin had prepared, walked barefoot to the bedroom, sat on the soft big bed, her beautiful face revealing a hint of coldness. A year ago, I supported you. Today is the last day. I came to bid you farewell. From now on, bridges are bridges, roads are roads. Whatever you do, I will no longer interfere. Shin-soo's eyes reddened instantly, a hint of moisture in his phoenix eyes, making him look particularly pitiful. Sister, you don't want me anymore? He stood there, stubbornly looking at Baiji. Where was the slightest bit of coldness he displayed on stage? Baiji had a headache, pressed her temples with her jade-like fingertips. The contract has expired. I want to renew it. Shin-soo took a step closer, enveloping the petite Baiji in the shadow, his gaze more stubborn. 1 year is not enough, I want 10 years, 20 years, a lifetime. Baiji raised a clear and beautiful little face. The deity that could not be desecrated in the eyes of others, appeared fragile and helpless like a child in front of her, but it did not move her in the slightest. Aren't you planning to enter the entertainment industry? Then focus on your career. Who told sister that I plan to enter the entertainment industry? Shin-soo asked. Last time we met, I heard you talking to Director Lee on the phone. Baiji didn't use a phone, she only had an old computer on her, usually filming under the arrangements of her agent, completely unaware of what was happening online. She had known Shin-soo for a year and still didn't know that he was a popular top star. Shin-soo fell silent for a moment, helped Baiji lie down. The exquisite beauty of her back caught his eye, making his throat roll. Baiji lay comfortably on the bed, waiting for the person behind him to massage him, and muttered, I also think that with your looks, working as a massage therapist in a hotel is a waste. Baiji had never investigated Shin-soo and always thought he was a massage therapist in this hotel. Looking at the beautiful curves like rolling hills, Shin-soo's eyes deepened, his voice slightly hoarse. Sister, when you have time, you should check the hot searches more. After speaking, Shin-soo knelt on Baiji, his big hands moving down her slender shoulders with great skill. In the studio, everyone's expressions were strange. It took a few seconds for them to calm down. Wow, turns out Chiningdi is taking the initiative. Is this fake? This must be fake. My cold and aloof brother, how could he beg to be supported? And even claim to be a hotel technician giving massages? Shin-soo's fans must have seen it. Your brother is taking the initiative, our goddess is not interested. And our goddess probably has no idea of Shin-soo's reputation in the industry. Deceiving the goddess that he is a massage therapist, openly taking advantage of the goddess. Shin-soo is really cunning. Am I the only one who finds the goddess's confused look cute? She doesn't even know Chiningdi's identity. When Susu calls sister like that, it directly hits my heart. How did Baiji endure it? If Susu called me like that, I would give him my life. This pair is so addictive. If Baiji hadn't died, it would have been so much better. It's obvious that brother likes Baiji. How sad would he be if he knew Baiji was dead? Click. Looking at the barrage, Bai Luofan exerted force on his hands, almost breaking the armrest of the chair. He only wished he could rush in and chop off Shin-soo's hands. Brother, Baiji is dead. She never got together with Shin-soo even in death. You don't need to be angry. Bai Eu said with a complex tone. He just didn't want to see Bai Luofan lose control like this for Baiji. Baiji is not worthy. Bai Luofan's grip loosened, the blood drained from his face, as if he had been doused with cold water. On the big screen, perhaps because these memories were not profound for Baiji, time passed quickly, and night fell in the blink of an eye. The senior high school had already finished evening self-study. Baiji changed back into her school uniform and freckled makeup, and her original personality was restored. She walked to the school gate with her head down. Against the flow of people, before she could hide herself, she heard countless mocking voices. Isn't she Baiji from class 3, the one who publicly confessed to Senior Yi and got rejected? She's so ugly, who gave her the courage? What did she run out for? Is she crying in some corner? Leading the mockery was a girl with exaggerated hair color and a non-mainstream style. At this moment, she was also feeling uncomfortable. being heavily mentioned in the class group chat. Huang Wanning, didn't expect this, did you? Bai Ji didn't run out to cry, she went to a 5-star hotel to enjoy the personal service of a movie star. Ugly? Bai Ji is a national goddess, a beauty pageant champion who stood out from millions of people. You dare to call her ugly? How much better looking are you compared to her? You talk as if you've never called Bai Ji ugly. How would I know she's Jiang Chang? All those who mocked Bai Ji never expected to be slapped in the face one day, especially when Bai Ji was already dead. In the studio, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. On the big screen, the previously sunny weather had turned into a storm in the blink of an eye, with rain pouring down fiercely. The girls screamed in fear, running wildly under the protection of the boys. Bai Gu, the campus goddess who was admired by many, had countless suitors and didn't get a drop of rain on her. As soon as she arrived at the school gate, she was embraced by Bai Yu, who had hurried over. On the other hand, Bai Ji, whose school uniform had been torn by someone, was pushed along the way by someone seemingly unintentionally but actually intentionally, and she was soaked like a drowned rat. Her hair was messy, sticking to her cheeks, with only a pair of bright eyes, as if washed by the rain, becoming even more clear and translucent. But there was a layer of sadness covering the brightness that should have been there. Especially when she saw Bai Gu being protected by Bai Yu and sitting in the car, her expression became even more desolate. Seeing this, Bai Luofan felt a pang in his heart, looking at Bai Yu with anger. Since you're here, why are you only taking care of Bai Gu and not Jir? They are both our sisters. Bai Yu remained indifferent. He did indeed handle this matter wrongly, but thinking about what would happen shortly after, the guilt in his heart completely dissipated. It's all Bai Ji's fault. The car is mine, it's my freedom to decide who gets to sit in it. Bai Yu said lightly. Seeing Bai Ji standing in the rain on the big screen in a miserable state, he felt comfortable in his heart. But soon, his expression froze on his face. Chapter 26, the whole network identifies green tea. Bai Yu drove a red sports car, with an exceptionally sleek design, like a poppy blooming in the rainy night, attracting countless envious glances. When will my brother come to pick me up in a car like this? I envy Bai Gu so much. The Bai family is truly the richest in the country. With just this car, it's probably at least 7 figures. Look at Bai Ji, doesn't she look like a drowned old hen? TSK, both from the Bai family, why is the treatment so different? Her brother didn't even look at her. You can imagine how annoyed he is with this sister. Bai Ji ran out of the school with her head down. She ran wildly as if trying to leave all the mockery behind. But those voices still followed her like a shadow. Once made him collapse. Bai Ji ran into an alley, stopped, leaned against the wall to catch her breath, rainwater dripping down her chin, outlining her exquisite figure and slender legs. It was at this moment that a black luxury car slowly stopped in front of her. The quiet body of the car, like the night, highlighted the owner's connotation, the golden icon, making people fall for the appearance of the car, yet retreat for its price. A slender hand, like jade, grabbed Bai Ji's wet arm and gently led her into the car. There are not many cars of this model nationwide, so many people can recognize it at a glance. This is Qin Su's car. Bai Luofan, jealous but also glad that Bai Ji was taken care of. Your broken car can't even buy a part of this car. It seems that Jir didn't take your car back, which is a profit. Bai Yi's veins bulged with anger, but he couldn't think of any retort. On the small screen, Jiang Qing's fans also mocked Bai Yi. What kind of brother is this? I used to have a good impression of the 4th young master of the Bai family, but now, I can only say 2 words to him, huh? Bai Yi is young and already a professor at S University, a scholarly figure. It's normal for him not to like Jiang Qing, who lacks talent. The goddess does have some flaws in her studies, but the goddess has Qin the movie emperor, so she doesn't need to ride in his car. Bai Yi's face darkened, stubbornly saying, Qin Su is only attracted to Bai Ji's face, treating her with lust, it won't last long. Gore's connotation is something that 10 Bai Jis combined can't match. Bai Luofan raised an eyebrow, questioning, what connotation does Bai Gu have? Bai Yi said with a hint of pride, Gore's piano piece has reached a level that can compete with world masters, but she doesn't admire those false reputations, deliberately hiding her true level. I've only heard it once. Recalling what happened next, Bai Yi's disgust deepened in his eyes. I have a strange illness. When it strikes, I fall into strange nightmares. Just tonight, I got sick in the rain, and in a daze, I fell into a terrible nightmare. It was Gore's piano piece that woke me up. It was the most beautiful sound I've ever heard in my life. But Bai Ji actually took advantage of my illness to bully Gore, and even knocked over my medicine. Bai Luofan remained non-committal, only commenting lightly, getting sick from getting caught in the rain, you are delicate. Bai Yi didn't want to argue with Bai Luofan, so he looked at the screen with resignation. He wanted everyone to see Bai Ji bullying Gore. He wanted Bai Ji's malice to be exposed to the public. On the big screen, Bai Ji returned to the Bai family from the back door, a luxurious detached villa, simple yet luxurious. Before entering, she heard the melodious sound of the piano drifting out from inside the door. In the hall, Bai Yi and Bai Gu sat side by side on the piano bench, their forehands flying over the keys. The sunlight around them died with a faint white light, as if covered with a thin layer of gauze, a scene of peaceful times. And Bai Ji was like an outsider, never able to blend into their world. The servant glanced at Bai Ji sideways, with a distant attitude, "You better avoid it, so as not to disturb the fourth young master in Mrs. Piano practice." Although not explicitly stated, every word was filled with disdain for Bai Ji. Bai Gu took Bai Yi's hand and smiled sweetly. "Fourth brother, have you remembered everything I taught you? There will be a performance for the school anniversary next week. Will you accompany me as promised?" Bai Yi smiled lightly. "Don't worry." The two only had eyes for each other, completely excluding Bai Ji. The servant deliberately praised Bai Gu. "Second Mrs. Piano skills are getting more and more exquisite. Miss, I remember the master also signed you up for piano classes. Will you perform with second Miss at the school anniversary?" Bai Gu furrowed her brows, pretending to be modest. "The piano teacher said he couldn't teach my sister. Maybe my sister's talent is too outstanding. That's why the teacher said that, right? What do you think, fourth brother?" Bai Yi's cold eyes and brows showed disdain towards Bai Ji, but when speaking to Bai Gu, she was still gentle. "What are you saying, Gur? What talent does she have? The piano teacher just doesn't want to waste energy on Bai Ji." "That's not necessarily true." Bai Gu skillfully concealed her satisfaction in her eyes and pretended to be innocent. "Sister must be hiding her talents, right, sister?" Bai Gu blinked at Bai Ji. "Since sister has such talent, I'm sure sister also has unique insights into the piano. Sister, how about giving some advice on the piece just now?" The servant immediately echoed, "Since Miss Bai Gu said so, Miss Bai Ji, please give some advice." Bai Yi couldn't understand Bai Ji's intentions, but the audience in the studio had sharp eyes. They, who surfed the internet all year round, were already experienced tea connoisseurs. These two are so disgusting, singing in harmony, obviously trying to embarrass the goddess. So Bai Gu is also a green tea. She clearly knows Bai Ji can't play the piano, but still deliberately says so. Truly a green tea. I feel sorry for Bai Ji. She is like an outsider in this family, not receiving any attention from her brother. Bai Yi is an outstanding graduate of Yizhong. When he returned on the school anniversary day, he performed with Bai Gu, making Bai Gu the object of envy for all the girls at Yizhong. I wonder what Bai Ji felt at that time. Reading these barrage comments, Bai Yi was speechless. At that time, he didn't think much, but now looking from the perspective of a bystander, he also felt that his sister had a bit of tea. Bai Ji clearly didn't understand the piano, so what advice could she give? Just then, on the big screen, Bai Ji, who had been silent all along, calmly spoke up. "You played 2 notes wrong." When this was said, Bai Ji's face changed drastically. But Bai Yi couldn't bear to see his sister being bullied, so he retorted immediately, "You, who know nothing about the piano, what qualifications do you have to criticize Gur's piano skills? Do you think belittling Gur can elevate yourself? Ridiculous." The servant echoed, "I didn't hear any mistakes either." Bai Ji's expression improved slightly at this point, with a tea-like air. "Sister, even if you don't like me, you can't belittle my piano skills. You know, I have always regarded music as my life." Hearing her sister say this, Bai Yi's heart softened unreasonably, and his peach blossom eyes reddened slightly. "Gur, fourth brother knows that the piano is your life, your talent. One day, you will amaze everyone. Those who slander you are just jealous of you, so don't pay them any mind. It was just a casual remark, believe it or not, it's up to you." After a long silence, Bai Ji coldly dropped the sentence and turned upstairs expressionlessly. In the studio, the audience couldn't help but comment again. Is it just me, or does Bai Gu seem so affected, even though she plays quite well? Whether Bai Gu is affected or Bai Lian is, Bai Ji did indeed belittle Bai Gu to salvage her own pride. Bai Ji's words show her lack of confidence. It seems that even with a second personality, she cannot completely cover up her first personality's inferiority complex. Does Bai Ji understand the piano? Impossible. Bai Ji is Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng's lack of talent is a major flaw. I didn't think Bai Gu played anything wrong. Maybe what you find strange is Bai Ji's innovation. That's how art is, only those who understand it can appreciate it. Opinions were divided for a while. Bai Yi naturally stood on Bai Ji's side and inevitably argued with Bai Luo Fan. Bai Ji doesn't understand the piano but still meddles with Gur. She even tore Gur's music score, causing Gur to miss the opportunity to be taken as a student by Chongling. Bai Luo Fan frowned. Chongling? His piano skills are rarely matched in the music world. Bai Gu may not necessarily gain his respect. He had heard Bai Ji's piano pieces, which showed some talent, but were far from amazing. Bai Yi raised the corner of his lips, with a hint of pride in his eyes. I have listened to the competition piece prepared by Gur. That piece of music overturned her previous style, showing that she had prepared meticulously for a long time. If she could perform in front of Chang Ling, she would definitely gain his approval. Bai Yi's eyes turned cold, and he continued, unfortunately, it was ruined by Bai Ji. Recalling that piece of music, Bai Yi's expression softened even more. That piece of music is profound and distinctive, not inferior to the works of famous masters. Gur could have established herself in the music world with it, but, Bai Yi said unfortunately twice in a row, expressing his dissatisfaction with Bai Ji. Bai Luofan frowned imperceptibly as he listened. Is it really like this? Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, the scene on the big screen changed. Chapter 27. I can't believe this is the sister he has cherished for more than 10 years. Night fell, and the stars revolved. Bai Ji walked to Bai Yi's door, and through the half-open door, she saw Bai Yi half awake on the bed. His face was pale, and he mumbled incoherently, as if he was trapped in a nightmare. But Bai Ji just took a glance and turned away. In the studio, Bai Yi sneered, she really doesn't care about me at all, while Gur is willing to play the piano for me all night and take care of me attentively. Bai Luofan glanced at him askance and sneered, you don't treat Jir well either, why should she be good to you? Bai Yi seemed to be stung by this remark, his whole expression changed. Third brother, do you know what Bai Ji did to me later? I can't convince myself to forgive her. If it weren't for Bai Ji, he wouldn't always be trapped in those terrible nightmares. All of this was caused by Bai Ji, so she should bear the responsibility. But no, Bai Ji had never shown a hint of guilt, while Gur, on the other hand, had always been there to heal him. Gur was his best sister. Just as Bai Yi was feeling frustrated, a melodious music sounded. The studio was in an uproar. Look, what is Bai Ji doing? Oh my god, Bai Ji can actually play the piano. Bai Ji sat in front of the piano chair, a few strands of hair hanging on her cheeks, swaying with the gentle breeze. Her swan-like slender neck extended from the collar, with a beautiful curve of the jawline and a straight nose, forming a beautiful arc. Her slender fingers flew over the keys, her watery eyes gradually becoming blurred, as if she was immersed in the musical world she had created herself. This extraordinary and selfless state made everyone understand what it means to regard music as life. In comparison, Bai Ji's previous remarks seemed somewhat ridiculous. The crowd was slow to come back to their senses. Bai Ji and Bai Gu played the same piece, but Bai Ji's performance is much more superior. So Bai Ji wasn't wrong, Bai Gu really played it wrong. Why do I feel this is so absurd? Bai Ji's piano skills are highly praised in Ijong. I didn't expect Bai Ji to play so well, too. Just now someone said Bai Ji is inferior. Where is Bai Ji inferior? She clearly has the ability. I love this kind of goddess. The melodious and clear piano sound echoed in the studio. Bai Yi lost in a daze, staring at the big screen. Such a familiar melody, Bai Yi murmured. He closed his eyes and listened carefully to the music in his ears, the ethereal and beautiful voice of the wind, as if it was taking him to a paradise. It was the voice that took him away from the nightmare that night. So, the music you heard in your dream was played by Jir? Bai Luofan raised his eyebrows and asked. Bai Yi nodded reluctantly, a fleeting complex emotion in his eyes. He whispered, how could it be? Bai Ji has never learned the piano. How could she have such advanced piano skills? How is that possible? Yes, she has never learned the piano. Bai Luofan's half face was hidden in the shadow, his voice cold. She doesn't even have a piano of her own, because we have never nurtured her like we did with Bai Gu. Bai Luofan looked back at the big screen and sighed, but she can still reach this level. She is the one who truly understands the essence of music. As for Bai Gu, she knows she played it wrong, but she didn't admit it. Just for this, she doesn't deserve to say that music is her life. Bai Yi fell silent, deeply hurt by Bai Luofan's words. Yes, Bai Ji doesn't even have a piano of her own, while Bai Gu changes her piano almost every year, all of them being top luxury items in the 8 digits. It's not that they can't afford it, but no one puts their thoughts on Bai Ji. Bai Luofan sighed again, his gaze filled with pain and sadness. If we paid more attention, with Bai Ji's talent, she might be able to stand at the pinnacle of the music world, shoulder to shoulder with that person. Bai Yi was restless, knowing who that person Bai Luofan mentioned was. Bai Chan, the world's top piano master, a legend in the hearts of countless musicians, yet no one has seen her true face, only glimpsed her delicate hands during performances, knowing she is a woman. The renowned musician Chang Ling is Bai Chan's student. Can Bai Ji achieve what Bai Chan has? Maybe not, Bai Yi disagreed. Thinking of something, he snorted coldly, a few traces of annoyance in his eyes. If she could really compete with Bai Chan, she wouldn't have used despicable means to harm Gu. Bai Luofan took a deep breath, ignoring Bai Yi. In the end, it was Bai Yi's deep prejudice against Bai Gu. Bai Yi looked back at the screen, furrowing his brows deeply. Why did Gu later tell me that she played this piece? She shouldn't be that kind of person. She is that kind of person, Bai Luofan said firmly. Bai Yi's head ached, and after a long silence, he said, but Gu really made medicine for me and took care of me. Unfortunately, at that moment, the sound of a broken porcelain bowl came from the big screen, followed by Bai Ji's angry voice. What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so hot? Miss, this is fourth young master's medicine. If it spills, there won't be any left. If there's none left, then there's none left. It's just a little cold, no one will die. Forget it, go get me a bottle of cough syrup, I'll give it to fourth brother after he wakes up. He'll be touched to know I took care of him and gave him medicine, then I'll have a reason to ask him for a gift. Bai Yi's expression froze on his face. Bai Luofan chuckled softly, cough syrup? Gu is really good to you. Bai Yi's face showed a range of emotions. That night, Gu didn't give him medicine, but cough syrup? He had a tendency to sink into nightmares since he was young. The family went to great lengths to get a medicine from a prestigious old Chinese doctor that was effective for his condition. But Gu changed the medicine without permission. If it weren't for Bai Yi singing that night, would he have? Bai Yi dared not think further, feeling a chill in his heart. Ji's casual tone made him unable to believe that this was the sister he had cherished for over a decade. But the truth was there, what he saw was real. Gu may not realize the seriousness of the matter. She may think I just had a nightmare, and she still cares about me, Bai Yi comforted himself. Just then, Bai Gu asked the maid, is my fourth brother's illness serious? Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, that's how it is. Chapter 28. The more he looked, the more he felt wronged. My birthday is coming soon, fourth brother can't have any problems. He promised to give me that crystal necklace worth over 30 million, even if something happens, he has to wait until after my birthday. Bai Ji's voice was clear. Before the words were finished, Bai Yi's expression completely collapsed. It was like being doused with cold water, chilling him from head to toe. His value in Ji's heart was just a gift? Bai Luofan chuckled, you value Gu so much, but in her heart, you were so cheap. Bai Yi gritted his teeth fiercely, unable to accept the fact for a while. The audience was also criticizing. I never thought that Bai Gu is not only hypocritical, but also a hypocrite. Bai Gu is even better at setting up a character than a star. Before watching the live broadcast, I thought she was a beautiful and kind little fairy, but I didn't expect her to be a materialistic woman. I have always felt that Bai Yi is biased, he must regret it now. Regret. Bai Yi hung his eyebrows, his messy hair falling on his forehead. He didn't know if he regretted it, he just felt sour and uncomfortable in his heart, as if his heart was twisted together, very uncomfortable. For Bai Gu, there will still be some disappointment. No. Bai Luofan suddenly spoke up. Bai Yi looked at him, what's wrong? Bai Ji is playing the piano in the living room, Bai Gu is in the kitchen, separated by more than 10 rooms from the living room, unable to hear the piano sound, but Bai Ji can hear Bai Ji's conversation, which means Bai Ji has extraordinary hearing beyond ordinary people. Bai Luofan said calmly, analyzing based on his impression of the Bai family. Bai Ji's main personality is weak, but the secondary personality has extraordinary abilities. However, Bai Ji has already possessed the artistic talent of the secondary personality, how could she? Bai Luofan became more puzzled. Extraordinary hearing means that Bai Ji can achieve certain accomplishments in areas that ordinary people cannot reach. If Jier can receive full support from the family, her future achievements will be immeasurable. Bai Luofan sighed heavily. The pain that he had carefully hidden before surged into his heart again, like salt water washing over a bloody wound, hurting to the core. No matter what he did, he couldn't ease it. He thought time could wash away all the pain, but he was wrong. The more he looked down, the more he felt he was wrong, the more he felt his sins were deep, so deep that they couldn't be washed away even in hell. Are you suggesting that Bai Ji has other superior personalities? Absolutely impossible. Bai Yi said firmly, his eyes revealing paranoia. Even if the Bai family fully supports Bai Ji, what are the chances of her surpassing Bai Chan? There are too many people in this world with musical talent, but becoming a top master like Bai Chan is often one in a million. Mentioning Bai Chan, Bai Yi's tone became somewhat intense. No one knew the position Bai Chan held in his heart, he was his idol. Of course, Bai Yi didn't know that Bai Chan's position in Bai Luofan's heart was even more important. Keep watching, you will see the whole truth. Bai Luofan said lightly. Bai Yi looked at the big screen stubbornly, just watch. Anyway, there's nothing special to see. In the barrage, some people expressed the same doubts as Bai Luofan, speculating for a while. However, the vast majority of people thought it was just a coincidence. Bai Ji really didn't seem like a genius with talents in many different fields. And as the story unfolded, just as Bai Yi said, Bai Ji's distortion of right and wrong, slandering Bai Ji, angered the audience and they cursed her. She pretended to be sensible, fourth brother, Sister didn't mean it, don't blame sister. Bai Yi was already furious, glaring at Bai Ji. This is what you did. Bai Ji, who had regained her main personality, faced Bai Yi's accusation, lowered her head timidly, not saying a word. The music feast from last night was still vivid in her mind. The peerless genius who could play such divine music was now being baselessly accused and slandered. Everything was so absurd. Sitting in the studio, Bai Yi felt even more ashamed, especially when he heard the words he had said. How arrogant, shallow, and unable to distinguish right from wrong he was at that time. The audience exploded as well. Slandering her own sister, does this kind of person deserve to say that music is her life? It's simply an insult to music. I thought Bai Gu was just a little hypocritical, I didn't expect her to be so malicious. Bai Gu has already taken away all of Bai Ji's affection, why would she still do this? Bai Yi touched his brow bone, his brows furrowing deeply. All the good impressions about his younger sister shattered in an instant, leaving him feeling cold. He also felt a sense of guilt towards Bai Ji. On the large screen, Bai Ji was being scolded, her eyes red as she stood in the corner, while Bai Yi and Bai Gu sat together eating breakfast. The two completely ignored Bai Ji, showing no intention of calling her over for breakfast. On the TV, the latest news was playing. The National Arts Center announced that Changling will soon appear in the capital and will be looking for a talented newcomer in the music world to be his successor. This news has sparked numerous discussions. Bai Yi affectionately patted Bai Ji's head and said gently, "Gu, this is a great opportunity. Fourth brother believes that with your talent, you will definitely gain Changling's recognition." Bai Gu nodded heavily. "Fourth brother, rest assured, I will make Changling accept me as his disciple. I know you like the music of Bai Chan, and since Changling is a student of Bai Chan, I will work hard for you." Bai Yi held his sister's hand with emotion. "Gu, having you is my pride." In the studio, Bai Yi was quite emotional. "Gu is still good to me." He thought of something, his gaze sharpened. Bai Ji is something else, causing trouble in this matter. Even if Gu framed her before, she didn't have to retaliate like this. For Bai Yi, Ji's actions against him were just a girl's little trick, forgivable, but Bai Ji's destruction of someone's future was malicious. Bai Luofan glanced at Bai Yi and looked at the big screen patiently. The day of the selection was approaching quickly. Bai Gu forcibly dragged Bai Ji along, saying with a smile, "Sister, come with me, what if Senior Changling takes a liking to you?" Bai Yi frowned, disagreeing. "Gu, how could Changling choose her as his successor? Just give it a try. I don't want sister to miss this opportunity." Bai Gu held Bai Ji tightly, her sharp fingers causing pain in Bai Ji's arms. Bai Yi smiled warmly. "You always think of others like this, if you keep doing this, fourth brother will be heartbroken." Bai Ji watched the siblings playing around, then was dragged onto the car by Bai Gu, without even a chance to object. The audience felt sorry for Bai Ji. Chapter 29, Asking for it. Bai Gu is too scheming. She just wants Bai Ji to be a foil for her, right? Too bad, Bai Ji plays the piano better than her, just wait for her to be proven wrong. I can't wait. This time Bai Ji will definitely shine and gain Changling's recognition, won't she show Bai Gu? Wait, I remember Changling didn't choose Bai Ji. A top master like Changling naturally has high standards, maybe he thinks Bai Ji is still lacking. Inside the car, Bai Ji leaned against the door, curling up her body. She carefully turned her head and saw the young man's tall upper body, clear and smooth jawline, and chestnut soft short hair, but he was tilting his head, chatting with Bai Gu on the other side. The disappointed emotions in those watery eyes flashed by, reflected on the screen, stirring many people's sympathy. Even Bai Yi felt a bit reluctant. "I did neglect Bai Ji," Bai Yi said hoarsely. "But Bai Ji has always been selfish since she was young, otherwise, I wouldn't dislike her so much." Bai Yi was just talking to himself, comforting himself, and Bai Luofan glanced at him, then ignored him. The truth will come out sooner or later, so why rush it? Until they got off the car, Bai Yi didn't even look at Bai Ji. He got off the car first, holding Bai Ji's hand and walking into the building, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman attracting countless glances. "Young Master Bai, I knew you would bring Miss Gu here, the seats are all prepared for you." The young man had an exaggerated hairstyle, with slightly raised fox-like eyes that looked shrewd. He greeted Bai Yi with a smile on his face. As for Bai Ji, she was completely ignored by him. Bai Ji's eyes lit up. "You are Assistant Changyan, who works for Teacher Chunling, right? Can you tell me what Teacher Chunling likes? I want to leave a good impression on the teacher." Chungyan's smile stiffened, waving his hands repeatedly. "I can't say that, otherwise I won't be able to walk around freely. Miss Gu is exceptionally talented and will definitely be selected." After a few more exchanges, Changyan personally helped with the procedures, escorted Bai Gu into the examination hall, and throughout, no one paid attention to Bai Ji, nor did anyone guide her into the examination room. Instead, many people were watching her commotion. "Isn't that Miss Bai Ji from the Bai family?" Look at her, she looks like a country girl who has never seen the world. She looks so unsophisticated, how can she resemble a wealthy young lady? Compared to the elegant and generous Miss Bayer, she is like a drowning chicken meeting a phoenix. Why is she here? Does she think Chang Ling would be interested in her? She should take a look in the mirror. Chang Ling is the only student of Bai Chan, with high standards. Would he be interested in this waste? Chang Yan scrutinized Bai Ji critically. Seeing the freckles on her face, he couldn't help but show disgust. Miss Bai, this is not where you should be. You should go back where you came from. Such an ugly thing wants to pass the selection? Bai Ji wanted to bury her head in the ground, her voice trembling. I am here to participate in the selection. Chang Yan lightly chuckled, sneering. The rumors about Miss Bai are indeed true. There was mockery in his words, and Bai Ji's face turned red in an instant. She knew what people were saying about her. With your qualifications, it is impossible to be selected, this is my advice. Chang Yan's expression turned cold, and his last sentence was spoken in a very low voice. What's going on this year? Why are all these trash coming over to join in the fun? It was clear that he was considering Bai Ji's dignity by not speaking loudly, but Bai Ji heard it clearly, and her eyes immediately turned red. The great humiliation also ignited her stubbornness. She raised her eyes, and said firmly, I am participating in the selection process according to the normal procedure. You are not qualified to make me leave. Chang Yan smiled coldly, a hint of arrogance in his delicate features. Do you think I am qualified? With that, he clapped his hands, nodded slightly at the approaching bodyguards, and said, escort Miss Bai out. The daughter that the Bai family didn't want, why should others care? Chang Yan glanced disdainfully at Bai Ji, turned around, and walked away. The bodyguards were strong middle-aged men, not holding back, leaving several bruises on Bai Ji's fair arms in the struggle. You are bullying me too much, let me go, I want to go in. Unlike her usual soft voice, Bai Ji shouted loudly. Bai Yi, not far away, paused, apparently hearing it, but still did not turn back. When Bai Yi disappeared around the corner, Bai Ji gave up struggling and let the bodyguards push her out, with the sneering voices that had accompanied her for over a decade in her ears. She was actually kicked out by Assistant Chang. How embarrassing. Even young Master Bai didn't care. I think she followed on her own. Why did she have to hear these mocking voices wherever she went? In the studio, there was an uproar. Are these people brainwashed? They are really stupid. Bai Ji's artistic accomplishments far exceed Bai Ji's. Moreover, Bai Ji is the queen of the entertainment industry, not someone Bai Gu can compare to. No wonder Bai Ji wasn't selected, she was actually kicked out. So she tore Ji's music score, preventing Gu from participating in the selection? Bai Yi's eyes turned cold. It seems like something she would do. Bai Luofan asked lightly, are you sure it was Bai Ji who did it? In matters like this, we cannot just listen to Bai Ji's words alone. Are you suggesting that Gore is trying to frame Bai Ji, willing to give up this selection? Anyone with a brain wouldn't do that, right? Bai Yi retorted. Bai Luofan frowned and pondered. Indeed, it didn't seem like something Bai Gu would do. The cost of such framing would be too great. Keep watching, Jier hasn't left yet, Bai Luofan suddenly said. The reason he said Bai Ji hadn't left was that the screen was still showing the original scene. Bai Ji, who had been driven outside, was walking aimlessly. She stopped at a corner, looked up. In a room on the second floor, there was a melodious music playing. Outside the screen, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Bai Ji ruined this piece. Gura must be practicing. She must be trying her best to perform well, if not for Bai Ji. Just the thought of Bai Ji messing everything up made Bai Yi's face darken. He looked angrily at the screen. The scene unexpectedly switched to a room on the second floor, a practice room not too big or too small. Bai Gu sat quietly on the piano chair, her slender fingers flying on the black and white keys, her face filled with a confident smile. And opposite her, a young man sat on the sofa. Under his silver white hair were a pair of light brown eyes, exuding a cold and distant aura, making people feel intimidated. But his face was extremely handsome, only the pupils were light, making him look noble and arrogant. Being stared at by such a handsome guy, it was inevitable to feel uncomfortable. Bai Gu seemed to want to perform well, deliberately showing a reserved look, but the young man frowned imperceptibly. As soon as the young man appeared on the screen, the audience exploded. Ah, Chang Ling. I actually saw Chang Ling on TV. Chang Ling is as low-key as Teacher Bai Chan, it's really not easy to see him. Bai Gu actually secretly found Chang Ling before the selection started, it's really cunning. But I think she plays very well. What's going on? I didn't expect Bai Gu to have such superb composition skills. I underestimated her before. Didn't Bai Gu say her music score was torn by Bai Ji? But she played it for Chang Ling before the selection started. Even if the score was torn later, it didn't affect anything. Yeah, what's going on? Chang Ling has already heard this piece. Bai Yi was puzzled and could only look at the screen for answers. After the piece finished, Bai Gu slowly stood up, slightly bowed to Chung Ling, showing a confident smile. Teacher, I've finished playing my piece. If there are any shortcomings, please instruct me. After speaking, a suspicious blush appeared on her face. But Cheng Ling remained indifferent, even somewhat cold and stern. His cold voice echoed through the studio, sending shivers down people's spines. This score is extremely sophisticated, but your performance is extremely poor. His blunt tone, in line with his usual style, but it made Bai Ji's face pale. She bit her lip and stubbornly said, "You said that this selection is about both creative ability and performance ability. Since you also acknowledge my creative ability, even if my performance has some flaws, why can't you give me a chance? I'm just too nervous." Bai Ji's pitiful appearance was reflected on the big screen. Bai Yi watched with pain in his heart, and he also had some unfavorable opinions about Cheng Ling. He whispered, "Cheng Ling, this person is still so sharp-tongued. Gur is already outstanding enough. If even Gur is not up to his standards, who else can catch his eye?" The audience also sighed. Cheng Ling Gage is still so sharp-tongued. But I like it. I also noticed that Bai Ji's performance was a bit strange. Can't say what's strange. Cheng Ling is a professional. He can definitely see the problem at a glance. But I think Bai's level is already good enough. Since she can create such good scores, it's understandable if her performance is a bit lacking. Cheng Ling's demands are just too high. However, at this moment, with just one sentence, Cheng Ling silenced everyone. He raised his clear eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts and fixed his gaze on Beige, frowning slightly. "Are you sure this score is your original creation?" Beige was dumbfounded. It took her a full 3 seconds to react, and she forced herself to say with a guilty heart, "Of course it's true. Teacher can verify it. There are no similar scores online. This is indeed my original creation." Cheng Ling remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Bei's words. At this moment, the phone on the coffee table rang. He glanced at the screen, then without looking up, he said to Beige, "Wait a moment, I have to go meet someone." Beige was stunned, watching Cheng Ling pick up his coat from the sofa and hurriedly walk out, feeling very surprised. What kind of person does teacher have to meet in person? Not only Beige, but everyone in the studio was very curious. Who is Cheng Ling, a person standing at the pinnacle of the music world, that just a message could make him hurriedly go meet? Who could it be? Hearing Beige's question, Cheng Ling slightly turned his head, coldly said, "My teacher." Beige's mouth fell open, unable to speak for a long time. The studio exploded with chatter. Did I hear it wrong? Cheng Ling said he's going to meet his teacher? Isn't that Bai Chan? Bai Chan is also in the capital? As a person standing at the peak of the music world, no one knows what Bai Chan looks like or her age. Today, I had the rare opportunity to see Bai Chan's true appearance, and it was truly a stroke of luck. Suddenly feeling nervous, what if Bai Chan is an ugly monster? She is my goddess. I would rather not know what my goddess looks like, and I don't want to know if she is an ugly monster. I even feel that Bai Chan is an old lady, just with well-maintained hands. Without rich experience, how could she create such profound music? Oh no, please don't let her be an old lady. I don't want my brother to be defiled by an old lady. Some people in the barrage are fine. Without Bai Chan, there would be no Cheng Ling, and Cheng Ling also respects Bai Chan very much. No matter how ugly Bai Chan looks, she is the most respected person by Cheng Ling. Didn't you see how quickly my brother rushed down as soon as he received the news about the teacher? Bai Chan is here too. Bai Yi murmured absent-mindedly, feeling somewhat regretful. Bai Chan actually came. If he had paid more attention, it would have been nice to see Bai Chan. But being able to see her now is not bad. Bai Luofan raised his eyes, a curve appearing on his lips. Bai Chan is here too. It's getting more interesting. However, as everyone in the studio said, Cheng Ling hurried all the way, his steps not as steady as usual. He walked to an outdoor circular stage, looking around, and finally saw a familiar figure in the shade. The so-called familiarity was not about the figure or appearance, but the graceful and natural temperament. Cheng Ling calmed down, the cold breath receded, his brows softened, leaning slightly forward, he respectfully called out, "Teacher." In the studio, you could hear a pin drop. Countless eyes were fixed on that figure because it was Bai Chan. Even top piano masters would bow respectfully in front of her, and Cheng Ling, whom others worshipped as a god, also had to call her teacher, and all of this was taken for granted. But many of the audience in the studio were Cheng Ling's fans. They didn't understand music, nor did they care how high Bai Chan's musical accomplishments were. Instead, they were more concerned about whether she was ugly or not. It was at this moment that the figure slowly turned around. When that person turned around, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. It was the same face, dark skin, mottled black spots, but the expression was completely different from before. Those eyes, cool and indifferent, exuded a sense of aloofness, with a hint of anger between the brows. this expression was all too familiar. It was Jiang Qing. The studio exploded in an instant. Gasps of shock were heard one after another. Many people were caught off guard, feeling like the temperature of the entire studio had dropped a few degrees. It seems that Bai Ji's second personality has awakened. Could it be that she sent the message to Chung Ling? Look at the flip phone Bai Ji is holding. It should be from her. Who would send a text message with a flip phone? Right, Jiang Cheng doesn't go online. She doesn't even know the identity of Qiningdi. Oh my god. Jiang Cheng is actually Bai Chan. To those black fans who say the goddess is just a vase, open your eyes and see clearly. Our goddess is a world-class piano master. How absurd. Just over 10 minutes ago, Bai Ji was still a useless waste in our impression, but now, she has become the national goddess and the goddess of the music world. Oh my god, how many identities does Bai Ji have? This is hilarious. So Bai Gu almost became Bai Ji's disciple? The difference between these two is extraordinary. I wonder how those who used to criticize Bai Ji compared to Bai Gu are feeling now. Bai Chan. Bai Yi suddenly stood up, sweat dripping down his forehead, and exclaimed, how could Bai Ji be Bai Chan? This is too absurd. The person he detested the most turned out to be his idol. How ridiculous. If Bai Ji is really Bacon, does he have a reason to dislike Bai Ji? He spent countless dark and lightless nights listening to Bacon's music. But how could Bacon be Bai Ji? Bai Luofan's expression also became strange, his fingers on his knees uncontrollably clenched. It seems that I really know nothing about Jir. Compared to Bai, his emotions fluctuated more. Uncontrollably thinking of what Bai Ji said, every piece of music of mine is made for you. Bai Ji entered the music world for him. Those pieces of music that once resonated with him were also composed by Bai Ji for him, but he never knew. Thinking of his past, he was truly foolish and ridiculous. He was conceited, he thought too highly of himself, he was too indifferent to Bai Ji. He didn't deserve to be Bai Ji's brother, and the end result was pushing the girl who used to be all in his eyes further away, and eventually losing her. Many viewers also thought of this. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. It turns out that we have to thank Bai Luofan for witnessing the birth of the music god. She entered the music world for Bai Luofan. I seem to have discovered something. The alias of the gardenia flower is Bacon. There are many fans of Bacon here. I believe many people know that Bacon's early works were indeed mainly about family affection, but later they gradually took on a strong personal color. Music is like a person. I think with the passage of time, Bai Ji's state of mind has also changed. She is no longer the little girl who was all about her brother. She is just herself. Watching this live broadcast, I couldn't help but shed tears. Bai Ji didn't really make every piece of music for Bai Luofan as she said back then, but this result is what many people are willing to see. That's Bacon, the master of the piano world, a godlike figure in the hearts of countless people. Who could have imagined that such a person also had two other identities? No, it can't be. Bai Yi shook his head, sat back in the chair as if exhausted, and hadn't recovered from the shock for a while. On the big screen, Chung Ling appeared much calmer, as if he had already gotten used to his teacher constantly changing his appearance. Asking in a junior manner, why are you standing outside? Bai Ji casually elongated her tone, weren't you kicked out by your assistant? Chang Ling's face instantly darkened. He was already a highly respected figure in the industry. Many juniors feared him, but he rarely got angry. It was rare to see him show his anger like this. It was clear that Chang Ling was restraining himself because of Bai Ji. His gaze fell on the wound on Bai Ji's arm, furrowing his brows. The injury on your arm. Bai Ji still looked indifferent, with a smile on her lips. This injury, your assistant caused it. This time, Chang Ling couldn't hold back any when Chang Ling saw Cheng Yan's tall figure. Cheng Yan put on a smile brighter than flowers. Brother, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came? I could have come outside to hold an umbrella for you and escort you in. The sun outside is so scorching. What if you get sunburned? Chang Ling glanced at him and said coldly, you've grown some skills, daring to hit my teacher. Cheng Yan's eyes widened, sweat dripping down his forehead even more joyfully. Teacher? You mean white-toed teacher? Bai Ji turned around, looking at Cheng Yan steadily. Assistant Chang, we just met last month, already forgotten? Cheng Yan was dumbfounded. Yes, this was indeed Bai Toad. But who could tell him why Bai Toad turned out to be Bai Ji? These two are completely unrelated. Cheng Yan's teeth chattered in fear, almost biting his tongue. Why you are Bai Toad? Cheng Yan's eyes were about to pop out, but he wasn't stupid. He quickly noticed that the spots on Bai Ji's face were a bit strange. If the spots were removed, she really looked like. After thinking it through, Cheng Yan suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. He had seen Bai Ji a few times at the banquet, always seeing her shrinking in the corner like a little chicken, enduring the ridicule of the elders, being the background for Bai Gu. How could he have thought that she was Jiang Qing? But the fact was just that. After a brief shock, Cheng Yan realized a more serious problem. Just now, he had the security guard kick out his brother's teacher? Was he still going to survive? And looking at his brother and this by-toed teacher, it was obvious that they were angry. Chang Yan, who was good at adapting, immediately put on a smile, even uglier than crying. So you said you came to participate in the selection. Isn't this teasing him? Bai Ji's face showed a hint of confusion, as if she couldn't remember when she said that, but she didn't dwell on it, instead looking at Chang Yan expressionlessly. The injury on my hand was caused by you. Stating the fact, a prelude to settling scores. Chang Yan's spine stiffened, and he was in a bad situation. Bai Ji crossed her arms, lazily leaning against the wall, with a boss-like posture, her voice cold. You've grown some skills, Assistant Chang. There were still bruises on her arms, but her tone was indifferent. Being warned in such a tone by the two people he respected the most, Chang Yan was almost scared to his knees. His delicate face wrinkled. I was wrong. I am guilty. You can deduct my salary. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. After dropping this sentence, Bai Ji took a step forward and walked straight into the VIP channel. This meant she didn't intend to argue with him anymore. Chang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment felt like he was struck by lightning. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, meet at the Taekwondo gym. Changling rolled up his sleeves, glanced at his wristwatch, and said lightly. Chang Yan stood there in regret for a long time before dejectedly following along. He knew Bai Toad's position in his brother's heart. Even if Bai Toad was generous and didn't hold him accountable, his brother wouldn't let him off. No wonder. Bai Yi muttered foolishly. No wonder the next day when I asked Chang Yan to deal with Ji's matter, he said he couldn't solve it, and he refused to meet me, saying his leg was broken by a car. At that time, I thought he was lying to me. So he had wronged Chang Yan. He was now in a situation where he couldn't walk away from being beaten. How could this be? Bai Yi touched his forehead in pain. He couldn't accept that his detested sister was his idol, nor could he accept that his idol, whom he regarded as light, would resort to tricks to obstruct Bai Ji's selection. This matter was so absurd. Bai Yi felt like he had lost his way, not knowing whether he should give up his special feelings for Bai Toad or let go of his bias against Bai Ji. Perhaps I should separate the music from the person and just appreciate Bai Toad's music. Bai Yi shook his head, his face pale. But can such a scheming person really play such extraordinary and selfless music? However, at this moment in the studio, Chang Yan's humble and pleasing voice sounded. Regarding Bai Ji's matter, how do you plan to handle it? Are you going to directly cancel her competition qualification, or? Chang Yan was a shrewd person. He knew Bai Ji would not be willing to teach Bai Gu. Bai Ji had suffered so much injustice because of Bai Gu, so it was not unreasonable to retaliate against her in secret. However, Bai Ji just said indifferently, no need to bother. Chang Yan was surprised. Do you want to take Bai Gu as your disciple? With her talent, she still can't catch my eye, Bai Ji sneered, a hint of disdain in her eyes. In the world of music, talents abound. If Bai Gu can truly stand out and set aside her arrogance, I will teach her. Bai Ji elongated her tone, her eyes clear, showing the magnanimity and wisdom of a superior. Unfortunately, neither of these assumptions could hold true. Chang Yan's eyes lit up, full of admiration. Truly worthy of being a big shot. Bai Yi was also stunned. No, Bai Ji did not intend to trouble Gu. Then who tore Ji's music score? Not only did Bai Ji not act unreasonably, she also appeared so magnanimous. Or perhaps, she simply did not regard Bai Gu highly. After all, she stood at the peak of the music world, while Bai Gu was just a junior. Bai Yi suddenly felt ashamed, realizing he had misjudged others with a petty mindset. Soon, Bai Ji's angry voice brought Bai Yi back to reality. Damn it! How could that waste Bai Ji be Bai Chan? How is that possible? Bai Gu slammed the chair in the lounge, her delicate features contorted in an ugly manner, devoid of beauty. No, can't let fourth brother know, let alone dad. Bai Gu slumped in the chair, talking to herself. Bai Ji will definitely interfere with the selection to retaliate against me. In that case, I might as well take the initiative. After making up her mind, Bai Gu took out the music scores from the drawer, tore them page by page into pieces, and put them back. After doing all this, Bai Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Blame this on Bai Ji. This way fourth brother won't be disappointed because of my failure to be selected, but will instead blame Bai Ji, killing two birds with one stone. Seeing this, the truth became very clear, and the audience in the studio exploded. Bai Gu actually knows that Bai Ji is Bai Chan. It seems she overheard the conversation between Bai Ji and Chang Yan, but she deliberately kept it from everyone. Such deep scheming. Indeed, in the eyes of Bai Lian, everyone is Bai Lian. Our goddess would not deign to do such things, okay? Do you think everyone is like you? My good impression of Bai Gu is completely gone. She's simply a malicious supporting character. Bai Si Xiao must be blind, ignoring a talented sister and treating Bai Lian so well. Apart from having a triple personality, there is nowhere Bai Gu can compare to Bai Ji. Gu. Bai Yi felt disappointed and regretful. A thought emerged in his mind, Bai Gu is no match for Bai Ji. Not to mention Bai Ji's triple personality, in terms of character and courage alone, Bai Ji far surpassed Bai Gu. Bai Yi looked at the screen with complex emotions, but time would not stop flowing just because he was unwilling to face it. In the same lounge, Xiangling handed a cup of tea to Bai Ji. He had an elegant demeanor, noble temperament, but he naturally did these small things, which seemed very out of place in the eyes of the audience. Chang Yan also watched on the side, not intervening, as if only Chang Ling was qualified to serve tea to Bai Ji. In fact, it was true, not everyone could pour tea for Bai Ji. Teacher, Chang Ling pondered for a moment, that Miss Bai Gu from the Bai family, has the music scores you abandoned and didn't use years ago. The door was locked, and it was quiet all around, with only the faint weeping sound of white gardenia left. And on this night, Bai Yi made a table full of dishes to comfort Bai Gu, all of which were Bai Ji's favorite. Bai Ji leaned against the door, listening to the sounds of joy and laughter outside, his lifeless eyes looking at the moon and the sky, his fist pressed tightly against his fragile stomach. It was unknown how long it took before he fell asleep. The studio was silent. Bai Yi remained silent for a long time before raising his head and saying in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry." Although it was Bai Ji who owed him an apology when they were young, this time, he had wronged Bai Ji. The Bai Yi on the screen naturally did not know about these things. He sat in a high-end dress shop, his expression cold, his gaze falling on a fitting room with the door closed. A fair and delicate hand pushed open the door of the fitting room. Bai Gu, dressed in a gorgeous pink dress, walked happily to Bai Yi's side, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. "Brother, I'm so happy to attend the banquet with you. Thank you for bringing me to buy this dress." When Bai Gu appeared, the atmosphere instantly changed. Where did Bai Ji go? Why didn't I see her? Bai Ji, come out and make this unlucky woman leave. I saw my brother. He's sitting in the front row. Ah, I regret not buying a front row seat. Forget it, didn't you see that the front rows are all empty? They must be reserved for some big shots. Hey, I think I saw Bai Ji. She's standing behind that curtain. She seems to have regained her composure. The dress Bai Gu picked was extremely gorgeous, with the hem of the short skirt fluffy like clouds, the high-quality silk fabric complementing her fair and flawless skin. Seeing Bai Gu, a hint of light shimmered in Bai Yi's indifferent eyes, and he smiled lightly. "Gidge, you look good in anything." The conversation between the siblings seemed particularly warm. No one noticed Bai Ji behind them. She buried her head deeply, occasionally looking at Bai Gu with a gaze mixed with envy. Whether it was envy for her brother's love or for her beautiful dress was unclear. "Brother, let's also bring sister to the banquet this time." "Sister, didn't you say you wanted to go too?" Bai Gu turned to look at Bai Ji, blinking her eyes. Bai Yi pondered for a moment, hesitating. "I have to catch a plane. I don't have time to accompany her to choose a dress." Although he said that, everyone understood that even if Bai Yi was busy, he would never not have time to accompany Bai Gu to choose a dress. "Brother, you can rest assured, I can help sister choose. We are family. I will do my best to satisfy her wishes." Bai Gu blinked her big eyes innocently. A smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. "Okay, I promise you." In the studio, Bai Yi's heart warmed at the sight. "I knew Gidge wouldn't let me down. She is very kind." Earlier, seeing the scheming and malicious side of Bai Gu when she was young, he was also somewhat surprised, but he did not expect that Bai Gu would become even kinder as she grew up. No one is perfect. Even though Bai Gu was not a perfect child when she was young, in Bai Yi's heart, she was still a kind and pure girl. Bai Yi was still proud to have such a kind sister, and then the scene on the screen changed. Bai Gu threw a dozen dresses into Bai Ji's room. "Pick one for yourself to wear to the banquet." These dresses were extremely ugly, with garish colors and cheap fabrics. Seeing Bai Ji looking at these shabby items without saying a word, Bai Gu sneered and taunted, "Everyone hates you, and you're not good looking. If you wear a dress that's too pretty, it would be embarrassing. I think these dresses are more suitable for you. You wouldn't dislike them, would you?" After finishing speaking, Bai Ji's tone suddenly turned malicious, saying, "It was not easy for my brother to agree to take you there. If you act up and don't go, my brother will dislike you even more. It's okay if you don't like it. I'll go tell my brother right now and let him know you don't like the dress I picked for you." Bai Ji quickly waved her hand. "No, I really like it." She chose a long rose-red dress that was still presentable. The fabric of the dress was velvet, and the style looked outdated, like something from 10 years ago. When an 18-year-old girl wore it, she looked like a 30-year-old woman. "I'll wear this one, thank you." Bai Ji held the dress, lifted her thick eyelashes, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled. At this moment, she, who was hoping to be accepted by her brothers, had a rare glint of hope in her eyes. Her pretense of strength almost brought tears to everyone's eyes. Bai Ji knew clearly that if Bai Gu went to find Bai Yi would deafen it. Struggling, Bai Ji had already walked into the banquet hall with big steps, leaving them with a chic back view. Naturally, the upper-class banquet would have a dressing room prepared. Bai Ji entered the banquet hall's main door and found an empty dressing room. Seeing the girl full of spots in the mirror, she disdainfully picked up a basin of clean water. After a moment, the spots on her face were washed away, revealing a flawless delicate melon seed face, with red lips and a hint of elegance in her coldness. There were not many beautiful dresses in the dressing room, which made Bai Ji somewhat dissatisfied. She tied up her long hair, braided the torn hem of the skirt into her dark hair, and styled her long hair into a Chinese beauty hairstyle behind her head, revealing a smooth and full forehead. With her hair in a bun, the slight immaturity of the girl disappeared from her face, leaving only a mature charm that was more attractive. She found a pair of scissors for tailoring in the dressing room and quickly transformed the outdated long skirt into a custom-made one that fit her figure perfectly. This series of actions left everyone stunned. Wow, the second personality's artistic talent is too strong, isn't it? This dress looks so ugly, yet it can still be saved. It's amazing. The goddess really maximized the second personality's artistic talent to the extreme. I believe she is a designer. When Bai Gu, that green tea girl, sees Jiang Qing coming out later, her nose will probably be crooked. How can she compare with our Bai Ji with her pancake face? I really think Bai Ji's figure looks much better than Bai Ji's. Bai Ji didn't have a good upbringing like Bai Gu, yet she turned out so well. Isn't this natural beauty? Strange. Why do I feel that this dress, after being altered by Bai Ji, seems somewhat familiar in style? In the studio, Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. He never expected Bai Ji to have such design ability. This dress, even in the hands of a top fashion designer, would be a lost cause, but Bai Ji could turn decay into magic. Among the people he knew, only one person had this ability, but the level that person was at was beyond Bai Ji's reach. However, even with great design ability, it doesn't mean good character. The amazement in Bai Yi's eyes gradually faded. After handling the dress, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief, picked a pair of thin high heels in the dressing room, and slowly walked into the banquet hall. In an instant, everyone's gaze in the room focused on her. Beautiful. She was too beautiful, as cold and noble as a high mountain flower, extraordinarily beautiful, transcending the mundane world. At this moment, she was no longer the ordinary and unnoticed Bai Ji from the Bai family, but a radiant and attention-grabbing Jiang Qing. Several wealthy young masters who were originally around Bai Gu turned their eyes to Jiang Qing. Is that Jiang Qing? She's here too. I really want to go up and ask for an autograph, but would that make me look uncouth? Yes, so you shouldn't go. I'll go. Bai Gu gritted her teeth in frustration. Originally, she was the center of attention because of her status as the Bai family's daughter, and everyone wanted to show her some courtesy. Around her, a few girls also started to gossip. Oh my god, is that Jiang Qing? It's my first time seeing her in person. She's so beautiful. The dress she's wearing is so pretty. It must be a custom-made piece, right? Don't even think about it. It must be a top luxury item worth millions. We definitely can't afford it. Look, it's even prettier than the one Bai Gu is wearing. Exactly, as soon as Jiang Qing appeared, Bai Gu became her background. Actually, I have long felt that beige, although good-looking, cannot be considered a peerless beauty, unlike her several brothers who have impeccable divine looks, not to mention beige Shadow Emperor. Instead, it's Jiang Qing. Maybe people with high looks all look alike. Beige, carrying the title of the richest man's daughter, couldn't compare to Jiang Qing at all. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? She felt unwillingly teary-eyed and quietly sent a message to Bai Yi. Brother, come to the banquet hall quickly, I'm a little scared alone. Bai Luofan received the message, smiled indulgently, and quickly pulled Bai Yi into the banquet hall. Beige ran over joyfully, clinging to Bai Luofan's arm and acting coquettishly. Brother, how could you leave Gur alone here? Gur, a girl, would be scared. Bai Yi felt a little apologetic at the words. Brother was wrong. Bai Yi indulgently patted Beige's head. With Bai Luofan's appearance, all eyes in the room gathered back on Beige, and she finally showed a satisfied smile. Jiang Qing, not far away, heard the conversation between Beige and Bai Luofan, walked calmly in high heels to the group. Young Master Bai really cares for his sister, not even feeling at ease with Miss Beige attending the banquet alone. It seems that your sibling relationship must be very good. Holding a champagne glass, she exuded an elegant demeanor in her speech, but there was always a hint of loneliness in her charming eyes. I wonder if her two brothers remember that she is now alone. In the studio, Bai Yi looked at Jiang Qing's slightly enchanting delicate face and fell into memories. At this banquet years ago, Jiang Qing used Bei's name to deceive his brother to a hotel, called a large group of paparazzi, wanting to ruin his reputation. Although Jiang Qing is the second personality of Bai Ji, with a different personality from Baiji. But her harmful actions must also be influenced by the host personality. In comparison, although Beige has a small flaw of being competitive, she is ultimately just a little girl with a good heart. Seeing everyone's unanimous praise for Jiang Qing, he sneered, they will soon think differently. The studio was quiet, with only the images on the screen continuing to play. Bai saw Jiang Qing, his expression not good, and said with a forced smile, my sister, who is like a pearl, deserves all the love. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow and said lightly, I remember the Bai family has 2 daughters, why did Bai Yingdi only bring 1 sister today? With this remark, others also curiously approached, asking questions one after another. Yeah, Bai Yingdi, why didn't we see Miss Bai today? The daughters of the Bai family must all be outstanding. This Miss Bai must be no worse than Miss Beige, right? The person who wanted to flatter inadvertently stepped on a landmine, and the faces of the Bai family suddenly turned dark. Especially Beige, who was infuriated to be compared to Bai Ji. Bai Yi coldly snorted, indifferently saying, I only have 1 sister, that is Gur. Others are not worthy to be my sister, nor are they worthy to be daughters of the Bai family. Although Bai Luofan didn't say anything, he didn't object either. The people in the banquet hall took a cold breath, having heard about Miss Bai not being well received, but it was far less shocking than hearing it from Bai Yi himself. Jiang Qing's face turned cold, with a mocking smile, I have brought up someone I shouldn't have. With that, she finished her champagne in one gulp, swallowing down the loneliness and solitude in her heart. Then she turned and left. Her back was straight, and the single-shoulder dress highlighted her beautiful shoulder and necklines, as beautiful as a swan. Bai Yi's gaze in the studio fell on her back, a hint of inexplicable heartache in his dark eyes. In the next moment, he ruthlessly cut off that feeling. This was Bai Ji's own doing. Leaving the banquet hall, Jiang Qing didn't want to attract attention, so she reverted to her usual attire and found a set of waitress clothes in the dressing room to change into. She intended to leave quietly but heard a familiar and sharp voice, which turned out to be Xinxia, Bai Ji's good friend. Isn't this Miss Bai from the Bai family? She was also attending the banquet, dressed extravagantly and shining all over. Little did she know that someone lacking in elegance could not outshine the brilliance of jewelry. From a distance, it just made people laugh as if a big rooster had run onto the street. Jiang Qing saw her outfit and couldn't help but smirk, holding back her laughter. But Xinxia wouldn't let it go, grabbing her wrist. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Miss Bai, don't you have any manners? Xinxia scolded, looking down on Jiang Qing with disdain, then suddenly burst out laughing mockingly. Look at what you're wearing? Could it be? Since the Bai family didn't invite you to the banquet, you want to dress as a waitress to seduce men and sneak in? And look at your face, it's so repulsive. People off-screen saw Xinxia acting smug and started cursing at her. What are you, an ugly freak, acting all high and mighty? If my sister Bai didn't disguise herself, she'd still be 1,000 times prettier than you. Look at yourself in the mirror. The one before was wrong, even if our sister Bai is in disguise, she's still prettier than Xinxia. Look at her waist, 3 times thicker than our sister Bai's, how can she compare to our sister Bai? Xinxia, sitting in the corner, felt ashamed and just wanted to disappear. She was afraid that Jiang Qing's passionate fans would come and beat her up. As if hearing the audience's thoughts, Jiang Qing's expression turned cold on the screen. She suddenly slapped Xinxia, catching her off guard. Ah! Xinxia never expected Bai Ji to fight back, and she fell to the ground. How dare you hit me? Jiang Qing sneered, you're so fat that you can trip just walking, and you blame me? Xinxia, red-faced and nose askew with anger, awkwardly got up and shouted that she would slap Jiang Qing. However, before her hand could reach Jiang Qing's face, it was firmly held in midair by a large hand. A shadow fell in front of Bai Ji. Looking up, she saw Qin Su's handsome and awe-inspiring face, which caught her eye. Sister, what a coincidence! He smiled slightly at Jiang Qing, his eyes shining like a galaxy. Before Jiang Qing could react, he turned to the infatuated Xinxia, disdainfully pushed her hand away, and coldly said, Get lost. Qin, I. Xinxia felt embarrassed in front of Qin Su's handsome appearance and didn't know what to say. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Qin Su was always indifferent to anyone other than Bai Ji. But for those who wanted to harm Bai Ji, Qin Su's attitude was more than just indifferent. He looked at Xinxia with a fierce gaze, causing her to shiver and run away in embarrassment. Damn it, why did Qin Su help Bai Ji? Bai Ji stood behind Qin Su and chuckled. Hearing the laughter, Qin Su turned his head, his emotions changing, no longer showing the previous viciousness. His eyes were as clear and bright as a spring day, exuding a warm sincerity. Sister, are you here for the banquet? Why are you alone? Let me take you in. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Bai Ji's wrist. Bai Ji naturally moved away, letting Qin Su grab nothing. I want to go back and rest. She smiled faintly, keeping a distance from Chin Su. Chin Su looked down at Bai Ji's delicate cheeks, his eyes slightly darkening. Since that's the case, why don't you rest in my room first, and I'll come to take you back later. White Gardenia was about to refuse when she heard Chin Su's slow voice, Sister, you won't refuse me for such a small request, will you? The young man's eyes were misty, as if he was about to cry, making people's hearts itch. Thank you, she said softly, bending her eyes. Chin Su's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal in an instant. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's eyes were about to pop out. Chin Su calling him sister made him feel creepy all over. Is this the Chin Su he knew? If it weren't impossible, he would suspect that this Chin Su had been possessed by a ghost. However, this Chin Su had excellent acting skills and a good eye for choosing roles. He couldn't judge people well, but he actually took a liking to White Gardenia. After settling White Gardenia, Chin Su went to the banquet hall. As soon as Chin Su arrived, he naturally became the center of attention. Even Bai Gu, who had been sticking to Bai Yi, couldn't take his eyes off Chin Su when he saw him. Bai Ji's eyes lit up, and he quickly found an excuse to leave Bai Yi and approached Chin Su. Shin Movie Emperor, I am Bai Gu. I don't know if you remember me. Chin Su turned his eyes and hid his cunning thoughts. He smiled even more brightly. Miss Bai is the pride of the capital, I naturally remember. The roses behind the banquet hall are beautiful, would Miss Bai like to go and appreciate them with me? Bai Ji's face turned even redder, and with a shy tone, she asked, Is the movie Emperor Chin asking me out? Chin Su smiled without saying a word, took a step forward, and in the moment he turned his back to Bai Gu, disgust poured out of his face. Bai Gu followed Chin Su's steps, looking shy. The two walked among clusters of roses, with moonlight sprinkling down, creating a lonely and beautiful atmosphere. Miss Bai, are you sure your brother is okay with me taking you out like this? Chin Su looked at Bai Gu with gentle eyes. Bai Gu couldn't control herself and blurted out, How can my brother compare to you, Emperor Chin? Chin Su pretended to be surprised and continued, But I think Mr. Bai Yi is much more outstanding than me. He is a professor at S University, talented. No, Emperor Chin, you are so perfect, my brother can't even compare to you with a single finger. Not only does he not look as good as you, but his temper is also very bad. He is only a little nicer to me in public, he is actually not good to me at all. Bai Gu shook her head vigorously, speaking vividly. Chin Su was even more surprised. This can't be true, right? But Bai Gu insisted, Emperor Chin, don't doubt it. Bai Yi not only has a bad temper, but his personal life is also very chaotic. He often brings women home, I have advised him many times, but he scolds me for meddling. As she spoke, Bai Gu even squeezed out a few tears, blinking her eyes as if she wanted to throw herself into Chin Su's arms. Bai Yi in the studio widened his eyes, unable to believe that these words were coming from Bai Gu. She was the sister he had loved to the core since childhood. She was actually belittling herself to please another man. The pain in his heart was indescribable. Watching the live broadcast, the audience exploded, making a lot of noise. As a top student, Bai Yi, like Bai Lovan, also had many fans. Green Tea Girl, Bai Yi brother is really unlucky to have a sister like you. Take away Bai Yi brother, Bai Gu has nothing to do with him or the dog. How can someone insult dogs like that? Dogs are much cuter than Bai Gu. But some viewers were skeptical. Bai Yi is so good to Bai Gu, she wouldn't frame her own brother for a man like Chin Su whom she barely knows, right? Some viewers were gloating. Before Bai Yi treated White Gardenia like that, now he's getting his karma, right? Chin Su was indeed an emperor of acting. With just a few words, he exposed Bai Ji's true colors. Bai Yi deserves it, who asked him to be so blind? On the screen, Chin Su calmly avoided Bai Gu, pretending to be angry and said, I didn't expect Miss Bai to suffer so much, it's really heartbreaking. Bai Gu started crying again. Brother Chin Su, you were so kind, it would be great if you were my brother. Chin Su pursed his lips, suppressed his disgust, and said with a smirk, Yes, if I were Miss Bai's brother, I would definitely help her secure the leading role in the new Star Entertainment drama. It's getting late, I won't disturb Miss Bai anymore. With that, he stopped looking at Bai Gu and walked away. The camera followed Chin Su's footsteps. He didn't leave but walked to the back of the villa, looked around, and fixed his gaze on a familiar figure. A smile instantly appeared on his face. Sister, why did you make her say those things? Bai Ji asked coldly. I wanted sister to know that Bai Yi's disregard for her for someone like this is the most foolish behavior. Chin Su approached Bai Ji, his clear breath enveloping her. Bai Ji took a step back, her voice even colder, I don't care. But I do. Chin Su's eyes darkened. He took Bai Ji's soft hand and said, Let me take sister to see a good show. The camera then shifted to Bai Gu. She was still looking in the direction Chin Su had left, a hint of darkness in her eyes. Third brother and brother Chin Su are archenemies. As long as I help Chin Su make Bai Luofan fall from grace, the leading role will be mine. In the studio, Bai Luofan stared at Bai Ji's face on the screen, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Bai Yi was even more shocked, looking at Bai Luofan in confusion. The following events unfolded without much surprise. Bai Ge tricked Bai Luofan into a hotel, setting up a good show, but just before the paparazzi burst in, Bai Ji's sense of propriety awakened, and she desperately protected Bai Luofan. Unable to discredit Bai Ji, Bai Ge shifted the blame to Jiang Qing. Both being in the entertainment industry and having a competitive relationship, it made sense that Jiang Qing harmed Bai Luofan. When Bai Ji returned home, it was already dark, and the villa was pitch black, with no one leaving a light for her. Just as Bai Ji hesitated, a bright light lit up behind her. Bai Ji turned in surprise to see Chin Su had turned on the car lights for her. The pale light enveloped Bai Ji, and for that moment, the whole world fell silent. The audience in the studio also took a while to react. That night passed quietly. No one paid attention to Bai Ji's sudden return, as if she was just a dispensable person. Until a sweet voice broke the silence. Bai Ge held Bai Ji's arm and coquettishly said, "Sister, come with me to audition for the leading role in the new Star Entertainment drama. Don't doubt yourself, what if you get selected?" Bai Ji looked embarrassed. "I won't go, I can't act, I definitely won't be chosen." This statement made many people unable to remain calm. Tell a joke, Jiang Qing says she can't act. Tell a joke, Green Tea wants to compete with Jiang Qing for the female lead. Bai Luofan. In this competition for the new female lead in Star Entertainment, there were many competitors, and the chosen actress would be highly promoted by Star Entertainment in the future. Bai Ji didn't want to go, but under Bai Ji's continuous pleading, she reluctantly agreed. The two arrived at the audition venue, and with the reputation of being the daughter of the Bai family and the sister of a movie star, Bai Ge attracted a lot of attention. Is that Miss Bai Ge? She's so beautiful, no wonder she's the sister of the movie star Bai. And the one next to her is Bai Ji, right? She's really ugly, are they sure they have the same mother? Compared to Bai Ge, it's like night and day. If Bai Ge knew that Bai Ji was Jiang Qing, she would probably feel so ashamed that she would want to find a place to hide. I heard a joke before, a certain celebrity imitated themselves and got second place in a competition. It looks like this joke is coming true today. On one side, Bai Ji stepped onto the stage, facing the scrutinizing gazes. She couldn't help but feel weak in her heart. "Miss Bai Ji, please start your performance," the staff urged expressionlessly. Bai Ji's face began to pale, and the discussions below the stage grew louder. What is she doing? If she can't act, she should get off the stage. Can't she stop wasting our time? Exactly, there are still people waiting to perform. If you can't act, then stop pretending, okay? It's really ridiculous for an ugly person to act weird. I heard she is also from the Bai family. No wonder Bai Luofan said he only has one sister. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to have such a sister. Those unpleasant comments flooded Bai Ji's mind like a tide, instantly buzzing in her head. Just then, a sweet voice rang out from the crowd. "Director, can I perform first?" This voice was like a blazing light, shining into Bai Ji's originally dark mind. Following the voice, Bai Ji saw a beautiful face. The girl was only 17 or 18 years old, but her features were elegant, standing out in the crowd. The people on the screen had no reaction, but the crowd outside was already in an uproar. To see two goddesses on stage in my lifetime, I can die without regrets. So Sister Foam used to be a sweet girl before going crazy. Isn't that the Blue Wen Ling who ruined the face of an 18-line actress? Seeing her is really unlucky. Blue is a bit crazy, but haven't you noticed that all this happened after Jiang Qing's incident? Blue and Sister have a good relationship. There may be hidden reasons behind the incident of the disfigured actress. By why, this is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Bai Ji did a great job. The one who strikes first is despicable. Bai Ge was the one who played dirty first. Making a fool of herself was her own doing. Bai Itong's pupils shrank. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. He originally thought Bai Ji was seeking revenge on Bai Ge, but he didn't expect that she was venting for a friend. "Gu-er," he called out with a complex tone, his eyes flickering. The second performance began, with Bai Ge taking the lead. She didn't want to be overshadowed by Lan Fengling again. This performance was also a classic scene from Jiang Qing's film and television works, where a general escorts the princess to escape, and the king, to express his reluctance, dances among the wildflowers. On the screen, the woman sang and danced lightly, her eyes full of charm, the sea of flowers unable to match the charm in her eyes. Bai Ji's face stiffened, muttering softly, "Why is it such a difficult scene again? Forget it, if I can't act it well, others can't either, and Bai Ji is here to accompany me." The audience burst into laughter. Bai Ge, look down, the main character is right behind you. She still wants Jiang Qing to accompany her. Bai Ge is really shameless. Qing Jia is already a top star in the entertainment industry, and you are here imitating her classic scenes. Do you feel embarrassed? I've already sharpened my eyes waiting to see Baigu make a fool of herself. Sure enough, as soon as Baigu took the stage, after just a few jumps, a harsh ripping sound was heard. Her skirt was torn into several pieces, almost exposing her snow-white front to everyone. Ah! Baigu screamed, quickly covering her chest, her face turning liver-colored. Seeing this scene, the people present couldn't help but burst into laughter and start discussing. Wow, this is too sensational. Using such means to stir up controversy before even debuting, Miss Bai has the potential for scandals. Are all daughters of wealthy families this open? Many scandalous female stars in the entertainment industry are bolder than her. Look at her skirt, it was fine before and now it's torn. She must have done it on purpose in front of the director. Maybe she wanted the director to see it. Tisk tsk, I bet the director doesn't fancy her figure. Look at her, not even as big as a steamed bun. Those who had mocked Bai Ji before were now using words as invisible weapons to torture Bai Ji's heart. Baigu felt ashamed and angry. She could only reluctantly cover her body and run off the stage. The people watching off-screen saw Bai Ji's embarrassment and all cheered. Ha, let Baigu think all day about how to harm others. Now she knows the bitterness of being harmed, right? Our Miss Bai should have been more ruthless. She should have been exposed in public. The one in front, be a bit kinder. If she really ended up exposed, my eyes would be blinded. When Baigu deliberately ruined Bai Ji's skirt, she should have thought that she would have such a day too. Bai Yitong closed his eyes. At this point, the truth was already very clear. He had nothing to say. On the other hand, Lan Fengling, seeing her performance costume being cut, felt deflated all of a sudden, sitting in a daze in the corner, not knowing what to do. Her fans who knew her couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the female demon to have such a vulnerable side. If it were the current Lan Lan, she might have snapped Bai Ji's neck long ago. Not to mention, that actress back then just glanced at Lan Fengling more and got disfigured. Lan Fengling is notorious in the entertainment industry for being difficult to deal with, except for Jiang Qing, no one can control her. If Lan Fengling sees these live broadcasts, she might just come over with a chainsaw and saw the Bai family members. Thank you for helping me just now. Jiang Qing imitated Bai Ji's tone, thanking Lan Fengling gently, but the gleam in her eyes couldn't deceive anyone. She was Jiang Qing. It's nothing. Helping a beautiful sister is my honor. Lan Fengling raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile. When she saw Bai Ji, she couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, the change in Bai Ji surprised her. Temperament, this thing, always naturally reveals itself invisibly, and cannot be deliberately concealed. Bai Ji raised her eyebrows. Why do you look unhappy? Lan Fengling picked up her damaged clothes and sighed. I don't know who ruined my clothes. There's no show for the next performance. Looking at the clothes, Jiang Qing suddenly chuckled. Lan Fengling hummed softly. People with sweet looks get angry like their acting spoiled. I'm in such a miserable state, and you're still laughing. Bai Ji adjusted her expression. Actually, it may not be a bad thing that the clothes are torn. Lan Fengling was even more puzzled, looking towards the stage. Look at those people, they are all dressed so elegantly. If I wear a torn dance costume, how can I compete with them? It's precisely because you're wearing a torn dance costume that it fits the character better. Jiang Qing sat beside Lan Fengling, persuading her gently. Lan Fengling thought for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up, realizing. Right, Bai Ji, you're really smart. She was supposed to play the fleeing queen. How could she still wear a gorgeous dance costume? A damaged dance costume would be more suitable for the situation. Bai Ji picked up Lan Fengling's dance costume, tore it a few times along the two cuts made by Baigu. This piece of clothing seemed to have undergone a unique design, exuding a sense of withering and decay. Lan Fengling widened her eyes, seeing Bai Ji's skillful repair. She was truly surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, Bai Ji, you're so amazing. Try it on for the performance. Bai Ji encouraged her. Lan Fengling changed into the clothes, walked in front of Bai Ji and turned around, but also expressed some concerns. I can't find the feeling of the fleeing queen. Seeing her half worried and half joyful, Bai Ji also found it amusing and decided to help her out. Jiang Qing patted Lan Fengling's shoulder, her cold eyes slightly curved, and a thin layer of mist appeared in her eyes in an instant. This dance, I'll only perform it for you. A few words of lines, in Bai Ji's mouth, were like a warbler leaving the valley, agile and gentle, with a hint of charm, and upon reflection, full of pure love. Looking at her face again, she was clearly smiling, but it gave people a sense of melancholy and loneliness. Lan Fengling instantly fell into the emotions she guided, suddenly feeling a sense of impending separation from the person in front of her, her nose tingling. The next moment, Bai Ji's expression changed, revealing a pure and beautiful smile. How about now? Do you feel it? Lan Fengling was dumbfounded. and it took her 2 seconds to react. Grabbing Bai Ji's shoulders and looking up and down, as if Bai Ji was some kind of treasure. "Oh my god, Bai Ji, you're amazing. Just now, your performance was simply like Jiang Qing possessed." No, I think you did even better than Jiang Qing." Jiang Qing smiled helplessly, waved her hand in front of her. "Alright, go up and perform quickly." Reminded by her, Lan Fengling finally came to her senses, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing Lan Fengling about to go on stage, Bai Ji stopped her again. "If you're still not in the right state during the performance, you can look at me." Lan Fengling gratefully nodded towards Bai Ji. At this point, the studio was already boiling. The main character personally guides the performance. No wonder Lan Fengling can smoothly take on the female lead. Bai Ji is so handsome. No wonder Qin, the emperor of acting, has deep feelings for Bai Ji. I, a woman, want to marry him. I'm only missing a Bai Ji to be like Lan Fengling. I also want a friend like Bai Ji, he's so cool. Ha, Jiang Qing possessed. I really want to see Lan Fengling's expression when she finds out Bai Ji is Jiang Qing. Bai Yi rubbed his forehead. His heart was in turmoil. He remembered that shortly after this, Bai Ji almost caused his brother to lose his voice, and he had no chance to enter the entertainment industry. But he never thought that Bai Ji could be so brilliant. She helped Lan Fengling secretly, making Lan Fengling a popular figure while she remained indifferent and unassuming. Could someone with such a temperament really do what she did later? Bai Yi was momentarily undecided. "Brother." He subconsciously looked at Bai Luofan, only to find that the other's face was extremely pale, his gaze firmly fixed on Bai Ji, never leaving for a moment. If he looked closely, he would see the truth. When she stepped onto the stage, the director saw her dance dress and was amazed. Her voice was gentle, evoking a sense of pity in the listeners, and she softly said, "General." That expression, similar to the one Bai Ji had just demonstrated, made everyone present tremble in their hearts. Lan Fengling's gaze fell to the stage, and Bai Ji's expression was like that of the general in the play. Resolute and calm, like refined steel, she made people overlook the fact that she was a delicate woman. In that moment, she seemed to believe she was the fleeing princess, her dance becoming even more agile. When the dance ended, she faced Bai Ji and confessed all the affection of the princess for the general, purity and allure merging to perfection in her. Combined with her tattered dance attire, it added a touch of desolate melancholy to her whole being. At that moment, everyone in the audience was led by Lan Fengling's emotions, falling into a state of sadness. After Lan Fengling's performance, she bowed to the director in gratitude. It took a while before the director somewhat mechanically applauded. Then, thunderous applause erupted. Lan Fengling not only won the director's admiration but also the respect of all the competitors present. "Lan Fengling, we have seen some of your performances before, but we didn't expect you to be so stunning today. Your dance dress seems to have undergone some minor modifications. I haven't seen such exquisite design in a long time." The director took the initiative to talk to Lan Fengling. Before this, even if she encountered someone she found agreeable, she would only smile faintly and never engage in conversation. "Actually, this dress. I accidentally damaged it." Lan Fengling looked down and saw Bai Ji gesturing for her not to reveal herself, so she changed the subject. The other applicants immediately started discussing, talking all at once. "Both dresses are torn. Look at Lan Fengling, then look at Bai Gu. It's like heaven and earth." But I think even if Bai Ji's dress wasn't torn, she definitely wouldn't match Lan Fengling's acting skills. "Look at Lan Fengling's performance, it's just as good as Jiang Qing's, isn't it? I even suspect that Jiang Qing taught her how to act." Compared to Lan Fengling's acting, Bai Gu is far behind. Just as Bai Gu walked out of the dressing room, she heard others' comments and was so angry she almost spat blood. The director was so pleased with Lan Fengling's performance that he immediately announced, "Lan Fengling is the leading actress of our new drama. I believe no one has any objections, right?" With these words, all the applicants felt dejected, knowing in their hearts that Lan Fengling was outstanding in appearance and her acting skills far surpassed theirs. Bai Gu was only given a supporting role, and it was only because of Bai Luofan's face that the director gave it to her. Although Bai Gu was unwilling, she had to accept it. As soon as she was out of the director's sight, her face instantly turned cold, gritting her teeth and saying bitterly, "Lan Fengling, since you insist on making things difficult for me, snatching my leading role, don't blame me for not being polite to you." This remark sparked another wave of insults towards Bai Gu. Ugly people are up to no good. Just watch Bai Gu dig her own grave quietly. I didn't expect Bai Ji's image to collapse so badly. Who would have thought that the school flower of Ijong would be so malicious and jealous behind the scenes? Bai Yi's eyelashes drooped, covering the flickering and uncertain gaze. Unconsciously, he also found Bai Gu somewhat annoying, but Bai Ji was much more malicious than Bai Gu. After a long silence, Bai Luofan looked back at the big screen. The test was over, and Jiang Qing saw the crisis resolved, so he let the host regain consciousness. "Hello, could you please give this medicine to Miss Lan Fengling?" The staff suddenly approached Bai Ji and handed him a box of medicine with the words "throat moistening" written on it. "This?" Bai Ji looked somewhat puzzled at the staff member. "This is a throat moistening medicine. Miss Lan just finished the test and needs to protect her throat, so I'll trouble you with this," the staff member said earnestly. Bai Ji saw that the medicine was not opened, just the usual throat lozenges, and without much thought, nodded in agreement. Bai Luofan outside the big screen raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out that the medicine was given to Bai Ji by the staff. Then why was there a detection of poisonous ingredients inside later? Moreover, the medicine was originally given by Bai Gu to Lan Fengling, but Bai Ji gave it to him. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. "Third brother, I understand. So, most likely Bai Ji tampered with the medicine to frame Gu." Bai Luofan glanced weakly at Bai Yi, saying nothing. Bai Ji took the medicine and went to Lan Fengling's room. However, when passing by Bai Ji's resting room, she heard a familiar voice. It was Bai Luofan. Was he here to see Bai Gu? Seeing that the door to Bai Luofan's resting room was open, Bai Ji couldn't help but open the door and greet her brother. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Bai Ji come in, Bai Luofan was about to speak but coughed several times, his handsome face showing a hint of blush, apparently due to difficulty breathing. Bai Ji anxiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Is your throat uncomfortable?" Faced with Bai Ji's concern, Bai Luofan coldly questioned, "Who let you come over?" Disgust and irritability were written all over his face. Bai Ji's heart tightened. She lowered her head, hurriedly concealing her own sense of loss, and softly said, "I was rehearsing with Gu today, just happened to pass by." With that, she placed the medicine on the dressing table. "These are throat lozenges. If your throat is uncomfortable, you can take some first." Bai Luofan's cold and oppressive gaze left Bai Ji at a loss. Setting down the medicine, she hastily left Bai Luofan's resting room. She bought another box from a nearby pharmacy and sent it to Lan Fengling. Before the people in the studio could react, the screen suddenly switched, showing Bai Gu taking out a stack of banknotes from her wallet and handing it to the staff member. "You did well, don't let anyone know about this. Miss Bai, rest assured, I won't tell anyone." The staff member took the money and quickly left, leaving Bai Gu alone in the room. She had a cold smile on her face and muttered to herself, "Lan Fengling, I wonder if you will hate Bai Ji for sending you the mute-inducing poison. Will you want to tear her apart? If you become mute and can't be the leading actress, it's all Bai Ji's doing, nothing to do with me." Completely unaware, Bai Ji inadvertently handed the throat-moistening medicine to Bai Luofan, which was actually a mute-inducing poison prepared by Bai Gu in advance. After bidding farewell to Lan Fengling, she found that Bai Gu had already left, so she had to return to the Bai family alone. As soon as she entered the house, a fierce slap landed on her face. Bai Ji was caught off guard, dizzy for a moment, fell to the ground, feeling a burning pain on her face, and a layer of mist formed in her eyes. Raising her head, Bai Luofan glared at her with an angry expression, his eyes bloodshot. "I shouldn't have let you return to the Bai family in the first place. You only behave improperly, that's why I treat you with indifference. Who would have thought you were so malicious, holding a grudge against me, wanting to put me to death?" A series of accusations filled with overwhelming anger made Bai Ji feel inexplicably wronged. She covered her face in grievance, blinked her watery eyes, and asked, "Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. I have never held a grudge against you. You are my brother, how could I harm you?" Bai Luofan sneered, took out the box of throat lozenges, and threw it in front of Bai Ji. "Never thought of harming me? Then tell me, what is this?" Bai Ji looked at the box of medicine, even more puzzled. Bai Gu, standing behind Bai Luofan, walked up, squatted down, held Bai Ji's hand, and said with a pained expression, "Sister, I know you feel wrong because the brothers favor me, but you can't poison third brother." Bai Ji suddenly widened her eyes, struggling to get up. "Oh!" Bai Gu suddenly screamed, falling straight back, as if Bai Ji had pushed her. Bai Luofan quickly caught Bai Gu. "If Gur hadn't discovered it in time, the medicine you gave me is poison. Now, you are already a murderer. Dare you lay a hand on Gur?" "Brother, I didn't." Bai Ji was at a loss, her crystal-clear eyes filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why the throat lozenges she gave Bai Luofan turned into poison. Bai Ji's pale explanation at this moment only added fuel to the fire, making Bai Luofan even more angry. Without mercy, he said, "Get out. I no longer have a sister like you." At Bai Luofan's signal, two servants grabbed Bai Ji's arms and threw her out onto the main road. Bai Ji struggled to reach the gate of the Bai family. Bang! The gate was tightly closed. Suddenly, fine rain started falling from the sky. Bai Ji curled up outside the gate like a homeless stray cat, helpless. In the studio, Bai Luofan looked at Bai Ji's desolate expression, and for some reason, his heart trembled. He closed his eyes in pain, unable to breathe. It's happening again. Why has it been like this for so many years? Bai Luofan suddenly broke down, clenched his right hand into a fist, and fiercely hit himself. Why can't I be smarter? Why do I always wrong Jier? Jier. At the end, Bai Luofan choked up. Jier, how sad she must be. Bai Yi was startled by Bai Luofan's actions and quickly stopped him. Third brother, calm down. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Let's continue watching. Bai Ji must have done something to wrong you. Looking at the bruises on Bai Ji's face, Bai Luofan's breath hitched. He should have listened to Bai Ji's explanation instead of kicking her out of the house. He shouldn't have laid a hand on her. Bai Ji was already innocent. Moreover, Bai Ji gave him the medicine because she was worried about him. Remembering Bai Ji's caring eyes, Bai Luofan felt even more regretful. During that time, he was filming too frequently and his throat was really uncomfortable, but he still made time to look after Bai Gu. However, Bai Gu was always preoccupied with her own affairs and never asked about him. Regret. Bai Luofan's heart was filled with regret. The audience also felt sorry for Bai Ji. How many times has Bai Ji been kicked out of the house? Bai Ji, who has never been valued by her family, is really pitiful. It's all because of Bai Gu, this dead white lotus. She even wants to harm Lan Fengling. Just wait for Lan Fengling to come with a chainsaw to settle the score with you. An unknown small-time celebrity actually dares to harm the two top stars in the entertainment industry. How dare she? From beginning to end, Bai Ji has always longed for the love of her family, but has never been able to fulfill her wish. She truly hopes that one day Bai Ji can let go of it all and live only for herself. Not everyone deserves to be Bai Ji's family, especially considering Bai Ji's excellence. The scene on the screen changed again. The sky cleared, the sun rose in the east, and Bai Ji dragged her weary body to school. Bai Ji, it's great that you're here. Our class needs to put up a bulletin board, so I'm assigning this task to you. As soon as she entered the classroom, the class monitor, Huang Wanning, walked arrogantly up to Bai Ji and ordered her. Assign it to me? But I don't know how. Bai Ji was somewhat surprised. She lowered her head, wanting to refuse. If you don't know, then learn. Huang Wanning rudely interrupted Bai Ji, looking impatient. This is related to the honor of the class. It's not just your own business. Can't you have some class honor? If it weren't for my good relationship with Bai Gu, she asked me to give you a chance to showcase, I wouldn't let you put up the bulletin board. The implication was for Bai Ji to save face. Seeing Bai Ji silent, Huang Wanning directly dropped a light sentence. That's it, finish drawing before this afternoon, don't delay the class's time. The people outside the screen immediately became worried. No need to guess, it's Bai Gu causing trouble again. Knowing that Bai Ji can't draw at all, she still gives her half a day to finish the bulletin board. Why doesn't she draw it herself? Constantly talking about class honor, isn't it just moral coercion? Really shameless. What is Bai Ji going to do now? Even if her alter ego has artistic talent, Zhang Qing can't draw. If Bai Ji can't draw, that scheming class monitor probably won't let her off. Actually, I think not being able to draw is Bai Ji's own problem. Who among us hasn't put up a bulletin board for the class? Why can't Bai Ji do it? Exactly, it's Bai Ji's own fault for being stupid, not being able to draw a bulletin board, can't blame others. And I remember, it was Bai Gu who drew for Bai Ji later. Under all the worried comments from the audience, after everyone in the classroom had left, Bai Ji quietly picked up a chalk. Bai Ji's movements were quick, outlining a detailed sketch of the bulletin board. Under her pen, the bright moonlight reflected on the bustling streets, with old people and children standing by the riverbank, holding lanterns of longing. In the sky, a fairy holding a jade rabbit gazed gently at the mortal world. Everyone praised in admiration. Heavens, Bai Ji can actually draw, so amazing, this drawing is too good. Bai Ji is a genius. This drawing is so beautiful, how many surprises does Bai Ji have that I don't know about? Bai Ji's drawing is just like her, so gentle and peaceful, just watching her draw makes me feel calm. She really has a kind of gentle magic. Wasn't the goddess unable to draw? What's going on? Didn't everyone used to think the goddess couldn't play the piano? But in fact, the goddess is a world-class piano master, a person with extraordinary artistic talent. How could she not be able to draw? Just as everyone was still immersed in the surprise of Bai Ji can actually draw, Bai Ji in the screen may have been tired of drawing with her right hand, so she unexpectedly picked up a brush with her other hand. She began to draw with her left hand, and she did so effortlessly and skillfully. This time, even Bai Yi, who had always looked down on Bai Ji, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Bai Ji can actually draw. The drawing was good, but unfortunately, she later took the wrong path, actually plagiarizing Dania's work. Dania is an internationally renowned painter, the pioneer of national animation. With just one work, she stood in a position that others could not shake. Bai Ji actually plagiarized her work. It's simply brainless. However, she was also nailed to the pillar of shame because of this incident, which can be considered a deserved lesson. The audience was boiling with excitement, feeling that Baiji was a genius among geniuses. In the blink of an eye, Baiji completed a bulletin board drawing. The entire picture on the board was serene and shocking, exuding both the warmth of family joy and the grandeur of a peaceful and prosperous scene. Those who saw it were deeply moved from the bottom of their hearts. Gurgle, Baiji's stomach suddenly growled, and she left the classroom. Just as she left, Baigu entered the classroom and saw the drawing on the blackboard. Her eyes turned cold, and she said fiercely, "Baiji, you can actually draw? But don't be too proud too soon, I won't let you steal the limelight." With that, she picked up the blackboard eraser and wiped out Baiji's drawing into a mess. Watching Baiji's actions, all the audience members were very angry. "Baigu, are you heartless? This bulletin board was drawn by Baiji on an empty stomach for the class. You just wiped it out, doesn't your conscience hurt? The previous person was wrong, how could Baigu have a conscience? She is a selfish and self-serving green tea girl who can only see others being better than her, but will never understand why others are better than her. Baiji's bulletin board is simply a work of art, and it was ruined by Baigu like this," sobbing. They all felt injustice for Baiji, while Bai looked at Baigu with a deep and gloomy gaze. The expression on the girl's face was not as innocent and sweet as he remembered. Upon closer inspection, it even had a hint of ferocity. Bai couldn't help but tighten his fingers. He suddenly realized that everyone was standing up for Baiji. But in those years when Baiji was honed, this might have been just a trivial matter. No, Bai shook his head vigorously. Even if Baigu was not as innocent as he had thought, Baiji would not be as kind as he appeared to be. "Brother, do you remember that not long after, Baiji framed you for tax evasion for her own benefit, almost ruining your reputation? At that time, he thought that Baiji's mind was not capable of coming up with such a plan to frame him, but now it seemed much more plausible." Baiji was not stupid. Bai Luofan silently shook his head, his face abnormally pale. Indeed, this incident did happen, but he felt there must be more to it. Soon, the scene on the screen changed again. A new drama by Star Entertainment was about to start filming, and Baigu insisted on having Baiji join the cast with her. "Director, this is my sister Baiji. She also loves acting. I see that the role of the maid in my character is still vacant. Why not let her play it?" The setting for the maid of the second female lead in the drama was an unremarkable young girl. There was an uproar in the studio. "Let Jiang Qing play the maid, this is the reason why you can't produce a blockbuster, director. Everyone, don't blame Baigu. She has also made history in the entertainment industry, letting Jiang Qing play the maid for her. On the surface, it seems to be for Baiji's good, but in reality, it's probably to humiliate her." Unfortunately, Baigu made the wrong move. Even if it's the female lead, our goddess wouldn't bother to play it. Exactly, many top directors beg our goddess to play the female lead, but our goddess can't be bothered to play it. The director looked at Baiji's appearance, which was somewhat suitable, and agreed. Baiji somewhat embarrassedly said to Baigu, "Baigu, thank you, but I don't know if I can act well." On the big screen, Baigu smirked, "Sister, don't be nervous. Even if you act poorly, you're just a maid, no one will notice you." These two sentences, seemingly comforting, were actually the most ruthless mockery. The astute audience naturally heard the malice hidden in Baiji's words and expressed their disdain one after another. Baigu chuckled and pushed Baiji aside to go flatter the director. Just before filming began, Baiji suddenly received a call from the Star Entertainment's general manager. "Miss Jiang Qing, I don't know if you have time to attend our Star Entertainment's celebration banquet today. Thank you very much for your friendly performance." Baiji hesitated, not knowing what to do. If it were her alter ego, she would definitely refuse, but her weak first personality made her subconsciously agree. Okay, sure. "That's great. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up." The director's tone was surprised, obviously not expecting Baiji to agree. They exchanged addresses, and Baiji only then realized that they were in the neighboring drama group. She removed the disguise from her face, revealing a charming face. She unbuttoned a button on her simple white shirt and put it back on, instantly exuding a sense of fashion. "Isn't that Jiang Qing? What is she doing here?" When she reappeared in front of everyone, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the drama group. Baigu and Lan Fengling both stared at her without blinking. The difference was that Baiji's eyes were full of jealousy, while Lan Fengling was simply envious and admiring. "Oh my, is that Jiang Qing? It's my first time seeing her in person. She's even more beautiful than on TV. Really, does she have a presence of 1.8 meters? It seems like she's not wearing makeup, right? Is she naturally this beautiful? What do you mean she's not wearing makeup? Maybe she spent hours putting on a pseudo-natural makeup? Stars never go without makeup, but she's really beautiful, How can someone be naturally this good-looking? Yes, if I were a man, I would definitely fall in love with her. Faced with the admiration of the entire drama group, Jiang Qing blushed. She cast a kind look at Lan Fengling, leaving Lan Fengling puzzled. Her cheeks blushed slightly, and she quickly walked towards the neighboring drama group. Everyone in the studio watched with great interest. There was a feeling of being sober while everyone else was drunk. Baigu asked Baiji to play her maid and showed off in front of Baiji, but little did she know that Baiji received an invitation from the star entertainment director. Irony and ridiculousness. Baiji's eyes were empty, and his heart was in turmoil. Just then, Baiji framed his brother for tax evasion. From childhood to adulthood, apart from Baigu, Baiji cared most about Bai Luofan. He absolutely would not allow Baiji to harm Bai Luofan like this. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. On the big screen, Baigu rolled her eyes, took out her phone, and quietly followed Jiang Qing's footsteps. Jiang Qing, I don't believe you're that perfect. Wait until I capture your dark secrets, and you'll be blacklisted on the internet, she whispered as she held her phone. Jiang Qing, unaware of the little mouse following behind her, was solely focused on attending the banquet and returning before the start of Bai Ji's drama shoot, without revealing her true intentions. As she passed by the rest area, a harsh voice suddenly entered Jiang Qing's ears. That fool Bai Luofan, what can he perceive? You, just rest assured. Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat. She stopped in her tracks, cautiously looked into the rest area, and saw a tall man standing by the French window making a phone call. Wasn't that Bai Luofan's agent? Jiang Qing frowned suspiciously and leaned against the door. You can rest assured, I handle all the contracts for every drama he signs. What Bai Luofan sees is just the surface, only the two of us know what's really going on. The agent's voice sounded full of conspiracy. The agent chuckled. It's settled then. 2 days later at the Blue Sky Hotel, room 203, let's discuss tax evasion in detail. In the studio, Bai Luofan's face darkened. Even though he had known about it earlier, seeing it again still sent chills down his spine. He had always trusted his agent, only to find out that he was embezzling behind his back. It almost led to his ruin. Truly, one must guard against all possibilities, as family thieves are hard to guard against. At this moment, due to the change in attitude towards Baiji, Bai Luofan did not blame Baiji even though he felt it was possible that Baiji had conspired with the agent, but instead attributed all the blame to the agent. Baiji naturally would not favor Baiji. The anger that had subsided due to Baiji's previous performance flared up again, and this time, he did not wrongly accuse Baiji. It is indeed her. Baiji's thoughts were still immersed in anger when suddenly Baigu was hooded by someone. A mysterious figure held a gleaming dagger and squatted in front of her. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, my brother is Bai Luofan. Baigu trembled, her voice shaking. The mysterious figure, with the face covered, pressed the dagger against Bai Ji's delicate face and said coldly, I kidnapped you because you are Bai Luofan's sister. The mysterious figure threw a folder in front of Bai Ji. As long as you expose Bai Luofan, I will let you go. Upon hearing the word let go, Baigu immediately nodded without hesitation. Okay, no problem. Baigu nodded repeatedly, and only then did the mysterious figure release her. In the studio, Bai could no longer remain calm, his emotions torn apart in his light brown eyes. Wrong again. He had thought of 1,000 possibilities, but he had never expected the truth to be like this. Bai Luofan's mood was also extremely complicated. Enveloped in a tide of regret, scenes began to flash in his mind. The slender figure of Bai Ji, who had done everything to shield him from the paparazzi, ignoring the blood flowing from her forehead when hit. She would carefully prepare throat medicine for him when she heard him cough, and those concerned eyes, he could no longer turn a blind eye. Sister, she was his sister. A sister who treated him wholeheartedly, but he carelessly lost her. He never called her sister, never gave her a gift, never showed her any care until death. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks. Bai Luofan suddenly felt a suffocating tightness in his chest. For a moment even his breathing seemed to stop. Afraid of death, Baigu returned to the Bai family and took advantage of Baiji's bath time to secretly take Baiji's phone and expose the things the mysterious person had given her through Baiji's phone. Bai Luofan was a top male star and also the son of the wealthy Bai family. In front of the media, he had always maintained a cold and aloof image of a male god, and the exposure of such a scandal caused a sensation in public opinion. Moreover, the scandal was exposed by his own sister, greatly increasing its credibility. A large group of reporters quickly gathered outside the Bai family's door, all waiting for Bai Luofan to show up and give the public a reasonable explanation. Faced with Bai Ji's accusations, Bai Luofan was furious. Brother, I really don't know what's going on. I didn't do this. Bai Ji looked at the exposure information on her phone, her voice filled with fear. Last time I kicked you out of the house. If it weren't for Ji's plea, how could I have let you come back? I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. Bai Luofan's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Tears welled up in Bai Ji's eyes. From now on, I don't have a sister like you, Bai Luofan said coldly, his face expressionless. Bai Ji wanted to explain, but she couldn't. The investigators had already arrived and took Bai Luofan away directly. Bai Ji bit her lip, thinking of the agent's plan to meet the person on the phone at the Sky Blue Hotel. She made a firm decision. Brother, whether you acknowledge me as your sister or not, in my heart, you are still my brother, and I will prove your innocence. She looked in the direction Bai Luofan had left, murmuring. Evading the group of police at the door, Bai Ji, alone, quietly followed the time the agent had mentioned and arrived outside the hotel suite. Across from Bai Luofan's agent sat a mysterious man. They were chatting happily, and Bai Ji cautiously turned on the mini voice recorder. The mysterious man laughed heartily. Thanks to Bai Luofan's trust in you, your conscience can still bear it. The agent was indifferent. Conscience? What is that? I've done all sorts of tax evasion and fraud, why should I be afraid of this? The two chatted for a while, then the agent suddenly changed the subject and teased. But this time, it was Bai Gu, that foolish sister of Bai Luofan, who helped me a lot. Hearing Bai Ji's name, Bai Ji was shocked and took a step back involuntarily. The mysterious man heard a noise outside the door, immediately stood up alertly and shouted, "Who's there?" Bai Ji no longer hesitated, grabbed the recorder and ran. The two men chased after her, saying, "Stop." Bai Ji ran desperately, thinking only about getting the recording to the police to save her brother. She gritted her teeth and put the mini recorder in her mouth. The two men ran faster than her, and she was caught by the wrist just as she ran out of the hotel. Thinking quickly, she hid the mini recorder under her tongue and looked at the two men in panic, asking, "What are you going to do?" "Stop pretending, were you recording outside just now?" the agent said fiercely. The mysterious man pulled out a dagger and stabbed Bai Ji's arm. "Hand over the recording now, or I'll disable both your arms." To prevent the recorder in her mouth from being exposed, Bai Ji endured the pain without making a sound. "I don't have it. I was just passing by," she said, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Seeing Bai Ji's stubbornness, the two men searched her body, found her phone, and smashed it to pieces. With Bai Ji's arm bleeding more and more, they were afraid of attracting attention and had to leave first. As the two men walked away, Bai Ji couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Suddenly, a pair of delicate shoes appeared in front of her. It was Bai Gu. She coldly squatted down, disdainfully took the recording that Bai Ji had desperately protected. As for Bai Ji, who had fainted from excessive blood loss, she didn't even spare her a glance. After listening to the recording, Bai Gu deleted the parts related to herself before handing it over to the police. With this recording, Bai Luofan's reputation was preserved. When Bai Luofan left the police station, he saw tears in Bai Ji's eyes, looking at her with concern, feeling a pang of heartache. He reached out and rubbed the stray hair on Bai Ji's forehead. "Gu, thanks to you this time. But how did you get that recording?" Bai Gu lied without changing her expression, with a sweet smile on her face, saying seriously, because Gu has always cared about her brother, she was able to notice the agent's suspicious behavior early on. Bai Luofan didn't continue to ask, just looked at Bai Gu with an increasingly gentle gaze. In the studio, Bai Luofan's face was extremely gloomy, filled with regret. Why didn't he see through Bai Ji's lies earlier? If he dug deeper, Bai Gu would definitely reveal flaws. If Bai Gu exposed him, it might be because she was afraid of the mysterious man's threats, but this time, she snatched the recording that Bai Ji had risked her life to protect, and Bai Luofan could no longer find any excuses for her. Disappointment and regret were written all over his handsome face. As he had said at the beginning, the more he thought about it, the stronger his regret became. Bai Luofan closed his eyes. All he could see was the glaring blood, Bai Ji's pale face without a trace of blood, the pain of blood being drained from her body. How could an ordinary person endure it? But Bai Ji endured it in silence just to protect the recording. The blood flowed all over the floor. At that moment, Bai Luofan finally understood what blood ties meant, and realized that Bai Ji was her own sister. She fought so hard, all for a brother who didn't love her. Bai Luofan's mind was in turmoil, suddenly lost like a traveler who had lost his way, like a drowning beast, not knowing what to do. Bai Luofan lowered his eyelashes, his handsome face filled with a look of regret. He had paid too little attention to Bai Ji, to the point where his understanding of her was very limited even now, not knowing what kind of person she was. Upon careful consideration, the Bai family was extremely wealthy, and Bai Ji did not need to live so frugally. He could have easily taken out the money from Bai Ji's necklace to hire a private driver for Bai Ji, so she wouldn't have to worry about walking home from school in fear. It was something well within his means, yet he had failed to do so. Regret crept into his heart. Baiji sat in the classroom, looking out the window with a cold light in her eyes, showing her second personality. Onlookers found it somewhat ridiculous. It should be noted that Baiji was already a big shot in her own field and didn't need to return to the classroom to study. Before the discussions could cease, a handsome young man suddenly walked into the classroom. The barrage instantly erupted. Isn't this Wenyu, the school grass from Q University of Fine Arts? Is he also teaching at Ijeon now? I want to transfer to Ijeon. Good-looking and talented, what kind of divine teacher is this? Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly, recalling many unpleasant things. And all these things were caused by Baiji. Now let's start the sketching class. Wenyu's pleasant voice rang out. The young man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly yet melancholic air, resembling the main antagonist in a novel. Ironically, this appearance was quite popular among girls. The discussions in the classroom didn't stop when he entered for the exam. Baiji, however, boredly lay her head on the table, not even sparing a glance at the teacher. Sketching is the foundation of the art of painting. Mastering this foundation is crucial for our future creations. Wenyu smiled lightly as he spoke slowly. Under his guidance, the students picked up their pens and paper. Baiji yawned and soon fell asleep with her head on the table. The barrage displayed more discordant voices. Although Baiji has great artistic talent, she's a poor student. Going to school must be torture for her. Baiji can't compare to Baigu in this aspect. Baigu is a beauty and a top student at Ijeon. If only Baigu wasn't so bad, quietly being a beautiful top student would be better. What's wrong with society nowadays, always discussing celebrities? I admire people who study well, not those who are incompetent. Who says Baiji is incompetent? She's an international top piano master and the queen of the entertainment industry. How many people can achieve her level of success? Isn't she still a poor student? Besides playing the piano and acting, what else can she do? What contributions can she make to society? When you turned around and found someone sleeping openly in the corner of the classroom, with gloomy eyes flashing with unpredictable colors, yet still smiling, he rolled up his book and walked up to Baiji. Wake up, student. Baiji, still drowsy, was suddenly awakened. She raised her head indifferently and said softly, "Teacher, I didn't mean to, I'm just too tired." Wenyu smiled elegantly and gently said, "It's okay. I believe this student must think the teacher's explanation is not good enough, and she has already mastered the technique of sketching, so she doesn't bother to listen." Baiji twitched her mouth. Others watched with a look of amusement. "Since that's the case, please show us the results you learned in your dreams. I believe it will amaze us. How about drawing the layout of our school within 10 minutes? I'm sure such a simple task will be a piece of cake for a student confident enough to sleep in class." Wenyu's smile deepened. In the studio, the audience was no longer calm. "I didn't expect Wende, the school grass, to be such a scheming person. I think our class teacher is the same. Probably all teachers are like this. Ijeon is more than 10 times larger than an ordinary school. Drawing the layout of the school within 10 minutes is a difficult task, even for experienced artists, let alone new students. This is clearly making things difficult. It serves Baiji right for not paying attention in class. It's no wonder the teacher can't handle it. He is the school grass of Q University and an internationally renowned painter. How dare she fall asleep in his class? Does Baiji think she can ignore Wenyu just because she can draw a poster? Wenyu's work won a national award in last year's competition. Even Dennia praised his work. What is Baiji compared to him? Bai shook his head lightly. Baiji is indeed a bit arrogant. But when he thought about how she later plagiarized Dennia's work, he felt relieved. What can't Baiji do? When they heard the sketch teacher's request, other students showed a gloating expression. Baiji blinked and, reluctantly, picked up a pen in front of everyone. Baiji, why don't you give up? If you can draw it, then pigs can fly. Why bother to force yourself? Xia was the first to mock. Baiji raised her head, looked at her coldly, and said, "Rest assured, even if I can draw it, you may not be able to fly." Xia widened her eyes, unable to believe that the usually gentle Baiji dared to retort. Other students couldn't stand it and began to condemn Baiji one after another. Stubborn as a mule. Even if you had 10 days, you probably couldn't draw it. You're so stupid. You probably can't even recognize the roads in the school, let alone draw it. If you can draw the school, I'll eat this table right now. Exactly, calling the dormitory officer a pig, how shameless. Baiji listened to the mockery of the crowd and stopped talking, quickly starting to draw. The expressions of the onlookers changed from disdain to astonishment, and finally to shock, leaving them dumbfounded. Their expressions were the same as those of an audience in a studio. In just 10 minutes, Baiji actually drew the layout of the school. Although she only drew a quarter of the school due to its size, it was enough to shock everyone. Wenyu was also very surprised. Looking at the sketch under Baiji's hand, he was full of admiration. His melancholic eyes lit up with a strange color, and he said a sentence that made no sense: "Your strokes are similar to someone." The students who had just mocked her felt ashamed and wished they could disappear. Baiji tilted her head, glanced at the student who had just mocked her, and with a hint of coldness in her eyes, she smiled faintly. "Didn't you just say that if I could draw it, you would eat the table?" The student's face turned red in an instant, unable to say a word. Fortunately, the bell rang, and no one dared to provoke Baiji anymore. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the studio, Baiji did something that shocked everyone. She sat in the corner of the classroom, leisurely picked up the unfinished quarter of the drawing, and continued to draw. In just 3 minutes, she completed the remaining 3/4 at a speed much faster than before. The onlookers watching the live broadcast were all shocked. I knew from watching Baiji draw the poster that she was good at drawing, but I didn't expect her to be this good. She's definitely a top-tier god. Baiji's talent is too high. Her drawing speed is like a human printer. The campus she drew is so beautiful. Sketching really tests a person's foundation. From today, Baiji is a god in my heart. Bai was surprised again. Such painting talent was not just ordinary genius, but a top genius in the world. Thinking back on his past actions towards Baiji, he felt regret in his heart, feeling that he had let a precious gem gather dust. However, compared to his regret, Bai Luofan's was just a drop in the ocean. Bai Luofan was the one truly regretful. During that time, the Bai family was basically supported by him alone. Not cultivating Baiji's talent was his mistake. Bai Luofan lowered his head in pain, his fingers deep in his hair, even his breathing was intermittently difficult. Bai Luofan couldn't bear it anymore. The 2 words that came out were difficult to say: "Shall we?" Bai Yi looked at Bai Luofan somewhat puzzled. "I really can't bear to watch anymore." His tone carried a hint of trembling. The once affectionate light brown eyes shattered into pieces, with shocking traces of cracks. He looked into the distance and muttered, "I think the rest of my life will be spent in regret, but until now, I can't accept the fact that Jir is already dead. I want to find her, to search every place I can find, until I can't walk anymore. If one day, you also come to regret, then come find me again, and let's find my sister together." After speaking, Bai Luofan turned and left. A bead of sweat slid down Bai Yi's forehead. For no other reason, he just felt that his brother had gone mad. It couldn't be, really couldn't be. On the screen, Baiji, who had finished sketching, stretched lazily and wanted to go outside the classroom. At this moment, his eyes dimmed again, seemingly reverting to his original self. In the corridor, Shinxia suddenly sneered and stretched her leg. Baiji, not paying attention, was tripped by Shinxia and fell towards the windowsill. With a bang, Shinxia deliberately spilled the milk placed on it, the milky white liquid flowing all over the floor. "Oh my! What are you doing? You scared me." Shinxia immediately pointed angrily at Baiji. "Can't you walk properly?" Baiji pursed his lips and whispered, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." "Just saying it wasn't intentional is enough?" Shinxia picked up the manga soaked in milk on the windowsill, sarcastically saying, "Didn't you see that my manga was ruined by you? Can you afford to compensate me?" Baiji's voice lowered even more, "It's just a manga. I'll compensate you with a new one tomorrow." Shinxia sneered, disdainfully opening the manga's cover and pointing to the dragon and phoenix dance signature on it. "This is Denia's personally signed edition, very precious. You can't buy it outside now. How will you compensate me? How will you compensate?" Immediately, classmates gathered around, envious and regretful in their eyes. "Heavens, it's actually Denia's personally signed edition. I've wanted to buy it for a long time." "Yes, my relative works in a publishing house, can't even get Denia's personally signed edition. The great god Denia never shows up at signing events. Her personally signed manga is said to be only a few hundred copies. Even if you have money, you can't buy it." I didn't expect Shinxia to actually have Denia's personally signed edition, but it's a pity it was ruined like this. Listening to the discussions around her, Shinxia's face appeared even more proud. She closed the manga, looked at Baiji arrogantly, and said, "Did you hear that? This manga of mine is not something you can buy just because you want to. If you want to compensate, you have to give me an identical one." Baiji calmly nodded, "Okay." Shinxia originally wanted to show her dominance, but seeing Baiji's calm expression, she couldn't help but feel angry. She took a step forward, stared straight at Baiji, and sarcastically said, "Look at your rustic appearance. You don't think I'm bluffing you, do you? Don't think you can just find a fake signature to fool me. Let me tell you, whether this signature is real or fake, I can tell at a glance." "Don't even say that. Maybe Baiji has never even seen what Denia's genuine signature looks like." I guess Baiji was scared silly. The people on the side all laughed along. Baiji sighed helplessly, "I promise, I will definitely compensate you with an identical one." Seeing her still calm and composed, How could Shinxia be willing to let it go? She immediately added a demand. Alright, I want you to compensate me by tomorrow, otherwise, you just wait and see. Okay. Baiji agreed without hesitation. It was the audience outside the screen who were worried for Baiji at this time. Where is Baiji going to get Denia's genuine signature in one day? Does she have it herself? This is impossible, right? Denia's genuine signature in the comic is said to be priceless. If Baiji can't produce the comic tomorrow, Shinxia will definitely make things difficult for her again. Judging from Baiji's expression, maybe she really has a way? Just when all the audience were extremely worried and puzzled, the scene on the screen changed again. Back at home, Baiji pulled out a comic book of Denia from the bookshelf and quickly wrote something on the title page. The camera zoomed in on that title page, and she had signed Denia's name. Moreover, her handwriting was exactly like Denia's genuine signature, without any difference. Instantly, all the audience exclaimed in surprise. Her imitation is too lifelike, isn't it? It's as good as the real thing. Indeed, talented artists can even imitate others' signatures perfectly. I'm a fan of Denia, and I think this kind of behavior of imitating someone else's signature is somewhat unethical. Among a pile of comments, only a very small number of viewers weakly expressed different opinions. Is there a possibility that Baiji is Denia? But it was quickly drowned out, and no one noticed. The next day, Baiji handed the comic to Shinxia. Shinxia didn't open the comic to check, but sneered, "Don't try to fool me. I know people who work with Denia's publishing house. If this signature is fake, I can tell at a glance." Baiji pursed her lips and whispered softly, "But as far as I know, Denia has always self-published her works and never collaborated with publishing houses." Shinxia's face stiffened, and she heard the undisguised laughter of others around her. Shinxia became even more annoyed. She carefully examined the signature. Although unwilling, she had to admit that it was Denia's genuine signature. So, Shinxia could only grit her teeth and say harshly, "Let's just leave it at that. But if I find out it's a fake signature, I will hold you accountable." Baiji remained silent. And this scene, seen by the audience, seemed somewhat strange. How could Baiji be so familiar with Denia? Does Baiji know Denia? Bai Luofan also had the same doubts, but he didn't have time to think about it in detail. Because on the big screen, another major event was happening. In the drama, Beige played a role as a painter. In order to maintain her popularity, she deliberately created an image of herself as a beautiful female comic artist, occasionally posting photos of herself drawing, or taking photos with comic works. For a while, many people started paying attention to this beautiful and talented daughter of the Bai family, and her popularity even overshadowed the female lead, Lan Fengling. Many people felt unfair for Beige, thinking there was something fishy in the casting. Otherwise, with Beige's talent, she couldn't possibly be just a supporting actress, she should definitely be the female lead. As a result, the female lead Lan Fengling was also heavily criticized. There are some people who enjoy watching the excitement and don't mind causing trouble. They took this opportunity to stir up trouble for Baiji. After all, the more outstanding Baigu is, the stronger the contrast between her and Baiji, making it more interesting as a topic of conversation. Although Baiji doesn't go online, she still heard some things. She returned home in a daze, standing in front of the French window, staring blankly at the night sky. Under the moonlight, Baiji was covered with a layer of cold light, making her appear even more lonely and lonely. She seemed to have been abandoned by the whole world, but her crystal-clear eyes were filled with tiny specks of starlight. Even in the darkness, she could still see the light in her eyes. Baiji lived in the past that had already happened, but in reality, in front of a French window that was exactly the same, a girl was half leaning and half lying, her fingers as white as jade holding a cigarette, her bright red lips slightly parted, white smoke swirling around, giving her face a decadent beauty full of desire. If you look closely, you can still see the sweet and pure shadow of the past on her face. It was Blue Wind Bell who appeared at the same time as Baiji. Miss John's body has been found. As you instructed, we have collected her ashes here," a man in a suit said respectfully as he walked up to Blue Wind Bell with a box. In the corner of the room, there was also a young man. The expressions of these two people were somewhat abnormal. Upon hearing this, the girl, who was previously dispirited, finally showed some spirit. She staggered to her feet and snatched the box. She caressed it as if holding a rare treasure. The man in the suit and the young man began to sweat, because the girl's expression at this moment was really terrifying. It was as if she was possessed. She murmured softly, "You promised to be with me for a lifetime, how could you leave first? What am I supposed to do now that you're gone? I can't bear to be without you, so, there is only one way." The girl opened the urn, grabbed a handful of ashes, looked at the white powder in her hand, suddenly grinned, and then did something that terrified the two present. She stuffed a large handful of ashes into her mouth. "Sister Blue!" the young man shouted, reaching out to stop her, but when he touched the girl's paranoid and dark gaze, he shuddered. Fortunately, it wasn't real ashes, just white powder, but this act of eating ashes was really chilling. The man in the suit also looked horrified, staring at Blue Windbell as if she were a monster. "I just want to merge with her, so that she can accompany me for the rest of my life." "Is there anything wrong with that?" Blue Windbell's gaze became even more paranoid. "Ahem." She coughed violently a few times, retched a few times, and said somewhat discontentedly, "It's too dry, let's make some tea." The man in the suit lowered his head, wishing he could bury himself in the ground. However, the next moment, he heard his death sentence. "You, go make tea for me." He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that if he did, the female demon would make tea with his ashes. A few minutes later, Blue Windbell took a full cup of tea, and her eyes lost some of their darkness. She brought the cup to her lips, took a sip, then another. The atmosphere in the room became even more eerie. The other two people were so scared that they dared not even breathe. When the cup was empty, Blue Windbell's expression returned to normal. But just as she placed the empty cup on the table, the clear night sky suddenly became windy, the curtains were blown away, and even the window was blown open. The man in the suit was about to wet himself. Miss, you used Miss Zhang's ashes to make tea, and Miss Zhang's soul has come back to find you." The young man also shuddered. Although it wasn't real ashes, it was still offensive to the deceased, and they might really see a ghost, right? While the two of them were scared out of their wits, Blue Windbell was ecstatic. The pure white curtains were rolled up, and the cold night wind blew in. In an extremely eerie scene, Lan Fengling was ecstatic, walking to the window in the face of the chilly wind. Her thick black hair was blown by the wind as she gazed at the pitch-black night sky, whispering softly, "Have you come back?" In the live broadcast room, all the viewers understood one fact. All of this, of course, was secretly orchestrated by Baigu. They were also acutely aware. Baigu couldn't paint at all. That day, Baigu sneaked into Baiji's room again, rummaging through her room for a while, finally pulling out a few crumpled pieces of paper from the trash can. She unfolded those pieces of paper, each one a very perfect artwork. But all of these had been thrown away by Baiji. Apparently they were only unfinished works in Baiji's eyes. "You even locked up the bookcase, making me come to rummage through your trash can every day, ugh." Baigu looked at those artworks, feeling satisfied yet also showing strong dissatisfaction. She walked to Baiji's bed, wearing shoes, and stepping on Baiji's bed several times, cursing as she stepped. "If it weren't for your drawings being somewhat useful to me, I would have found a way to kick you out of the Bai family long ago." B*TCH. The viewers watching the live broadcast expressed their inability to endure it. Baigu took those artworks to show off, only to find out they were just trash that Baiji didn't want. This shameful little thief Baigu not only stole the recordings that Baiji desperately protected, but also stole Baiji's works. Baiji's cheek is thicker than the layers of a 1,000-layered bottom. I've never seen such a shameless woman. If I saw her in real life, I would definitely slap her hard. Suddenly, a few discordant comments appeared on the small screen. The comics that Baigu pulled out. Why do I feel like they resemble Denia's art style? I've been a fan of Denia for a long time. Baiji's creative style really resembles Denia's. Could it be that Baiji is actually plagiarizing Denia? When comments about Baiji plagiarizing Denia appeared, the audience quickly recalled that Baiji had done such a thing before. Remember when Baiji plagiarized a design god's work? That incident was well known throughout the internet at the time. Yes, Baiji once plagiarized the works of the top 10 designers in the world. I didn't expect her to also plagiarize Denia's. This is really. After watching the live broadcast for so long, I almost started to see Baiji as my own daughter, almost forgot about this matter. Baiji has been through so much hardship. Even if she really plagiarized someone's work, I wouldn't hate her. She's really too pitiful. You can't say it like that, wrong is wrong. But I feel that Baiji, being such a kind person, must have a reason for plagiarizing others' works. Maybe it was Baigu who forced Baiji to do it. Various speculations arose about the reasons for Baiji plagiarizing others' works. Some people's favorability towards Baiji greatly decreased because of this, feeling that no matter how kind Baiji was in the past, it was wrong for her to plagiarize others. Baiji lowered his eyes, his gaze cold. Perhaps due to personal experiences, he detested such things extremely, and Baiji's plagiarism was one of the reasons he disliked her. He liked smart, excellent, and studious girls, and disliked study slackers like Baiji. Just as opinions were divided, the screen changed once again. Baiji's birthday was approaching in the blink of an eye. Baigu sat in the room, opening an exquisite gift box. Inside was a wristwatch, with diamonds embedded in the watch face, clearly meticulously designed. Brother will definitely like this watch when he sees it. Baigu held the watch, looking left and right, with a satisfied expression on her face. Bai Yi outside the screen was somewhat moved, recalling his birthday that day. Bai Gu gave him this carefully designed watch. It is said that in order to design this watch, she didn't sleep well for several days and nights, and even looked at many watches he had worn to speculate on his preferences. All of this was inadvertently learned from the servants of the Bai family, and Bai Gu didn't say a word. Perhaps Bai Gu had some hostility towards Bai Ji, but in her heart, there must be her brother, otherwise why would she make such an effort to prepare a birthday gift for him? Thinking like this, Bai Yi's cold heart felt a little warmth. On the screen, Bai Gu, who had been admiring the watch all along, suddenly had a cold expression and revealed a sinister smile. She took out her phone and took a picture of herself holding the watch. When Bai Yi's birthday comes, I will directly put this watch on him, then post the photo on Weibo. The heat of Bai Yi's birthday will definitely push me to the hot search list. After all, he has tens of millions of fans, although not as many as the third brother. It's better than nothing. By then, won't I be the national sister? Bai Gu said to herself, putting the watch back in the gift box, feeling very heartbroken. If Bai Yi wasn't the famous top student at S University, I wouldn't bear to give it to him. He is my brother, he should be the one giving me gifts, pampering me. Why should I prepare gifts for him? The more she spoke, the angrier Bai Gu became, directly grabbing the teddy bear on the bed and throwing it, stomping on it fiercely on the ground before feeling relieved. Bai Yi's face stiffened, completely unexpected that Bai Gu gave him a birthday gift just to ride on his popularity. Everyone in the Bai family treated her like a little princess, who would have thought that she had no feelings for her family, instead believing that everyone's love for her was taken for granted. Bai Yi's heart suddenly turned cold. Over the years, he seemed to have never seen the true face of Bai Gu. Just as he was speaking, Bai Yi saw Bai Gu talking to the servants at home about the gift she was preparing for him. Bai Gu boasted loudly about how hard she worked to design the watch, repeatedly telling the servants to find a way to let him know, so that he could know how much Bai Gu had sacrificed for him. All of this was just Bai Ji's scheme. Suppressing the surging thoughts, Bai Yi forced himself to remain calm and looked at the big screen. Gur was still young and naive. Perhaps as she grew older, her thoughts increased. The childhood Gur was so cute, like a little angel who healed the wounds in his heart. The impact of that soft and tender little ball on Bai Yi was too great, so even if Bai Gu made a mistake, he couldn't bear to blame her. Perhaps the influence of childhood on a person is the greatest. Bai Yi still couldn't forget everything that happened in his childhood, couldn't forget how Bai Ji had hurt him. If it weren't for Bai Gu, he wouldn't have had the chance to step out of the darkness, pursue his dreams at S University, and become the respected top student. From this perspective, it was only natural for him to help Bai Gu establish herself in the entertainment industry as an older brother. Moreover, it was his birthday, and Bai Ji hadn't prepared a gift for him yet, although he didn't want one either. Soon, Bai Yi's birthday arrived, and Bai Gu gave him the gift. The whole family praised Bai Gu for being sensible. Gur, for me, there is no gift in the world that can compare to the watch you designed yourself. Bai Yi accepted the watch, immediately put it on his wrist, and his eyes showed a gentle warmth, obviously moved. Bai Gu took out her phone and sweetly smiled. Brother, let's take a picture to commemorate this. After taking the photo, Bai Ji's gaze fell on Bai Ji in the corner, chuckled, and deliberately asked, Sister, I have already given my gift. You must have prepared a gift for brother as well, right? Bai Ji looked up, looked a little flustered, and glanced at Bai Yi. I. She fidgeted with her fingers, stuttering. Seeing her like this, Bai Yi knew that Bai Ji hadn't prepared anything. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Okay, you can take me there, but I won't accept it. Bai Yi outside the screen looked at the timid Bai Ji, then turned to the graceful Bai Gu, suddenly finding a subtle sense of balance. Even if Bai Gu gave him a gift to gain popularity, at least she remembered his birthday and prepared sincerely. Compared to Bai Ji, who didn't prepare anything and might not even remember his birthday, Bai Gu was considered better. After all, everyone has selfish motives. Especially as girls grow up, a bit of vanity is normal. In this comparison, Bai Yi found some comfort. Next, just as Bai Yi remembered, Bai Gu used this watch to participate in a design competition. If I remember correctly, Bai Ji also participated in this competition, but the work she used was the famous masterpiece of Jingja. Bai Yi muttered to himself. The internet has a memory, and many viewers also recalled this matter, condemning Bai Ji one after another. Are people in the art world all low in intelligence? Bai Ji could have plagiarized anyone, but she chose Jingja. Doesn't she realize Jingja's reputation in the design industry, as she is one of the top 10 international designers? Moreover, Jingja's works are rare, and it's easy to tell at a glance. I don't understand why Bai Ji would willingly fall like this. Clearly, she can design too. Remember the day she designed the performance costume for Lan Fengling during the audition? Even if she can't reach Jingja's level, it's not impossible for her to establish a place in the design circle in the future. It's terrifying to think about it. I've always felt that Baiji's design for Lan Fengling and Jingja are very similar. It seems that Baiji is inherently a copycat, so there's no need to hype up her artistic talent anymore. Not only Jingja, but also Dania from Huiquan, fell victim to Baiji's hands. Baiji, the plagiarizing monster, is now exposed. As the crowd was arguing, Baigu made another move on the big screen. While Baiji was not at home, she once again entered Baiji's room, took Baiji's ID card, and signed her up for the design competition. However, in the submission section, she directly used the work of the design god Jingja. Baiji, I want everyone to curse you for plagiarism, and you will live under my shadow forever. Because of you, everyone can realize how perfect I am. Baigu sat in front of the computer, with a cold and triumphant expression on her face. The reversal was too sudden, and many people hadn't reacted yet. No one expected that Baigu had taken Baiji's ID card, and she had such malicious intentions. The following events were very reasonable. The organizers of the design competition issued a notice accusing some participants of malicious plagiarism. The term Bai's daughter plagiarizes the design god Jingja suddenly became a hot search. Originally, Baiji had already the deliberate creation of a persona is really repulsive. In comparison, Baiji is much more low-key, even though her design talent and painting skills are not lacking. Although Baiji was wrongly accused in this matter, she later shamelessly claimed in a media interview that both Denia and Jingja's works are garbage, which is a bit presumptuous. I am a fan of Denia and Jingja, so I don't like Baiji. Even if she has some talent, she is just a junior, showing no respect for her seniors. No wonder she hasn't achieved much. The positive image that Beige had painstakingly built up in the hearts of the audience completely collapsed at this moment, and netizens spared no effort in criticizing Beige's shameless behavior. At the same time, the screen changed again. On the big screen was the trending topic page of Weibo. Jingja, a design genius who rarely appeared in public, posted a new series of jewelry she designed under her Weibo account, named Love. The series consists of 6 pieces of jewelry designed for men, each exuding a luxurious and noble texture. The caption read, "A birthday gift designed for someone special, hope he likes it." Jingja herself is extremely mysterious, never showing her face and rarely posting on Weibo. But each of her works is exquisite, captivating viewers at first sight, so her account has already accumulated a large number of fans. With the news of Baiji plagiarizing Jingja trending, Jingja's popularity soared. As soon as she posted on Weibo, it immediately sparked speculation among a large number of fans. Jingja, who is this special person? I really envy this person. Love represents love. Could it be that the genius designed it for her loved one? If I could receive such a beautiful gift, I would definitely be overwhelmed with happiness. Maybe the genius is giving it to her own family? A birthday gift, and she designed a whole series. That's too thoughtful. The genius's family must be very happy. Fans had different speculations, but they all had one consensus in their hearts. That is, whoever this person is, receiving jewelry personally designed by Jingja, a unique birthday gift, must be the happiest person in the world. Bowie recalled the Weibo post made by Jingja and made a guess. Jingja is extremely mysterious. By posting on Weibo at this time, Baiji's situation will definitely become more difficult. Bowie's eyes flickered slightly, and she murmured softly, but the person valued by Jingja must be someone she cares about deeply. Looking at the rotating images of Jingja's jewelry designs on the screen, Bowie's eyes were deep. Her works carry a dignity that ordinary designers do not have. She doesn't seem like someone who would fall for love. The image on the screen changed again, showing Beige attending an entertainment industry event. She was dressed in a white gown, her hair styled in loose waves, looking cute and lovely. Standing in front of the camera, Beige was calm and composed, smiling brightly and charmingly. Recently, due to her personas as beautiful cartoonist and beautiful designer, many reporters surrounded her, wanting to interview her. Miss Beige, I believe you have heard of the cartoonist Denia and the designer Jingja. From your understanding of design and painting, what are the similarities and differences between these two top figures in their respective fields? A reporter suddenly asked sharply. By mentioning these two geniuses, the reporter put Beige in a difficult position. She had just entered the industry, and if she rashly commented on the two, it would surely invite criticism. These media outlets could take advantage of this opportunity to create a big story. Baiji's eyes darkened as she sensed the hostility in the questioning. Just as she was about to speak up, she suddenly caught sight of Baiji sitting in the corner. With a faint smile, she calmly said, I feel that with my limited understanding, I am not qualified to evaluate the two masters. However, my sister Baiji is more outstanding than me. Why not ask her to give her opinion? With these words, everyone's gaze turned to Bai Ji, who was lost in thought. Bai Ji raised her head, her cold eyes exuding a distant aura that kept others at bay. She stood up and said lightly, "I have nothing to say. Every field has a continuous influx of fresh blood. There is no such thing as the top figure in any field. Denia and Jingja are just ordinary people. Let's not overly deify them." Due to the intense discussions online about Bai Ji plagiarizing Jingja, Bai Ji's main personality had fainted, and now her alter ego was in control of her body. And this statement, when heard by the audience, seemed off. If it were Denia and Jingja themselves who said it, it would be considered modest and might even become a famous quote. But what about Bai Ji? Furthermore, Denia and Jingja, these two great figures, have amazed an entire generation. It has been predicted by industry veterans that for the next 100 years, there will not be another talent as brilliant as them. Seeing Bai Ji's arrogant attitude, all the reporters felt they had hit a hot topic. Some reporters brought out the recent works of Jingja and Denia and placed them in front of Bai Ji, asking with ill intentions, "Miss Bai Ji, which of these two works do you think is better?" This was clearly an attempt to provoke Bai Ji into favoring one over the other. No matter which work Bai Ji praised, the fans of the other side would surely drown her in criticism. Bai Ji glanced at the two works, furrowed her brows subtly, and with an expression of indescribable impatience, she said, "I can't judge which of these two works is better." Seeing Bai Ji's bland response, the reporters were disappointed. But then, Bai Ji's expression became strange, and with a complex look, she said, "This should be just some trash thrown away." With these words, the whole place erupted. The way everyone looked at Bai Ji changed. One sentence, offending the design and art circles, with such low emotional intelligence, Bai Ji deserves all the criticism online. Bai Ji is not just lacking in emotional intelligence, she is arrogant and ignorant. She can design a broken skirt and draw some pictures, and she dares to compare herself to the great masters? Is she even qualified? At moments like this, the haters would come out in full force. Bai shook her head gently, looking at the big screen with mixed feelings. Bai Ji's "it's all trash" comment once again sparked a heated discussion. Instantly, she became the target of attacks from Jingja and Denia's fans. Just as Denia's fans were attacking Bai Ji, a wave of public opinion suddenly swept through the internet, agreeing with Bai Ji's statement. Denia's work was indeed trash, and from a highly professional perspective, it explained why Denia's comic was garbage. Among the harshest critics of Denia was the fan of the comic artist Shimizu Lanyi. Of course, there were also many paid commentators. Clearly, Shimizu Lanyi was taking advantage of the situation to tarnish Denia's reputation. The online battlefield was in chaos. Our god Denia's comic has always been the best-selling in the country. Moreover, Denia is the pioneer of Chinese comics, leading the rise of Chinese comics. If such works are considered trash, then are there any good works left? Bai Ji, an unknown and insignificant figure, should stay out of this, right? Plagiarism dog Bai Ji has no right to judge Denia. It's like a moon landing trying to compare. Denia has always relied on exquisite painting skills and delicate yet grand storylines to attract fans. It must be because he is too popular, stepping on someone else's cake, causing jealousy, right? Just as the online war of words was escalating, the central figure of this war of words, Denia, suddenly posted a Weibo. This Weibo is similar to Denia's usual style of posting, with only one picture accompanied by an expression or a few words. The picture is a comparison between her painting and a recent painting posted by Baigu. As for the caption, there are only a simple series of ellipses. Although she didn't say anything, from that picture, it can also be seen that she is questioning the similarity between Bai Ji's creation of comics and her own artistic style. Every comic artist can only create their own style after going through trials and tribulations, and people in the industry are very ashamed of this behavior of style plagiarism. As soon as this Weibo was posted, a large number of Bai Ji's fans stood up, defending Baigu and believing that Denia was deliberately seeking attention. Isn't it normal for artistic styles to be similar? Besides, we are all drawing comics, who copied whom is not certain yet. Isn't someone just trying to ride on the popularity of our gur who is currently popular? Are gur's works and Denia's not alike? Do we all have to draw two eyes and a nose to say it's plagiarism? Who is Denia implying with this? Gur has always respected teacher Denia, hoping that the master can also be magnanimous. After all, aren't your works also marketed? Coming out to ride on any popularity, might as well not call Denia, call it a leech instead, so fond of riding on others, but not really seen to be that popular. Haven't seen Denia's works go viral, but always see her fans praising how great she is. I used to quite like Denia, but now it seems that Denia must have exchanged her painting skills for character, a comic artist who has made herself a star, nothing but marketing. Gur can act and design, drawing comics is just a hobby. Is it necessary to copy an 18th-tier comic artist who doesn't even dare to show her face? It's really funny. I think the one who should be speechless is Argur. At one point, Bai Ji's fans and Cheng Shui Lanyi's fans began to extrapolate, fiercely attacking Denia. Furthermore, because the watch Bai Gu wore in the competition was a birthday gift for Bai Yi, some of Bai Yi's fans also started to help defend Bai Gu. Bai Ji's fans may not be numerous, but Bai Yi's fans are not to be underestimated. The level of control and criticism from Denia's fans and Bai Yi's fans cannot be compared at all. Denia's fans suddenly felt very aggrieved, feeling that their idol had inexplicably been splashed with dirty water. Originally, Denia was a spotless figure on the internet, but now she was directly degraded to a third-rate comic artist. And the spark that ignited all of this was Bai Ji. Unable to argue with other people, Denia's fans could only intensify their criticism of Bai Ji. On the other hand, although Jingja's fans were not involved in the war of words about Denia, they did not let Bai Ji off the hook either. Bai Ji, who had just regained her main personality, looked at the overwhelming insults online, scared and hiding in her room. Even when she was sleeping, her mind would be filled with those malicious comments. Some overly zealous fans even directly took photos near Bai's home and on Bai Ji's way to school, making Bai Ji more cautious when she was alone. Faced with such threats, Bai Ji dared not even go to school anymore. When she was alone at home, she didn't even dare to turn on the lights in her room, afraid of letting people know she was at home. "Brother, can you help me?" Bai Ji hesitated and found Bai Yi, trembling as she tried to show Bai Yi the private messages on her phone. Those private messages, the audience in the live broadcast room all saw them, all kinds of vicious words, simply shocking. Indeed, when anonymous, the evil of human nature will be infinitely magnified. It's hard to imagine how Bai Ji, a young girl, can bear all this. "Help you? Help you with what?" Bai Yi sneered. He certainly knew Bai Ji's situation, but it was impossible for him to help her. Back when you posted on Weibo slandering third brother for tax evasion, causing third brother to be blacklisted by the entire internet, you should have known that you would have such a day. Bai Yi brought up the old matter again, causing Bai Ji's face to stiffen. She trembled her lips trying to explain. "Brother, I really didn't do it, please help me. I'm really scared. If those people continue to curse me, I will really." "You're scared?" Bai Yi ruthlessly interrupted her, sneered, mocking. "When you faced the reporters and said that Jingja and Denia's works were all garbage, you weren't scared at all, right? Why are you afraid now?" Bai Ji lowered her head, the only glimmer of light in her eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, about to extinguish. She stammered her lips, a wave of bitterness rising in her heart. Bai Yi stood up, his voice colder and more ruthless than the wind and snow on the high mountains. "It's all your fault." With these words, like a 1,000-pound boulder, Bai Ji was left breathless. The last glimmer of light in her eyes was completely extinguished. Bai Yi left these words and slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving only Bai Ji's frail body in the vast Bai family. Her eyes numb, she turned and walked back to her room like a walking corpse. As soon as she closed the door, she collapsed into the darkness. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive. The audience couldn't bear to blame Bai Ji anymore. Actually, Bai Ji is quite pitiful. She has already received the punishment she deserves. Let this matter pass, let's not talk about it anymore. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have thought that Bai Ji would be subjected to such a huge online attack, and I even cursed at Bai Ji at that time. I really regret it now. Bai Yi was also shocked. On the screen of Bai Ji's clenched phone, there were not only various insults against her, but also photoshopped black and white photos, and even many extremely gruesome and nauseating threatening photos that even a man like him found disgusting. No wonder Bai Ji asked him for help. It was the first time Bai Ji had asked him for help, but he refused. Bai Yi's heart suddenly ached. Although he didn't like Bai Ji, seeing her anxious and uneasy eyes on the big screen still made him uncomfortable. After all, she was his own sister, with the same blood flowing in her veins, even if she had done wrong later on. Who doesn't make mistakes? Bai Gu also makes mistakes. He can understand Bai Gu. Why can't he be more tolerant towards Bai Ji? Bai Yi was caught in a dilemma, he thought. Maybe he should reconsider his relationship with Bai Ji. After some time, Bai Ji suddenly opened her eyes. She rubbed her arms, with no trace of the helplessness and timidity before fainting, showing a sharp edge. Obviously, Bai Ji's alter ego appeared again to protect the main personality. Disaster comes from the mouth. Since I caused the trouble, I should be the one to solve it, she muttered to herself, full of confidence in her tone. Bai Ji stood up, as if contemplating something. After a while, she suddenly realized, squatted down, and rummaged through the trash can in the room. In no time, she unfolded a crumpled piece of paper. The camera zoomed in on that piece of paper, which was an original drawing of a manga. The audience watching the live broadcast were all shocked to see this drawing, because this drawing was the one Bai Ji had previously criticized as garbage. At this moment, everyone had 10,000 questions in their hearts. Why was this drawing in Baiji's trash can? Does Baiji not only like to plagiarize the works of the great gods, but also likes to destroy the works of the great gods to satisfy herself? What kind of psychological abnormal behavior is this? However, the next sentence from Baiji shocked them greatly. Sure enough, I thought it looked familiar here. Baiji muttered, a hint of coldness revealed in her eyes and eyebrows, crumpled the paper back into a ball and threw it into the wastebasket. She took out her phone, her slender white fingers pressed a few buttons, dialed a number, and bluntly asked, "Why did you send out my discarded draft?" Before everyone could figure out the meaning of Baiji's words, a pitiful voice came from the receiver. "Ancestor, do you know how long it's been since you updated your Weibo? A year, a whole year. If I don't help you appease your fans, I'll be cursed by your fans." Baiji dug her ear, looking disgusted. "So, you rummaged through my trash can?" There was silence on the other end for a while before a somewhat fawning voice came out. "Alright, I'll resign from Swan tomorrow and come to your house to pick up the trash. Please don't throw away any trash you don't want in the future. Give them all to me, hee hee." The assistant wanted to say something more, but Baiji directly hung up the phone. The audience watching the live broadcast was in shock. Am I hallucinating, or does this mean Baiji is Denia? No wonder Denia questioned Baiji's painting on Weibo. Baiji's painting was dug out of Baiji's trash can. This is directly stealing Denia's painting. When Baiji gave Shinxia that signed comic book before, I suspected that Denia was Baiji, and it turns out to be true. Baiji is really Denia. The reason why Baiji criticized that painting is trash was because her assistant was pressured by fans to promote it, and suffering from the boss's lack of cooperation, could only humbly rummage through the trash can. The haters can shut up now. Baiji didn't plagiarize Denia, because she is Denia. I remember someone criticizing Baiji for not respecting her seniors. I'm laughing so hard. Baiji, the senior is actually me. Baiji, let me perform a self-plagiarism for you all. Do you remember before, when you said that Baiji's writing style is very similar to someone? It seems he was right about Denia. Are you there? Here's some good news, Denia was your student. And that Qingxueilani, weren't you inciting your fans to criticize Denia's works, saying this and that were not good? You were right. Because these works, considered treasures at the art festival, are just trash that Baiji doesn't want and throws away. Baiji's second personality's artistic talent is too strong. If Denia's fans knew that the person they were cursing was their idol, their expressions must be priceless. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Stop it, I'm a fan of Denia, and I'm currently in self-denial. Countless barrage comments surged like a tide. No one expected Baiji to be Denia. The live broadcast room was boiling. Compared to those crazy viewers, Baiji was not calm at all. If it weren't for the sturdy armrests of the chair, they might have been broken by him. Baiji turned out to be Denia. Does that mean he misunderstood Baiji again? He said Baiji deserved it because he thought Baiji should be punished for committing plagiarism. But he didn't know what kind of cyberbullying Baiji had suffered. Even if she did plagiarize, such cyberbullying was too dark, especially since she didn't do it at all. She is Denia. He thought she was arrogant and conceited, speaking without thinking, embarrassing the Bai family in front of everyone, but in fact, Baiji was telling the truth. Others thought she was a joke, but they didn't realize that they themselves were the biggest joke. Really wrong. Baiji's heart was in chaos, vaguely feeling that something unexpected was about to happen. After all, from the beginning until now, there have been too many things beyond his expectations. Just as everyone was crazily commenting on the screen, Baiji opened another computer and logged into another Weibo account. The account's name was Jingja. Once again, everyone was shocked. Oh my! Baiji is actually the great god Jingja, my goodness. Baiji has too many aliases. Isn't Jingja the solar term Baiji was born under? I just realized it now. Baiji's second personality was originally designed to be strong. She being Jingja sounds shocking at first, but thinking about it, it's not surprising. But she is both Denia and Jingja, that's really strange. I'm a bit confused. Can someone count how many aliases Baiji has now? Top stream queen Jiang Qing, piano master Bai Chan, drawing circle god Denia, and one of the world's top 10 designers Jingja, Baiji. She has too many aliases. Just thinking about a few hours ago, when everyone saw Baiji as trash, I find it absurd. If Baiji is trash, what are we? Jingja. Baiji's pupils shrank slightly, and it took great effort to calm down. In just a few minutes, Baiji had surprised him too much. She was not only Denia but also Jingja. She had so many identities, and her brother had never understood. Baiji suddenly remembered something, and the feeling in his heart became even more complicated. Could it be that the most important person Jingja mentioned on Weibo not long ago was him? Baiji hadn't forgotten his birthday. On the contrary, she had prepared early and spent countless days and nights designing a series of jewelry symbolizing love. Compared to Bei's attention-seeking thoughts, Baiji was the purest. If he had known earlier that Baiji was Jingja, and that he had let such a famous design god personally design a gift, he would have been very happy and proud. Baiji was lost in thought, and on the big screen, Baiji made another move. She logged into the Jingja account and stared deeply at the Weibo post she had made about the love jewelry design. She looked at it for a long time before grabbing the mouse. There was a resolute flash in her eyes. Baiji seemed to anticipate what she was going to do, and his breathing suddenly became tense. Baiji's eyes were deep as she edited the text. What kind of family are those who don't even have trust? In just a few words, there was a hidden sense of sadness and nostalgia, which also touched the audience outside the screen. Since Jingja is Baiji, then this gift must be for Baiji's birthday. Baiji loves her brother so much. I knew she wouldn't have nothing prepared. She just couldn't say that she is Jingja, so she couldn't personally give this gift to Baiji. Baiji's love for her brother must be genuine, unlike Beige, who just wants to use Baiji for attention. This comment stung Baiji's eyes in the studio. The strong love pierced through the screen, crossed time, went through long waiting and twists and turns, before reaching Baiji's heart. The most sincere love between family members is probably the only thing in this world that can transcend time. But how did he speak to Baiji back then? Alright, even if you give it to me, I won't accept it. I find it ominous. The words from the past surfaced in his mind, causing a sharp pain in Baiji's heart. Things have changed. Yes, things have changed. Only through changes can one feel such heartache. The images on the screen changed again. Baiji sat in a coffee shop, facing a man wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, covering his head tightly. There are too many negative comments about you online. The assistant's voice was full of distress. Just some idle gossip, nothing to be concerned about, Baiji said indifferently. Her calm demeanor made many female viewers in the live broadcast room light up with admiration. They say confidence is the most attractive quality, and Baiji, who was already beautiful, sitting quietly there, shone so brightly that people couldn't look away. The assistant was on the verge of tears. My goodness, as long as you seriously complete a piece of work and publish it, it will surely shut up those who doubt you. Baiji pursed her lips and reluctantly said, fine, I'll give it to you tomorrow. With Baiji's promise, the assistant felt relieved and left in high spirits. The audience in the studio remained skeptical. Is Dennia really that easy to deal with? It turns out that the works of Dennia circulating online are just her casual sketches, yet they still outshine countless others. What kind of strange talent is Baiji? I heard a long time ago that the great Dennia has a quirk of not liking to make her works public for casual criticism. Many people used to criticize Dennia, even though she had plenty of publicly available works. Now I understand that those were not really Dennia's works. Bai was momentarily speechless. Yes, Baiji was indeed extraordinary. If she could be nurtured properly, even if only a tenth of the effort put into Baigu was spent on her, Baiji's achievements would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, nothing in life is certain. Although Baiji had reached the peak in the field of art, there were many areas she was not qualified to touch because she was not good at studying. No matter how strong her artistic talent was, she was not Baiji. Why are you standing there foolishly? Yeah, could it be that you don't want to attend class? Deliberately standing and listening to the teacher to defy them, right? The surrounding students made mocking laughter and asked sarcastically. Baiji stammered, lips trembling, looking around in confusion. But the other students either turned a blind eye or sneered. Just then, in a corner at the back of the classroom, a chubby boy waved at Baiji. Baiji's eyes lit up, remembering that this boy was Lu Xiuyan. Because he was too fat, no one wanted to sit with him, so he always occupied 2 seats alone. Indeed, there was an empty seat next to Lu Xiuyan. With a grateful expression, she picked up her books and obediently sat next to Lu Xiuyan. This loving scene made the audience outside the screen sigh. More importantly, Lu Xiuyan was not an ordinary person. Isn't this the young Master Lu from the Lu family? It seems he didn't lie during the interview. He really was a chubby boy in high school. I didn't expect young Lu to be so easy to bully back then. He's completely different from the powerful Lu now. I have a guess. The person that had a big impact on young Lu during the interview, could it be Baiji? I want to see this memory of Baiji's. Who doesn't know that Baiji is a university slacker, probably sleeping all day in school? What's the point of such a memory? Exactly, I strongly suggest the program team cut out Baiji's memory segment. We don't want to see a slacker's school memories, it might even set a bad example for kids. Am I the only one with a different focus here? Baiji, is this considered bullying? The class quickly passed by. As soon as class ended, Shen Xiao walked towards Baiji with a mischievous smile. Baiji's heart skipped a beat. and she instinctively fled the classroom. The next moment, she suddenly heard Shinxia's mocking words, but they weren't directed at her. Lu Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to have such unique taste, actually liking a girl like Baiji. Lu Zixuan slowly raised his head, his heavy glasses covering his gaze, his chubby cheeks slightly blushing. A girl like Baiji, probably only a fat pig like you would fancy. The girl next to Shinxia chimed in. Bai Ge watched the scene from the side. Lu Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and couldn't help but retort, I'm just helping a classmate. Lu Xiaoyan, are you trying to show off by helping Baiji? You're just a useless person who can't do anything other than eat. I'm not. Lu Xiaoyan wanted to argue. What are you not? Look at your poor grades, I feel embarrassed to be in the same class as you. Shinxia immediately said. Beside her, someone echoed. Exactly, Lu Xiaoyan, don't think we look down on you. You always rank at the bottom in every exam, dragging down the class average. If your next exam score can surpass the first-placed Wei Qinghao, we won't make fun of you anymore. Lu Xiaoyan clenched his chubby fists, his face turning red with a strong sense of resentment. But he couldn't argue back, his poor grades were indeed a fact. Wei Qinghao also walked over, smiling, alright, don't make it hard for Lu Xiaoyan. The exam is next week, how could he possibly surpass me in a week? He seemed to be mediating, but his eyes revealed disdain and arrogance. Shinxia's face changed slightly, continuing relentlessly, I see that Lu Xiaoyan, you're still not convinced. Since that's the case, why don't you make a bet with Wei Qinghao to see who will score better next time? Lu Xiaoyan was about to speak when Wei Qinghao slowly said, if Lu Xiaoyan insists on comparing with me, I have no objections. How about this, the loser will streak on the playground. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan immediately widened his eyes. What's the difference between this and making him streaking directly? Lu Xiaoyan, weren't you quite manly when helping Baiji? Why can't you afford to gamble now? I think you're just a cowardly softy, saying you're a stupid pig that only knows how to eat is not wrong at all. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan not speaking, Shinxia sarcastically added fuel to the fire on the side. Alright, Shinxia, Lu Xiaoyan didn't say he wouldn't gamble. Wei Qinghao showed a hypocritical smile on the side, patted Lu Xiaoyan's shoulder, and deliberately said. Then let's settle it like this. With a satisfying bet, the few of them left contentedly. Baiji looked at Lu Xiaoyan, who looked dispirited, and spoke with some guilt, I'm sorry for getting you involved. Lu Xiaoyan turned his head, his ink-colored eyes looked at her through thick glasses. It's okay, even without you, they would still make things difficult for me. His voice was low, although his face was chubby, with features squeezed together, his eyes still carried a hint of heroism. I have some study notes here. After you read them, maybe you can surpass Wei Qinghao. Baiji handed a slightly worn-out notebook to Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan forced a smile. It's not that easy to surpass Wei Qinghao. With that, he and Baiji joked around. But don't worry, even if I'm fat, if I streak, it will dazzle others' eyes, I'll be fine. No! Baiji raised her head, looking at Lu Xiaoyan sincerely, her beautiful eyes watery. You helped me, I don't want others to trample on your dignity casually. The smile on Lu Xiaoyan's face froze, he opened his mouth but said nothing, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. Baiji glanced sideways, just take a look. With that, she forcefully stuffed the notebook into Lu Xiaoyan's hand and left without looking back. Lu Xiaoyan watched Baiji's departing figure, feeling puzzled, and opened the notebook. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the audience who saw this notebook was stirred up. Am I seeing things? Why do I see the three words Luo Mingxing written on that notebook? Luo Mingxing? Isn't she the legendary school goddess who always scored full marks in exams back then? But hasn't Luo Ming graduated already? I heard she was the only science champion in the city's college entrance examination, and many domestic and foreign universities were fighting to recruit her. Her study notes are simply treasures for college entrance exam candidates. In the broadcast room, Bai Yi stared at the notebook in Lu Xiaoyan's hand, also puzzled. Who doesn't know the reputation of the school goddess Luo Mingxing? It is said that she published more than 10 academic works in a year. What's even more miraculous is that just by borrowing her study notes for a glance, one's academic performance will skyrocket. Bai Yi couldn't understand why Baiji had Luo Mingxing's notebook, and why despite having Luo Mingxing's notebook, her academic performance was still at the bottom. The only possibility is that Baiji is just too stupid. Even if Luo Mingxing's notes are good, she can't understand them. But being stupid is one thing, but to commit plagiarism, it's simply. Thinking about what would happen next, Bai Yi's fondness for Baiji diminished a lot. On the big screen, after the midterm exam, Lu Xiaoyan's academic performance shocked everyone. He actually surpassed Wei Qinghao and became the first in the class. Wei Qinghao looked at the report card, unbelieving, this is impossible. He changed his usual gentle demeanor, pointed at Lu Xiaoyan and angrily accused, you must have cheated. You are just a tailgater, how could you surpass me in just a week? Lu Xiaoyan casually pushed up his glasses, calmly said, don't you trust the exam supervision level of Ijong? Other classmates also started discussing when they heard Lu Xiaoyan's words. When Lu Xiaoyan first entered school, his grades seemed not inferior to Wei Qinghao's. Smart people only don't want to study, there is no cannot learn, others study seriously for a few days, and they surpass Wei Qinghao. Indeed, geniuses are not something ordinary people like us can compare to. I didn't expect that although Lu Xiaoyan is fat, he is quite smart. Wei Qinghao listened to the discussions of the people around him, his face turning pale with anger. He snorted and stubbornly said, just because you did better than me once doesn't prove that you are better than me. Lu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, calmly said, what, are you planning to go back on your word? Wei Qinghao gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Xiaoyan and Bai Ji sitting beside him. Let's wait and see. That day, the academic bully Wei Qinghao's heroic act of streaking on the playground became a hot topic on the campus forum, and many busybodies even took photos. Wei Qinghao became the laughingstock of everyone, and no matter how excellent his grades were in the future, the incident of streaking on the playground would always weigh him down. This funny scene made the people in the live broadcast room also watch with great interest. But on the other hand, Shen Xia did not let Bai Ji off the hook. Although Lu Xiaoyan did well on the exam, Bai Ji's grades remained the same as usual, scoring 0 in every subject. Several people sat next to Bai Ji, sarcastically saying, how stupid must someone be to score 0 on every exam? Who knows? Even if you sprinkle some rice on the paper, bring a chicken to peck a few times, you wouldn't score 0, right? Ha ha. Bai Ji lowered her head, listening to their taunts with an unclear expression. She thought that as usual, she would be mocked a few times and it would be fine, but not long after, the news of Bai Yimei scoring 0 on the exam hit the hot search. Netizens initially thought it was Bai Gu and clicked on the news out of curiosity. After finding out it was Bai Ji, they began to mock her. How could Bai Yimei have such a stupid and foolish sister? It's really puzzling. Clearly they are both Bai Yimei's sisters. Bai Gu is beautiful and talented. How can Bai Ji score 0 every time? When I saw this title, I thought it was Argur, scared me. A normal person's brain couldn't possibly score 0, the Bai family is so smart. How could they have such a fool? Could it be that Bai Ji is not a child of the Bai family? Soon, Bai Yimei posted a solemn statement on her Weibo. However, this statement was not in defense of Bai Ji, but a declaration that from beginning to end, he only acknowledged Bai Gu as his sister, and he only had Bai Gu as his sister. The wording of the statement was very cold, which made the public even more suspicious that Bai Ji was not a child of the Bai family at all. While everyone was criticizing Bai Ji, Bai Yimei, as her brother, not only did not step forward to protect his sister, but instead added fuel to the fire, making Bai Ji's situation even more difficult. In the live broadcast room, the audience watched with concern as the overwhelming negative comments flooded in. Bai Ji cares so much about her brother, if she sees Bai Yimei's statement, she will definitely not be able to bear such a blow, right? Bai Ji has never had enough to eat or warm clothes since she was young, she hasn't developed as well as others, isn't it normal for her grades to be slightly worse? Does this world only allow those who excel in academics to live? My grades are not good, but I still live well, let alone Bai Ji, who is so outstanding, poor grades are nothing at all. Bai Ji is already very fragile, what if she can't handle the pressure and can't bear it? Bai Yimei in the studio also felt some regret. He had issued this statement initially because he was extremely disgusted with Bai Ji and felt that Bai Ji had disgraced him, so he couldn't wait to cut ties with her. Now, looking back, Bai Ji just had poor grades. Not everyone has a talent for studying, so what's wrong with Bai Ji? She just didn't become the person he liked. He doesn't like people who are ignorant and incompetent, he likes girls who are smart and obedient like Bai Gu. But no matter what, it was indeed too ruthless to issue this statement in the first place. Bai Yi looked nervously at the screen. On the screen, Bai Ji locked herself in the room, covered her head with a thick blanket, shivering all over, tears streaming down her face constantly, looking extremely sad. Suddenly, her crying stopped for a moment, her whole body trembled violently, and she fainted. Just when all the audience was heartbroken by Bai Ji's fainting, Bai Ji suddenly woke up again. When she lifted her eyes, everyone was shocked. This look, with a wise insight into everything, was different from Bai Ji's cautiousness, and also different from Jiang Qing's arrogance and charm. She uncovered the thick blanket on her body, took a long breath, scratched her head irritably, and sat down in front of the computer. So troublesome, always crying. She looked at her face in the mirror on the table, wiped away the tears on her face with some disdain. Seeing Bai Ji's reaction, the audience cheered for a while. It must be Bai Ji's alter ego coming to the rescue again. But Bai Ji's alter ego is only good at artistic creation, and the fact that Bai Ji scored 0 is true. How can she help Bai Ji? Why do I feel that Baiji's current appearance doesn't quite resemble her alter ego? Baiji took out a pair of glasses from the drawer, put them on, and instantly exuded an air of scholarly wisdom. She skillfully opened the programming software on the computer, and instantly, lines of code filled the screen. Her hands flew fast, tapping on the computer keyboard like a highly skilled hacker. At this moment, Bai finally discovered the clue. His face turned pale instantly. His voice trembled with intense shock. This is Baiji's third personality. At this moment, Bai could no longer remain calm. Baiji actually had three personalities like Baigu. In other words, except for the main personality being mediocre, Baiji's talent was not inferior to Baiji's. However, the Bai family had invested all their efforts in Baigu, nurturing her, and thus neglecting Baiji, wasting her talent. No! Bai pressed his forehead, his eyebrows furrowed, murmuring softly, Baiji later did such things, she is not worthy of the Bai family's cultivation. The audience in the live broadcast room also couldn't stay calm. Is this Baiji's awakened third personality? When Baiji posted on Weibo before, her typing speed was not this fast at all. This is Baiji's third personality. It seems that this third personality is a high IQ hacker. Baiji's personalities are getting cooler one by one. Wait, high IQ. Could it be that Baiji is not a bad student? In this case, compared to Baigu, Baiji is not inferior at all. The only in the chat, many of Baiji's words seem to be worried about Baiji, but in fact, they made people feel that Baiji was a fool, while she was a white flower who completely thought for her sister. How could this be a white flower? Clearly a malicious white lotus flower. Everyone instantly understood that Baiji would trend on hot search, all because of Baiji's secret mischief, and they all condemned Baiji's shamelessness. Baiji looked at those chat contents with a cold and even bored expression, even yawning. She directly remotely controlled the computer of the Big V, destroyed his account, a chic move that stunned everyone in the studio. Then, she took out the math test paper for this exam. In no time, she wrote out the solution to the last major question, and the solution steps were very concise. The last major question on the test paper set by Ajong has always been beyond the syllabus, and many students joked that anyone who could solve the last major question was either a genius or abnormal. The difficulty of the last major question on this test paper was higher than usual, and no one in the whole school could solve it. Baiji's third personality, in just 3 minutes, wrote out the optimal solution. After finishing the question, she directly posted the answer on Ajong's school forum. Everyone was still discussing Wei Qinghao's naked run on the playground, but when Baiji posted this, it instantly caused an even bigger sensation. It was just posted anonymously, and no one knew that the person who solved this question was Baiji, who scored 0 in every exam. Everyone thought that a hidden study god had appeared at Ajong. Such a difficult question, someone actually solved it. And the solution method is so simple. Is this a study god? God, accept my worship. So amazing. I wonder which class the god is in. It would be great if they could tutor me. Not only students, but soon the teachers at the school also noticed the existence of this study god. This math question was set by the oldest professor at Ajong, and not to mention students, most math teachers would find it difficult to solve. And the optimal solution proposed by Baiji even amazed the teachers. The entire school forum was buzzing. The audience outside the screen also joined the excited students in commenting. This question is not difficult. Give me 10,000 years and I can solve it too. This concise and clear solution style is reminiscent of the former study god Lumingxing. If I could have such a smart child as Baiji, it would be a miracle. Why doesn't the Bai family cherish her? In the studio, watching the praise from everyone, Baiji's mood was complicated. He had to admit that Baiji's learning talent was really high. Some people study well because they work hard enough, but Baiji is a genuine talented player. Even if we ignore Baiji's design and drawing abilities, just in terms of studying, she is definitely a genius. But, thinking about what Baiji did to him later, the admiration in Baiji's heart instantly vanished. Not only towards him, but Baiji herself also had misconduct, and in a subsequent exam, she actually stole the real questions, causing a very bad influence. The subsequent developments were both within Baiji's expectations and beyond his expectations. Many people were speculating who wrote that question. Some guessed it was Baigu. Baigu reluctantly admitted it. In the class, Baigu was surrounded by her fans, expressing their admiration for her enthusiastically. Baigu, you are really amazing. I couldn't even understand the last question, but you could write such a great solution. Baigu, I think your solution style is quite similar to Lumingxing back then. Did you secretly study with Lumingxing Senior? Baigu quickly shook her head. No, I don't know Senior Lumingxing. Actually, the teacher explained it in class. Next to him, someone immediately said, that can only mean that Baigu and Luo Mingxing are both academic gods. In the live broadcast room, everyone sneered. Is Baigu even worthy of being compared to Luo Mingxing? That question was clearly solved by Baiji. Baigu is really shameless. But what is the relationship between Baiji and Luo Mingxing? Why does she have a similar way of thinking to Luo Mingxing, and even Luo Mingxing's notes? On the big screen, the head teacher walked into the classroom and knocked on the table somewhat discontentedly. Quiet, I have an announcement to make. The school is sending student representatives to participate in the mathematical Olympiad competition. I have decided to send Baigu and Lu Xiuyan. Does anyone have any objections? Others unanimously said, no. Baigu stood up amidst countless expectant gazes and said softly, thank you for the affirmation of my classmates, but I want to recommend someone to go with me, my sister Baiji. She has always wanted to participate in the mathematical Olympiad competition. If you don't let her participate, then I won't participate either. Baigu immediately said, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Hearing Baiji's name, everyone in the class looked somewhat strange. Baiji? The idiot who always scores 0 on exams? Wouldn't it be a joke if she went? Well, since that's the case, the three of you will represent our class in the competition. The head teacher did not hesitate and agreed instantly. He knew that Baigu was the one who solved the last question. As long as Baigu participated, she would definitely be the first in this mathematical Olympiad competition. He had no objections to whoever she wanted to participate with. In the broadcast room, Bai frowned. It was this exam. Baiji actually stole the competition questions, and this matter was later reported, causing embarrassment to the entire Bai family. In the broadcast room, some viewers also recalled. Wasn't there a rumor back then that Baiji cheated before the competition? Is this true or false? It can't be true, right? This is impossible, right? Baiji's third personality is so clever. Participating in a mathematical Olympiad competition should be a piece of cake, right? But you said that was her third personality, right? What if Baiji's third personality hadn't awakened at that time, and the main personality made a mistake due to confusion? I remember this matter caused quite a stir at that time. Everyone said Baiji cheated. However, Baiji's deliberate belittling of Baiji's behavior is really despicable. Baiji's words are full of a strong green tea flavor, saying that Baiji also wants to participate. Clearly she just wants to use Baiji as a foil. It's a pity that Baiji made a fundamental mistake of cheating, otherwise I think Baigu is no match for Baiji. I think overall Baiji's strength is still stronger than Baiji's, otherwise why did Baiji only get third place even with cheating? Maybe Baiji is just good at solving difficult problems but has a weak foundation? On the big screen, Baiji's exam footage was playing. She was lazily sitting with her legs crossed, twirling a pen in one hand, occasionally sketching on the paper. She was drawing shapes unrelated to the questions. Bai sneered. Indeed, plagiarism, she had no real ability, otherwise she wouldn't be bored enough to draw here. The audience also expressed doubts. What is Baiji doing? You don't need to draw to solve this question, right? Need I say more? She must not know how to solve the difficult question. Soon, the results of the competition came out. As expected, Baigu smoothly took the first place, followed closely by Lu Xiuyan. What was unexpected was that Baiji, who had always scored 0 on exams, actually got third place. Baiji cheated. This term instantly made it to the hot list of the campus forum. No one believed that Baiji, the idiot who could only score 0, could get third place. The entire campus forum was filled with criticism. On the weekend, Bai took Baigu and Baiji to visit their grandmother. He didn't want to bring Baiji with him, but his grandmother insisted on seeing her, so Bai reluctantly brought her along. Seeing his grandmother's kind face on the big screen, Bai's emotions surged once again. Even though he had misunderstood Baiji a lot and done many things to hurt her, Baiji had indeed almost killed his grandmother back then. His grandmother was a very good old woman, healthy and disaster-free all her life, but because of Baiji. Thinking of his grandmother's death back then, Bai's heart was filled with indescribable pain. Some hatred towards Baiji arose in his heart. His grandmother's presence was like a thorn between him and Baigu, and because of this, even though he had seen so much, he had always found excuses to continue hating Baiji. I don't hate Baiji for no reason, Bai muttered to himself, more like self-consolation. But he didn't want to admit that deep down in his heart, he was actually afraid. He was afraid that this time he had misunderstood Baiji again. But no, this time, he would definitely see the real Baiji. See how bad she really was. On the screen, seeing her grandchildren coming to visit, Zhou Shulan was genuinely happy, her loving eyes falling on Baiji. Grandma, this is a gift I prepared for you. These health supplements are all imported and hard to come by. You must try them. Baigu carried a gift box and walked up to Zhou Shulan first, speaking obediently. Zhou Shulan glanced at the gift box and just smiled perfunctorily. Just leave it there. Then, she bypassed Bai Gu and took Bai Ji's hand. My little Ji, why do you look thinner again after just a few days? Is the food at the Bai family not to your liking? How about you move in with grandma, and I'll cook for you myself, how about that? Her voice was warm, and her eyes looking at Bai Ji were full of tenderness. Bai Ji quickly shook her head. No, I've been intentionally eating less recently to lose weight. The food at the Bai family is delicious. Zhou Shulan looked full of distress. Oh, you're weak, how can you not eat? Seeing Zhou Shulan's attention focused on Bai Ji, Bai Gu felt extremely unwilling. Bai Gu turned her eyes and suddenly took out her phone. Grandma, I got first place in the math competition this time. Only then did Zhou Shulan look at Bai Gu, who sat between Bai Ji and Zhou Shulan, and opened the school forum. In the last math test, I was the only one in the whole school who solved the last question. Zhou Shulan took Bai Ji's phone, looked carefully, and frowned. Why does this question seem familiar to me? Then, Zhou Shulan looked at Bai Ji and said, Little Ji, I remember you were the best at math, definitely better than Gugu, right? Bai Ji's face stiffened, about to speak, but heard Bai Yi sneer beside her. Her? She relies on cheating, her grades are not even a tenth of Gu Ji's. Zhou Shulan's face stiffened, glared at Bai Yi dissatisfiedly. You, as her brother, don't even understand your own sister. Bai Gu endured the disdain, put on a fake smile, and deliberately said, Grandma, sister usually only gets 0 on exams. It's normal for people to suspect cheating when she suddenly got third place in the competition with me. We wouldn't cheat. Zhou Shulan stood up, annoyed. Last time our little Ji came to see me, she brought me the math papers she did. I'll show you. After speaking, Zhou Shulan took out a few test papers. Bai Yi's eyes were full of disdain, coldly glanced at Bai Ji, thinking that Bai Ji must have used someone else's completed test paper to please her grandmother. But the next moment, Bai Gu, who had been staring at the test paper, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the math competition test paper? How did sister give this to you? Hearing this, Bai Yi also took the test paper and looked at it, a surge of anger rising in his heart. It seems that the speculation on the forum was indeed correct. Speak up, did you steal the math competition questions in advance? I didn't. Bai Ji opened her mouth to say something, but Zhou Shulan immediately shielded her behind. Why are you and your sister so angry? I believe Xiaoji, she must have written this paper herself. In the live broadcast room, many people started discussing as they looked at the test paper. Could it be that Bai Ji really stole the questions? If not, why did she have the exam paper in advance? Could she really have cheated? I remember when Bai Ji's grandmother leaked the test paper, the whole internet criticized Bai Ji for shamelessly stealing the questions. It caused a big uproar, but it's still unclear why the organizers didn't investigate Bai Ji. Suddenly, the screen changed, showing Bai Ji alone in a room, receiving a video call. When the video call connected, the audience in the live broadcast room became restless again. Because the person calling was none other than Wei LV, the top professor at Q Mathematics Research Institute. This math competition was organized by Q Mathematics Research Institute, and Wei LV was in charge. Why would such a high-profile figure call Bai Ji? But soon, something even more shocking happened. You finally answered my call. As soon as the call connected, Wei LV politely said. Bai Ji frowned. If I didn't answer, I don't know how long you would have bothered me. You're joking. This time, we at Q University are honored to invite you as a special guest to solve problems for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to announce the correct answers. Do you have that set of test papers? The voice on the other end of the line sounded obviously flattering. Done, but next time, don't give me such simple questions, Bai Ji lazily replied. After giving Wei LV the answer, Bai Ji sent over a diagram. One of the drawings is wrong, this is the correct one, take a look. The diagram was the one Bai Ji drew on a draft paper during the math competition. It took a while for the audience to react. The barrage exploded. So Bai Ji had that test paper because she was invited by the organizers in advance to solve the questions. So when Bai Ji was drawing during the exam, she wasn't clueless, but was correcting errors on the test paper. I heard that the competition questions are taken from the question bank of an authoritative international center. Each question is original, and there are no correct answers domestically. Those questions are very difficult, so every time the answers are announced, it's a headache for the Math Research Center. To avoid embarrassment, they invite professionals to solve the questions. But why did they invite Bai Ji? To earn the respect of the famous Professor Wei LV and to find errors in the Q International Center test paper questions. Bai Ji at that time, he thought Bai Ji had no money, so he didn't force her to do anything. But in fact, Bai Ji had so many identities, Zhang Qing, Bai Chan, Denia, Jingjia. Would she have no money? She just didn't want to spend it on her grandmother. The image on the screen switched to Bai Ji's grandmother. "I won't allow you to say my Xiaoji plagiarized." She protected Bai Ji, looking at her gently. "Xiaoji, tell grandma, you wrote the title yourself, you didn't steal it." Bai Ji felt warm in her heart, her eyes instantly moist. She nodded firmly, her voice choked with tears. "Grandma, I didn't." "Good child, as long as you say you didn't, grandma will believe you." "Bai Ji, the evidence is here, and you still dare to lie to grandma." Bai Yi pointed at Bai Ji somewhat angrily. Seeing Bai Ji deceive her grandmother with a hypocritical look, Bai Yi felt disgusted. Even in front of her grandmother, he couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. Perhaps not wanting to see Bai Ji's face again, Bai Yi snorted heavily and left. "Grandma, plagiarism is a serious offense. Even if you really love your sister, you can't pamper her like this. You have to let her know her mistake. That's what's best for her." After Bai Yi left, Bai Gu chimed in. "Shut up. Shoju said she didn't do it, didn't she?" Bai Gu pouted, looking as if she had suffered a great grievance. "Grandma, I'm doing this for my sister's own good." Seeing Bai Gu deliberately acting pitiful, her face turned livid with anger, her lips trembling as she pointed at her. You. She didn't say a word, her breathing suddenly became rapid, and her body softened as if she was about to collapse. It was at this moment that Bai Yi, who had heard the commotion, rushed back. "Grandma!" Bai Yi and Bai Ji both stood up, wanting to support Zhou Shulan. In the end, Bai Yi was faster. Bai Gu shouted at Bai Ji, "Brother, it was after grandma heard about sister's plagiarism that she fell ill." Hearing this, Bai Yi's gaze turned even colder, pushing Bai Ji away and scolding her in a low voice, "Get out." In the live broadcast room, Bai Yi paused. No matter how many times he watched it, he couldn't get used to Bai Ji's slander against Bai Ji. The way she slandered so easily, so skillfully, one wonders how many times she had done such things. "Grandma, it's clear that Bai Ji didn't make you ill. Forget it, Gore just likes to throw childish tantrums." Compared to Bai Ji later replacing grandma's special medicine with inferior medicine, it's not worth mentioning. Bai Yi muttered softly. Zhou Shulan did end up in the hospital, but Bai Luofan was busy filming, while Bai Yi was working on a project that could help people regain their sight. In the following days, Bai Gu volunteered to take care of Zhou Shulan in the hospital. Bai Yi felt that his sister was very considerate, and in comparison, Bai Ji, who lowered her head silently, seemed somewhat selfish. Why isn't Bai Ji speaking? Doesn't she care about her grandmother? Grandma is so good to Bai Ji, how could Bai Ji not like her grandmother? I didn't expect Bai Gu to step up at a critical moment. She actually volunteered to take care of grandma. I think Bai Gu is the type who talks but doesn't act, while Bai Ji is the opposite. People like Bai Ji, who are not good at expressing themselves, often end up at a disadvantage. Not good at expressing herself. Bai Yi sneered softly. She earns so much money, spends it all on herself, doesn't give a penny to grandma, can't even bear to pay for medical expenses. It shows she's a selfish person. Fourth young master, didn't you watch the previous live broadcast? Bai Ji is not a selfish person. A voice of rebuttal rang out. Bai Yi's face turned even uglier when he saw the familiar face. Sui? You're not accompanying my third brother. Why are you here watching this live broadcast? Brother Luo. The young man lowered his head, his eyes flickering, as if he didn't want to say. Bai Yi could probably guess Bai Luofan's current state, so he wanted to find Bai Ji's fault faster and make Bai Luofan give up. As soon as Bai Ji's live broadcast of harming grandma is out, his third brother will definitely come to terms. Calming down, Bai Yi looked back at the screen. However, what surprised him and everyone in the live broadcast room was that Bai Gu was not taking care of Zhou Shulan in the hospital. It was Bai Ji who went to the hospital. The doctor, somewhat displeased, said to Bai Ji, "Miss Bai, can you quickly pay the patient's hospitalization and medical expenses?" Bai Ji, feeling embarrassed, said, "Can you give me a little more time?" Seeing Bai Ji delaying the payment of medical expenses, the audience in front of the screen was somewhat surprised. Others didn't know, but the audience who had been watching Bai Ji grow up knew best that Bai Ji shouldn't be broke. Bai Ji holds multiple identities, each of which is very eye-catching. She shouldn't be broke, right? Could it be that Bai Ji spent the money elsewhere? Or is Bai Ji reluctant to spend money and unwilling to use her own money to pay for grandma's hospitalization? I think Bai Ji is just used to being poor, inherently petty. It seems that our Gur is much better than her. How can Bai Ji's fans still have the nerve to come out and defend her? Have you forgotten what Bai Gu has done? She can harm even her own brother. What else is she not capable of? Objectively speaking, Bai Ji did not fulfill her duty of filial piety towards her grandmother. In the broadcast room, Bai Yi also fell into reminiscence. When he was busy with work back then, he specifically gave Bai Gu some money to pay for grandma's hospitalization. The reason he didn't give it to Bai Ji was because he was afraid she would misuse the money. but he didn't expect Bai Ji to take it anyway. Thinking of what happened back then, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. Others aside, Grandma was the only one in the Bai family who loved Bai Ji. She should never have touched Grandma's life-saving money. He couldn't forgive Bai Ji for this. The camera shifted, and Bai Ji was sitting in a corner of the school cafeteria, nibbling on a white steamed bun, looking very pitiful. Not far from Bai Ji's position, Bai Gu and Shen Xia were sitting face to face, their dining table filled with various delicacies that the two girls couldn't possibly finish. Bai Gu called Bai Yi, "Brother, the food in the school cafeteria is so bad, I feel like throwing up. Can you take me out for a big meal this weekend, please?" Her voice was soft. Only after Bai Yi smiled and agreed to her request did she hang up the phone contentedly. "Your brother is really good to you," Shen Xia said enviously. Bai Gu pursed her lips, looking displeased. "What's so good about it? If he didn't give me so little pocket money, I would eat out every day. Instead, I have to make do with the school cafeteria at the end of the month." Shen Xia's expression changed slightly. "Didn't your brother just give you a large sum of money?" Hearing this, Bai Ji became even more displeased and snorted. "That money was for that old lady, my grandma's hospitalization fee. My brother is so stingy with my pocket money, but when it comes to that old woman, he gives a large sum of money, and I can't even spend it." Shen Xia's eyes shifted slightly. "What's there that you can't spend? Even if you spend it, your brother won't know." Shen Xia's words also strengthened Bai Ji's determination. The audience was no longer calm. "Well, it turns out Bai Gu was waiting for this. I knew she wasn't that kind-hearted. Bai Gu didn't even go to take care of her grandmother. Indeed, all talk and no action. Why is Bai Ji eating steamed buns? If this wasn't a live broadcast, I would suspect Bai Ji is just putting on a show." In the broadcast room, listening to Bai Ji's heartless remarks, Bai Yi's expression was extremely shocked. At that time, the Bai family was just starting to prosper, relying on their third brother alone, not yet the financial powerhouse they are today. This hospitalization and medical expenses could be considered as life-saving money for their grandmother. Bai Gu actually dared to embezzle it, and even referred to their grandmother as that old thing behind her back. She even complained that the pocket money he gave was too little. Whether in childhood or adulthood, these brothers have always given everything they could to Bai Gu without reservation. Just as Bai Yi's emotions were stirred up, Shen Xia on the screen had already proposed to Bai Gu. "There's a new bar next to the school, why don't we go play there tonight? Let's skip class this afternoon and go directly," Bai Gu suggested. The more they talked, the more excited they became, so they simply left the school and headed to the bar. Bai Ji saw that Bai Gu didn't return to the classroom, feeling strange. She had a bad feeling and followed them, only to find Bai Gu and Shen Xia having a great time at the bar. Seeing the money Bai Gu spent, Bai Ji felt very distressed. She approached and whispered, "Gu, a few days ago I asked you to pay for Grandma's hospitalization. Didn't you say you had no money? How can you spend money in a place like this? Grandma is still in the hospital." Hearing Bai Ji's questioning, Bai Gu sneered. "What does that old hag in the hospital have to do with me? If she can't survive, it's better for her to die early so we don't have to be burdened by her." Bai Ji couldn't believe it. "That's your grandmother, how can you say such things?" "My grandmother?" Bai Gu chuckled, looking disdainfully at Bai Ji. "I think she's your grandmother. That old thing always favors you. Clearly, I'm prettier than you, can paint, have good grades, and can act, but she only pities you and doesn't like me at all." Bai Ji took a few steps back, looking at such a coincidence at this time. But it should just be a coincidence. What could be the relationship between Bai Ji and K2? The audience also began to speculate. Could it be that Bai Ji really has no money to use? The scene on the screen changed. Bai Ji arrived at the hospital and sat by her grandmother's sickbed, with a rare tenderness and warmth in her eyes. "Grandma, please wake up. I miss you." In her voice, there was an indescribable sense of grievance. The audience watching also felt a pang in their hearts because they knew that Grandma was the only one who treated Bai Ji well. The doctor came in and, seeing Bai Ji sad, tried to comfort her. "Miss Bai, Mr. Bai especially ordered a batch of special medicine from abroad for your grandmother's illness. I believe that once your grandmother takes the medicine, she will recover soon." "Special medicine?" Bai Ji raised her head, looking somewhat strange. In the studio, Bai Yi's expression turned cold, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. This kind of special medicine is very rare in production, and in recent years, all the special medicines produced have been pre-ordered by a mysterious buyer. He remembered that back then, he had gone to great lengths to ask a friend to buy this special medicine from abroad, but Bai Ji resold it for money. Originally, after watching the previous footage, his impression of Bai Ji had improved. But seeing Bai Ji always short of money, he also speculated that Bai Ji must have some secret. Since she needed money, it was reasonable for her to resell the special medicine for her grandmother. Moreover, the incident of Baiji selling fake medicine can be said to be caught red-handed, with solid evidence. Baiji's heart was once again filled with strong hatred. He admitted his mistakes in other matters and was willing to apologize to Baiji. But this matter was Baiji's fault. It was a sin committed by Baiji. The image on the big screen continued, showing Baiji asking the doctor for that special medicine. Baiji glanced at the box of medicine and suddenly smiled. "Doctor, I come to take care of my grandmother every day, so let me feed her the medicine." The doctor readily agreed. After the doctor left, Baiji did not feed her grandmother the medicine but quickly got up, had a conversation with the hospital director, and found the box of special medicine ordered by Baiji. Amid the astonished gazes of the people in the live broadcast room, she packed the box of medicine tightly and threw it into the trash can. This is impossible. Baiji was the first to exclaim in surprise. If she threw away the medicine, what about the medicine she sold back then? And why did she throw away the medicine? Does she want to harm her grandmother? Sui was also very puzzled, scratching his head and tentatively asking, "Could it be that you bought fake medicine? That's impossible." Baiji was at a loss for words, lost in thought. If Baiji truly loved money, why would she throw away such expensive medicine? After much thought, Baiji could only come up with one reasonable explanation. That is, Baiji must be worried about attracting attention with such a large box of medicine, so she first put it in the trash can and planned to retrieve it when no one was around. Yes, it must be like this. Baiji completely failed to realize that the reason he came up with such a lame excuse was entirely due to the deep fear in his heart. He feared that Baiji had not actually sold the medicine. He feared that Baiji was not as greedy and heartless as he thought. The audience was also discussing fervently. Why did Baiji throw away her grandmother's medicine? Clearly, Baiji is the one who wants her grandmother to wake up the most. No matter what, I believe in Baiji. She must have her reasons for doing this. Baiji didn't throw away all the special medicine. Didn't she not throw away the box of special medicine the doctor gave her earlier? Just as the audience was speculating about the real reason Baiji threw away the special medicine, Baiji took out a VIP gold card from the hospital and used it to open the hospital director's exclusive elevator. President Lee's identity is very mysterious. It is said that his medical skills are top-notch in the world, and many powerful figures want to invite him for surgery, but he often avoids them. This hospital can become the top hospital in City A entirely because President Lee is in charge. At the top level, in President Lee's office. Seeing Baiji's arrival, President Lee asked somewhat strangely, "Miss Bai, why are you here at this time?" Judging from his conversation with Baiji, it seemed like they were familiar with each other, and he showed great respect for Baiji. Baiji sat across from President Lee, took out the box of special medicine from her pocket, and looked somewhat displeased. "President Lee, take a look at this." President Lee picked up the medicine and glanced at it, and the smile on his face disappeared. "This medicine is fake and can kill people." Fake medicine? These two words stunned Baiji for a moment, causing him to lose his ability to think. Before President Lee's shock had faded, he saw Baiji's expression constantly changing in front of him, as if there were two faces, and she was muttering to herself, "Is Baiji such a fool? Does he want to harm Grandma? Don't speak ill of my brother." "Miss Bai?" President Lee asked tentatively. Baiji's expression suddenly became timid. After the strangeness passed, President Lee explained, "This special medicine was developed by experts at a high price you paid back then. If you hadn't been investing tirelessly all these years, this medicine would have been discontinued long ago. Miss Bai, rest assured, I won't let this kind of thing happen again. My brother was able to find out about this medicine and get enough fake medicine to give to Grandma. It shows how much he cares about Grandma's illness. If he finds out this medicine is fake, he will definitely feel guilty. So, he still wants to ask the president for help in keeping it a secret." With this statement, the audience also understood. They were even more excited about Baiji's investment in special medicine. So Baiji spent all her money on Grandma's illness. Oh my, spending money to hire experts, developing and producing a medicine specifically for Grandma. How much filial piety and money does this require? If my descendants could have 1,000th of Baiji's filial piety when I get old, I would be content. No wonder Baiji knows the location of the hospital's warehouse so well. She has silently done a lot for Grandma behind the scenes. Do you remember Baiji eating steamed buns in the cafeteria before? She would rather eat steamed buns herself to give Grandma the best and most expensive medicine. Compared to Baiji's reckless spending, it's like heaven and earth. Selling fake medicine is such an outrageous act. Who on earth did such a despicable thing? I hope President Lee can help Baiji catch the one selling fake medicine and send them to jail quickly. Various comments kept scrolling on the screen, but Baiji was still immersed in shock. Everything he had thought before was wrong. But later, he did receive a message saying Bai Ji had dealings with a fake medicine dealer, but, thinking back to the past, Bai Yi found that his memory was somewhat blurry. Back then, he only thought Bai Ji had secretly sold special medicine without investigating further. It seems he really got many things wrong and misjudged some people. It was his fault. For the first time, regret arose in Bai Yi's heart. The scene on the screen changed again. With President Li's help, Bai Ji found the seller of fake medicine. She offered a high price, claiming to be a middleman wanting to buy the medicine. Money was not an issue, but she wanted to pay and receive the goods simultaneously. On the day of the transaction, Bai Ji first reported to the Pali Baiji, "Why is it you?" Bai Gu was as shocked as her, but the next second, she screamed, "Alright, I understand now. You are deliberately framing me." At this moment, Bai Ji's personality was not in control, and she would not show any mercy to Bai Gu. She coldly smiled, "You committed a crime, the evidence is solid, can you blame me?" When the director saw that the person caught was Bai Gu, the smile on his face instantly froze. Bai Gu was the most beloved daughter of the Bai family, he couldn't afford to offend her. "Take her to the police station, I'll take responsibility for anything." Bai Ji seemed to sense the director's hesitation and said directly. Bai Gu struggled to stand up, her hands still handcuffed behind her back. "If you arrest me, Bai Yi will also suffer." Bai Ji's face changed instantly, walking up and coldly staring into her eyes, questioning, "What do you mean?" A smug smile appeared on Bai Ji's face. "Do you think I'm not worried about being caught? I've been selling fake medicine under Bai Yi's identity all along. If you arrest me, Bai Yi will be implicated too. Since you have been impersonating Bai Yi to sell fake medicine, then it has nothing to do with Bai Yi. The law will bring justice for Bai Yi." Bai Ji said calmly, "Don't forget, third brother is a top star. If fourth brother is involved in a crime like selling fake medicine, it will be an opportunity for antis to make trouble. Third brother's career will also be affected. As for fourth brother, if things get too big, he might be expelled from S University if he's unlucky. Bai Ji, think about it carefully." Bai Ji's eyes turned cold. "If you arrest me, I will swallow the medicine on my hands," which came from Bai Yi. Anyway, Bai Yi has bought fake medicine before, and I am her most beloved sister. Bai Yi won't be able to clear her name then, just wait to go to jail with me. Bai Ji originally wanted to ignore Bai Ji's words, but the concern of the main personality for Bai Yi once again played a role in her mind. "Release her." Bai Ji felt resentful, but the voice in her mind became clearer, so she had to endure it. In the studio, listening to what Bai Gu said, Bai Yi's heart was in pain. He could understand if Bai Gu was not good to Zhou Shulan, because Zhou Shulan favored Bai Ji more. But over the years, he had pampered Bai Gu to the extreme. When Bai Gu joked that she wanted the stars in the sky, he directly spent a large sum of money to buy the ownership of a small asteroid, naming it after Bai Gu. By pampering Bai Gu like this, he had actually raised a person with a human face and a beastly heart. The audience was speechless. It would be great if Bai Gu was really arrested and taken to the police station. The police will definitely uncover all the bad things Bai Gu has done and clear Bai Ji's name. Bai Ji is just too worried about her brother. Actually, it's fine to have Bai Gu arrested and taken to the police station. It's a good opportunity for Bai Yi to see Bai Ji's true colors. Selling fake medicine, a crime that harms lives for money, was actually done by Bai Gu. But thinking about it carefully, it's quite reasonable. This white-eyed wolf, who doesn't care about the life and death of her own grandmother and brother, what's selling fake medicine to her? Bai Yi looked at the comments from the audience, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Could it be that Bai Gu was really so worthless? In Bai Yi's mind, he kept searching for any possible virtues of Bai Gu. Suddenly, a nearly forgotten memory emerged in his mind. He remembered that back then, Bai Ji somehow got into a fight at school and refused to admit her mistake, showing a very bad attitude. The principal, helpless, had to let Bai Ji drop out of school. But Bai Gu, in order to prevent Bai Ji from dropping out, went to beg the principal. She even gave up her guaranteed admission to S University to persuade the principal. If Bai Gu was truly selfish, how could she care about Bai Ji's fate? Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope rose in Bai Yi's heart. Perhaps Bai Gu still had a kind side? But this idea only existed for a moment. He could no longer convince himself to believe in Bai Gu. "What on earth?" he muttered as he looked at the big screen. He was puzzled, wondering what Bai Gu was up to by helping Bai Ji in such an unusual way. He no longer believed that Bai Gu had any sisterly feelings for Bai Ji. On the big screen, Bai Ji's disgusting face appeared again. She was standing in front of a few thugs. "Sister Bai Gu, do you need us to personally teach someone a lesson? Just send me a message directly," the leader of the thugs said somewhat obsequiously. Bai Ji's face was full of malice. "If I don't explain it clearly in person, what if you go easy on her? Remember, disable her right hand so she won't have a chance to draw or write in the future, but don't take it too far." The thugs immediately agreed, seeming to get along well with Baigu. After the few people left, Baigu hid alone in a dark corner, her expression almost twisted. She lowered her head and muttered like a demon, "Baiji, you ruined my good fortune. This is the retribution you deserve. Once your hand is disabled, you will never have a chance to prove that the comics I sent out were drawn by you. The one who can draw should be me. You should just honestly become a useless person for the rest of your life." In the live broadcast room, everyone was speechless as they watched Baiji's malicious face. Baigu clearly can't draw at all. She stole Baiji's drawing time for so long, she really thought she was a beautiful cartoonist. It's really speechless. Baiji didn't argue with Baigu for stealing things, nor did she expose Baigu for selling fake medicine. What hasn't she done for Baigu? If Baigu, this ungrateful person, doesn't appreciate it, it's better to arrest her and put her in prison early. Those thugs don't look easy to deal with. Will Baiji be okay? Sui looked embarrassed. These thugs were called by Baigu, so how could she later, as you said, give up the guaranteed admission to S University to prevent Baiji from being expelled? Bai was speechless, but I clearly remember. On the big screen, Baiji had just finished school and was blocked by those thugs in the alley. Baiji looked at the thugs in front of her. "How much money do you want?" The thugs looked at each other, then suddenly burst into laughter. The leader even reached out to touch Baiji's face. "Talking about money is so vulgar. Although you are ugly, your figure is not bad. Why don't we?" Smack! A crisp slap landed on his face. Baiji coldly said, "I'm asking you how much money you need for medical expenses, so I can calculate how heavy-handed I should be." The thug instantly became angry, covering his face and shouting, "Dare to hit me? I'll F***king kill you. Beat her. Let's all go together. Kill her." Baiji's eyes narrowed. Before the few people could approach, she suddenly lifted her leg and kicked the thug leader, knocking him down onto the other two thugs, and the three fell together, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. There were cries of pain everywhere. "Who sent you?" She walked up, stepping on the thug leader's head, her voice cold, her posture like a lone plum blossom opening in the cold wind. "You wait for me. Sooner or later, I will ride you, and you won't even dare to cry." The thug, still under Baiji's foot, didn't forget to threaten her. Baiji sneered, punched the thug leader in the face, and with that punch, the thug leader's face instantly spurted blood, making his speech incomprehensible. The other thugs nearby were so scared they didn't dare to make a sound. At her side, a thug suddenly stood up, holding a dagger and rushed towards her. The white gardenia's eyes sharpened. She dodged to the side, actually managing to grab the dagger with her palm, fresh red blood flowing from her fingertips. "Are you not attached to this world anymore?" She looked at the thug rushing towards her and asked calmly. The thug, as if seeing a devil, was so scared that he let go, carrying their leader, and a few people quickly slipped away while threatening. This scene stunned everyone outside the light screen. White Gardenia can fight? And she fights so well. No, White Gardenia's second personality awakened artistic talent, the third personality awakened learning talent, the main personality is so weak, she shouldn't have such good skills. Maybe she was bullied a lot as a child and trained herself. Just children playing around. I could easily take down these thugs with one hand. White Gardenia's skills are far from those of a real master. Some weakly expressed their opinions. Is it possible that White Gardenia has other personalities? Bai took a long time to react. He didn't expect the weak White Gardenia to have such good skills, and the look in White Gardenia's eyes at that moment even made him shudder. And White Gardenia's ruthless and decisive skills made him feel somewhat familiar. If second brother comes back, it would be great. Maybe he will know where this familiarity comes from. Bai muttered to himself. On the big screen, White Gardenia was called to the principal's office. As soon as she entered the office, she saw the thug she had killed yesterday, and a middle-aged man sitting next to him. White Gardenia, your poor academic performance is one thing, but how can you provoke trouble and bully classmates on campus? The principal lectured White Gardenia. Exactly, look at you, a little girl, look at what you've done to my son. The middle-aged man also stood up, his face full of anger. White Gardenia, call your parents. If your parents don't come today, you can expect to be expelled. The principal said angrily. White Gardenia reluctantly called her family. But no matter the size of the Bai family, when they heard that she had caused trouble, they were unwilling to come. Even Bai directly said, White Gardenia caused the trouble herself, she deserves to be expelled. Seeing that White Gardenia couldn't bring her parents, the middle-aged man showed a mocking smile. He sarcastically said, I knew a little girl like you wouldn't have any upbringing. It turns out you're just a wild child that no one wants. Your family doesn't like you, which shows how bad your character is. Although my son is a bit mischievous, he's much better than someone like you. Touching on the topic of family, White Gardenia's expression also turned ugly. At that moment, Bai-gu suddenly walked into the principal's office. "Principal, my sister didn't mean to fight, I hope you can forgive her this time," Bai-gu said earnestly to the principal. "Bai-gu, your grades are good, you took first place in the math class competition last time, and you can already be admitted to S University. You don't need to worry about your sister's affairs." The principal looked at Bai-gu with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. There are only a few spots for admission to S University each year, and after Bai-gu took one, his son Wei Qinghao was squeezed out. Although he was unwilling, Bai-gu was valued by S University, so he had no choice. Bai-gu seemed to understand the meaning behind the principal's words, gritted his teeth and said, "Principal, as long as you don't expel my sister, I'm willing to give up the spot for S University." Seeing Bai-gu being so cooperative, the principal's eyes lit up instantly. Then, he looked at White Gardenia with even more dissatisfaction and said, "White Gardenia, you have such a good sister, you're lucky. I won't expel you, but you must publicly apologize for your behavior at school." In the live broadcast room, the crowd was amazed. I think Bai-gu is like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, not with good intentions. Maybe we shouldn't hold so many prejudices against Bai-gu. Maybe Bai-gu has really changed for the better? For Bai-ji, Bai-gu even gave up the guaranteed admission quota for S University. What else could she do to harm Bai-ji? Bai-yi breathed a sigh of relief, and his always ugly face finally eased a bit. Perhaps Bai-gu didn't expect things to escalate to such a serious level, felt guilty inside, and that's why she defended Bai-ji. Although he regretted not taking care of Bai-ji at the time, Bai-gu gave up the guaranteed admission quota for S University for her. This matter is not easy to judge who is right or wrong, even if it's considered even. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened to Bai-yi. In the blink of an eye after school, Bai-ji intended to go straight back to the Bai family, but several burly bodyguards intercepted her at the school gate and invited her into a black luxury car. 20 minutes later, Bai-ji was sitting on the sofa in a luxurious mansion. Across from her were the gang leader and his fat father. "Bai-ji, it seems you still don't know, I am the mayor of our city. I invited you to my house today just to talk to you about something. Don't be too nervous," the fat man said with a smile. Bai-ji, including the audience in the live broadcast room, suddenly understood. It turned out that this man was the mayor of Sidia. No wonder the principal was so respectful to him. "Mr. Mayor, are you planning to use your power to oppress me?" Bai-ji held the tea but didn't drink it, asking calmly. "You have some courage, but in Sidia, courage alone is not enough, you also need power. You hit my son, this matter cannot be left like this," the mayor said. Bai-ji showed the palm of her injured hand. "Then how should this injury on my hand be settled?" The mayor's expression changed. "This is easy, I originally wanted you to disable your hands, but since my son has injured one of your hands, you just need to cut the tendons of your right hand." With a clang, a dagger fell in front of Bai-ji. "Do it yourself, or let my people help you with a small favor," the mayor said with a smile, but his narrowed eyes carried the dominant pressure of a long-standing figure. The atmosphere in the entire villa instantly became extremely oppressive. Seeing Bai-ji not moving, he calmly added, "Miss Bai, rest assured, I have already informed the Bai family, no one will come to save you." Bai-yi's heart trembled in the live broadcast room. Back then, the mayor did send someone to the Bai family to inquire about their attitude towards Bai-ji. He remembered that he had clearly stated at the time that even if Mayor Zhou wanted to vent his anger for his son, he would not interfere. In fact, the Bai family had no power at that time, relying solely on Bai Luofan, but they turned a blind eye, ultimately because Bai-ji was not Bai-gu. If it came down to it, Bai Luofan could have used public opinion to pressure Mayor Zhou, but he didn't, because he was angry at the time that Bai-ji had caused Bai-gu to lose the guaranteed admission quota for S University. How desperate Bai-ji must have been at that time. Bai-yi's heart was in turmoil. It was his misjudgment and unwarranted dislike of Bai-ji that had almost caused her harm several times. He owed Bai-ji an apology. The audience in the live broadcast room was also worried about Bai-ji's safety. Clearly, it was the mayor's son who was incompetent and wanted to harm Bai-ji, but he was too weak to do so. City A actually has a mayor like this. I was thinking of going to work in City A, but forget it. I dare not go to such a city where one person rules everything. It's like father, like son. With such a confused father, it's no wonder his son can only be a troublemaker. On the screen, Bai-ji coughed and suddenly rubbed her neck. The necklace she had been wearing around her neck fell off. Seeing the necklace, the mayor's pupils dilated. He trembled his lips and pointed at Bai-ji shakily. You. The thug sitting next to him became excited instantly upon seeing the necklace, shouting, "Dad, it's the nest she hit. You need to teach her a lesson." "Shut up, you inarticulate brat." The mayor suddenly exploded in anger, stood up and slapped the thug's already swollen face. The next moment, he showed a respectful smile to Bai Ji. "Miss Bai, I was offensive before, I hope you can overlook my past mistakes." Bai Ji casually hooked her lips, glanced lightly at the dagger in front of her. The mayor's dagger is quite beautiful. A seemingly light remark, but it made the mayor break out in a cold sweat. He smiled obsequiously and quietly took away the dagger. "What are you saying? You, a person of your stature, shouldn't be bothered with us common folks. Dad, why are you doing this? She has ruined the nest." The thug was very puzzled, protesting somewhat defiantly. "Get out! You bring bad luck. From now on, don't call me Dad. I'm not your father." The mayor suddenly stood up, kicked the thug twice, and angrily said. Bai Ji suddenly frowned, her face turned pale, as if enduring great pain. She put down the tea in her hand and said, "Since the tea is cooled, I'll go home first." "Please, take your time," the mayor breathed a sigh of relief. Watching this scene, numerous comments scrolled across the small screen. The mayor actually called Bai Ji a person of stature? What is Bai Ji's background? At that time, the Bai family was not even the richest. Even if Bai Ji is from the Bai family, the mayor wouldn't be so respectful. I feel Bai Ji's eyes just now were different from before. I can't describe the feeling. It gave me chills. Why did the mayor's attitude change drastically when Bai Ji revealed this necklace? Could it be that this necklace represents a powerful force even the mayor dares not provoke? Maybe Bai Ji is a hypnotist, and this necklace is her hypnotic tool. She hypnotized the mayor as soon as she revealed it. The previous comments are too far-fetched. I think the shape of this necklace looks a bit like the icon of the International Center. Various speculations emerged for a while. Bai Yi also frowned in contemplation. Bai Ji disguised herself well. She seemed like someone who didn't want to show her vulnerable side to others, but he could still see through it. Bai Ji was clearly forcing herself, a situation where the main personality couldn't control the alter ego, but generally, people with 2 or 3 personalities wouldn't have this problem. He had seen someone with this condition before, a super genius with 4 personalities. But how could Bai Ji possibly have 4 personalities? Bai Yi was lost in thought, while on the screen, Bai Ji had already returned to the Bai family. As soon as she arrived at the door, a luxury car stopped in front of her. Xiao Wei, carrying the latest designer handbag, got out of the car and frowned unhappily upon seeing Bai Ji. "Mom!" Bai Ji murmured softly, but this made Xiao Wei even more displeased. She raised an eyebrow and said unkindly, "Don't call me Mom. I didn't teach you to fight at school, nor did I teach you to fail every exam. Having such an incompetent daughter is the biggest stain in my life. I didn't do anything. It was that boy who provoked me first. I was just acting in self-defense." "Provoked you? I think it was you who provoked him, right? Look at yourself. Does it look like something I gave birth to? Which child in the Bai family is not outstanding? How did we end up with a waste like you?" Xiao Wei's words were like sharp thorns, piercing Bai Ji's heart. Bai Ji's heart suddenly ached, her eyes also became somewhat moist. She was about to speak when Bai Yi suddenly returned. Seeing Xiao Wei scolding Bai Ji, he showed no pity. Instead he went forward to hold Xiao Wei's hand. "Mom, it's not worth getting angry with her, you still have a song to sing." Bai Gu came out of the room and threw herself into Xiao Wei's arms, her voice sweet and cloying. "Mom, you're finally back. Gugu misses you so much." "My good daughter, Mom misses you too." Xiao Wei immediately lifted Bai Ji's face and rubbed it, speaking with a face full of love. That gentle appearance, compared to the just scolding of Bai Ji, was like 2 different people. "Gugu, this is a gift for you. Don't sacrifice your future for others next time. It's not worth it." Bai Yi took out a gift box and placed it in Bai Ji's hands, saying gently. Bai Gu opened the gift box. Inside was a very beautiful and gorgeous diamond necklace. "I just bought this at the auction. There's only one in the world." Bai Yi's gaze was gentle. Bai Gu suddenly smiled happily. "Thank you, brother. Brother is so good to Gugu." The atmosphere among the few people was very harmonious, looking extremely warm. Bai Ji remained silent, quietly went upstairs to her room. Anyone could see the loneliness in her eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room was not happy. Bai Ji's mother doesn't understand her daughter at all. If she knew how outstanding Bai Ji was, she wouldn't have said that. "I used to think that Bai Ji's academic performance was not as good as Bai Ji's, but now it seems that Bai Ji's studies are also very good." If she had not received support from the Bai family and had not been able to enter the International Center for Development, her achievements might not necessarily be worse than Bai Ji's. But I'm still curious, why did Bai Gu give up her chance to be admitted to S University to help Bai Ji? Yeah, why did she do that? Bai Yi has always been puzzled by this. Perhaps, Bai Gu really had a change of heart? Just then, in the middle of the night, Bai Ji was thirsty, so she got up in her pajamas and went to the living room to pour some water. Just as she passed by Bai Ji's room, she heard Bai Ji's angry voice from inside. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't gone back on your word, I wouldn't have lost the opportunity to be admitted to S University. Bai Ji had exceptional hearing. Just by tilting her ear slightly, she could hear the voice coming from the phone. This voice also P.S. For the sake of cheating, he betrayed his own brother's hard work. It's one thing not to study well, but to have such a bad heart. I really don't know what Bai Gu has that can compare to Bai Ji. Bai Yi was blind to think that Bai Gu was a good sister to him. Although it is said that Bai Gu secretly took pictures of Bai Yi's project book, Bai Ji also just tampered with Bai Yi's project book, changing several data randomly. Isn't this also causing trouble for Bai Yi? This comment intruded into Bai Yi's eyes, and he somewhat agreed in his heart. Although he had misunderstood Bai Ji before, Bai Ji changed the data of Zhongming without authorization, which was also not without fault. As for Bai Gu, naturally, he was inevitably disappointed with Bai Gu, but after all, she had been a beloved sister for so many years, and they had many beautiful memories together. In his memory, Bai Gu had also helped him a lot, especially during those difficult times. He didn't believe that all those touches were fake. Let's wait and see. He hoped Bai Gu could give him a reason to forgive her. Just then, the image on the screen changed again. Thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. Bai Yi, with an angry face, drove Bai Ji out of the Bai family's gate. How dare you put the blame on Zhongming? He had always been gentle, but he had always been indifferent to Bai Ji, and now he was extremely angry. Bai Ji looked puzzled, standing in the rain, completely soaked. Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Zhongming, I remember you have been putting a lot of effort into this project, and coincidentally, I have a friend who has expertise in this area, so I asked him to help you. You're talking nonsense. Bai Yi's voice was filled with astonishing anger. A bracelet was thrown in front of her. Bai Yi's voice was as cold as ice. This bracelet is yours, right? You left it behind when you came to my room to steal the project book. What else do you have to say? Brother, Bai Ji's body trembled slightly. She picked up the bracelet, about to explain, but then heard Bai Yi's voice again. You dare to secretly take pictures of the project book and leak it out. You should know the price of doing so. Bai Ji raised her head, looking terrified. Brother, I really didn't leak it out. I can swear on my life. She raised her hand, asking with a clear conscience, if I really did betray you, let me be struck by lightning. Bai Yi sneered, indifferently saying, a person like you, if you really could be struck by lightning, it would also be a relief for the people. Are you even worthy to be compared with Zhongming? You said you knew a friend who has expertise in this area? The Zhongming project was originally proposed by Luo Mingxing, and the creative source was also her manuscript. Except for Luo Mingxing and the people in my team, no one knows what Zhongming is. You say Luo Mingxing is your friend? Let alone you, even President Jiang of S University finds it difficult to meet Luo Mingxing. Bai Ji, you are becoming more and more unreasonable. Leaving behind these cold words, Bai Yi mercilessly closed the door of the villa. Boom! Thunder rumbled. The dark clouds in the sky gathered more and more, the cold wind howled, and the rain fell harder and harder, turning into a misty white curtain in the desolate night. Bai Ji's slender figure, in this seemingly endless heavy rain, appeared particularly small. The audience sighed incessantly. I can't remember how many times Bai Ji has been wrongly accused. Why is there no one willing to believe her in this world? Bai Ji is not lying. There are some memories that do not communicate between the main personality and the alter personalities. They really think of each other as separate individuals, so Bai Ji treats her second and third personalities as her friends. Wait, according to Bai Ji, she didn't cause trouble for Bai Yi, but was helping him by changing the data? But how is that possible? Indeed, only Luo Mingxing understands these things. Bai Ji has Luo Mingxing's notes. Maybe Bai Ji really knows Luo Mingxing? But I clearly remember that Luo Mingxing is Bai Ji's friend, so there is only one possibility, that notebook was stolen by Bai Ji. Bai Ji is indeed lying now. Seeing the last barrage, Bai Yu sighed softly. Indeed, this is the best explanation. But thinking of something else, a string in Bai Yu's mind snapped directly. Sui noticed his abnormality and asked carefully, what's wrong with you? Cold sweat streamed down Bai Yu's forehead, and a few traces of uneasiness crossed his pupils. This expression was extremely rare for him, indicating how shaken he was at the moment. Bai Ji may not have lied, Bai Yu said hoarsely. Sui didn't understand, about to continue asking, but was distracted by the commotion coming from the big screen. Director Zhou of the S Biological Research Institute, the person in charge of the Rymyo project, actually visited the Bai family in person. Seeing a drenched girl standing at the entrance of the Bai family, a touch of pity flashed in his eyes. But thinking that this might be what Bai Yu said, the sister who leaked the project book, that touch of pity instantly vanished. Principal, please come in. Bai Yu personally went out to greet him. At the same time, he gave Baiji a subtle look, signaling her to go inside and not disturb the guest. As soon as he entered the Bai family, Director Joe spoke directly. Actually, I came here this time for a person. A person? I wonder who you are referring to. Bai EU was somewhat puzzled. I received an email yesterday, which provided a more detailed plan than your current project book. Guess who sent me this email? The old man stroked his white beard, teasingly said. Bai EU chuckled. How could I guess which big shot sent it anonymously? Could it be Lu Mingxing? Don't pretend to be clueless. Isn't it you who sent me this email? The old man laughed happily. Bai EU felt helpless. I'm afraid to disappoint you. I don't have as deep an understanding of the Rymyo project as Lu Mingxing. Everything is still in the experimental stage. How could I come up with a more perfect plan? What? But my student found out that the person who sent that email's IP address is in the Bai family? The old man was even more shocked. Just as Bai EU was puzzled, Bai Gu suddenly came out, looking embarrassed. Brother, actually, I'm the one who sent the email. You? Gore, are you not joking? A hint of joy appeared in Bai EU's eyes. Although Bai Gu did not provide evidence, he already believed half of it. In his heart, Bai Gu was a good girl who couldn't possibly lie. Moreover, Bai Gu was a math genius with excellent grades, so it was possible for her to come up with better model data. But Bai EU believed that the audience who had been watching the live broadcast all along would not buy it. This doesn't look like Bai Gu at all, it's more like Bai Ji's handwriting. Bai Ji's grades are all achieved through cheating. How could she have the brains to improve Bai EU's team's project book? No one would believe it. Even if Bai Gu really has that kind of brain, she wouldn't come to help Bai EU improve the project, right? Sui couldn't help but speak up. Fourth young master, you don't really believe Bai Gu, do you? Bai EU pressed his forehead with his long fingers, his voice muffled. At that time, I didn't know that Gu. Her grades were obtained through cheating. Since the IP address is in the Bai family, it must be Bai Gu. I couldn't possibly think it was Bai Ji. At that time, Bai Ji was nothing in his eyes. But now, it's clear that this person is Bai Ji. And Bai Ji did it to help him? If it weren't for this live broadcast, he might never have known how much Bai Ji silently helped him behind the scenes. Bai Yi's heart was inevitably moved. From the beginning to now, Bai Ji has not made any mistakes. The one who has always been wrong is him, Bai Gu. But I don't understand, why did Luo Mingxing appear to testify for Bai Gu? Doubtfully speaking this sentence, Bai Yi looked at the big screen with complex emotions. On the big screen, a person appeared. I can testify. A well-proportioned woman walked into the Bai family's gate, claiming to be Luo Mingxing, and took out her admission letter and student ID from S University. Although there was no photo, it was clearly written in black and white. Luo Mingxing, is it really you? The old man was also shocked. I can prove that this project proposal was indeed improved by Bai Gu, and she also consulted me. Senior sister Luo Mingxing was a legendary academic god at Yizhong back then. I think she must know more than me. Bai Gu smiled. With Luo Mingxing's testimony, the dean, who had doubts about Bai Gu before, also approved of Bai Gu. Bai Shi spoke somewhat strangely. Are you really Luo Mingxing? A hint of hostility appeared in the girl's eyes, and she chuckled. Isn't this the young lady of the Bai family? Do you have any doubts about my identity? I just feel that you don't look much like the academic god Luo Mingxing. Her eyes were clear and pure. In that moment, a hint of guilt flashed across Luo Mingxing's face, but it was quickly replaced by a strong sneer. Being an academic god was my past identity, now my goal is to become a great female scientist. Luo Mingxing's words sounded solemn, but her tone seemed to be hiding something. Bai Ji, go back, don't embarrass yourself here. Bai Yi said angrily. Bai Ji could only return to her room. The audience had various opinions on this. How could Luo Mingxing help Bai Gu make false testimony? Unfollowed. Unfollowed. This is Luo Mingxing. Why can't I see any trace of the academic god on her? But instead she looks like a worldly woman. And she seems so proud, just because she's good at studying. What's there to be proud of? I used to really like Luo Mingxing, but now I don't like her anymore after seeing this. On the big screen, Bai Ji returned to her room. Her phone started ringing. It turned out that Luo Mingxing had posted a Weibo. Today, a girl questioned whether I am still the academic god of the past. It seems that I have become a legend. Although she didn't directly mention Bai Ji, she posted a photo of Bai Ji's back. Then several academic bigwigs tagged Bai Ji, asking her to apologize to Luo Mingxing. Netizens already didn't like Bai Ji, and now they took the opportunity to mock her even more. In the studio, Bai Yi also felt that Bai Ji's words and actions just now were very rude. He remembered that Bai Gu had completed the Chongming project very well. Although Bai Ji's grades were obtained by cheating, it didn't mean she was really stupid. The fact that she could complete the Chongming project well back then meant she still had some ability. As for this data, there was no evidence to prove that it was done by Bai Ji. He could suspect Bai Gu, but he knew Luo Mingxing's character. How could someone who proposed the Chongming plan and dedicated herself to the welfare of the disabled have a bad character? The scene on the big screen continued, and Dean Zhou looked at Bai Gu, smiling. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring the improved project proposal. Bai Gu, can you send me a copy again? With these words, Bai Ji's face instantly changed, turning pale. Ah, this, she stammered, not knowing how to respond. There was a hint of doubt in the old man's eyes. Bai Gu immediately put on a forced smile and said, of course, no problem. Just wait a moment, I'll go back to my room and find it for you. Once back in the room, Bai Gu collapsed to the ground in fear. I didn't improve the damn project proposal, how could I have it? She muttered angrily. That old man, always causing trouble for me, just can't get along with me. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, and she directly threw the keyboard on the desk to the ground and smashed it to pieces. When she calmed down, she reluctantly gritted her teeth and found the few pages of the project proposal she had secretly taken photos of that day. She handed it over. Yes, these are the data. I don't know how you came up with it, Bai Gu. Dean Zhou, seeing the data she presented, not only was not surprised, but instead praised Bai Gu very proudly. The audience watching the live broadcast finally realized. So the person who sent that email was Bai Ji. The perfect project proposal came from Bai Ji's hands. No wonder Bai Ji was curious about Luo Mingxing's identity. She knew Bai Gu was lying, questioning why a study god like Luo Mingxing would help Bai Gu lie? I'm also curious. So Bai Ji wasn't tampering with the data randomly, she was even punished by her brother to stand in the heavy rain for a night. How pitiful, clearly she was the one helping her brother. Bai Gu, this heartless woman, always takes credit for everything good, shameless. Bai Yi's pupils also shrank. Bai Gu took the photo she secretly took, which was the data Bai Ji had modified that night, but Dean Zhou did not notice it, instead saying that the data was already perfect, the one sent to him by the mysterious person last night. What does this mean? It means Bai Ji was the one who sent the email. It means Bai Ji wasn't tampering with the data that night. He misunderstood Bai Ji again. But how could Bai Ji? How could she have such a deep understanding of the Reming project? What did she do during those days he didn't know about? How much has she grown? Countless questions surrounded Bai Yi, making his thoughts chaotic. The images on the screen continued. Dean Zhou was very happy to see the data Bai Gu presented. He looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, your sister is really amazing. I want to invite her and Luo Mingxing to participate in the Reming project together. Do you and your team agree? A proud look appeared on Bai Yi's face. If the principal appreciates her, how could my team and I disagree? Besides, Bai Gu is my most beloved sister. You can rest assured, after the Reming project starts making profits, your sister will not be left out of the dividends. Dean Zhou said cheerfully. It's my honor to cooperate with you. Money is just a worldly possession, I don't care. Bai Gu immediately said obediently. Me too, Luo Mingxing said with a smile. Looking at Bai Ji's hypocritical appearance, all the audience were very displeased. Bai Gu is really hypocritical, clearly she can do anything for money, but she dares to say she's not interested in money, disgusting. If you don't have the ability, don't take on tasks beyond your capacity. Just now, the principal scared Bai Gu by asking for some data, and now she dares to agree to participate in the Reming project. Don't let people see through you at a glance later. I don't think Bai Gu will necessarily be exposed. After all, she and Luo Mingxing are in cahoots. Luo Mingxing will definitely cover for her. Although I am disappointed in Luo Mingxing's character, she is still the legendary study god of the past. Her strength is unquestionable. I really don't understand why Luo Mingxing would associate with Bai Gu, who is worthless. Previously, Luo Mingxing was like a god in my mind. The audience both hated Bai Ji's shamelessness and lamented Luo Mingxing's downfall. The images on the screen changed again. With the college entrance examination approaching, Yizhang specifically invited Luo Mingxing back to give a mobilization speech to the students who were about to take the exam. When it was heard that Luo Mingxing was coming, the students in the entire school were very excited. Regardless of whether they could learn anything from Luo Mingxing's speech, being able to see this legendary study god from the past might bring them some good luck. On the stage, Luo Mingxing spoke gracefully. Dear students, today I am not some legendary study god, I am just a graduate of Yizhang, Luo Mingxing. I have faced the college entrance examination before, and I also felt nervous and uneasy just like you. Her speech was not long, but the atmosphere at the scene was always lively, with students frequently wanting to raise their hands to ask questions. Luo Mingxing answered all the students' questions one by one. Bai Ji, looking at the bright and beautiful Luo Mingxing on the stage, silently lowered her head, feeling a touch of envy in her heart. I wish I could be as amazing as senior Luo Mingxing, but unfortunately, I am just an ordinary person who doesn't know anything, she muttered to herself. Lu Mingxing on the stage suddenly gestured for everyone to be quiet and slowly said, "Actually, before I came to give this speech, I noticed that there are many outstanding students at Ijong, so I have prepared a few small questions to test everyone." With that, Lu Mingxing took out several books, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. "As long as you can answer my questions correctly, or even if your answer is not correct but reasonable, I will give a copy of my study notes from back then to that student." As soon as she said this, the whole place erupted, with many good students starting to hope for Lu Mingxing's questions. Those were the study god's notes. Even if they were not the original copies, they were still very precious. I remember that several students participated in the math competition last time and did very well. "I want to ask those students first," Lu Mingxing said as she quickly locked her gaze onto Bai Ji. "Then, let's have Bai Ji, the third-place winner of the last math competition, answer a question." Bai Ji, who was still daydreaming, suddenly heard her name and was a bit dazed. It was only when she raised her head that she realized that everyone's eyes were on her. A blush quickly spread across Bai Ji's face, and she quickly stood up. Seeing Lu Mingxing asking a seemingly clueless waste of space, many people were just there to watch the show and showed mocking smiles. "Bai Ji, during my high school days, I once published an academic paper explaining the working principle of an artificial eye that can restore vision. Can you explain it again?" Bai Ji's face grew even redder. Being a perfectionist, she had no knowledge of this paper, let alone how to explain it. Seeing Bai Ji remain silent, Lu Mingxing did not give up. She pretended to encourage Bai Ji and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, Bai Ji, you did well in the math competition. I believe you are a very smart child. Even if you can't remember my paper for a moment, you can explain it with your existing knowledge. As long as it makes sense, it's fine." I, Bai Ji stuttered, unable to speak. "Study god Lu Mingxing, don't embarrass a fool. Who doesn't know that her third place in the math competition was achieved through cheating?" Some students suddenly shouted. "Ha ha ha, exactly, she's a fool. Senior Lu Mingxing, you are too kind. Only you would believe that she achieved good results through her own efforts. Fool Bai Ji. Fool." The whole place erupted in intense laughter and ridicule. Perhaps some people wouldn't mock students with poor grades, but no student would respect someone like Bai Ji who cheated and still won't admit it. Coupled with the Weibo post Lu Mingxing made about Bai Ji earlier, many students who already liked Lu Mingxing grew to dislike Bai Ji even more. Bai Ji, who couldn't answer Lu Mingxing's question, instantly became the target of public criticism. Bai Ji swung, her legs went soft, sitting on the chair, not daring to lift her head. The mocking laughter shook her brain blank in an instant. Her eyes dared not look anywhere, only staring at the ground in despair. Lu Mingxing's cold smile flashed at the corner of her mouth, then she looked at Bai Gu. "Since Bai Ji cannot answer, I won't make it difficult for her. Let's have another student answer." Bai Gu immediately raised her hand. "Lu Mingxing, I will answer for my sister." She deliberately mentioned her sister relationship with Bai Ji, also wanting to use the opportunity to let everyone compare Bai Ji with her. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Gu fluently explained the working principle of that prosthetic eye, with a very clear structure. With the same surname Bai, some people can be top students, while others can be dumber than pigs. Tisk tsk. Some students immediately sighed. Yes, Bai Gu is truly deserving of being a top student. This working principle is not just textbook. Zhou Shulan opened the two large pockets with a smile. "It's nothing special, just some bamboo shoots I dug up. Take them back and stir-fry with meat. They taste fresher than the ones sold in the city." Bai Ji's face stiffened, turned his eyes away, and said unwillingly, "Grandma, our Bai family is wealthy. We can buy these things easily. Why did you go through so much trouble to bring them over?" "Bai Gu, is this the grandmother who lives in the countryside that you mentioned?" Lu Mingxing walked over at this moment, smiling and asking. Seeing Lu Mingxing approaching, Bai Ji's expression became even more unpleasant instantly, not responding to Lu Mingxing. She didn't want to admit that she had a grandmother from the countryside. It was too embarrassing. Bai Ji quietly walked forward, took various local specialties from her grandmother's hands, and said gently, "Grandma, you're not feeling well. Don't tire yourself out. I can take care of myself." Lu Mingxing looked at Zhou Shulan, chuckled, and said kindly, "Yes, things here are different from your countryside. What good things are missing? There are many good things here that you haven't seen." Zhou Shulan didn't know Lu Mingxing's identity and thought she was Bai Ji's friend, so she awkwardly chuckled twice. "These countryside things you brought can't compare to what Bai Gu usually eats. Bai Gu is about to take the college entrance exam. It's better not to eat randomly." Lu Mingxing sneered, mocking unreservedly. Bai Ji's eyes changed. She held her grandmother's arm. "Grandma, I'll take you back." After her grandmother left, Bai Ji relaxed her worried gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxing, who was still standing there, looked at Bai Ji and the two large bags of local specialties beside her, and sneered coldly. I thought the Bai family would produce a foolish daughter. It must be a genetic mutation. I didn't expect it to be hereditary. Bai Ji's eyes chilled, her gaze swept the ground and finally settled on an abandoned brick. Spare me, I apologize to you. It was my fault before, please don't kill me. Looking at Bai Ji fearlessly, Luo Mingxing felt a wave of fear in her heart, feeling that the Bai Ji in front of her was completely different from the coward described by Bai Gu. She felt that Bai Ji would definitely kill her. Bai Ji, with a devilish smile, raised the brick and smashed it towards her. With a loud bang, amidst Luo Mingxing's screams, Bai Ji used the brick to break her right hand. All the viewers in the live broadcast room cheered in unison, thinking that Luo Mingxing deserved it. Well done, Luo Mingxing's mouth should be shut up properly. If someone dared to insult my grandmother like that and threaten me with my grandmother's life, I would definitely be much more ruthless than Bai Ji. Bai Ji's third personality is so cool. Luo Mingxing deserves to be beaten up, just because she's a little smarter? She really thinks she's so noble, mocking the country folks. Exactly, anyone who can't trace their ancestors back 3 generations is a country bumpkin. They deserve to be beaten. Bai Yi opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Was it really because of this reason? In fact, he was disgusted with Bai Ji for this incident, not because he wanted to defend Luo Mingxing. After all, Luo Mingxing and he were strangers, while Bai Ji was his own sister. But he still had some admiration for Luo Mingxing and had always wanted to communicate with people like her. Most importantly, the inspiration for the Rebirth project came from Luo Mingxing, and Luo Mingxing even knew a big shot in the hacker world. He had always wanted to contact that big shot, but never had the chance. By doing this, Bai Ji had cut off his way out. The camera on the screen turned, and Luo Mingxing's arm was already in a cast. Principal, I understand your difficulties, but I was invited by Yizhong to give a speech. After the speech, I was beaten by Yizhong's students. I need an explanation for this. She complained angrily to the principal. Bai Ji didn't answer my question. I kindly explained to her after the speech, but she not only didn't appreciate it, but also got angry, thinking I was indirectly mocking her for being stupid. She raised her arm, stuttering, "Look at my hand, the doctors say it may not recover to normal. How can I continue my research work in the future?" The principal broke out in a cold sweat. If news of Luo Mingxing being beaten spread, Yizhong's reputation would be ruined. This Bai Ji. The principal assured Luo Mingxing while calling the Bai family, saying that their daughter had an accident at school and they needed to come as soon as possible. Bai Yi was not sure of the specifics, but upon hearing the news, he thought Bai Gu had an accident and hurried to the school. Upon entering the principal's office, he saw Bai Ji being reprimanded by the principal. He first breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Bai Gu who had the accident, but then became very impatient. After hearing the whole story from the principal, Bai Yi walked up directly and said coldly, "Apologize." Bai Ji looked up in confusion, not understanding Bai Yi's meaning. "Apologize to Miss Luo, otherwise you will never return to the Bai family." Bai Yi's eyes lowered, his dark pupils revealing no emotion, only coldness. "Brother, you don't even want to hear my explanation?" Bai Ji spoke softly. Her voice was timid, fragile, with a hint of hope. In an instant, as Bai Yi's disgusted voice sounded, this remaining hope shattered. "Listening to your ridiculous excuses only disgusts me, apologize quickly." A tear rolled down Bai Ji's eye. In the broadcast room, as Bai Ji's pupils dimmed little by little, Bai Yi's heart felt a twinge of bitterness. The next moment, shock, jealousy, and glee, several expressions intertwined on Bai Ji's face. She smirked, took advantage of Bai Ji's deep sleep, and stole the work principle that Bai Ji had just finished writing not long ago. "Bai Ji, these were originally mine, you don't deserve them at all." Looking at the work principle, Bai Ji's face was full of greed as she muttered to herself. "But thank you for helping me write something that is somewhat useful. As long as I hand over this information to Luo Mingxing, anyone will believe that this is Luo Mingxing's research result." A few days later, Luo Mingxing published this paper. By this time, the scientific community had been studying artificial eyes for many years without making any breakthroughs. Luo Mingxing's paper immediately attracted widespread attention upon its release. Many big shots in the scientific community praised Luo Mingxing as a rare rising star. In the authorship of the paper, Luo Mingxing indicated that Bai Gu was the second author, and this paper was completed jointly by her and Bai Gu. Upon seeing this paper, the dean immediately felt that he had encountered a genius and invited Bai Gu, hoping to recommend her. As long as Bai Gu passed the interview at S University, she would not need to take the college entrance examination and could directly enter S University. Bai Ji's Weibo account instantly gained a large number of fans, who expressed various forms of admiration for her. "Bai Gu goddess, you are the best. Is there anything you can't do? I really love you so much." Although our Bai Gu goddess is not yet a top-tier female celebrity, Her contributions to science and human development have already surpassed any top-tier celebrity. Baigu Goddess is only in high school, yet she can collaborate with legendary scholars to publish scientific papers. She will surely shine brightly in the future. As for Bai Ji, she injured Luo Mingxing and the Bai Yi looked at the well-behaved Bai Gu on the dining table and said indulgently, "Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I specifically instructed the butler to prepare your favorite salmon sashimi. Good, eat more and get a good result tomorrow." "Thank you, brother." "Good, come on, we are all your solid backing." The brothers successively encouraged Bai Gu, and the family was harmonious and warm. Bai Ji held a bowl and sat quietly in the corner, looking somewhat unpleasant. Recently, the Bai family had been accommodating Bai Gu in everything, even preparing Japanese food that Bai Gu loved for every meal. However, they forgot that Bai Ji had poor health and couldn't eat too much cold Japanese cuisine. The next morning, Bai Ji packed her stationery and prepared to take the college entrance examination. The whole family surrounded Bai Gu, saying words of encouragement. Unfortunately, the weather was bad that day, and it started to rain heavily. Bai Luofan volunteered to use his luxurious nanny car to take Bai Gu to the exam venue. As for Bai Ji, the Bai family didn't even spare her a glance. Bai Ji's face looked strange, with furrowed brows and pale lips. Seeing that Bai Yi was still at home, she walked up to him, her voice hoarse. "Brother, can you take me to the exam venue? I feel a bit unwell in my stomach." Bai Yi glanced at her. He was expressionless and indifferent. "Is it necessary for me to take you to the exam venue? You will just hand in a blank paper at the exam venue." Bai Ji's eyes widened, but looking at the heavy rain outside, she could only gather her courage again and plead with Bai Yi, "Brother, I might have eaten something bad last night, please take me to the exam venue. If I'm not feeling unwell, I won't trouble you." Bai Yi looked her up and down. "You ate recklessly. Don't blame other things. Bai Gu also ate the sashimi, why is she fine?" Bai Ji struggled to speak, wanting to explain. "Are you pretending to be sick just to find an excuse for your unsightly grades?" Bai Yi coldly interrupted her. After speaking, Bai Yi turned and went back to his study. Bai Ji looked at the closed door of Bai Yi, feeling a sharp pain in her stomach. Helplessly, she randomly took 2 painkillers and went out into the pouring rain. Before Bai Ji could reach the bus stop, a gust of wind swept towards her, flipping the umbrella she was holding. Bai Ji stumbled and fell to the ground, her clean white clothes instantly covered in mud. A passing car splashed a large amount of water on her head. Bai Ji was soaked, walking with difficulty in the pouring rain, each step feeling like stepping on thorns. She seemed as fragile and small as a drifting boat at sea in the relentless rain. In the studio, watching the slender figure of Bai Yi felt waves of regret in his heart. That day, he really thought that Bai Ji was pretending to be sick to gain his sympathy and make him drive her to the exam venue. Faced with Bai Ji's earnest plea, he felt extremely annoyed, thinking that even if Bai Ji took the exam, she would embarrass the Bai family, so it would be better if she didn't go. In fact, during the college entrance examination days, he had cleared his schedule in advance. But he was afraid that something might happen to Bai Gu during the exam, and he wouldn't be able to rush over in time. That day, he could have taken Bai Ji to the exam venue and had the Bai family's private doctor arrive before Bai Ji entered the exam venue to prescribe medication. But he chose to do nothing. The regret in Bai Yi's heart overflowed like a river, and suddenly, Grandma Zhou Shulan's voice came from the big screen. In the Bai family's living room, Zhou Shulan looked very upset. Just heard from the Bai family servant that Bai Ji went to the exam alone. She was immediately anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "What? Bai Yi didn't even accompany Ji to the college entrance examination. On such an important day, how can you all be at ease letting Ji go alone?" "No, I can't rest assured letting Ji go to the exam venue alone. It's raining so heavily outside." She picked up an umbrella and was about to go out. "Grandma, you are not in good health. It's not worth it for Bai Ji to go out in the rain for her." Bai Yi finally walked out of the study and stopped Zhou Shulan. "I rushed over from the countryside specifically to see my Ji take the exam. Even if it's raining outside, even if knives are falling from the sky, I will still go," Zhou Shulan said firmly. "But Ji has already left. Where can you find her?" Bai Yi was a little anxious. "If I can't find her, I will wait outside the exam venue for my Ji to finish the exam first," Zhou Shulan said without hesitation. "Then I will go with you." Bai Yi had no choice but to give in. Zhou Shulan shook off Bai Yi's hand and spoke with a hint of meaning. "You didn't send Bai Ji, so there's no need to come and send me now. I may be old, but my eyes are better than all of you. I can see clearly." With that, she turned and left. Bai Yi had no choice but to have the butler send Zhou Shulan to wait outside the exam venue. The bell for the start of the exam had already rung, but Bai Ji was still standing outside the exam venue. "Sorry, I'm late. Can I go in and take the exam?" Bai Ji coughed and pleaded with the security guard. Seeing Bai Ji's appearance, the security guard's eyes also showed a hint of pity, but he could only shake his head helplessly. Sorry, young lady, if you're late, you can't enter. It would affect the fairness of the college entrance examination. Go back and prepare well for the next exam. Bai Ji looked disappointed. The rain today was too heavy, her stomach was hurting, she couldn't concentrate, and she accidentally missed her stop on the bus, which made her late. Zhou Shulan arrived at the entrance of the exam venue and saw Bai Ji looking lost and ready to leave. She immediately threw away the umbrella, rushed forward, grabbed Bai Ji's hand, and pleaded with the security guard, "My granddaughter didn't mean it, please let her in." "Grandma, why are you here?" Bai Ji was surprised, picked up the umbrella that Zhou Shulan had dropped, afraid that Zhou Shulan would get wet in the rain. Zhou Shulan didn't speak to Bai Ji, but kept looking at the security guard. She patted Bai Ji's shoulder and urgently said, "My granddaughter is very smart. If you let her take the exam, she will definitely come first. Old lady, it's not that I won't let her in, it's the rules. I beg you, please." Zhou Shulan seemed not to listen, and was about to kneel down to the security guard. The security guard was scared and immediately reached out to help her up. Bai Ji's eyes were blurred, she rubbed her eyes, held her grandmother's hand, and spoke calmly and softly. "Grandma, I won't take the exam, let's go." "Yes, old lady, why bother?" Behind the two, there suddenly came a burst of laughter. Bai Ji turned her head and saw some familiar faces. These people seemed to be Bai Ji's friends. "You already have a granddaughter who was guaranteed admission to S University. Why care about Bai Ji, who always scores 0 in exams?" "Yeah, old lady, Bai Gu is much better than Bai Ji. If you want to find a granddaughter with potential to take care of you in your old age, you should choose Bai Gu." "Old lady, are your eyes failing you? Can't you see that Bai Ji is a useless fool?" They spoke disdainfully of Bai Ji without reservation. "You can talk about me, but not about my grandmother." Bai Ji, who had always been timid, widened her eyes, stood in front of Zhou Shulan, coughing and speaking. Behind her, Zhou Shulan's voice suddenly became unusually calm. "You look down on my Jir, but I know that my Jir is the smartest child in the world. I want her to take the exam because I don't want her to be buried." Upon hearing this, the few people burst into laughter. "I knew she was always confused. So funny, ha ha ha." Zhou Shulan snorted and stared at them seriously. "Don't you think it's impressive that Bai Gu can be recommended to S University? But my Jir has actually been admitted to S University long ago." She said it very seriously, but those people thought even more that Zhou Shulan's mind was not working well. Being recommended to S University is already as difficult as reaching the sky, let alone being admitted to S University? You should know that among the students recommended to S University every year, those who can pass the S University interview and actually be admitted are less than 30%. Not only did those people not believe it, but even the audience watching the live broadcast found it hard to believe. How is this possible? Bai Ji hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. How could she be admitted to S University? The list of students admitted through the S University interview is always made public. I have been following it for several years, and I have never seen Bai Ji's name. Zhou Shulan must be too heartbroken for Bai Ji and got confused for a moment, making a mistake. Yes, Bai Ji is really a pity. If she hadn't been late, with her abilities, getting into S University would have been a piece of cake. Zhou Shulan must take care of herself. Among the Bai family, she is the only one who truly cares for Bai Ji. She must not have any problems. Just when everyone thought Zhou Shulan was talking nonsense, the screen once again shocked everyone. Zhou Shulan returned to her home and pulled out an admission letter with Bai Ji's photo attached from her bedside table. It was indeed an admission letter from S University. However, for some reason, this admission letter had been torn up and then reassembled by someone. This is impossible. In the studio, Bai Yi suddenly stood up. Looking at the enlarged photo of the admission letter on the screen, although the name was not clear, Bai Ji's photo was clearly pasted on the admission letter. This admission letter from S University was indeed for Bai Ji, and what Zhou Shulan said was true. She was not confused. Do you think, with Bai Ji's abilities, she doesn't deserve to receive this admission letter? Zhou Ting looked at Bai Yi's incredulous expression and said softly, "But when did she?" Bai Yi started to voice his doubts, but then swallowed the rest of his words silently, because he suddenly realized that he, as her brother, actually didn't understand Bai Ji at all. The camera on the screen switched again. Bai Ji had just finished her second exam. After a heavy rain, the evening weather was exceptionally refreshing. She walked out of the exam room and looked up at the brilliantly colorful sunset in a daze. "Sister, how did your exam go?" Bai Gu also walked out of the exam room and held Bai Ji's arm affectionately. "It was okay." Bai Ji calmly shook off Bai Ji's hand and said lightly, In order to cope with the exam, Bai Ji's third persona had awakened early, and she was not like the main persona who still had expectations for sisterly love. Yeah, I also thought this afternoon's exam was really easy, Bai Gu said casually. Facing Bai Ji's sudden enthusiasm, the awakened Bai Ji felt strange. Offering help for no reason is either a trick or a theft. Sure enough, the next moment, Bai Gu changed the subject and said with a smile, "But sister, once you finish the exam, you can relax, unlike me who still has to prepare for the university interview. It would be great if you could accompany me to the interview." Oh. Bai Ji opened her mouth slightly, patted Bai Ji's shoulder, and said calmly, "Good luck." She was not stupid. She could tell that Bai Gu was trying to show off that she had been recommended to university. "Sister, can't you accompany me to the interview?" Bai Gu saw Bai Ji so calm, gritted his teeth, grabbed Bai Ji's arm again, and said straightforwardly. Just as Bai Ji was about to refuse Bai Gu more directly, Xia Li walked over and sneered. "Gur, why do you want this fool to accompany you to the interview? Don't get her bad luck. What if the president of university doesn't like you?" Bai Ji's other friends also gathered around, one after another mocking Bai Ji unkindly. "That's right, Gur, only those who have obtained the recommended quota can participate in the interview at university. Even if you want Bai Ji to accompany you, she doesn't have the qualification. She always scores 0 in every exam. Even if she really accompanies you, she will only make things worse for you." Bai Ji's eyes gradually turned cold, looking at the noisy group in front of her, feeling like she was hearing 1,000 frogs croaking. She couldn't be bothered to deal with this group of seemingly not very smart people, so she turned around and quickly left. In the morning, Zhou Shulan came to see Bai Ji in the pouring rain, and Bai Ji remembered it, so after the exam, she went directly to Zhou Shulan's house. Grandma's house was not big, but the front yard was very cozy, with a pomegranate tree already bearing fruit, lush and very charming. "Grandma!" Bai Ji walked into the yard, just shouted, but found an old man with white hair still standing in the yard, looking a bit awkward. "Oh, my little Ji." Hearing Bai Ji's voice, Zhou Shulan immediately opened the door, wearing an apron, with one hand still holding a hen waiting to be slaughtered. Zhou Shulan was naturally very happy to see Bai Ji, and the old man in the yard was also as happy as Zhou Shulan to see Bai Ji. "Luo Mingxing, I didn't expect to see you today by such a coincidence." He walked up, smiling. Bai Ji glanced over and saw that he was still holding 2 large bags of vegetables and fruits. She calmly said, "Principal Chen, today is the day for the interview of recommended students at university. Why did you come to see my grandma?" With these words, the whole live broadcast room was in an uproar. Isn't this Principal Chen from university? He actually knows Bai Ji. Wait, what did he just call Bai Ji? Did I mishear it? Luo Mingxing, he actually called Bai Ji Luo Mingxing? My goodness, this information is too significant. As if to make the audience believe that they didn't see it wrong, Principal Chen called Bai Ji again, which made people have to believe one thing. That is, Bai Ji is the real study goddess Luo Mingxing. So Bai Ji was the one who could provide study notes to Lu Xiuyan as Luo Mingxing before. But if Bai Ji is Luo Mingxing, then was the previous Luo Mingxing a fake? This is impossible, right? Is there anything impossible for Bai Ji? Some fans who had unfollowed Luo Mingxing were reinvigorated. So Bai Ji is the study goddess Luo Mingxing that I have always admired. My idol hasn't fallen, she was just impersonated. Indeed, before Luo Mingxing appeared, she lived in legends and was so perfect. I knew my idol whom I have always admired would never engage in academic fraud. The pride of heaven would not stoop to using someone else's thesis. The fake Luo Mingxing is despicable. Down with the cheater. Everyone has a responsibility. The fake Luo Mingxing has no shame. Bai Yi was also shocked, and he stood up directly from his seat. How could it be possible? How could Bai Ji be Luo Mingxing? Sui, who enjoyed watching the excitement, said, "If Bai Ji is Luo Mingxing, then the previous Luo Mingxing was an imposter. She is also Bai Ji's friend. Could it be that Bai Gu and she deliberately planned this act? How could it?" Bai Yi stared at the big screen, feeling like his field of vision was spinning. The images on the screen continued to play. Bai Ji looked at the vegetables in Principal Chen's hands and said somewhat strangely, "Principal Chen, since you're here, why are you standing in the yard instead of coming in to sit down?" Principal Chen felt a bit embarrassed. University gave Bai Gu a reserved spot, but not you. Isn't your grandmother a bit unhappy about this? Bai Ji chuckled. "Principal, my grandmother is not mad at you." Zhou Shulan was upset because Bai Ji's friends had mocked Bai Ji a few days ago. Those people had used Bai Ji's reserved spot at university to mock Bai Ji, and Principal Chen, as the president of university, was also resented by Zhou Shulan. She took the vegetables and fruits from Principal Chen's hands, and the 3 of them entered the house together. "Grandma, is this prepared for me?" Bai Ji looked at the dying old hand struggling in Zhou Shulan's hands. Zhou Shulan laughed heartily. If it's not for my little Ji, then who else could it be for? Bai Ji smiled lightly and went into the kitchen with Zhou Shulan to help her slaughter the chicken, and the two of them enjoyed themselves. Principal Chen stood aside, but his gaze was always fixed on Bai Ji. After hesitating for a while, he spoke. Student Luo, it's not that S University didn't give you a reserved spot, but your abilities have long surpassed those of our school's students. Why is this old man so talkative? Zhou Shulan muttered as she plucked the chicken. Student Luo, as long as you're willing, the position of doctoral supervisor at our school has always been reserved for you. Whatever experimental equipment you want, whatever assistance you need, whatever academic database you require, as long as you're willing to come and teach at S University, our school will spare no effort to prepare for you. Principal Chen's words were very sincere. Bai Ji looked up at him, grinned mischievously, and deliberately avoided the question. Principal Chen, my grandmother makes delicious chicken soup. You should have a few extra bowls later. Zhou Shulan snorted and bluntly said, he comes over every few days to persuade me to send my little Ji to his school for classes, but I won't let him have any. The conversation among the few people once again shocked all the onlookers. The term Bai Ji Luo Mingxing instantly shot up to the top of the hot search list. Soon, the top 10 hot search results were all dominated by the explosive news that Bai Ji is Luo Mingxing. The fake Luo Mingxing's Weibo account was instantly overwhelmed, and all of Luo Mingxing's fans were angrily condemning her shamelessness and despicableness. You thief, just like Bai Gu, a despicable and shameless thief, enjoying the honor that belongs to Bai Ji and constantly belittling her. What qualifications do you have to mock Bai Ji as a fool? You despicable and shameless scum, go die. You don't deserve to live in this world. You plagiarized someone else's academic achievements. This is a crime. Go turn yourself in. The fake Luo Mingxing, who had once cyberbullied Bai Ji on Weibo with just a photo, finally tasted the bitterness of being cyberbullied. Besides people from the entertainment industry, many big shots from the scientific community were also paying attention to this matter. After learning that Bai Ji was the real Luo Mingxing, many scientists who had previously criticized Bai Ji while speaking up for Luo Mingxing quietly deleted their accounts. A small number of scientists chose to come forward and apologize. And more bystanders discussed the matter of Bai Ji as Luo Mingxing, some claiming they had already guessed it. I knew it when Bai Ji gave Lu Xiuyan those notes of the study god. Bai Ji must be Luo Mingxing. With so many identities, what's so strange about one more as a study god? There aren't that many genius study gods in this world. When Bai Ji wrote about the working principle of the artificial eye, I knew Bai Ji was Luo Mingxing. Besides a genius study god like Luo Mingxing, who else could easily write such a paper that benefits humanity? Some also pointed out the various flaws in the fake Luo Mingxing story. S. At the interview scene, Bai Gu remained calm wearing cheating glasses. Bai Gu. Principal Chen looked at the name on the list thoughtfully. I heard that you and Luo Mingxing published a paper on artificial eyes together some time ago, is that right? Bai Gu restrained his proud smile and pretended to be modest. I just assisted Luo in some experiments, mainly her research results. Several professors were even more satisfied with Bai Gu, not only because of her intelligence but also her humility, except Principal Chen, who smiled knowingly. The professors asked Bai Gu several questions, and Bai Gu, wearing cheating glasses, answered without changing her expression, like a true genius. Principal Chen spoke again. Bai Gu, can you tell us how you met Luo Mingxing? Bai Gu didn't expect Principal Chen to ask this, but she quickly responded, fabricating a perfect answer. It was during an academic exchange event. I accidentally met Luo, and surprisingly we hit it off. Principal Chen chuckled, his voice firm. You can go back now, Bai Gu. We won't admit you to S University. Bai Gu couldn't understand why she wasn't accepted despite her perfect performance. She didn't understand, but the audience outside the screen did. Principal Chen knew early on that Bai Ji was Luo Mingxing, Bai Ji's sister, yet Bai Gu claimed to have met Luo Mingxing by chance at an academic event. Isn't that absurd? Bai Gu thought she could deceive everyone, but Principal Chen had already seen through her. Principal Chen's words exposed Bai Ji's true colors. Indeed, experience counts. Ridiculous Bai Gu, wanting Bai Ji to witness her admission to S University, but ended up making a big joke, serves her right. On the big screen, the camera shifted. A few days later, fake Luo Mingxing hurriedly arrived at Bai's house and went straight to Bai Ji's bedroom. Bai Gu, look at these papers. These are all the damn papers that the real Luo Mingxing wrote before. Fake Luo Mingxing pulled out several papers from her hand, speaking impatiently. The camera zoomed in, showing the screen on Luo Mingxing's phone clearly on the big screen. It turned out that someone had dug up several insufficiently argued papers previously published by Luo Mingxing, questioning her credibility as a genius scientist. If it were the real Luo Mingxing, facing these papers, she could simply provide sufficient evidence to revise and republish them to silence the critics. But the person being questioned now was not the real Luo Mingxing, and she had no ability to correct the flaws in those papers. Faced with increasing doubts, she had no way to respond and had to seek Bai Ji's help. Bai Ji's expression changed slightly. She patted fake Luo Mingxing's shoulder and calmly said, "Just a few papers with insufficient arguments? You have that paper on artificial eyes. Can't you establish yourself in the Scientify? This website can only be accessed by me. If too many people log in, I have to spend time maintaining the website server, which is too troublesome," Bai Ji lazily said, sounding like a child. "If you make a website but don't want others to see it, why bother making it?" Zhou Jie asked in confusion. "There are some articles that I am not satisfied with and don't want to publish. I can only build a website to store them first to prevent them from getting lost." Bai Ji scratched his head helplessly, looking quite distressed. While Zhou Jie was looking at those papers, she kept shaking her head in admiration. "I never thought that there would be people in this world who would find publishing academic papers too much. It's also a kind of trouble." Bai Ji smiled embarrassedly. "These are papers I wrote before. I haven't had time to upload the papers I wrote this month yet." Zhou Jie widened her eyes and immediately said, "Show me your achievements this month." Bai Ji, feeling helpless, threw a website to Zhou Jie and lazily said, "Take a look yourself." Zhou Jie opened the website and found that it was actually a well-known foreign academic website. The first paper on the home page was authored by Luo Mingxing. The paper was in full English, and even though the average person might not understand it, the length of the title and subtitle indicated how impressive the paper was. "Is there a translation? How can I understand this as an illiterate person? Countless experts in China want to upload their papers to this website, but they all fail the review." Unexpectedly, Bai Ji's papers have been on the homepage all along. "More than that, I just looked at the past special editions of this website. It seems that in the past year, whenever Luo Mingxing publishes a new paper, it is always the first one on the homepage. Even someone like me who doesn't understand science knows the value of this website." It turns out that Bai Ji is not just a name, she is even more impressive than rumored. No wonder Bai Ji doesn't want to be a doctoral supervisor at S University. Her level is much higher than those doctoral supervisors at S University. They are not on the same level at all. Fake Luo Mingxing looked at Bai Ji, who effortlessly resolved the question controversy, feeling very unwilling. She picked up her phone and continued to question Bai Ji using a fake account. Could it be that Bai Ji really wrote those papers she claimed to have written? How can someone write scientific papers in junior high school? Isn't that nonsense? Bai Ji must have found a ghostwriter. How could someone who just graduated from high school be so talented? There must be something fishy going on. At this point, the comments from the fake Luo Mingxing seemed particularly abrupt. Soon, she was attacked by a group of netizens, and capable netizens quickly exposed her as the Bai Yi also heard some rumors about Luo Mingxing from the outside world, but he has always believed in Bai Gu, naturally also believing in Luo Mingxing, so he had his family prepare a big table of dishes. Before they could start eating, Luo Mingxing suddenly looked towards Bai Ji in the corner, somewhat dissatisfied, saying, "Miss Bai Ji, I don't know why you are making things difficult for me." "Ha?" Bai Ji raised her head in shock, not understanding what Luo Mingxing meant. "I have already investigated and found out the person who leaked those few imperfect papers I wrote before. His IP address is in the Bai family. After thinking it over, I feel that only you could have done this." Luo Mingxing confidently presented evidence and sternly questioned Bai Ji. "Sister, how could you do this? You had a conflict with senior Luo Mingxing before, and she didn't hold it against you, just letting the school give you a disciplinary probation. She has been very tolerant." Bai Gu also pretended to look shocked, walked up and held Bai Ji's hand, tears welling up in his eyes. "Even if you really resent senior Luo Mingxing, you can't ruin her good reputation. She is my good friend. I didn't." Bai Ji shook her head in panic, not knowing what to do. But before Bai Ji could explain, Bai Gu, with a righteous look, stood in front of Bai Ji and said to Bai Yi, "Brother, don't blame sister. Sister is just young and impulsive. She must know she was wrong now. Song, don't speak up for her. Today, Bai Ji must give me an explanation." Luo Mingxing slammed the table, angrily said. The two of them, one with a pale face and the other with a red face, truly put on a good show. In the studio, Bai Yi clenched his fists, feeling that the acting skills of these two were extremely poor, but back then, he didn't see through it at all and instead believed them unquestionably. Moreover, he sternly reprimanded Bai Ji, because he heard that Luo Mingxing had a good relationship with K2, and he happened to need K2's help at that time, but Bai Ji offended Luo Mingxing at that time, which made him very angry. On the big screen, Bai Yi looked at Bai Ji with a very indifferent expression. Bai Ji, delete those posts that defame Miss Luo immediately, or get out of the Bai family. Brother, it really wasn't me. Can you believe me this time? Bai Ji, with tears in her eyes, grabbed Bai Yi's arm pitifully. There are so many people in the Bai family. Even if Miss Luo traced the IP to the Bai family, it doesn't prove it was me. If it wasn't you, could it be Song? Bai Yi coldly snorted and pushed Bai Ji away. If I see that post again tomorrow, I will officially sever our sibling relationship. After that, Bai Yi politely apologized to Luo Mingxing. Miss Luo, I'm really sorry. Luo Mingxing pretended to be generous and waved her hand. It's okay. Since the post can be Del, so Bai Gu is the one who dug up dirt on Luo Mingxing. But now she's in cahoots with fake Luo Mingxing. What benefits does she get from doing this? It seems Bai Gu had planned this out early on, wanting to smear Bai Ji. She must have thought Bai Ji wouldn't be able to delete the posts, and Bai Yi would then believe Bai Ji was unrepentant, leading to her being kicked out of the Bai family. Bai Ji's intentions are truly wicked. How can there be such a bad woman? Unfortunately, Bai Ji's plan is about to fail this time. She definitely didn't expect Bai Ji to have hacking skills. On the big screen, Bai Ji removed the hot search, just about to take a break when her phone rang. There's a job, not sure if you're interested. A mysterious voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm not taking it. Without even asking about the job, Bai Ji straightforwardly declined. She, as the third personality, had exams to take and papers to write for the main personality. Finally getting some rest, she was rudely awakened by the main personality to remove the hot search, exhausted. She had no interest in taking on a job now. However, the mysterious person continued, but this job is one you previously instructed. Are you really not considering it? The one I instructed, is it from the Bai family? Bai Ji realized. Yes, it's Bai Yi's job, and it's something only you, the hacker, can accomplish in this world. Are you still not taking it? Hearing the name Bai Yi, Bai Ji rubbed her head irritably and muttered to herself, stirring up trouble for me again. The mysterious person let out a pleased laugh and indulgently said, since the great hacker is averse to trouble, I'll immediately reject it on your behalf. Wait, who said I'm not taking it? Bai Ji quickly interjected. In the live broadcast room, the audience, listening to Bai Ji and the mysterious person's conversation, couldn't help but be more shocked. What kind of job is it that only Bai Ji can do? And from their conversation, they must have known each other for a long time. Wow, Bai Ji actually has her own informant, just like a mysterious secret agent in a movie. So intriguing. Bai Ji must have a hidden identity. She's like a treasure. The more you explore, the more you see her shining points. In the studio, although the mysterious person didn't expose Bai Ji's identity, he had already guessed it. He had once asked a hacker, K2, the leader of the 4 top hackers, to complete a tricky task for him. It turned out that Bai Ji was K2. He had long suspected Bai Ji's identity, and it was only now that it was truly confirmed. Bai Yi's thoughts drifted, recalling how he and his team later developed the Ming project, but the research results were stolen, almost leading to the downfall of the Bai family. He had always thought Bai Ji had betrayed him for money, but seeing Bai Ji's abilities now, his thoughts had changed. With Bai Ji's abilities, she didn't need to steal. If she wanted, she could develop the results on her own. It seemed that there was someone else behind the theft of the research results back then. On the big screen, after Bai Ji took on the job, she sat in front of the computer, extremely focused on completing the task Bai Yi had given her. By the time she finished the task, it was already early morning the next day. The sun rose, casting a splendid light on Bai Ji's back. She stretched lazily, feeling exhausted, and collapsed on the bed, pulling up the blanket with a satisfied smile, murmuring, this time, I must rest longer, no one should try to wake me up. Due to exhaustion, Bai Ji's third personality quickly fell into a deep sleep. Shortly after, Bai Yi's Ming project was successfully completed, and his team successfully produced an artificial eye that could restore sight. Once this product hit the market, it would surely cause a sensation. Thinking about the future of the Ming eye, Bai Yi was filled with anticipation. On the night before Chongming went public, his assistant hurriedly called, Mr. Bai, another company has released a prosthetic eye in advance, named Shiming. Bai Yi was shocked and quickly took the information from his assistant's hand, only to find that this so-called Shiming prosthetic eye was very similar to the Chongming developed by their team in both appearance and internal working principle. Shiming was clearly a copy of Chongming. How could this happen? He muttered, feeling as if the sky had fallen on him. Mr. Bai Yi, they went public before Chongming, and they even have a detailed introduction to the working principle. Now everyone thinks they are the original company. What should we do? The assistant asked anxiously. Bai Yi gave a bitter smile. Prepare to sue their company immediately. Bai Yi had intended to protect their rights by suing, but Shiming presented evidence showing that they had started researching prosthetic eyes earlier than Bai Yi's team. Their research inspiration came from several papers on artificial eyes published by Unearthing. Since the initial research data of Chongming was leaked once before, they had started to develop in secrecy, no longer disclosing their progress. This secrecy was originally meant to protect Chongming, but now it made it impossible for the Chongming team to prove their innocence. Bai Yi fought several lawsuits but could not win. Moreover, because Chiming's product had helped many blind people, Chiming quickly gained a good reputation. Many small companies envied Chiming's success and began producing inferior counterfeit products. When Chongming sued Chiming at this time, the public perceived Chongming and those counterfeit companies as unscrupulous businesses trying to ride on Chiming's popularity. Not long after, Chongming lost the lawsuit. However, Chiming did not stop there and countersued Chongming, accusing them of stealing their research results and damaging their company's reputation. Bai Yi was at a loss and had to disband the Chongming team under Chiming's strong offensive. Seeing the disintegration of the Chongming team, the audience was full of regret. I knew it. The prosthetic eye designed by the Chongming team is so similar to the Chiming team's. Turns out Chiming stole Chongming's research results and even turned the tables. It's really despicable. I used to think Chiming was a conscientious tech company, but it turns out they started by stealing others' scientific achievements. Right, I heard that recently there have been quality issues with the prosthetic eyes produced by Chiming. Looking at Bai Yi and the Chongming team, they are in a pitiful situation, being forced to shut down the original by the pirated version. But who leaked the important research data of Chongming's team? I wonder if the Chongming team caught the traitor. Who else could it be? It must be little princess Bai Gu. The audience speculated that Bai Gu leaked the core technology of the Chongming research project, but some water armies and die-hard fans of Bai Gu were still actively defending her. Bai Gu participated in the Chongming project with Unearthing. What information couldn't she steal and sell out the Bai family, betraying Bai Yi? She hasn't done such things before? Yes, it must be Bai Gu. Setting aside who leaked the Chongming project, as the overall leader of the team, shouldn't Bai Yi bear the main responsibility? Even if Bai Ji's character was not great before, those were just minor offenses. Betraying the Chongming project would shake the foundation of the Bai family. How could she do that? Since there is no evidence proving that Bai Gu betrayed Chongming, some people should not speculate recklessly with personal emotions. In the studio, Bai Yi's mood was equally complex. In his memory, Bai Gu has always been a warm little sun, illuminating the hearts of the whole family. He didn't want to admit that the little sun he had always protected was actually a branding iron that wantonly burned others. Perhaps he was overthinking. Bai Gu, his beloved younger sister, would definitely not betray the Bai family. On the big screen, the disaster of the Bai family has not yet passed. Bai Yi, who lost the lawsuit, must repay a huge amount of compensation. The foundation of the Bai family is still shallow, and he simply cannot come up with this money. Seeing Bai Yi in despair, Bai Luofan timely stepped forward and encouraged Bai Yi, "We are family, it's just about money, right? I'll take care of it." Bai Yi raised his head, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his withered eyes. He spoke somewhat dryly, "Brother, I've burdened you. Why mention this when we are family?" Bai Luofan patted Bai Yi's shoulder. "When you were making money, weren't you always supporting me? We are brothers, we should support each other. But the amount of compensation is too large. Even if you use up all your savings, it will only be enough to fill this hole. What about your future? Summer is about to go to college soon, and it's a time when money is needed." Bai Yi worriedly suggested, "Since I am the one in debt, why don't I hide and change my name first, avoid the limelight, and you can use the money at home to send Songer to college." "Shao Yi!" Bai Luofan exclaimed sternly, "I've said it before, we are family, and family members should share both joy and sorrow." Before Bai Yi could say more, Bai Luofan forcefully interrupted him. "As long as we are a family, what does money matter?" The two brothers looked at each other and stopped arguing. Sibling affection, everything is understood without words. Bai Luofan used all his savings to help Bai Yi compensate the other company, which deeply moved all the audience. Although the Bai family treated Bai Ji poorly, they were deceived by Bai Gu. In fact, the children of the Bai family are all as kind as Bai Ji. Sob, I also want such a good brother. It's not unreasonable for Bai Luofan to become a top star later, right? Who wouldn't like such a responsible brother? If it weren't for Bai Gu sowing discord from childhood to adulthood, Bai Ji must have been the most beloved little princess by her brothers. On the big screen, the story of the Bai family continues. The high compensation has emptied the Bai family, and Bai Yi, facing financial difficulties, had to return to the countryside with Bai Ji and Bai Gu to live with their grandmother. When they learned that their grandchildren were coming, the grandparents were very happy. As soon as Bai Gu entered the house, the grandmother surrounded her, looking her up and down, expressing joy and concern. "Oh, it's been half a year since we last saw you, Gu. Why do you look thinner again? It must be because the college entrance exam studies have exhausted you. Good, Grandpa specially killed a chicken. Drink more chicken soup tonight to nourish your body. Grandpa also came over, smiling as he took the luggage from Bai Ji's hands. Bai Gu sweetly smiled, thank you, Grandpa and Grandma, I missed you too. Grandma has already tidied up the big room facing south for you. The room next to it is your study, for you to read. That room has the best sunlight in our house and is quiet. The grandmother led Bai Gu into the room, full of excitement. After settling Bai Gu and Bai Yi, the grandparents realized there was also Bai Ji. We don't have any more rooms in our house. The grandmother looked at Bai Ji somewhat disdainfully and impatiently said to Grandpa, old man, go clean up the warehouse for her to live in. Grandpa turned his head and snorted, she may be a bit foolish, but she's not stupid. Do I, as her grandfather, have to clean up a warehouse for her? Can't she do it herself? Hearing Grandpa's words, Bai Ji silently lowered her head and softly said, Grandpa, I can clean it up myself. Bai Ji pursed her lips, lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, Mom, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Look at you, with that mischievous look on your face, hurry up and leave, don't bother me. Grandma scolded impatiently. Grandma, I know the family is not doing well financially now. I'm willing to go out to work to earn tuition for Si Gu and Guer. Bai Ji suddenly raised her head, sincerely said, how much money can you earn? Useless. Xia Wei immediately turned her head in disdain. Bai Ji looked desolate and lonely as she returned to the storage room where she lived. There wasn't even a decent bed in the room, just a layer of straw. Bai Ji's slender figure nestled in the straw pile, like a discarded broken doll. The door of the storage room suddenly opened. Bai Ji quickly wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and pretended to be asleep. The person who came in was Bai Yi. He thought Bai Ji was asleep and stood beside her, staring at her back for a long time before murmuring, is it you? Who else in the Bai family would betray me? Betray the core technology of Chongming, besides you? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Ji was stunned, a hint of bitterness rising in her eyes. She never expected that her beloved brother would think of her this way. Even though Bai Yi had no evidence linking her to the leakage of Chongming's confidential information, she was still the first person he suspected. Sensing what Bai Ji was thinking, Bai Yi spoke again. I know there is no evidence now, but, the day I find evidence, I will personally drive you out of the Bai family. After speaking, Bai Yi silently left Bai Ji's room. In the dark storage room, Bai Ji sat up. Even the slightest movement made the straw pile beneath her rustle. This sound seemed like a unique mockery. Brother, you don't need to drive me away. Bai Ji hugged herself, letting tears flow freely. In the small room, the girl's sobbing tore at people's hearts. I will leave on my own. After a long time, Bai Ji finally raised her head, skillfully wiping away the tears from her face. The next day, until noon, Bai Ji's grandparents found that she had not gotten up. Angrily, they kicked open the door of the warehouse only to find Bai Ji was gone. That brat, just a few words and she disappears, who knows where she went? Bai Ji's grandmother cursed, even more dissatisfied with Bai Ji after what happened last night. Bai Ji is missing? Bai Yi walked over, furrowing his brows in suspicion and muttered softly. Could it be that she's afraid I'll find evidence and sneak away? Bai Gu also approached, anxiously grabbing Bai Yi's hand. Brother, sister has run away from home, should we report to the police to find her quickly? Report to the police? What well-bred girl would run away from home at such a young age? If we report it, the whole village will know what a use. What was said earlier is correct. Leaving the Bai family, Bai Ji will have so many disguises, she will definitely live better. We Bai Ji are independent women, not like parasites like Bai Gu. Bai Yi looked at the audience's discussions and suddenly spoke out loudly. The image on the big screen changed again. 2 months later, Bai Ji returned home. Bai Ji's grandmother was feeding the chickens in the yard. When she heard someone knocking on the door outside the yard, she went to see and found that Bai Ji had actually returned. Her face immediately turned long. Why are you back? You've already ruined my reputation. She raised her hand and slapped Bai Ji's face, spitting out a few drops of saliva. Bai Ji covered her face, a hint of grievance in her eyes, but the next moment, she forced a smile. Grandma, don't be angry. I went out to work. Work? What kind of work can you do? If you've gone out, don't come back. Get out of here, I don't want to see you, you bring bad luck. Grandma didn't want to hear Bai Ji speak at all. She raised her hand and tried to close the yard door. Grandma, this is my 2 months' salary. Bai Ji quickly took out an envelope containing red bills from her pocket. The audience erupted again. I feel sorry for Bai Ji. She wholeheartedly does everything for her family, but she doesn't receive any gratitude, nor does anyone care about her. I've never liked that old lady. She doesn't care when Bai Gu goes out to play, but it's not okay if it's Bai Ji, right? I don't know what Bai Gu did to her. She's waiting to be harmed by Bai Gu. If it weren't for spending too much energy before, Baiji's two alter egos wouldn't have been dormant, and she wouldn't have to suffer like this, right? Baiji left, her lonely figure, she must be feeling very sad inside. On the big screen, Baiji didn't say anything else, a bitter smile on her lips. She didn't even look at her grandmother's shocked and embarrassed face, quietly turned and left. Everyone watched her slender figure gradually disappear on the big screen. Baiji. Baiji's lips moved, dryly uttering these two words. The girl's thin figure reflected in his pupils. In that moment, the whole world seemed to drift away from him. In his field of vision, only one person's figure remained. Elegant, aloof, lonely, with a unique temperament that an ordinary girl doesn't have. But what kind of temperament was that? Baiji couldn't explain. The one who leaked the heavy bright plan, was it you, or Go? Baiji muttered to himself, his gaze empty, staring at the big screen, desperately seeking an answer. Soon, something unexpected happened on the big screen. His computer broke down, and Baiji helped him take it for repairs. Unexpectedly, she ran into Baigu. At that time, Baigu was talking to a man. When Baiji saw the man's face clearly, his brain buzzed, his vision darkened for a moment, and for several seconds his brain was blank and unable to think. It took a while to recover. But his heart could never calm down again, as if being gripped by a big hand, tightening, making it difficult to breathe. This person was the head of the Chiming group, Wei Ziyue. Not only Baiji, many people recognized him. Isn't that President Wei? Why is Baigu with him? Could it be that Baigu is really the one who leaked the heavy bright plan? This Baigu is too wicked. The heavy bright plan is her brother's hard work. Why did Baigu do this? I don't think it's necessarily Baigu. There must be some misunderstanding here. The result of leaking the heavy bright plan led to the Bai family's bankruptcy. Although Baigu was greedy, she wouldn't be stupid enough to do this. If the Bai family goes bankrupt, she will have nothing. At this moment, Baigu and Wei Zishuan on the big screen had not noticed Baiji's presence. They were chatting as if no one else was around. Wei Zishuan smiled and said, "Help me bring Baiji's computer over." Baigu was surprised. "What do you want to do?" Wei Zishuan sneered, "There is still a part of the rebirth plan that needs additional experimental data. The data you gave me last time is missing. It seems to have been left out during the copying process. These additional data must all be in his computer. As long as you help me bring it over, I will give you an extra share of the Bai family's assets." Baiji's eyes lit up at once. "Really?" "Of course, as long as you bring the computer over." Wei Zishuan smiled meaningfully. "Baigu, in this cooperation, you are the one who will benefit the most. Although it's only half of Bai Luofan and Baiyi's assets, it's enough to ensure your livelihood for generations to come. If it weren't profitable, do you think I would cooperate with you? How much of this money can actually go into my pocket? Although my brothers spoil me, they only give me some small gifts, and they won't give me much money. It's different now. With the money in my hands, all I need to do is find an opportunity to run away, disappear to a place where no one can find me, and then I can enjoy this money alone, right?" Baigu smiled smugly, his self-satisfied and sinister expression destroying his good looks and causing a stir among the audience in the live broadcast room. Baigu was constantly challenging their understanding. "Bai-gu." Baiyi enunciated each word with gritted teeth. This was the first time he had fully uttered Baiji's name because from this moment on, when he learned that Baigu was the one who stole the rebirth plan, almost causing the Bai family to be ruined beyond repair, his sibling relationship with Baigu was completely shattered. He didn't have such a selfish and heartless sister. All the genuine affection he had given before was as good as wasted. He had poured his heart out to Baigu, using the first Schola. If the Bai family could treat Baiji better, maybe the outcome wouldn't have been like this. Baiji has a triple personality and is a genuine genius. She will definitely lead the Bai family out of trouble and into a new peak. After hearing this conversation, Baiji lowered her eyes, didn't say a word, and just took the computer to be repaired before going home. Soon, Baigu took the opportunity when everyone was out of the house and stole the computer. Wei Zishuan squatted in a corner with the computer, took out a USB drive he carried with him, and copied all the experimental data from Baiyi's computer. Not stopping there, he looked at Baiyi's clean and tidy computer desktop, smirked sinisterly, and implanted a Trojan virus. All this took only a short 5 minutes. After doing all this, Wei Zishuan returned the computer to Baigu, took out a card, handed it to her, and said, "Now the experiment is stable, right?" Baiyi, seeing this scene, felt a sharp pain in his face. His computer had indeed been broken before, but he didn't have time to repair it, so he asked Baiji to do it for him. However, when the computer was returned, it was infected with a Trojan virus, causing all the data to disappear whenever he tried to use it. Naturally, he blamed Baiji for taking the computer for repairs. Fortunately, later on, he inquired about the computer situation on an academic forum, and a kind mysterious hacker helped him counterattack. But now, seeing the truth, Bai Yi understood what had happened. It wasn't Bai Ji who did it, but Bai Gu and Wei Zixuan. Bai Ji just knew about Bai Gu and Wei Zixuan's intentions but didn't tell him, which was understandable considering how poorly he treated her. Just then, on the big screen, Bai Ji entered his bedroom, turned on the computer, and swiftly manipulated his computer with delicate fingers. In no time, all the previously disappeared data reappeared on the screen. Bai Yi was astonished. The mysterious hacker who helped me is actually Bai Ji? Bai Yi stared in shock at Bai Ji on the screen. The computer light reflected on Bai Ji's face, making her side profile appear somewhat pale, with her slender face revealing a delicate chin. Bai Ji's facial features were beautiful. Despite years of malnutrition, her vitality still shone through. Especially when she was focused on something, her concentration was most captivating. Her fingers were slender and long, like white jade, effortlessly solving the problem that had troubled him for a long time. After helping him counterattack Wei Tian, Bai Ji smiled brightly, as if the whole world had become brighter. Bai Yi's heart suddenly rippled, his eyes trembling. But Bai Ji didn't have much time to be happy, as Bai Yi returned home and immediately opened the door. Bai Ji was startled and quickly switched the screen to a gaming interface. Bai Yi, looking tired, saw Bai Ji sitting at his computer and asked, "What are you doing with my computer?" "Playing games." Bai Yi approached and indeed saw the gaming interface, saying, "I told you not to touch the computer if it's having issues." "You actually used it to play games?" Bai Yi was so frustrated that he pressed his temples. "If my computer has issues, it might be because you downloaded a game and accidentally got a virus." "The games I downloaded don't have viruses, and isn't your computer working fine?" Bai Ji closed the game interface and pointed to various files on the screen. Hearing this, Bai Yi was surprised and leaned in to look at the screen. The mysteriously deleted files reappeared one by one. He was overjoyed, quickly opened a few to check, and exclaimed, "These are my research data." Seeing how happy he was, Bai Ji's eyes deepened. Bai Yi, seeing this, sternly warned, "Don't mess with my computer in the future. If the files have issues again, I'll assume it's all you're doing." Bai Ji didn't get angry at his words, just smiled and walked out. When she left, Bai Yi sat down and checked the files one by one, only to find that all the experimental data had indeed returned. He was overjoyed and wanted to post a thank you message on a hacker forum, but he found a message from a hacker he had sought help from before, saying, "Data has been recovered, watch out for Bai Gu." Bai Yi saw this sentence and fell into contemplation. After a moment, he classified and saved the files to a USB drive, sighed as he saw the game on the desktop. "When will Bai Ji mature?" he muttered. With that, he casually closed the game under Bai Ji. The audience watching this scene couldn't help but feel sorry for Bai Ji. Bai Gu can solve difficult math problems, can work with experimental data, but lacks normal logical thinking. How can there be so many kind-hearted people willing to help you retrieve files for free? Actually, I can understand Bai Yi. His computer was hacked for a few days, all the data was lost, and Bai Ji happened to come by to play games. It's strange that he could remain calm. Then why doesn't he think about why his computer gets fixed when Bai Ji plays a game? Bai Yi looked at the drifting barrage of comments, feeling lost. At that time, he was so overwhelmed by this incident that he only noticed the files had returned. Why didn't he investigate further why a stranger would help him for no reason? Perhaps from the beginning, he didn't believe Bai Ji could be so capable. It seemed like, no, they seemed to have looked down on Bai Ji since childhood. But the current scene told them that Bai Ji was excellent, shining brightly in places they couldn't see. Bai Yi's eyes dimmed, regretting his past actions. He clenched his fists, despising himself for what he had done before. The screen continued to show Bai Gu. She followed behind her grandmother, speaking in a sweet and coquettish voice. "Grandma, please, I really want to buy a piano to participate in the competition. Can you help me?" Grandma looked helpless as Gu. "It's not that Grandma doesn't want to buy it for you, it's just that the piano is too expensive. We can't afford it." Bai Gu pouted in disappointment, then saw Bai Ji passing by, her eyes lighting up. "Grandma, didn't you say someone wanted to propose to our family? It seems like they are preparing a lot of dowry. How about I marry him, then I can have money to buy a piano and bring glory to our family." "Nonsense! Who would sell themselves for a competition?" Grandma scolded sternly. Bai Gu cried in grievance, "Then what should I do? I really want to have my own piano." After some contemplation, Grandma said, "Let me discuss this with your mother." In the evening, after Xiao Wei returned, Grandma called Ningli into the bedroom and told Xiao Wei about Bai Ji's request. Xiao Wei thought for a moment and asked, "I remember that was a middle-aged farmer, how much dowry can he provide?" Grandma calculated, "If we marry Bai Ji off, we can buy a piano for Gu, and still have some money left for household expenses." Xiao Wei nodded, "Okay, I'll go talk to Bai Ji." Grandma was a bit worried. What if she doesn't agree? Ningli sneered, after raising her for so long, it's not for nothing. Early the next morning, Bai Ji was called by Ningli to have a conversation in the room. When Bai Ji learned that Xiao Wei wanted to marry her off to a farmer, she walked out in a daze. Seeing this, Bai Gu couldn't help but taunt, Bai Ji, are you getting married? Bai Ji was stunned, as Xiao Wei had just told her about this. Bai Gu shouldn't have known. Seeing her confusion, Bai Gu shook her head smugly, when you get married, Grandma will buy me a piano. You're also doing a good thing for the family. Hearing this, Bai Ji's face turned pale, unable to believe it. Mom, did you make me get married because you wanted to buy a piano? Bai Gu didn't hide it, of course. You've been freeloading at home every day. You should repay the family. This is a good opportunity. I heard that farmer is honest. You can go there and have a few sons for him, then you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the next life, right? It's cheap for you. Bai Ji's blood ran cold and she trembled all over. She had endured so much for so many years, being manipulated by Bai Gu for so long, and at this moment, she could no longer bear it and burst out, Bai Gu, I have never offended you, why do you always target me? She was just fine, how come there was suddenly a marriage proposal? It turned out to be by Ji's instigation. How am I targeting you? I found a good family for you, you should be grateful to me. Bai Gu retorted. Bai Ji gritted her teeth in anger, if it's so good, why don't you marry into that family yourself? Nonsense, can a peasant like him be worthy of me? Bai Gu looked Bai Ji up and down, seeing the old clothes on her that he didn't want, sneered, only someone like you who picks up junk can barely match him. Bai Gu. Bai Ji was burning with anger, the last string that was holding her back snapped. She strode up to Bai Gu, raised her hand and gave Bai Gu a hard slap. With a loud smack, clear and crisp, as if all the grievances of many years were concentrated in this slap, Bai Ji's cheek instantly swelled up. She covered her face, unable to believe it, looking at Bai Ji's uncontrollable anger. She felt afraid for the first time, crying out for help. Mom, Grandma, brother, Bai Ji has gone crazy and hit someone. Come and see. Xiao Wei and Grandma heard the commotion and hurried out. Seeing Bai Gu with half of her face swollen from being slapped, bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, their faces changed drastically. What's going on? Ning Li shouted angrily. Bai Gu pointed at Bai Ji, tears streaming down her face. It's Bai Ji. She didn't want to marry a peasant, so she forced me to marry him. I disagreed, so she hit me. Bai Ji, how dare you? It's because I didn't educate you properly, right? Xiao Wei said, raising her hand to slap Bai Ji. Bai Ji, in her anger, unexpectedly didn't let herself be hit as she had in the past, but dodged Ning Li's slap. Ning Li, looking at her empty hand, became even angrier. Alright Bai Ji, you've grown a temper, haven't you? Let me tell you, the marriage is already arranged. Whether you want to or not, you will marry. Bai Ji was trembling with anger, her voice quivering as she spoke. Mom, you told me that the family was in difficulty and asked me to marry into it. I can understand that. But you want to marry me off to a stranger just to buy a piano for Bai Gu. That's not marriage, it's selling. It's like selling me off as if I were a piece of goods to a strange man. I am also your daughter, why can't you consider me? As she spoke, her voice was filled with a sob, tears stubbornly holding back in her eyes. Hearing this, Ning Li was unmoved. Even so, you can't hit your sister, you are older than her, you should give in to her. Hearing this, Bai Ji could no longer hold back. Tears the size of beans rolled down her cheeks. With red eyes, she said firmly, I won't marry. If anyone has to marry, let Bai Gu marry. With that, she wiped away her tears forcefully, and walked towards the door. Ning Li thought she was going to run away, so she rushed over to block the door, menacingly saying, you don't have a say in this. After saying that, she forcefully hugged Bai Ji and shouted to Grandma, Mom, bring a rope, I don't believe she can't be disciplined. Bai Ji looked down at Ning Li, the woman who had once had a gentle appearance, now looked fierce, scarier than a demon from hell. Her heart sank bit by bit, the light in her eyes completely extinguished. After a while, Bai Ji was tied to the bed by the two of them, closing her eyes in despair. At the door, Ning Li was still tenderly applying medicine to Bai Gu. When the audience saw this behavior, they all went crazy, throwing rotten eggs at the props, bombarding the screen. Damn! I was wondering why Bai Gu was so terrifying. Turns out she has such a terrifying mother. What era is this? People still sell their daughters for a piano. I'm truly enlightened. Damn! Where does Ning Li live now? I'll grab my weapons and go kill her now. This stupid woman, I'll go down with her. Don't be impulsive upstairs. We can help Bai Ji sue her. The audience was excitedly throwing grenades and rotten eggs, wanting to denounce Bai Gu and Ning Li, and the curses were extremely harsh. Bai Yi, seeing this, couldn't help but feel ashamed of their behavior, and could only weakly defend them with a few words. Actually, it's not like that behind the scenes. Bai Ji used a trick to make Bai Gu marry for her. She didn't marry over herself. Someone coldly said, "Can you guarantee this is the truth?" Bai Yi was speechless. The barrage was too intense, so the program team had to disable the gifting function and continue the broadcast. Soon it was the day of the marriage. Bai Ji sat in the bedroom motionless like a dead person. Shin Xia also came over to join in the fun. Seeing the triumphant Bai Gu, she pulled someone aside. "Bai Gu, you are really naive." Bai Gu frowned. "What do you mean? Don't really think that Bai Ji is marrying a country bumpkin, right? Let me tell you, it's not at all. The person Bai Ji is marrying is Lu Qingyan, the only son of the richest man in the city." Bai Gu, upon hearing this, was skeptical. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Shin Xia rolled her eyes disdainfully. "Can't you think properly? What country bumpkin can afford to marry a country girl with so much money?" Bai Gu realized it was true. Pianos are not cheap, the dowry given could buy a lot. She glanced at Bai Ji, her mind racing. Bai Gu took the opportunity to send Bai Ji away. Halfway there, she forced Bai Ji to take off her wedding dress, put it on herself, then put her own clothes on Bai Ji, tied her up, and threw her into the wilderness. Bai Ji seemed to have lost her will to live, lying motionless on the ground. As the night grew late, the surroundings became darker. Various animal sounds could be heard from the woods, making people's scalps tingle. Bai Ji still had her eyes open, staring blankly ahead. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared in the dark night, and soon after, a black bear appeared in front of Bai Ji. Bai Ji looked at it and actually smiled at the black bear. "It's fine, go ahead and eat me, that way I can be free." Just as she finished speaking, she shivered all over, her eyes suddenly sharp, and she said in a strange tone, "Useless, you want to die, but we don't want to." Seeing the black bear sniffing around her for a few rounds, preparing to raise its paw and strike, Bai Ji's veins suddenly bulged. She let out a sharp roar, and managed to break free from the ropes. Then, with lightning speed, she swiftly dodged, raised her leg and kicked fiercely at the back of the black bear's neck. The black bear let out a painful roar. Bai Ji heard it. A strange smile appeared on her face. She raised her fist and struck the black bear's vital points fiercely. In just 5 minutes, the ferocious black bear breathed its last. Bai Ji stood on top of the black bear, the silver moonlight falling on her, casting a silver glow on her slender face. Her hands were bleeding, but she didn't care. She raised her chin slightly, staring coldly at the black bear, her tone icy. "Useless trash." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly convulsed all over and fell on top of the black bear. The people in the live broadcast room were shocked and speechless at this scene. Is this really Bai Ji? Wow, she's so cool. The little lamb turned into a violent queen in seconds? This strength, these moves, so cool that I'm speechless. This doesn't seem right. Bai Ji's second personality has extraordinary artistic talent, and her third personality has learning talent. So how did she become so good at fighting? Could it be Bai Ji has a fourth personality? I support the awakening of Queen Bai Ji. Wait, did Bai Ji's friend just mention Lu Qingyan? How could Lu Qingyan appear here? And why would he pretend to be a country bumpkin proposing to the Bai family? Regardless of why Lu Qingyan appeared here, Bai Gu has been caught red-handed marrying Bai Ji for fame and fortune. This person is truly vain, not letting go of any opportunity for success. The fourth personality? Bai Yi was also shocked. He had seen people with 4 personalities before, but they were all born in international centers and were crazy people who were cultivated by their families since childhood. How could Bai Ji be like this? At the same time, Bai Yi was also greatly embarrassed by Bai Ji's behavior. It turned out that Bai Ji did not force her to marry over there at all, but she received false information from somewhere, thinking that Bai Ji was marrying Lu Qingyan, and she wanted to marry over there herself, being greedy for wealth. In the picture, Bai Gu happily went to marry instead of Bai Ji, but when the groom appeared, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She cried and made a scene, scaring the middle-aged farmer who was over 50 years old. "Don't smash it, don't smash it. There are only a few things left in the house. If you smash them, we won't be able to live anymore," the farmer hurriedly said. Bai Gu screamed sharply, "Who wants to live with you? I am not Bai Ji. I was knocked unconscious by her and forced to marry over here. Don't touch me. I want to cancel the marriage." The commotion in the room caught the attention of the wedding guests. When they came over to see, they saw Bai Gu standing in the corner of the bed, holding a kitchen knife and pointing it at the farmer. "What are you doing?" Seeing someone coming, the farmer hurriedly explained, "This woman says she is not Bai Ji and wants to cancel the marriage." Hearing this, the newcomer's face changed drastically. "You have given away half of your life's savings. How can you cancel the marriage? Where are the Bai family members? Quickly call them over and ask them." This incident caused a big commotion, and the farmer shouted for someone to go to the Bai family to find people. Bai Yi heard that Bai Ji forced Bai Gu to marry the farmer, so he immediately grabbed the messenger and rushed over. At this time, Bai Ji, who had just climbed up from the hillside, enduring the pain all over her body, was making her way back home. Halfway there, she saw Bai Yi. Her hollow eyes lit up instantly, thinking that Bai Yi had come to rescue her, and she cried with joy, "Brother, have you come to save me?" Bai Yi saw her, his eyes widened in anger, and he rushed over, grabbing her wrist. "You come with me right now in exchange Bai go back." Bai Ji's smile froze on her face, unable to believe what she had just heard. "Brother, what did you say?" Bai Yi was full of thoughts of saving Bai Gu and didn't notice her strangeness at all. He forcibly dragged Bai Ji towards the farmer's house, cursing all the way. "You actually forced Gu to marry for you, Bai Ji. I am really disappointed in you. If you voluntarily exchange go back, I can forgive you, but how dare you run back home? You." "Enough." Bai Ji couldn't bear it anymore. She pushed Bai Yi away forcefully, breathing heavily, staring at him with wide eyes. "I forced her? She tied me up and threw me into the wilderness. She wanted to marry over there herself. Why should she blame me? Bai Yi, every time Gu says something, you believe it. Look into your heart and ask yourself, when have I ever harmed you? The family doesn't treat me as a relative, makes me work like a slave. I have never complained. But why do you keep hurting me time and time again? I never thought of harming anyone, but you have pushed me into a corner step by step." Bai Ji choked with sobs, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Bai Yi, brother, this is the last time I call you brother. From now on, I, Bai Ji, have no relationship with you anymore." Bai Yi was shocked by her sudden outburst, standing still and staring at her. It took him a while to react to what she said. You want to cut ties with the Bai family? Ha! Bai Ji smiled self-deprecatingly, took a deep breath, looked straight into his eyes, and asked, "It can't be considered cutting ties, after all, you guys have never treated me as family." After she finished speaking, she took a difficult breath, looked deeply at Bai Yi's family, and walked towards another path with a heart full of disappointment. Bai Yi stood still, looking at her thin back, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. In the live broadcast room, Bai Yi also looked at Bai Ji's back, tears welling up in his eyes. Why did I become like that?" he murmured in a hoarse voice, as if questioning himself, and also as if asking someone else. Just as Bai Ji said, she was tormented every day in the Bai family. Her biological mother mistreated her, Bai Gu framed her, he didn't believe her. Even though he now knows the truth, has awakened, he doesn't even have the chance to make it up to Bai Ji. Bai Ji is already dead. A sister who once cared so much for him was forced to death by them. Thinking of this, Bai Yi covered his head, his mind in turmoil. Bai Ji's memory did not stop because of his regret. Exhausted, Bai Ji finally collapsed halfway, and after she fell, a figure quietly walked up to her. A handsome young man squatted down, brushed aside the stray hair on Bai Ji's face, revealing a satisfied smile. "Has backbone, and good skills, a good seedling." After saying that, he effortlessly lifted Bai Ji and took her away. Someone recognized that this young man was Lu Qingyan, as mentioned by Shenxia. It seems that the news was not unfounded, there must be some hidden truth in it. Thick fog rose on the screen, everyone knew they were about to enter a new memory dimension. Just as the audience was guessing whether Bai Ji could live a good life, what appeared before them was a killer training camp darker than a prison. In the scene, a group of boys and girls around 15 or 16 years old fought and killed each other, blood flowing. Men with bulging muscles stood around, staring straight ahead. In the north, a man in military uniform sat on a stone chair, his resolute face showing no emotion, his gaze coldly fixed on the battered Bai Ji in the crowd. Now the master, Bai Ji, who had a gentle personality, was grabbed by a boy and effortlessly thrown at the feet of the man in military uniform. Her eyes were swollen from the beating, almost unable to open, blood oozing from her body, looking miserable. The boy saw it was him, but instead of coming over, he showed a sly smile and hit another person. "Let go." The cold voice of the man in military uniform rang out. Bai Ji looked hard at the man, saw his face clearly, and her eyes lit up instantly. The person in front of her turned out to be her long-lost elder brother, Bai Lingtian. Bai Ji's originally desperate heart reignited hope. She wanted to ask Bai Lingtian for help, but even a slight movement of her face caused pain from her injuries. Helplessly, she could only tightly grasp Bai Lingtian's trouser leg, staring at him with eager eyes. Bai Lingtian lowered his eyes, looked down at the girl in front of him with a bruised and swollen face, and coldly said, "Let go." Bai Ji was stunned, and the next moment, Bai Lingtian lifted his foot and directly tore his trouser leg. Bai Ji thought he didn't recognize her, so she endured the pain and said, "Brother, I am Bai Ji." Little did she know that Bai Lingtian's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. In his indifferent eyes, the light in Bai Ji's eyes dimmed little by little. Inside the arena, as the people continued to fight, the person who had just beaten Bai Ji noticed that she was still alive, a smile appearing on his face as he slowly walked towards her. In the live broadcast room, Bai Yi watched as the youth, who looked like an executioner, approached Bai Ji, and he anxiously leaned forward in front of the screen. "Bai Ji, get up!" Run. This is a memory. Even if you call her, she can't hear you. Someone added. Even so, Bai Yi was still very anxious. He glared angrily at Bai Ling Tian, his fists clenched. Why was his elder brother so indifferent to Bai Ji? After all, she was their own younger sister. Just as he silently criticized Bai Ling Tian for Bai Ji, the original self walked into the live broadcast room. Seeing him, Bai Yi rushed over without a word and grabbed his collar. Why didn't you save Bai Ji back then? Even if you dislike her, you shouldn't have put her in such a desperate situation. Bai Ling Tian remained cold and indifferent, with a slight tilt of his head, easily breaking free from his grip. He straightened his collar and looked at the screen. Don't be deceived by appearances. Bai Ji later killed everyone in the organization for her own sake. Do you think she, like that, will really die in the training camp? Bai Yi was stunned. But she's your sister. Yes, she's my sister, but she was taken to the training camp. If she can't even pass the selection, it's better to die early in the selection than to suffer more in the future, Bai Ling Tian said coldly. You! Bai Yi was angry. Second brother, you are too indifferent to Bai Ji. Bai Ling Tian gave him a cold glance and said, aren't you the same towards Bai Ji? With that, Bai Yi was left speechless. His eyes were red with anger, but he had no strength to argue back, so he could only glare fiercely at Bai Ling Tian. Bai Ling Tian ignored him calmly and looked at the big screen. On the screen, just as Bai Ji was about to be beaten to death, the whistle for the selection blew. She managed to save her life, but she nursed her injuries for more than half a month. But as soon as she recovered, she was sent off for devilish training. Life in the training camp was brutal, with harsh conditions and comrades fighting each other. Although Bai Ji often did chores at home, her strength seemed useless in the training camp, like hitting cotton. She was pretty and easy to bully, becoming a prominent punching bag for the other agents during daily combat training. With old wounds not fully healed and new ones added, day by day, even someone as resilient as Bai Ji was on the verge of breaking down. In the dormitory with 100 people, Bai Ji was dragged to the center to be bullied by everyone. Who's up for sparring with her today? A burly teenager raised his hand. Me, it's my turn. Alright, it's your turn, remember to go easy on her. The speaker kicked Bai Ji when she stood there clueless. Don't be like a dead fish. If you can't win today, your dinner will be shared by us. Although life in the training camp was tough, the food was rich but limited. Everyone underwent high-intensity training daily, so a meal was never enough to satisfy their hunger. They eyed Bai Ji's portion of food. Only after they finished eating could Bai Ji barely have some plain rice. Today, the instructors informed them of a feast in the evening. Bai Ji scanned the crowd and her gaze fell on the young man in front of her. She started trembling even before the fight began, remembering him as the one who almost killed her during the selection match. Oh, this useless one is already scared. If we really fight, will she cry out for her daddy? Forget about calling for daddy. As long as we don't kill her, she might offer herself willingly. Ha ha, that's a good suggestion. Why don't we try a different approach with Bai Ji and treat her better? Hearing these words, Bai Ji was filled with anger but dared not show it. These people exchanged glances, sizing up Bai Ji from head to toe, with a sinister smile on their faces. Sensing danger, Bai Ji almost instinctively ran in the opposite direction. But with so many people around, she hadn't even left the dormitory when she ran into a human wall. Why run? Are you afraid we'll eat you? A man said. Bai Ji's teeth were chattering, and she pleaded tearfully, I'll fight with you and share my food with you. Please spare me, okay? The man raised an eyebrow, shook his head with a smile. What if I say no? Bai Ji froze, fear making her struggle. The man lifted her up with one hand and threw her to the ground. Then, everyone closed in on her. Bai Ji looked at them in terror, thinking of what she might face. Finally, the last strand of reason snapped, and her body convulsed violently, curling up in pain. Veins popped on her face and hands, and her delicate pale face turned somewhat grimacing. Upon seeing the situation, everyone was startled, thinking she had contracted a strange illness. They approached to check on her, but unexpectedly, Bai Ji suddenly grabbed his arm and forcefully twisted it, dislocating his arm directly. Ah, Bai Ji, what are you doing? The other person angrily exclaimed. However, Bai Ji did not answer him. Instead, she shook her body and stood up, her disheveled hair covering her eyes, her whole aura becoming stronger. The people in the training camp were highly sensitive to danger, sensing the difference in Bai Ji and exchanging glances. You go check it out. Why should I go? You go. As they hesitated, Bai Ji arched her back and, like a zombie, swiftly and fiercely rushed towards them. The originally frail Bai Ji moved quickly and ruthlessly, continuously attacking their vital points. In the blink of an eye, those who had bullied her before were all knocked down. She raised her head, looked at the remaining person, moved her neck slightly, locked her cold gaze on the young man, and then revealed a sinister smile. Trash. she sneered softly and dashed out. The young man, upon seeing this, quickly assumed a defensive stance but was struck down. Watching the injured people on the ground, Bai Yi in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded, unable to close his mouth. "Is this still Bai Ji?" he exclaimed in shock. Bai Ling Tian remained calm. "Believe what you see." Bai Yi still couldn't believe it. That was nearly 30 men. Bai Ling Tian looked at the screen, where Bai Ji's expression was unfamiliar, his eyes filled with disdain. "It's just a waste awakening self-protection." He looked at Bai Yi and sneered. "I didn't particularly dislike her before, but what disappointed me was that in the following simulation tasks, she abandoned her teammates who had helped her in order to save herself. She was so ruthless. Do you still want me to sympathize with her?" Bai Yi felt a chill in his heart. Bai Ling Tian's true nature was clear to him. His cruelty and brutality made countless enemies tremble at the mere mention of him. The blood on his hands was more than anyone else's. How absurd it was for such a person to demand kindness from others. The reason Bai Ling Tian said this was simply to find a reason for himself, a reason to continue to despise Bai Ji. Perhaps the impression left by Bai Gu in their childhood was too ideal, like the pure moonlight in the sky, making them believe that only such a kind girl deserved all the beauty in the world. Who doesn't like kind girls? Have you ever thought that all of this is just a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Bai Ling Tian sneered. "I have never misunderstood anyone." Bai Yi could only say, "Forget it, let's finish watching first." The screen continued to play the simulation task mentioned by Bai Ling Tian. In the dense forest, Bai Ji had returned to her original personality due to exhaustion and could only follow at the end of the team. Without waiting for her, her teammates headed towards the task point without looking back. Bai Ji couldn't keep up and had to ask for help. "We've been walking for 6 hours, can we rest for a while?" One of the teammates, holding a map, disdainfully said, "If we rest, the team behind us will catch up. If you can't walk, fire a signal flare to surrender." "That won't do. If one person gives up in a team task, it means the whole team has failed. If you really can't walk, just die here early." "I think that's a good idea. You better not drag us down." After a few teammates spoke, they exchanged glances and indeed quickened their pace, leaving Bai Ji far behind. Bai Ji watched their retreating figures, quickly caught up but couldn't catch her breath and sat down directly. She tried to stand up but her legs were weak and sore, causing her to fall back down. Helplessly, she could only take a temporary rest and drink water to replenish her strength. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that Bai Ji's violent personality had been forcibly awakened. Only to see Bai Ji, who had awakened the fourth personality, walking towards the men in black at a steady pace. She didn't dodge or hide, just exposed herself in front of the men in black. The two men in black, upon seeing the sudden appearance of someone, subconsciously reached for their weapons. However, Bai Ji picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it directly towards the wrists of the two men, then she ran to one of them, executed a beautiful shoulder throw, and swiftly tied the man's hands. The other man in black, shocked, immediately attacked Bai Ji. With a sharp look in her eyes, Bai Ji calmly avoided the man's attack, striking him on the back of the neck with a single blow, decisively ending the fight. Afterwards, she disdainfully glanced at the bomb, dismantled it in no time, and threw the pieces into the tree. In the live broadcast room, Bai Ling Tian was surprised by Bai Ji's skills. Her violent personality is actually so powerful? How did I not notice it before? Bai Ling Tian muttered to himself, but Bai Yi overheard him. Bai Ji didn't lie, did she? Bai Ling Tian. I really like Bai Ji's violent personality. Regardless of which personality it is, Bai Ji subconsciously protects her brother, but what she gets in return is misunderstanding and harm time and time again. It's really not worth it for Bai Ji. I hope Bai Ji can see through the true faces of the Bai family members completely and live for herself once. Bai Ling Tian was stubborn at first, but he didn't expect to be proven wrong so quickly, so he had to continue to be stubborn. I wrongly accused Bai Ji of this matter, but then she retaliated against me by damaging the only firearm left by Master Lu Qingyan, one of the founders of the organization, and she refused to admit it. Bai Yi no longer believed anyone's words, only believing in the truth seen on the screen. No matter how bad his attitude towards Bai Ji was before, he now just wants to make amends. Even if Bai Ji can't see anymore. I believe Bai Ji, it couldn't have been her who damaged the firearm. Bai Ling Tian thought he had been brainwashed by Bai Ji and didn't bother to respond. On the screen, after Bai Ji dealt with the men in black, she picked up her luggage and headed back to the starting point. At this moment, she was still being controlled by the fourth personality, the violent personality, and she looked cold and aloof to everyone. Bai Ling Tian was annoyed to see her turn back again. Didn't I tell you to leave? Bai Ji raised her chin slightly, coldly staring at Bai Ling Tian, and sneered, You are the person this waste wants to protect? She looked Bai Ling Tian up and down, even more disdainful. With this physique, I don't know where you get the confidence to tell me to leave. Bai Lingtian was furious, about to erupt, but was deterred by Bai Ji's sharp gaze. This was a murderous intent. Bai Ji had the intention to kill him. Realizing this, Bai Lingtian was even more disappointed in Bai Ji. How could someone who wanted to kill his own brother be good? Seeing that he was scared by her, Bai Ji rolled her eyes and walked away, still talking to herself. Waste, with this kind of brother, it's better not to have one. Suddenly, her expression changed, her tone displeased. Don't curse second brother. Before she finished speaking, she felt weak in her legs, fell to the ground, and passed out. When she woke up again, Bai Ji had returned to her main personality. The scene shifted, and Bai Ji's teammates arrived at the mission point, but because they had overexerted themselves on the way, they were eliminated at the first checkpoint. It's all Bai Ji's fault. If we had all been together, we wouldn't have lost so quickly. The display of force by Bai Ji when she got angry last time left a deep impression on them. This time, they chose Bai Ji as a teammate because of this. Who would have thought that Bai Ji would abandon them halfway and be of no help at all? Thinking that they might be the first team to be eliminated, the teammates became more and more angry. No, I can't swallow this anger. We must find Bai Ji and get it back. Another boy echoed, yes, if Bai Ji had kept up with the pace, we would have won long ago. Several people, upon hearing this, naturally shifted the blame to Bai Ji. They gathered together, and one of them suggested, I'm annoyed just seeing this freak. How about this? I heard that Master Lu Qingyan left him a gun, which is his master's gun. Lu Qingyan treasures it very much. I know where the gun is kept, I'll go take it out and destroy it, then frame Bai Ji for it. What do you think? Great idea. Daring to damage the founder's belongings, Bai Ji will definitely be driven out. After some discussion, they decided to take action upon returning. On the barrage screen, viewers were criticizing. Why does Bai Ji always encounter such disgusting people wherever he goes? Have they forgotten that Bai Ji saved them before? In the end, it's because Bai Lingtian doesn't trust Bai Ji enough. The day after the simulated mission ended, the Red Falcon's gun was destroyed, and Lu Qingyan sent someone to conduct a full investigation. At this time, Bai Ji was reported to have been found with gun parts under her pillow. Before Bai Ji could figure out the situation, she was escorted to Bai Lingtian. It's you again. Bai Lingtian looked at Bai Ji, sternly said, last time you disregarded the safety of your teammates, abandoned the mission, and now you've destroyed the Red Falcon's gun. Bai Ji, do you really want to die? Bai Ji was confused. I didn't damage any gun, someone framed me. But Bai Lingtian didn't believe her. In the entire training camp, besides you, who else would dare to act recklessly? You even dared to insult me as useless. What else wouldn't you dare? It really wasn't me. Bai Ji struggled to stand up. If it was me, why would I keep the parts? Isn't this a clear setup? Captain Bai, please investigate properly before convicting me. It's you. I saw you sneaking into the treasure trove in the middle of the night. I actually saw it too. Bai Ji suddenly looked at the person speaking, only to see her former teammate glaring at her angrily. Now Bai Ji understood everything. It's you who framed me. Why would we frame you when everything was fine? Bai Ji, don't slander us once you're caught red-handed. Exactly, who doesn't know that the treasure trove is heavily guarded? How could we possibly get in with our skills? Bai Ji was truly puzzled. Wasn't it them who abandoned her in the first place, blamed her for the mission's failure, or was it them? Did this group of people never consider their own issues? She looked stubbornly at Bai Lingtian. It wasn't me. Bai Lingtian didn't want to listen. In his eyes, Bai Ji was already equated with not following the rules. He looked down at Bai Ji, his eyes cold as if looking at a stranger. You damaged the organization's property. According to the organization's rules, you will be executed. Execution? In the live broadcast room, Bai Yi heard this and grabbed Bai Lingtian, full of resentment. Are you crazy? Bai Ji is being wrongly accused. How can you directly execute your own sister? Even though he used to dislike Bai Ji, he never thought of killing her. Bai Yi looked at Bai Lingtian, feeling that the elder brother in front of him was simply ruthless. Bai Lingtian was also embarrassed and could only say, back then, I didn't know the truth. So many people said it was Bai Ji. Without evidence from her, I had to follow the rules. To hell with the rules. Are you even human? How can you lay hands on your own sister? Bai Lingtian broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his past actions were indeed heartless. He pushed Bai Yi away with a serious face and explained, calm down, Bai Ji wasn't ultimately executed, a team member reassembled the gun. Bai Yi was still angry. If it wasn't assembled properly, would you have really killed her? Bai Lingtian choked up, unable to retort. Bai Yi's chest heaved with anger as he glared fiercely at him. Bai Ji is truly unlucky to have encountered us, her elder brothers. Bai Lingtian. The barrage was already filled with curses. How could Bai Lingtian do this? Bai Ji saved him. Bai Lingtian saw this scene and immediately said coldly, "This time Bai Ji was also sent to carry out the mission with me, but almost got into trouble. Fortunately, Hong Jun appeared in time at the critical moment and saved me, otherwise I would have died in that mission." Bai Yi thought of something else when he heard this. Bai Ji has only joined the organization for a short time. Why was she sent to participate in such a dangerous mission? Bai Lingtian frowned. Is that the key issue? Bai Yi stared at him. Isn't it? Bai Lingtian was also somewhat annoyed. The mission personnel were decided by drawing lots by themselves. It's just Bai Ji's bad luck. But your selection of mission personnel is too casual, Bai Yi retorted. Bai Yi. Bai Lingtian's anger rose and reprimanded. "I am your second brother, how can you speak like that?" Bai Yi was not buying it, sneered. "Second brother? After being missing for so many years, who still remembers you?" "You." Seeing the two brothers about to fight, someone impatiently interrupted. "Are you still watching or not?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other and turned their gazes away. On the screen, Bai Ji had already moved to the 8-person dormitory. In the dormitory, a group of people surrounded a few folded papers in the middle. Everyone knows that this mission is very dangerous, but it was ordered from above that 2 members must be selected to participate. To be fair, it will be decided by drawing lots. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads one after another, indicating no objections. Then several people freely picked up papers, and one of them, after seeing the content, turned pale. Bai Ji slowly opened the paper and saw that it was blank, feeling relieved. But the next second, a hand flashed in front of her eyes and threw another paper onto her lap. "I was seriously injured on the last mission. Going will affect efficiency. Bai Ji, you go." Bai Ji looked at the paper on her lap and said coldly, "What's the point of drawing lots like this?" The girl didn't care, took a blank paper and left directly. Seeing this, others lowered their heads one after another, pretending not to see, and dispersed. Bai Ji pursed her lips in silence. Soon her name appeared on the execution list, which surprised Bai Lingtian. "How did you get in?" he bluntly questioned. Bai Ji glanced at him. "Drawing lots." "Drawing lots? Seriously, if it was decided by a fight, it would be fine, but drawing lots is ridiculous. Captain Bai, can we apply to change to a stronger male teammate? This delicate girl with thin arms and legs can't even lift a wooden barrel." Before Bai Lingtian could respond, the male team members started complaining. They looked at Bai Ji with disdain, feeling that the mission's hope was slim. Originally, this mission is SSS level. Sending someone inexperienced in will mean the mission is already half a failure. I want to come back alive. Being killed by the enemy is one thing, being dragged to death by a teammate, I won't rest in peace. Yeah, Captain Bai, apply for a replacement. Everyone was talking, giving Bai Lingtian a headache. The mission members have been reported and cannot be changed. Upon hearing this, the male team members became even more displeased with Bai Ji. During the concentrated training days, they all bullied and ostracized Bai Ji, hoping she would give up. But Bai Ji, who looked delicate like a white flower, had a tough temper and was not afraid at all. As the departure date approached, someone couldn't bear it anymore. "Bai Ji, as long as you can beat the 3 of us, we will agree to let you participate in the mission." Bai Ji had been annoyed by them these days. It was fake to say she had no grievances. She had worked hard to keep up with all the training and excelled, but this group of people still looked at her with colored glasses. Now that they took the initiative to propose a competition, Bai Ji didn't want to endure it anymore. Fighting is out of the question. No one wants to get hurt right before the mission. This mission focuses on long-range shooting, so let's compete in that. When the others heard this, they burst into laughter. "Ha, she actually said she wants to compete in long-range shooting?" I said, "Bai Ji, have you ever touched a real gun? Do you know about anchor points and distance control? And angle calculation and wind direction judgment, do you understand?" Bai Ji gave them a cold glance and walked to the gun rack. "Whether you understand or not, you'll know once we compare." "Alright, we'll play with you." With that, everyone picked up their guns and headed to the shooting range. Bai Ji directly chose the fast-moving target and adjusted the wind speed at the shooting range to random changes. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but comment, "Even if you're pretending, you shouldn't do it like this." Before they could finish speaking, they saw Bai Ji pick up the gun, with a standard posture and sharp gaze, looking at the fast-moving target, and immediately fired. "Ha, missed the shot. So funny." Before he could finish his sentence, they saw the bullet hit the wall, then at a 30-degree angle, bounced onto the target, hitting the bullseye directly. What the heck? Everyone was stunned, doubting if they were seeing things, rubbing their eyes hard. The next moment, Bai Ji continued shooting. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Each shot seemed to pierce through, but ultimately, at a challenging angle, pierced through the bullseye. Everyone was amazed by Bai Ji's dazzling marksmanship, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. In the live broadcast room, Bai Lingtian saw Bai Ji's actions and almost couldn't hold back his expression. This is a special long-range shooting technique that only a red falcon can do. How can Bai Ji use it? Not only did she use it, but she was also very proficient. The bullet reflection and judgment were almost seamless, without any hesitation. Can a person who has never completed an S+ mission have such unimaginable strength? Bai Lingtian looked at Bai Ji on the screen, his sharp eyes narrowed in suspicion. The audience, seeing this shooting segment, felt their admiration for Bai Ji rise. Bai Ji's husband, Jiefan. Right now. Sister's sniper shot is not at the target, but at my heart. I'm crazy for my sister. Bai Ji is truly a treasure girl, growing up in such an environment and still maintaining kindness, with a resilient personality. Not only is her combat power extraordinary, but even her gun skills are explosively handsome. I'm truly surprised by her. I think Bai Ji definitely has more than these advantages. I have a premonition that she must be hiding more surprises. The barrage of praise made Bai Yi proud of Bai Ji. But thinking that Bai Ji was already dead, his smile froze on his face, his gaze instantly dimmed. No matter how many surprises there were, it was too late. He could only cast his guilty gaze at the screen, but in the picture, he saw Bai Ji's shadow. Bai Yi rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't mistaken. On the screen, Bai Ji was unanimously recognized by everyone and accepted by the members. After the group arrived at the designated safe house, Bai Gu appeared. Seeing Bai Gu, Bai Ji couldn't help but clench her fists, looking at her with anger. Bai Gu, however, didn't notice her and went straight to Bai Lingtian, throwing herself into his arms. Second brother, I miss you so much. Bai Lingtian was surprised. Songer, how did you come here? Bai Gu explained with a grievance. I knew second brother's mission this time must be very dangerous. I was afraid you would be in trouble, so I secretly ran over. Second brother, you won't blame me, right? I didn't come on purpose, but didn't you say it's very safe here? And I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Bai Shi felt nauseous. Bai Lingtian, on the other hand, was pleased, seemingly blaming her but actually worried. You shouldn't have come. I told you the location of the mission to reassure you, but now that you're here, I'll worry about you. Bai Gu pouted, shaking Bai Lingtian's hand coquettishly. As long as second brother is here, nothing will happen to me. Please, second brother, let me stay. Looking at the soft and coquettish girl in front of him, Bai Lingtian's heart melted, his cold expression softened, and he affectionately rubbed Bai Ji's head. Okay, but you have to promise me, your safety comes first in everything. Bai Gu was delighted, sweetly smiling at Bai Lingtian. Second brother is the best. Bai Lingtian tapped her forehead helplessly and indulgently. You. Bai Ji looked at the interaction between the two, feeling desolate as she lowered her head. The audience watching this scene felt like pulling their hair out. Why is Green Tea Yao appearing again? Can't she just disappear already? I thought Bai Lingtian always had a cold and heartless demeanor towards everyone. Turns out he's also a blind double-standard person. S+ tasks, Bai Gu is still getting involved. I don't believe it's not intentional, it's just pitiful for our Bai Ji, getting hurt again. The current Bai Ji should be her main personality, otherwise, she wouldn't care so much about Bai Lingtian. In the live broadcast room, Bai Lingtian looked at the desolate Bai Ji in the corner, feeling somewhat moved. He didn't realize it when he was with Bai Gu, but now in comparison, he found himself treating Bai Ji too coldly. Bai Yi watched Bai Lingtian on the screen, as if seeing his past self. I thought I was harsh before, but you are even worse. At least I wouldn't want Jier to die. You are killing her with your actions and words. Hearing this, Bai Lingtian's face darkened. Gur is gentle and kind, while Jier is introverted. How am I supposed to get along with her? Bai Yi was astonished because he used to think the same way. He was so angry that his face turned red, still wanting to speak up for Bai Ji, pointing at the screen to accuse, you are being too double-standard. Can't you see how upset Jier is? Bai Lingtian retorted with a stern face. Gur came because she cares about me, of course, I am happy. But Jier has never said a word to remind me to stay safe. Bai Yi stomped his feet in anger. You only think about yourself. This is Jier's first task, as her older brother. Why don't you share some experience and care for her? You are on an S+ mission, not taking kids to kindergarten to play. What can Bai Gu do to help you? Tell me. Bai Lingtian remained firm. She is my sister, I can protect her. You. Bai Yi was furious, took a deep breath, and snorted heavily. I hope Gur won't put you in danger by ignoring it. Bai Lingtian glanced at him and said nothing. On the big screen, due to Bai Ji's arrival, Bai Lingtian had to assign team members to protect Bai Gu separately. Bai Gu was shocked to see the long-lost Bai Ji appearing in Bai Lingtian's task team. The people in the live broadcast room could see the resentment and unwillingness in Bai Ji's eyes, feeling indignant for Bai Ji. Everyone around her wanted her dead. What kind of environment was she living in? The things she had experienced could crush anyone, but she persisted so tenaciously and unbelievably. When no one was around, Bai Gu immediately mocked Bai Ji. I thought you were really dead, turns out you escaped to second brother's side to be a lackey, you are quite resilient, Bai Ji. Bai Ji assembled her weapon, ignoring her. Bai Gu persisted, it seems like second brother doesn't care about you at all, are you trying to please second brother? But it's a pity, second brother only cares about me, no matter where you are, the brothers will treat you like air. Bai Gu, that's enough. Bai Ji couldn't hold back her anger and glared at her, our task this time is very dangerous, if you really care about second brother, you shouldn't come to burden him. Bai Gu was smug, shaking her head, second brother will have people protect me, you are just jealous. Bai Ji gritted her teeth with a stern face, we are short of manpower, and now we have to send people to protect you. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Ha! Bai Gu coldly snorted, looked Bai Ji up and down, you don't need to worry about that, you focus on completing the task alive. With that, she put on a sweet smile and walked on the day of the mission. Bai Gu insisted on tagging along despite being a nuisance. Bai Lingtian couldn't resist her, so he had to bring her along. The male team members knew that Bai Gu was Bai Lingtian's sister, so they all indirectly catered to her, trying to please the captain's sister, which distracted their focus. It was getting noisy, so Bai Ji had to remind them, we're almost at the mission location, you should be on guard. However, no one paid attention to her. Helpless, Bai Ji could only silently hold the map and memorize the surrounding terrain. When they reached the mission point, she immediately grabbed her weapon, arrived at the safe shooting spot, and prepared for defense in advance. As a result, Bai Gu followed suit. Bai Ji almost had a stroke when she saw this. She looked at Bai Lingtian, wanting him to stop her, but a gunshot rang out. Fortunately, Bai Lingtian reacted quickly and shot at the ground. Seeing this, without hesitation, Bai Ji took out her pistol and fired in a certain direction. Ah! Bai Gu screamed in fear, but her voice inadvertently revealed their position to the lurking enemies nearby. In the blink of an eye, a group of enemies swarmed out and quickly attacked them. Everyone's faces changed drastically, immediately entering combat mode. The scene turned chaotic. Bai Lingtian protected Bai Gu, quickly scanning the surroundings and ensuring Bai Ji's position was safe, then shouted, Bai Ji, protect Gu. After that, he forcefully pushed Bai Gu in Bai Ji's direction. Just as Bai Ji was about to set up her position, she had to go and assist the panicking Bai Gu. As a result, a person in black with a machete attacked towards Bai Gu from behind. Bai Gu. Seeing this, Bai Ji's pupils contracted, almost instinctively rushing towards Bai Gu and kicking the person in black away. However, the opponent was prepared and still managed to injure her arm. Hiss! The moment her flesh was cut, Bai Ji cried out in pain, but Bai Gu, in her arms, was screaming and grabbing her clothes, trying to shield Bai Ji from all harm. Frustrated, Bai Ji, with Bai Lingtian urging her, had no choice but to endure the pain and take Bai Gu to safety. The battle continued on the other side. Fortunately, the people from the training camp were agile and elite, quickly dealing with the attacking enemies. After the skirmish, they only suffered minor injuries, except for Bai Ji, who had a large wound on her arm. Bai Lingtian rushed over, too nervous to wipe the sweat off his face, anxiously inspecting Bai Gu. Gu, are you hurt? Bai Gu was still trembling, crying in Bai Lingtian's arms. I was so scared just now, I almost got killed. Bai Lingtian patted her back, soothingly saying, it's okay, we've taken care of everything. Tears in her eyes, Bai Gu asked, is there still danger? Bai Lingtian frowned, the mission objective hasn't been resolved yet, implying that there was still danger. Bai Ji's eyes turned, biting her lip, second brother, I'm so scared, can you have someone protect me closely? Just one person. Hearing this, Bai Lingtian finally looked at Bai Ji. But Bai Gu said, Bai Ji can't. She almost got killed just now too. Hearing this, Bai Ji, who was tending to her wound, looked displeased at Bai Gu, only to be reprimanded by Bai Lingtian. Didn't I tell you to protect Gu? Why were you so slow? Bai Ji choked up, feeling bitter in her heart. She was injured, yet Bai Lingtian not only didn't care about her but also blamed her for not protecting Bai Gu. Her face grew paler, she turned away and continued to bandage her wound. The audience saw this scene and sent a bunch of bomb gifts directly. Ah, I have such a bad temper. Blow up Bai Gu and Bai Lingtian for me, right now. Damn idiot, insisted on bringing a burden to execute the mission, then blamed Bai Ji for not protecting well, useless man. Crying, just know how to cry, Bai Lingtian, that blind guy, I hope he gets seriously injured and never recovers. Looking at the barrage of curses, Bai Lingtian remained calm. As the executor, Bai Ji's actions were indeed too slow at that time. Bai Yi sneered, you are fast, you are powerful, why didn't you protect Bai Gu? At that time, the situation was urgent, only Bai Ji's location was safe. Bai Yi retorted, before getting off the car, Bai Ji reminded everyone, Why didn't you also remind a few words since you were sitting next to her? Bai Lingtian felt that Bai Yi was being unreasonable and said in a deep voice, "It's not that our side was too lax, but the enemy was too cunning, setting traps in advance." Bai Yi was furious. Alright, you have so many reasons. I also hope you get seriously injured and never recover. Bai Yi, I am your elder brother. Jir is still your younger sister. You didn't even show concern when she got injured. Bai Yi retorted. The two brothers glared at each other angrily. The atmosphere became tense. On the big screen, the scene continued. After eliminating a wave of enemies, everyone became vigilant and started advancing in batches towards the mission point. However, the opponents were very cautious and encountered another group of assassins. Seeing the situation was not good, Bai Lingtian gave the order, "We can't advance anymore. The opponents seem to be very clear about our movements. I will lead the assassins away. You guys quickly find a safe passage and leave here first." Hearing this, Bai Ji raised her eyes to look at him, about to stop him from acting alone, but Bai Gu interrupted her. "Elder brother, you must be careful and not get hurt." Bai Lingtian nodded heavily, "Don't worry." After that, he took a smoke bomb and threw it towards the assassins. The others immediately hid in the smoke, changed direction, and left. Bai Lingtian put on special goggles and rushed into the group of assassins. Assassins kept coming one after another. Bai Gu was so scared that she couldn't move at the end, she could only drag herself forward. A group of male team members were getting annoyed by Bai Gu, but Bai Ji silently followed behind, calmly dealing with the assassins. Just as they were about to reach the first door, Bai Gu suddenly screamed. With the footsteps of the enemies approaching, their position was about to be exposed. In the live broadcast room, everyone nervously watched the approaching assassins in the dark night, holding their breath. Is Bai Gu stupid? Why is she still screaming at this time? Honestly, if she didn't look really scared, I would suspect she's doing it on purpose. If Bai Ji hadn't found the sniper hidden in the dark just now, everyone would have been doomed. Both surnamed Bai. Why is there such a big difference between Bai Gu and Bai Ji? One is a green tea who only drags others down, the other is the Queen Bai Ji. How can she compare to Bai Ji? Despite the criticisms, everyone's eyes were fixed on the assassins gradually approaching in the smoke. Bai Ji pressed the button on the goggles, estimated the distance between them and the opponents, feeling increasingly uneasy. She looked at the exhausted team members and then at Bai Gu, who was being covered by her teammates, clenched her fists tightly. "Stay calm, we must stay calm." She silently reassured herself. "There will be a way, we will definitely protect everyone." Her mind raced quickly. Suddenly, she figured something out, immediately put down the bag, and quickly put on the prepared props. "Bai Ji, what are you doing?" A team member asked in confusion. At this time, you still have the mood to change clothes. However, when Bai Ji changed into the outfit, everyone's eyes changed. Not for anything else, but because Bai Ji's attire was exactly the same as that of the peregrine falcon. After dressing up, Bai Ji quickly picked up the gun, aimed at the assassins in the light mist. Gunshots rang out again, but this time Bai Ji took the initiative. The assassins avoided her shots and several of them fell down in a row. The enemy leader glanced at her and tapped his elbow with his finger, asking, "I heard that the Red Falcon is also in your team?" Bai Gu sneered. "What Red Falcon? It's Bai Ji disguised as one. I didn't expect that she actually fooled your group. I risked being discovered to give you a warning." Hearing the explanation, the enemy leader raised an eyebrow with interest. "Bai Ji? If she's disguised, why would she use the Red Falcon shooting technique?" Bai Gu replied nonchalantly, "It's just part of her usual training. Her mind can only handle such crude things. She can't compete with me in anything else." The enemy leader gave her a scrutinizing look, his expression unreadable, not revealing his thoughts. Bai Gu calculated the progress of the mission and said, "Once we take care of everyone this time, the Bai family will be under my control. But there are still a group of old folks from the company in charge. You need to help me figure out how to deal with them so we can swallow up all of the Bai family's assets in one go." The enemy leader nodded slightly. "You can rest assured on that. I have been prepared for it. Now, there is another issue. I'm afraid Bai Lingtian might cause trouble." Bai Gu thought for a moment and suggested, "Why don't I act as bait, lure Bai Lingtian into an ambush, and take him out? It would save time." Upon hearing this, the enemy leader showed a satisfied smile. "That's a good idea. Let's go with your plan." Bai Gu added, "Alright, I'll see if I can lure Bai Ji over as well. Taking care of two troubles at once would be more advantageous for us." The two exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. The audience once again saw her sinister smile, sending shivers down their spines. Bai Lingtian's big face slapping scene, the beloved sister turns out to be the one harming him, even plotting to kill his own brother. There's no one like Bai Lingtian. I think he's just a fool who can't tell right from wrong. Bai Gu is really something. being able to contact the enemy leader. This couldn't have been achieved overnight. They must have long been eyeing the Bai family's assets and planning for it. If that's the case, Bai Ji's scheming is truly terrifying. What's the big deal? She's been scheming against Bai Ji since she was young. She's a born troublemaker. Bai Gu, this ungrateful beast, didn't deserve Bai Ji's help. In the live broadcast room, after listening to what Bai Gu said, Bai Lingtian trembled as if he was in an ice cellar. He looked at Bai Ji's calculating face, and all his beliefs collapsed in an instant. The previous maintenance was a joke, and he was the joke himself. Seeing him so affected, Bai Yi stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Don't be sad. It's not too late to know her true colors now. Bai Lingtian glanced at him, his eyes filled with despair. I gave all my favor to Bai Gu. Bai Yi sneered, who in our family hasn't done the same? The audience is right. If we have to blame someone, blame our own blindness and inability to judge people. Is Bai Gu good at pretending? Yes, but does she do it without leaving a trace? No. If they thought about it a bit more, they would realize Bai Gu is not that simple. But they all chose to ignore this fact, comforting themselves that no one is perfect, and Bai Ji's cunning can also protect herself. Little did they know, Bai Ji's cunning was aimed at them. Realizing this, Bai Yi became even more disgusted with his former self, wishing to slap himself a few times to wake up. At this moment, Bai Lingtian's state of mind began to collapse as well. Bai Gu truly shattered his understanding. Was I really wrong? He murmured with dim eyes, is she really? You were saying about her. Stop deluding yourself with self-comfort. Bai Yi interrupted him, sighed, and said softly, this is Bai Ji's true nature. This is the real her. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingtian fell into complete silence. Just as he was sinking into deep self-doubt, Bai Gu took action. The next day, everyone found that Bai Gu was missing, but they received a warning letter. The content of the letter was concise and clear. If they wanted to save Bai Gu, they had to exchange him for Bai Ji. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this warning. Why do they want Bai Ji in exchange for Bai Gu? Are they out of their minds? You fool, it must be because after Bai Gu was captured, Bai Ji's identity as the Red Falcon was exposed. The other party probably admires Bai Ji's marksmanship and wants to recruit her. Hearing this explanation, everyone looked at Bai Ji with subtle expressions. Someone chuckled, Bai Ji, if it's true, you won't give in to them, right? Bai Ji looked at the warning letter, feeling increasingly uneasy. Did anyone see Bai Gu leave last night? Everyone shook their heads. Who was on guard duty last night? A team member raised their hand, it was me, but I swear I really didn't see Bai Gu. Bai Ji furrowed her brows, I didn't sleep much last night. She didn't dare to hesitate, even though blood was flowing non-stop. She threw smoke bombs while running madly along the memory. In the rain of bullets, she could be shot and killed at any moment. In the live broadcast room, Bai Lingtian looked at his Red Falcon who saved him, feeling touched. Although the Bai family had many descendants, the feelings between the brothers were extremely indifferent due to the experiences of their childhood. Bai Gu was the only bond that connected the feelings between the brothers. From childhood to adulthood, only when it came to matters concerning Bai Gu could they find a common language. He made every effort to protect his sister Bai Gu from harm, but no one had ever protected him. He had endured all those pains alone. Seeing Bai Ji desperately protecting him at this moment, how could he not be moved? Finally, they escaped alive. Bai Ji threw the person into the car, and the other team members also returned almost at the same time, bringing back Bai Gu, and immediately drove away. In the car, Bai Gu cried in Bai Lingtian's arms. Bai Ji, wearing the Red Falcon mask, leaned against the car, took a deep breath, and removed the mask that made it difficult for her to breathe. In the live broadcast room, Bai Lingtian saw that familiar pale face and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His guess was confirmed at that moment. So it was really Bai Ji who saved me. I always thought. He looked guiltily at Bai Ji, only to see her arm covered in blood, and the team members hurriedly treated her wound. She bit her lip, enduring the pain in silence, sweating profusely. Bai Yi, seeing the wound, felt pain for Bai Ji and questioned Bai Lingtian. All the teammates, including Bai Gu, knew that she disguised herself as the Red Falcon to save you, and you didn't know? Bai Lingtian opened his mouth, unable to explain. I was also seriously injured at the time, with a high fever and unconsciousness. By the time I woke up, the task force had already been redeployed, and everyone had gone to carry out new tasks on their own, and no one told me. He only remembered that when he was close to death, the Red Falcon saved him, and since no one said anything, he stubbornly believed it was the Red Falcon, and never thought to ask afterwards. Now that he knew everything was Bai Ji, and the fact that Bai Ji was already dead, he didn't even have a chance to make amends. His heart ached. If he had known earlier, he would have treated Bai Ji better. At the very least, he wouldn't have been so heartless at the time. Meanwhile, on the screen, everything was still unfolding. After Bai Gu was sent back to the Bai family, she used the excuse of the mission to complain to her family, winning Ning Li's sympathy and persuading her to help out at the company. However, Bai Gu, through Xia Li's connections, sneaked into the office and stole the core secrets of the Bai family. In the scene, Bai Gu, holding the core secrets, rushed to meet the opposing leader who was chasing Bai Lingtian overnight. The next scene was familiar to both Bai Yi and Bai Lingtian. After obtaining the Bai family's secrets, the opponent launched a series of suppressions and attacks on the Bai family, inside and out, quickly bringing down the Bai family. Upon learning the news, Bai Lingtian rushed back from the training camp and saw Xia Li sitting on the sofa in a daze, with empty eyes. Beside her, Bai Yi also lost confidence due to this business struggle, looking dejected. After learning the situation, Bai Lingtian felt a mix of emotions. Seeing this, Bai Gu hypocritically comforted, "Mom, brother, don't give up. No matter what happens to the Bai family, I will stand by you." After saying this, she wiped her eyes, but her phone lit up. There was a text message from the opposing leader. "The Bai family's assets have been successfully transferred, it's time to make the final move." This text message, however, was not seen by the Bai family members, as it was displayed on the big screen. Oh my, Bai Gu is so malicious, she actually colluded with outsiders to bring down the Bai family. I remember that the Bai family did indeed face bankruptcy crisis back then, and I was quite regretful at the time, never thought it was Bai Ji's doing. I never thought there could be such a malicious person like Bai Gu in the world. The Bai family must have been blind to treat her so well. I remember that not long after the Bai family went bankrupt, they moved into the Central Alliance. Could this also be thanks to Bai Ji? Bai Ji shouldn't have had contact with the Central Alliance, otherwise how could she have died so tragically in the end? On the big screen, Bai Lingtian and Bai Yi were deeply moved when they heard Bai Gu say that she would stand with them through thick and thin. In the live broadcast room, Bai Lingtian and Bai Yi saw the truth and their hearts had already turned numb. How could the truth be like this? But indeed, the truth was just like this. Absurd, like a joke. On the screen, Bai Yi and Bai Lingtian were blaming Bai Ji. With such a big incident at home, where did Bai Ji go? Bai Yi said angrily. Bai Lingtian furrowed his brows. She disappeared right after the last mission, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Hearing this, Bai Yi suspiciously asked, "When did she disappear?" Bai Lingtian thought for a moment and said, "It's been almost half a month." Half a month? Bai Yi suddenly realized something and stood up abruptly. Half a month ago, wasn't it when the company's secrets were leaked? Bai Ji disappeared at that time. Could it be that the current situation at home is all orchestrated by Bai Ji? Hearing this, Bai Gu was shocked by Bai Yi's thoughts. She almost laughed out loud, quickly covering her mouth and exclaiming, "How could that be? Even if Bai Ji resents us, we are family. She wouldn't cause the downfall of the Bai family just to seek revenge on us, right?" However, Bai Yi became more convinced that it was Bai Ji's doing and said angrily, "Why not? Hasn't she been scheming since she was young? Why disappear at this particular time, if not to escape punishment?" Bai Lingtian, agreeing, added, "Her disappearance at this time is indeed suspicious. It is very likely that Bai Ji is behind all this." Bai Gu looked at Bai Yi and then at Bai Lingtian, quietly smiled and lowered her head. Her smile was so piercing that both Bai Yi and Bai Lingtian in the live broadcast room could hardly keep their eyes open. The two brothers looked at themselves on the screen, cursing Bai Ji, and felt that everything in front of them was extremely absurd. "What have we all done?" Bai Yi murmured. At this moment, Bai Lingtian no longer felt the need to defend Bai Gu and felt deeply indebted to Bai Ji. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we would still be kept in the dark by Bai Gu. He sighed heavily, pressing his aching forehead. Before, when he saw Bai Gu making so many mistakes, he could console himself by saying that it was because Bai Gu was still young and had been spoiled by them over the years, leading to momentary confusion and mistakes. But now, seeing that Bai Gu was willing to harm their loved ones for her own benefit, ultimately causing the bankruptcy of the Bai family, he could no longer. This puzzling scene has exceeded the understanding of everyone. They only thought that Bai Ji was overly stimulated and talking nonsense. When the people from the International Center arrived, Bai Ji's face showed a relieved smile. With the help of the people from the International Center, the Bai family turned the danger into safety. The scene changed again. It was already a month later. Bai Ji drove to the Bai family, which had been relocated to the International Center. Although it was called the International Center, it was actually separate and could be considered an independent state. With a large area and prosperous business, this was a place where only those standing on top of the pyramid could set foot, the most desirable place for anyone ambitious. Bai Ji entered the International Center without any hindrance and parked her car in front of the Bai family's new home in the International Center. She glanced at the villa area, confirmed her identity with the security guard, and was then allowed to pass. Just as she was about to ignore the servant and go upstairs, Baigu came down from upstairs with a happy face. Seeing Baiji, she was full of sarcasm. Isn't this Baiji? Do you remember coming home? Baiji glanced at her and ignored her. Baigu snorted and said to the old servant, since sister is back, didn't we just clean up the storage room yesterday? Let her stay there, so that when the brothers come back later, they won't say I didn't give sister a place to sleep. That wouldn't be good. The old servant, like a loyal dog, agreed. Okay, miss, I'll take her there right away. Baigu looked at Baiji with a smile, blinked innocently, and said, sister, you won't be angry with this arrangement, right? But all the rooms in the house are now full, and you didn't say hello when you came back. There's no room available for you at the moment. Baiji's hypocritical appearance no longer affected Baiji. For her, as long as there was a place to stay, there was no need to be picky. It's okay, take me there. The old servant gave her a sideways glance and muttered, what's so arrogant about? You're just a waste, thinking of yourself as a miss of the Bai family. Baiji narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at her with a sharp gaze. The old servant felt inexplicably frightened by her gaze and swallowed her saliva, saying, follow me. As Baiji left, Baigu looked at the other servants and said with a smile, my sister, since childhood, has never been liked by the family. She has a bit of a temper. If she does anything to offend you, please let me know as soon as possible. I can help you make decisions. Her words undoubtedly gave orders as the host, allowing people to bully the outsider. With Baiji's instigation, the Bai family's servants no longer had a good temper towards the sister who had just returned, and they resorted to various forms of bullying and oppression behind her back. Baiji's body was not in good condition due to her mission, and returning to the Bai family only worsened her condition. In the shabby and cramped storage room, Baiji kept coughing as if she was about to cough up her lungs. The servants heard the noise and one by one made disdainful comments. Why is this person coughing every day? Could it be that she got sick and came back to the Bai family? She must have run out of money treating her illness outside, so she thought of coming back to deceive her family. I've seen many women like her. It's a pity that the other people in the Bai family are so nice. How did they raise such a person? What a shame. The people stood at the door gossiping, regardless of whether Baiji could hear them or not. At this moment, most of the live broadcast rooms are praising Baiji, while on the other side of the live broadcast screen, it is so heartwarming that people cannot help but feel disgusted when they see Baiji's innocent smile. In the cold wind, Baiji walked slowly, holding her stomach, looking for a restaurant to eat, with a soft and innocent pitiful look. At this moment, Baiji should be the main character. Baiji is dressed more thinly, but Beige in the picture is covered in top-notch warm brands from head to toe, forming a sharp contrast with Baiji. Beige is now acting coquettishly with Bailing Tian, trying her best to show off her abilities. Brother just came back and bought me so many things, sister won't be angry, right? Beige pouted, her sweet smile once again captured Beilingtian's heart. Whether she is angry or not, who cares? Brother is still the best to me. Baiji stood at the end of the street, her black hair floating in the cold wind, looking ahead with a lonely look in her eyes. She didn't understand why, even though there was only a street apart, it felt as if it was two worlds apart. Such a scene is a beauty she has never dreamed of. What she pursued all her life, others can have effortlessly. Watching Baiji's expression, Bai Isan in the live broadcast room felt complicated. After watching for so long, he also realized that the only cage that binds Baiji is not the Bai family, not Beige, not them, but herself. If she didn't care so much about so-called family affection, she could have flown higher. But Bai Isan lowered his eyelashes, not knowing whether he really wanted to see Baiji break free from this restraint. What would happen if Baiji really gave up on them? He dared not think about it. On the big screen, Bailing Tian did not notice that Baiji was right behind him. Instead, it was Beige who, at the moment she turned around, happened to see Baiji outside the restaurant, with an evil thought crossing her mind from time to time. Her expression quickly changed, and the audience in the live broadcast room noticed it at a glance, all worried about what she might do. Just then, Beige held Beilingtian's hand and affectionately said, "Brother, I'm hungry, I want to eat." "Then shall I take you to eat?" The gentler Bailing Tian appeared on the live broadcast screen, the more complicated he felt outside the live broadcast. He began to think that if he had given a little love to Baiji at that time, even just a little bit, Baiji would not be so sad. Now he realized that Beige had always taken advantage of their favoritism to bully Baiji, and they had never stopped it, never given Baiji a trace of warmth. "Okay, can brother book the entire restaurant? It will be much quieter that way." "Is it good?" Beige wants to have a good meal with her brother. Beige's coquettish voice rang out in the live broadcast, and the live broadcast room was instantly filled with curses. Beige clearly saw Baiji, but still staged this. What a good method. Just because you want to book the whole restaurant, can rich people behave recklessly like this? Please, Bailing Tian, open your eyes, it's so disgusting. What to do if you feel like vomiting when you see beige, urgently seeking advice online, very urgent, can't eat dinner. In the live broadcast, Bailing Tian decisively contacted the owner opposite without hesitation, and in a flash, he booked the entire restaurant. Baiji stood motionless at the door of the shop in the cold wind, still tightly holding her stomach. The pain in her stomach made her unable to support herself, as if she would collapse completely if the wind blew a little stronger. Baiji, you coward, what are you afraid of? Come in for me. Under the instructions of the violent personality, Baiji took that step and walked towards the restaurant door, but was stopped by a waiter the moment she entered the door. The waiter looked her up and down with a very disdainful look. Miss, what do you want to do? 7-8. The waiter poured tea and said with a smile, Miss, the person you just received is one of the 3 major organizations of the International Center, the founder of 18, Hong Jun. This sentence was like a thunderbolt in the live broadcast room, and the barrage instantly boiled. Damn, Hong Jun, Baiji is actually Hong Jun. Another disguise has been exposed. If she is the founder of 18, then it is only natural for her to be arranged in the top private room. How can there be someone as blind as the Bai family, leaving such an excellent daughter as Baiji unattended, and instead favoring a fool like Beige? In comparison, Beige really has nothing special, except for a belly full of bad intentions and the ability to act. If she were to play a white lotus flower, she would definitely excel. But thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. No wonder Baiji is so skilled in marksmanship and combat skills. I didn't expect it to be her in person. I really like Baiji's violent P. Baigu heard the hospital and quickly said, no need, I might have just eaten too fast and too full, so my stomach hurts a bit, I just want to go to the bathroom. Is it really like this? Bai Ling Tian looked at her worriedly. Baigu obediently nodded. Bai Ling Tian took her to the bathroom. As soon as Baigu entered the bathroom, she immediately put on a smile, and whispered, Sister, you must be hungry, right? So let me help you, and I can also let you see the famous red falcon. You should thank me. The people in the live broadcast room were horrified, already guessing what she was going to do. She knew that the people in the top box were not easy to provoke. They were existences that she couldn't afford to offend, so she deliberately let Baiji in. If Baiji had bad luck and offended that big shot, then no one in the Bai family could save her. Of course, no one would be willing to protect her either. Baiji was having a meal when she saw Baigu calling on her phone. She curiously answered the call. What's up? Baiji's tone was cold, devoid of any warmth. Sister, are you hungry? Haven't eaten for a few days. We are in the top central box of the restaurant you were at just now. Do you want to come over? We have ordered a lot of food for you. The top floor? Isn't that the room she was in now? Baiji sneered, is that so? Of course, I'm worried that you can't handle it. Are you coming over? Sure, I'll be right there. Baiji coldly smiled. She knew what Baigu wanted to do, and playing along with her was not a problem. The people in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. I knew it, Baigu wants to lure Baiji to the Red Falcon's room to make her offend someone, but what Baigu doesn't know is that the Red Falcon is Baiji, waiting online for her to be proven wrong. Ridiculous, who does she think she is? Waiting online for her to be proven wrong plus 10,000, the barrage was going crazy. Bai Ling Tian shook his head, disappointment spreading in his eyes. This was his sister. In a place where he couldn't see, she used such despicable tactics to harm her own younger sister. In front of them, she always appeared gentle and kind, but a girl like this was more terrifying than a wicked person. Ironically, outside the bathroom, Bai Ling Tian was anxiously staring at the bathroom, fearing that Baigu would faint inside. In reality, Bai Ling Tian, seeing this scene, felt a deep pain in his heart. Watching himself in the video worrying more about Baigu, he felt a sense of irony. He regretted deeply. After a few minutes, Baigu received another call from Baiji. I'm already on the top floor. Where are you guys? Baigu coldly smiled. Sister, just come in directly. Oh, okay, I'm coming in now. I didn't see you guys, just saw a woman who seemed drunk. Upon hearing this, Baigu quickly hung up the phone. Seemingly satisfied with everything, Baigu then called the hotel to inform the staff that someone had intruded into the top VIP room. In no time, a group of people gathered in the lobby, heading straight to the top floor, and they were armed. Bai Ling Tian at the dining table didn't pay much attention, just glanced and then looked away, staring straight at the direction of the bathroom. Baigu smiled, hung up the phone, breathed a sigh of relief, then tidied herself up before leaving. In the video, Baigu was seen coming out of the bathroom. Bai Ling Tian became nervous. Are you okay? Feeling better now? If you're not feeling well, you should still go to the hospital. I know, big brother, you're so talkative. I'm already fine, but now I feel hungry again. Let's go eat some more. She didn't want to leave now and miss out on the fun. Bai Ling Tian pulled her back to her seat and ordered many desserts. Baigu seemed to have noticed that a group of people was rushing towards the VIP room. She couldn't wait to see Bai Ji being caught in a difficult situation. It would be best for the two brothers to see her in such a pathetic state. What a good plan! If Bai Ji wasn't a red falcon, she would have been successfully deceived by her. When Bai Ji is caught, Bai Gu will falsely point her out, only making the two of the Bai family hate her even more. How shameless, but this time she really disappointed her. Don't let her go, let her know what a social beatdown is. Soon, Bai Ji's room was pushed open, a group of black-clothed people rushed in, each holding a gun. Don't move. But to their surprise, there was only the red falcon in the room, no sign of a second person. At this moment, Bai Ji wore a mask and changed her clothes, wearing a custom-made windbreaker that the manager had sent her earlier. She didn't need to look to know what was happening behind her. Bai Ji smirked under the mask, even daring to alarm the hotel's security system. Bai Gu was really Bai Gu. She glanced at everyone. Is there a problem? Bai Ji's voice was very cold, as if she was about to explode at any moment. The manager hurried over and, seeing the situation, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What are you doing? Who let you in? Are you seeking death? Manager, a young lady just said someone broke into the VIP room to murder the Red Falcon, so we brought weapons up. Who? You believe this too? Do you think I wouldn't know if someone came up? Bunch of useless people. The manager covered his face, and everyone was holding a gun, as if they were about to do something big. Bai Ji coldly smiled, slammed the spoon on the ground, and the manager froze in place, not daring to move. Am I afraid of being murdered by someone else? The manager immediately ordered the group to leave and apologized profusely. I'm sorry for disturbing your meal, we didn't mean to. We will definitely catch the person who spread false information and make it up to you. Hearing the Red Falcon's dismissive tone, the manager quickly left. He had to catch the person who spread false information and caused trouble here, making enemies with the wrong people. This dramatic scene played out on the big screen, and many people burst into laughter. Bai Yi and Bai Lingtian also turned their heads away, silently thinking it was embarrassing. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Bai Gu is happy now, but who knows if she'll still be laughing later. Waiting for Bai Gu to embarrass herself, the manager led the group of black-clothed people and went straight down the elevator. Bai Gu thought they were coming to thank her, but the latter had a serious expression. Miss, please come with us. Bai Lingtian stood up. What do you want with her? The manager didn't back down, not intimidated by his aura. This young lady spread false information, triggered our defense system, disturbed the Red Falcon's meal. We hope this young lady can give us a reasonable explanation and apologize to the Red Falcon. The manager, fearing he wasn't clear enough, emphasized, until the Red Falcon forgives her. Bai Gu looked puzzled. How could this be? Are you mistaken? I received a message that someone sneaked into the top floor, so I informed you. The manager coldly smiled. You learned from our waiter that the person dining on the top floor was the Red Falcon. So tell me, who told you the Red Falcon would be murdered, and how did you know someone sneaked into the top floor? Beige was speechless, with a bewildered look on her face, holding Beilingshan's hand tightly. Furthermore, even if you saw someone sneaking upstairs, how do you know that person is the one trying to assassinate Hong Jun? The manager said seriously but without a hint of sincerity. Beige, with red eyes, said in a coquettish tone, Brother, believe me, I really did it out of kindness. I don't know why it turned out like this. Beilingtian patted her head and said, Don't be afraid, with me around, no one can harm you, not even Hong Jun. The manager coldly smiled and said, Please proceed. Beilingtian took Beige on the elevator, which was decorated with high-grade imperial jade. They were surrounded by a group of black bodyguards. Ha, look at Beige's appearance. When something happens, she immediately clings to her brother, like she hasn't been weaned yet. Beige is really good at pretending. I love to see her embarrassed. She needs to be hit hard to learn, otherwise she won't know pain. I really can't stand this Beilingtian. Does he not have eyes? Can't he see Baiji's existence? He only has beige in his eyes, a useless person who hasn't been weaned. When the door of the VIP room was pushed open, everyone was shocked to see a masked woman in black, sitting with her legs crossed as if she had been waiting for them for a long time. Beige was puzzled. Wasn't Baiji supposed to be a drunken woman? Beige panicked. She couldn't afford to provoke Hong Jun. She only wanted to embarrass Baiji, but she ended up being played by Baiji. Beige quickly sent a text message to Baiji. Sister, aren't you coming? Just as she sent it, Hong Jun coldly spoke. You dare to play with your phone in front of me? Are you calling for help? I'll give you time. Baiji spoke casually, as if she was considering how to deal with them. She was not that weak. Beige stood frozen in place. The manager spoke. This is the person who made a false report. It's up to you how to deal with her. Beilingshan's expression was not good either. He said, We disturbed your meal. That was our mistake. I apologize on her behalf. I hope you won't stoop to the level of a child. A child? Is your sister a giant baby? Can't she speak without a mouth? Baiji got angry. Everyone was too scared to move, especially Beige. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have come up with such a bad idea. She stammered, "I'm sorry, it's my fault, I apologize to you." Bailing Tian thought Hongjun was making a big deal out of nothing. It was a small matter. Was it necessary to get so angry? Unless she didn't like them. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the audience was already excited. They had always seen Baiji being bullied. Now the tables had turned, and everyone felt satisfied. "Ah, so handsome, so handsome. I really like this personality. Seeing Beige like that makes me want to laugh. They're all grown up, but still treat Beige like a child. Hongjun is right, a giant baby, ha." Outside the live broadcast, Bailing Tian recalled the events at that time, feeling regretful. He never would have imagined that under the mask was such a familiar face. When he protected Beige, how sad Baiji's main personality must have been. He couldn't imagine it, and didn't dare to. The feeling of guilt quietly grew in his heart. "What do you want?" On the big screen, Bailingshan's face was cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. At that time, Bailing Tian was prepared to protect Beige, no matter what Hongjun wanted to do, but now looking back, he felt like a joke. "Kneel down." Hongjun coldly uttered 2 words. Beige's tears flowed uncontrollably. She hid behind Bailing Tian, afraid of what Hongjun might do to her. At that moment, Baiji clearly felt uncomfortable. Her main personality was influencing her, and she didn't want her to act like this. "As long as I'm willing, even if I kill her, what can you do?" Baigu was extremely afraid. Her hands were trembling, feeling wronged, but she knew that her brother would rather die than let her be harmed. She tugged at Bai Lingtian's sleeve. "Brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "It's okay, Gur, don't be afraid. No matter what, we brothers will protect you. If I can't even protect my own sister, what kind of brother am I?" Baiji felt amused and self-mocked. By helping her like this, helping this family, what have you gained? In their eyes, they are the family, and you are just an insignificant outsider. But the host still didn't want to be aggressive. She didn't want to break ties with her family. Baiji had to let them go. On the way home, Baigu cried out, It's sister who said someone is assassinating the Red Falcon on the top floor. She can't get in, so she asked me for help." Baigu cried and spoke, feeling extremely wronged. Outside the live broadcast, Bai Lingtian watched as he clenched his fists and vowed to go back and teach Baiji a lesson. He felt extremely guilty, and Bai Yi patted his shoulder, telling him to continue watching. If we were a little smarter at that time, treated her better, would Baiji have not left?" Bai Lingtian's voice trembled. "Yes, but it's too late now." Bai Yi's expression was also very heavy. The live broadcast jumped to the house. Baigu and the others had returned home, and after sitting on the sofa for a while, they saw Baiji coming back from outside. "Come here." Bai Lingtian's face was cold, suppressing the emotions about to erupt in his heart. "Why did you harm Gur?" It's not me, I didn't harm her, it's her." Before Baiji could finish, Bai Lingtian dragged her into the dark room and didn't allow anyone to give her dinner. Heavens, do they have any brains at all? I'm speechless, just seeing Bai Lingtian makes me angry. Stupidity should have its limits. The brain is a good thing, but unfortunately they don't have it. Baiji is so pitiful. You see, the family you are determined to protect, the family you long for, do they treat you like a human being? You are just a joke to them. The violent personality disappeared. Baiji lowered her head, sitting on the ground hugging her legs. Tears fell one by one. She rarely cried, just feeling that this journey was really exhausting. The room was pitch black, with only a faint light coming through the crack in the door. The floor was cold, her hands were already red from the cold. Outside, the servants were narrating Baiji's crimes of escaping today. Baigu pretended to plead for her. "Brother, are you really not giving sister any food?" "I don't blame her, it's my own fault." Baigu pretended to be obedient, with tears still in her eyes, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. "Don't mind her." Bai Lingtian's reply was extremely cold. He didn't even consider Baiji's situation. His only thought was not to let Baigu be sad about it, not even a bit, because it would hurt him. "Don't always consider her in everything. It's because you are too kind that you always get bullied by Baiji. The price of kindness is being framed like today. It's Baiji now, but what if it's someone more powerful next time? If she takes your life, what will you do?" Bai Lingtian really thought so, but he never thought that what he was so sure of at the time would now seem so ironic. Wow, this family is really messed up. As expected, in such a wealthy and powerful family, the more turbulent it is, Baiji has become a living protagonist of abuse, truly pitiful. I'm going to pray to the gods and curse Baigu to the Azura hell. Outside the live broadcast, Bai Lingtian also felt ashamed and angry when he saw this scene. He used his hands to hit the thick wall one after another, and soon his hands were broken and a small hole could be clearly seen on the wall. "What are you doing? Baiji is already dead. Regret and self-blame are useless now. Can you calm down a bit? Bai Yi grabbed Bai Lingtian's hand. Bai Ji is already dead. Bai Lingtian's mind was full of this sentence. He finally couldn't hold it back anymore. Guilt made him feel ashamed, but he endured it and wiped away his tears. However, at this moment, he remembered something else. I remember shortly after that, people from A18 came to our Bai family to cause trouble. Thanks to my big brother coming back in time, it was because of this incident that I withdrew from A18. Now thinking about it, it was actually done by Bai Ji. Bai Yi had also heard about this incident. At that time, he was still in school and did not witness the incident with his own eyes, but because it caused a big stir, he heard some vague details. However, Bai Yi had no other thoughts. Bai Ji had suffered so much unfair treatment in the Bai family and retaliated against the family using her own influence, which was understandable. After a while, the scene Bai Lingtian mentioned did appear on the big screen. A group of people in uniforms broke into their home. The group of people didn't say a word, just stared at them intently, creating a sense of oppression. Bai Lingtian quickly protected Bai Gu behind him. Bai Gu was a little scared and dared not move. She knew that A18 was an assassin organization that wouldn't hesitate to kill, but such a large-scale operation, so conspicuous and unscrupulous. Indeed, you still hold a grudge against Bai Tian. I didn't expect the leader of A18 to be so petty. Speaking out of both sides of your mouth. As soon as Bai Lingtian spoke, he instantly caught their attention. Can you repeat what you just said? One of the leaders asked, looking at him with a fierce gaze. Just then, Bai Jin returned. There was a faint smell of blood on him, with deep features different from Bai Lingtian. Although Bai Lingtian, who had been through countless bloody battles, also had an intimidating presence, he was still young at that time and lacked the profound self-control that Bai Jin had acquired over the years. It was evident that the leader of A18 was somewhat wary of Bai Jin's sudden return. Why don't you leave now? A cold voice rang out. After a while, the people from A18 slowly left. Bai Gu finally relaxed, and when she saw Bai Jin, she quickly ran up to him and hugged him. Brother, you're back, you scared me. Gur, don't be afraid, everything is fine now. Bai Jin's gentle eyes were full of indulgence. Several people in the living room were laughing happily, resembling a family. Gur, I brought you a gift. I think you'll like it. Bai Gu quickly unwrapped the gift, which was a natural and transparent jade bracelet, clean and beautiful. Bai Gu liked it very much and put the bracelet on her hand directly, saying, "Thank you, brother." Bai Ji sneaked out of the room and stood upstairs, watching everything with envy in her eyes. At that time, she longed for the same love from her family. The people in the live broadcast room fell silent instantly, no one commented below. In such a warm family scene, Bai Ji seemed particularly out of place, as if she shouldn't exist in this family. Bai Ji silently turned and left. Downstairs, Bai Gu looked smugly at her, saying, "Sister, you're out. Brother is back. Do you want to come down and chat?" The restored Bai Ji, now with a softer personality, was about to agree when Bai Lingtian coldly said, "Why should she come down? I can't stand seeing her." Bai Ji's expression instantly turned lonely. One person went upstairs, leaving a lonely figure behind. Under the coaxing of Bai Gu, Bai Jin smiled and took off his suit jacket, putting on the pink apron she handed him. His clear and elegant face was covered with a light smile. "Do you really want your brother to cook for you like this?" "Yes. The desserts made by my brother are the best." Bai Gu smiled innocently. Since Gur has spoken, how could brother not agree? Just wait here obediently. Saying that, Bai Jin went to the kitchen, his white shirt tied at the collar, revealing a neat Adam's apple. The cuffs were unbuttoned, revealing smooth and beautiful forearm lines. Such a person standing in the kitchen had an indescribable charm. Soon, some cute pastries of various shapes were already baked. Bai Gu happily ate them. "Brother, should we call sister down to eat? It seems like she hasn't had dinner yet." "Don't call her, she needs to pay the price for what she has done." Bai Jin's indifference pierced Bai Ji's heart like a knife, making her tremble all over, curling up in the attic like a cat, only able to gaze downstairs with longing eyes at the beautiful scene she dared not dream of. She didn't know what she had done wrong, why they never looked at her directly. She is also a daughter of the Bai family. Just then, Bai Gu went up to the attic, threw the pastry he was eating into the trash can. "Ugh, it's really bad." She opened Bai Ji's room. Bai Ji's eyes were red. She rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed. "Sister, this is a pastry specially made for you by brother. Get up and try it." Bai Ji took the pastry and looked at it for a while. "Is it really made by brother for me? How could I lie to you?" "Sister." Bai Gu smiled deeply. Bai Ji no longer hesitated and took a bite. "It's so sweet." Bai Gu looked disgusted. She was really stupid. She believed everything she said. "Sister, look at this bracelet. Isn't it pretty? Brother bought it for me. If you like it, I'll ask brother to get you one too." Baigu took off the bracelet and placed it in front of Baiji for her to see. Baiji touched it, then withdrew her hand. The dessert was egg-flavored, baked crispy in the oven, with one or two slightly burnt. As she ate, her heart felt especially sweet. Even if she didn't have a gift, it didn't matter, at least Baiji still remembered her. That was enough. Baiji was different from Baigu. All her thoughts were written on her face, making everyone in the live broadcast room feel sorry for her. What's there to show off? Not a child, so vain. Baiji is an A18 Red Hawk. With so many alt accounts, she can get whatever she wants. Baiji looks so pitiful eating pastries, really heartbreaking. When can Baigu just die? Bai Lingtian in the live broadcast room looked at Baiji's smile, feeling like a knife had been stabbed into his heart. The harm they had done to Baiji was too great. If it was just one person hurting Baiji, it would be fine. But it wasn't just him, there was also Bai Yi, Bai Luofan, Bai Jin. These people had all hurt Baiji. But they were the people Baiji cared about the most. Bai Lingtian sadly realized that even now, he couldn't imagine how much pain Baiji had suffered. A faint mist appeared in his eyes, lingering for a long time. He could only raise his head as if to cover his ears and steal the bell, looking at the huge crystal chandelier at the top of the live broadcast room, trying to force back his tears. When his eyes were dry, he shifted his gaze back to the big screen. Baiji finished the 5 pastries brought by Baigu, eating them all. It was clear that she was choking a bit, but even so, she continued to put them in her mouth one by one. Baiji made them, they couldn't be wasted. But she forgot that she was allergic to eggs. At the same time, she didn't want to lose the last bit of care from Baiji. Sister, why did you lie to me today? You know, I will be very sad if you do this. Baiji's expression was extremely terrifying. Although there was a smile on her lips, there was no trace of kindness. I went there, but I didn't see you. Baiji spoke softly like a gentle rain, seemingly unaware of Baiji's expression. She did go there indeed, but she just wasn't framed by Baigu. Is that so, sister? You are not obedient. The brothers won't like you. Baiji's voice carried a warning. Smack! The last pastry in Baiji's hand was knocked over by Baigu. Poof! Baigu swaggered out of the room. There was no point in staying here any longer. Baiji would have a chance to settle the score for framing herself. If she dared to frame her, she must be prepared to pay any price. Baigu went downstairs, her eyes instantly softened, as if nothing had happened just now. On the other side of the big screen, Baiji not only quickly picked up the fallen pastry, dusted it off, and continued to eat it. It's very sweet. She smiled, a beautiful smile that resembled a delicate flower under the sunset in spring. It made people's hearts ache. I really feel sorry for Baiji's main personality. If the Bai family doesn't welcome you, come to my house is good. With such a capable and beautiful younger sister being ignored, the whole family revolves around Baigu. I really don't understand. Soon, Baiji started itching all over her body, scratching her arms, neck, and everywhere, looking distressed. On the other side, Baigu was urging Baiji to go to the night market. Without hesitation, Baiji agreed, prepared herself, and was about to leave when she suddenly saw Baiji looking at her with a flushed face. I don't feel well, it seems like an allergy. Can you please take me to the hospital? Baiji's hopeful eyes were met with Baijin's cold gaze. So many things to deal with, I'm going to accompany Gur to the night market. You go with her. Baiji glanced at the assistant at the door. Okay. Baiji looked disappointed as the assistant walked towards her. She pursed her lips and followed the assistant. Baijin's disdainful look made her heart, which had just warmed up, turn cold again. The bone-chilling wind made her shiver. She hadn't even had time to put on a thick coat before being taken out. She didn't dare to keep the assistant waiting, afraid of annoying Baiji again. The cold wind pierced through her thin clothes, ruthlessly gnawing at her. Can you close the window? I feel a bit cold. Okay. Baiji looked weakly at the bustling night market outside the window, suddenly remembering that her brothers had never taken her there. The envy and helplessness in her eyes plunged the audience in the live broadcast into silence. Baigu enjoyed all their love but still bullied Baiji, who possessed extraordinary talents. She could have had everything, but she was trapped by family ties, giving all the purest feelings to these relatives who didn't love her. Baiji's plight made Bai Yi and Bai Lingtian outside the live broadcast unable to continue watching, feeling guilty and breathless with tears in their eyes. But at this moment, besides shedding tears, they couldn't do anything else. They could only watch Baiji sitting in the car, seriously ill, with no one accompanying her. You are allergic to eggs, why do you still eat them? The assistant spoke coldly, thinking that Baiji wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Baiji. Because it was specially made for me by my brother, I can't waste it. Baiji had become very weak, the itching and pain all over her body made her feverish. She wanted to scratch, but found that she had no strength at all. It was indeed made specially, but not for you, you were never meant to have a share. It was the young master who made it for Miss Gu. Saying this cruel statement plainly, the assistant continued, you should know that Gur is the true young lady of the Bai family. I advise you not to covet things that were never meant for you. White Ju was stunned for a moment, realizing that it was White Gu who didn't want it, so it was her turn, but it didn't matter. White Chi smiled bitterly and replied, really? It's quite delicious. Her voice was hoarse beyond recognition. After a while, the assistant's phone rang. It was Bai Jin's. Go to the villa and bring back Bai Ji's handbag. The cold voice came from the receiver. But I'm on my way to take Miss Bai Ji to the hospital now. Bai Jin became irritated, not because he was carrying too many bags, but because Bai Ji made him feel irritated. Brother, what's wrong? Bai Gu smiled sweetly, as if she had guessed something, and reached out pretentiously to take the bag from Bai Jin's hand. Let him bring it to me first. It's just an allergy. Sister often overeats, and then gets allergic like today, but it gets better after a while. Brother, please, the assistant hasn't gone far yet, and the hospital is very close. Let him turn back to get it, and then take sister to the hospital to buy medicine. Bai Gu pouted, looking sulky. What's Bai Ji's condition? Bai Jin was cold and indifferent, expressionless. When it came to Bai Ji, he was like an emotionless machine. Miss Bai Ji is now weak all over, her face is red, she seems to be in a lot of discomfort. Bai Jin hesitated, but Bai Gu started acting up again, holding his hand. Turn back and get the handbag. Yes. The assistant hung up the phone, shook his head helplessly, turned the car around. Just bear with it for now. The boss asked me to turn back and get Miss Bai Ji's handbag. Bai Ji didn't even have the strength to speak. She originally wanted to ask the assistant to take her to the hospital first. The hospital was almost there, but when she thought of Bai Jin's firm words just now, she gave up again. When it comes to Bai Gu, her brothers will never back down. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was so oppressive that they had never experienced it firsthand, so they couldn't understand Bai Ji's feelings at that time, but just from the desolate look on her face, they could see her inner struggle. When the atmosphere of love reaches its peak, people tend to speak less. This kind of silence lasted for who knows how long, and suddenly there was a commotion at the entrance of the live broadcast room. Bai Jin, wearing a black windbreaker, strode in with a few men in suits. Bai Jin sat in the front row of the live broadcast room with a cold face, still feeling the chill, and saw the comments about him on the big screen. Wow, the nation's good brother. I wouldn't want this kind of brother even if he gave it to me. It's not entirely Bai Jin's fault, mainly because Bai Gu is too scheming. She just wants to vent her anger at Bai Ji. This driver is also a good driver, but he still listens to the boss in the face of human life. He's doing well, but he shouldn't do it. I really can't do anything about you. I helped you get your bag. Now you can be a little happier, right? Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best. Let's pick a gift for sister later. I showed the bracelet to sister today, and she even tried to snatch it from me. She tried to snatch it from you? I didn't buy it for her. She's just delusional. Disgust in Bai Jin's eyes became even more apparent. Outside the live broadcast room, Bai Jin watched everything expressionlessly. Bai Gu casually mentioned Bai Ji's allergy, but now he could see Bai Ji's uncomfortable expression in the live broadcast room. He couldn't even lift his hand, feeling like he might pass out at any moment. His brows furrowed deeply. He didn't know Bai Ji's allergy was so severe. That's why he thought she was being dramatic. Do you know how she got the allergy? Bai Lingtian's voice turned cold. Bai Jin naturally didn't know. Bai Lingtian lowered his head, his tone heavy. The pastries you made for Bai Gu. She took one bite and found it distasteful, so she threw it in the trash. She gave the rest to Bai Ji. That fool was smiling while eating, saying the pastries you made were very sweet. Bai Jin's heart suddenly tightened. He couldn't describe this feeling. It wasn't heartache or regret, but a discomfort that made his heart ache, as if a big hand was squeezing it. Especially after Bai Lingtian said those words, he could vividly imagine Bai Ji's expression at that moment. Why did Bai Ji eat it knowing she was allergic to eggs? Didn't she care about her life? Bai Jin now felt a splitting headache. Why did he treat her like this when she was always gentle and understanding? Even when he was on the verge of passing out in discomfort, she calmly accepted the outcome and turned away. It wasn't that she didn't care, it was that Bai Ji felt helpless at that moment, with no one sincerely caring about her. She could do whatever she wanted, but no one asked. Jir is like this, and you still have the mood to go shopping with Bai Gu. Do you know that severe allergies can be fatal? Bai Lingtian was heartbroken, accusing Bai Jin of being heartless. Second brother, don't get agitated. Even if we were there at that time, can you guarantee that you would have treated Jir better? Bai Yi spoke the truth. Even if they were there, they wouldn't have treated Bai Ji seriously. They only had eyes for Bai Gu. They forgot that Bai Ji was also their sister, but she was treated completely differently from Bai Gu. Even though Baiji had multiple personalities, some of which were different from the main one due to lack of love, more resolute and cold, she could still feel pain and discomfort. The assistant turned back to the villa, picked up Baiji's bag, and hurried towards Baijin. "Brother, the assistant is here." Baigo ran over joyfully, took the bag, slung it over her. Bai couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. "Baijin, you are really heartless. Why didn't you even give her a sip of water? Can't you see how much she is suffering?" Bai used to call him brother, but now he was also getting angry at him. "At that time, I thought she was pretending." Baijin was a bit at a loss. At that time, he hesitated, but because of Baiji's words, he mistakenly thought Baiji was faking her illness just to gain his sympathy. But seeing this scene again now, his heart was still touched, and a sense of regret surged in his heart. Pretending? Does she need to joke with her own life? She is your sister just like Baigo. How can you be so heartless? Bai looked at the live broadcast where Baiji was curled up tiredly in the back seat of the car, feeling a burst of anger in his heart. Baijin glared at him, opened Bai's hand holding his tie. "Bai, what right do you have to criticize me? What I did, compared to what you and Bai Lingtian did to him, is nothing at all. Don't forget, you both treated him the same way." Bai Lingtian, Bai was momentarily speechless, both lowered their heads, the guilt in their hearts preventing them from speaking. Yes, none of them had any reason to blame each other. When an avalanche happens, not a single snowflake is innocent. Baiji was having difficulty breathing, almost suffocating, but the assistant driving in front completely ignored her. She wanted to sit up, but her heavy body made it impossible for her to move, so she could only sit there, feeling like she was being roasted in a fire, countless ants biting her without restraint. She wondered if she was about to die. Baiji just wanted a bottle of water, even a stranger would give it to her. This is what they call family. They never really treated Baiji as a sister. The live broadcast was filled with worries about Baiji and criticisms of the Bai brothers, and the Bai family trio naturally could see these comments. Despite their usual pride, they gritted their teeth, remained silent, and let the netizens scold them. They were wrong. As Baiji's relatives, not one of them reached out to help her when she was most vulnerable, instead becoming the ones who harmed her. Especially Baijin, he couldn't bear to look anymore. Even though he knew Baiji would be fine, seeing her tormented appearance still weighed heavily on his heart. Just as Baiji was about to suffocate, an invisible force lifted her up, and her fourth personality also awakened at that moment. In the scene, Baiji searched through her pocket and then took out a small, ancient-looking bottle. After pouring 2 pills into her mouth, she put the bottle away. Her condition gradually improved, and she sneered, "Still so weak and incompetent, one day you will be killed by someone else. If you die, you die, but don't drag everyone down with you." The assistant also found it strange. How could Baiji, who had just fallen into a deep sleep and had difficulty breathing, miraculously sit up now? He had to suspect that Baiji was pretending. The people in the live broadcast room were overjoyed, cheering loudly. The previously suppressed atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Bai recalled the potion Baiji had taken out just now, a potion that could relieve discomfort in such a short time, a miraculous medicine he had never heard of. He was excited and grabbed Bai Lingtian's hand. "Brother, do you think Jir might still be alive? Jir is so amazing, and she can produce such a magical medicine. Do you think she might still be alive?" Bai wanted to hear confirmation from Bai Lingtian. If Baiji was still alive, he would definitely treat her well and make up for all the past debts to her. "I'm going to find her. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I won't give up." 2-9. Denny okay too. But now, the crack between her and Baiji has reached an irreparable point. He still cannot convince himself to forget everything Baiji has done, let alone fully accept her. On the big screen, facing Baiji's chattering, Baiji coldly snorted, paying no attention to her meaning. Baigu felt a bit embarrassed. Sometimes she felt that Baiji would suddenly be different from usual, but after thinking about it, she didn't take it seriously. She was really looking forward to this auction because not only were there expensive famous paintings, antiques, weapons, and poisons, but also information. It was like a large underground trading scene, similar to the domestic dark web. As long as you have money and power, you can get whatever you want. However, not everyone can enter. This is an international center with countless powerful and influential people. Only those with sufficient qualifications can enter. Baigu was naturally very happy to have such an opportunity. Especially when she thought that Baiji couldn't go and could only watch, she was even happier. However, after Baiji returned to the room, she made a phone call. Her voice was different from before, not timid but as cold as shattered jade. "Give me a ticket to the central auction house." Soon, she received a text message in her mailbox. Baiji checked it and the live broadcast room was once again in an uproar. "It's actually a ticket to the auction. I'm tired of being envious. Baigu is still showing off in front of Baiji. It's really hilarious. Baijin probably had a hard time getting it. I just calculated, Baiji spent a total of 1 minute and 50 seconds. Baijin twitched her mouth. Looking at the girl on the big screen with a cold and indifferent expression, she had a vague guess in her heart. None of Baiji's previous identities could have such power. This is an international center, not the imperial capital. Even the Red Falcon couldn't get a ticket to the central auction house in such a short time. Due to a robbery incident a few years ago, 18 and the central auction house were even at odds. How could the Red Falcon, the leader of A18, have the power to command the senior management of the auction house? There is only one explanation: Baiji has another identity that others do not know about. In less than a minute, the organizer of the auction personally sent Baiji an electronic ticket, a chairman's seat in the front row. Baiji smirked and slowly fell asleep in bed. The next day, Baigu tidied up herself, humming a tune, and looked at Baiji, who had just woken up, with a cold smile on her lips. "Sister, are you getting up? Are you going out?" Baiji ignored her. When they went downstairs to eat, Baiji and Baigu came down at the same time, but Baijin seemed to only see Baigu in her eyes. "Gur, come and eat." The family was harmonious, but Baiji seemed out of place. Fortunately, she was now a violent personality, so Baiji knew there would be no bowl for her on the table. She decided to eat out. Baigu watched Baiji leave and quickly pretended, "Sister, are you going out to eat? Where are you going? Are you still mad at me because brother said he wouldn't take you to the auction yesterday?" Baigu blamed herself. "Brother, see, I said to give it to sister, but she's mad at me. How about I give it to sister?" Baiji was speechless. "Sure, then give it to me." Baiji's smile froze instantly. She didn't expect Baiji to respond like this. "If you don't want to, then don't pretend. I wish you a successful trip." Baiji put a lollipop in her mouth and walked straight out, the sweetness of the candy swirling in her mouth. Only a foolish and stupid fool would be sad because of Baiji's words, but she wouldn't. In her eyes, the Bai family were all fools. How can such a stupid person be worthy of being her brother, and how could she be upset because of the neglect of these people? Watching Bai Jixiao's graceful figure leaving, everyone sighed deeply. Still, Bai Jixiao looks more comforting like this. I hope Bai Jixiao's main personality can be as carefree as her alter ego, so she won't be hurt so much. What the heck, Baigu, you're so fake. Who wouldn't be? Baigu is just a hypocrite, the #1 pretender. Although they seem like a family, Bai Jixiao doesn't even have breakfast. I really don't understand if they are truly stupid or pretending to be. With a sister like Bai Jixiao not being pampered, but favoring Baigu, who has the worst intentions. Time passed by in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, Baigu and Baijin had already arrived at the auction. It was Baiji's first time seeing such a scene, with a magnificent hall, sparkling crystal chandeliers, and almost everyone wearing masks. The dome was magnificent, the walls were inlaid with precious stones and jade, dazzling at first sight, as if falling into a fantasy world. "Brother, this place is so big and beautiful." Baigu was very excited, her head held high. Baijin, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, as if he had been here many times before, and could clearly find the way to the main hall. "As long as you like it." Baijin gently patted her head. Baijin led Baigu to their seats, which were in the 11th row. 10 minutes later, the seats were gradually filled. After another half an hour of waiting, the auction still hadn't started. "Brother, why hasn't it started yet?" Before Baijin could reply, the host with a microphone made a self-introduction. "Please be patient, there is still a VIP who hasn't arrived. If you feel it's a waste of time, you can leave on your own." This auction was so bold, with no shortage of guests. The entrance tickets were free, but some people still paid a high price for them. Just one ticket cost 8 figures, so who would be willing to leave? It's really annoying to make people wait so long. Baigu pouted. Baijin frowned and whispered, "Good, don't say such things here." Baigu pouted even more. But she also understood that Baijin, who had always spoiled her, would actually stop her from speaking, so this so-called VIP must be someone important. About half an hour later, a woman in black slowly walked in through the entrance. As she passed by them, Baigu clearly felt the woman with the mask glance at her. Just that one glance made her scalp tingle, giving her a creepy feeling of being stared at by a fierce beast. Before she could react, the woman sat in the front row. Looking at the slender yet graceful figure, Baigu felt familiar but couldn't remember who this person was. Soon, the auction began. The first few items were antique calligraphy and paintings, and some people actually bid. No one spoke again. The eerie atmosphere spread in the auction house. Although this ring was extraordinary, it did not reach such a terrifying value. Spending 2 billion on a ring, isn't that a waste of money? In the live broadcast room, there were also sounds of gasping one after another. Is Baiji so rich? Even if Baiji has many aliases, she can't save up so much money. I'm worried that Baiji is deliberately raising the price to embarrass Baijin. What if she can't produce the money later? Soon, the auction ended. People in the live broadcast room were very worried that Baiji couldn't come up with so much money, sweating for her. Baijin's expression was complicated. He remembered this incident. Afterwards, he had sent people to inquire about the origin of that mysterious person, but unfortunately, he had not found any clues. I didn't expect it to be Baiji. How could Baiji have so much money? She must be unhappy that he brought Baigu to the auction but not her, so I don't like to eat seafood. Baijin said coldly, "Who are you showing your face to here? Cook prepared this for you out of kindness, and you're not grateful?" Baiji silently lowered her head and sat at the dining table. Looking at the table full of delicious food in front of her, her eyelashes trembled lightly. They were all dishes that Baigu loved to eat. What she hated the most was seafood. "I'm really drunk. Do I have to eat even if I don't like it?" Baigu is obviously doing this on purpose. She's so good at acting, she can cry on cue. Do you only care about Baigu? You won't even let Baiji have a good birthday. At least give her a blessing. Doesn't anyone wish Baiji a happy birthday? Seeing this, Baijin felt uncomfortable in his heart. He actually knew that it was Baiji's birthday that day, but he didn't plan to prepare any surprises for her, probably because it wasn't necessary. Or maybe he was worried that Baigu would be unhappy. He regretted it, thinking that when Baiji was around, they didn't even celebrate her birthday properly, and now, Baiji no longer had the opportunity to celebrate her birthday. If Baiji were still alive, Baijin wouldn't feel so bad right now, but Baiji was gone, and he didn't even have the chance to celebrate her birthday again. He wondered if on the other side of the world, someone was celebrating Baiji's birthday. Maybe. Baiji had reincarnated into another family, a family that didn't treat her as indifferently as they did. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Baijin felt. Baijin was thinking about it when a loud music suddenly came from the screen. He frowned and looked up, only to see Baiji walking into a lively bar. Baijin disapproved. Why would she go to a bar for no reason? The neon lights inside the screen were colorful, the huge sound system played rock music, and men and women in revealing outfits danced on the stage with carefree smiles on their faces. Baiji looked at the scene in front of her, the colorful lights flickering in her eyes, excitement gradually rising in her eyes. However, as she was about to continue walking in, her steps suddenly stopped, and she sounded somewhat resentful. "What, are you sulking alone again? I'm not you, Baiji. You can endure it, but I can't." Before she could finish her sentence, Baiji's tone changed again, becoming fearful. "It's too chaotic here, you should go back quickly." But the next moment, a mocking smile appeared on Baiji's face. "Go back? Baijin even forgot your birthday, he only cares about Baigu. Go back to see his cold face?" she said, hitting her chest hard. "You stay put." The bartender next to her looked at Baiji muttering to herself at the door, shivered, and signaled to the security guard at the door. Before the security guard could approach, Baiji, who was temporarily replaced by a violent personality, walked straight to the bar counter and took out a stack of money from her pocket. "Do you have any good-looking waiters here?" The bartender looked at the stack of money, looked at Baiji's irritable appearance, and immediately showed a bright smile. "We have no shortage of good-looking waiters here. How many do you want, miss?" Baiji looked around, propped one hand lazily on the bar counter, and lazily raised the other hand towards the center of the seat. "As many as you have, prepare a big cake for me. It's my birthday today. If they can make me happy, money is not a problem," Baiji said extravagantly, and the bartender was overjoyed. This was not a lunatic, but a wealthy person. Money talks, and as soon as Baiji sat in the center, a group of handsome men with different styles surrounded her. Baiji crossed her legs, one hand resting on the sofa, her gaze scanning each person's face one by one. Perhaps because there was money to be made, these people all had smiles on their faces. Baiji smiled self-deprecatingly and waved at them. "It's my birthday today. Whoever can say something nice to make me happy, I'll transfer money to them." As soon as everyone heard that there was money to be made, they all swarmed up, calling out "Sister" joyfully. Blessings were spoken one by one from the mouths of strangers, each one sounding better than the last. Baiji sipped champagne, her gaze coldly fixed ahead. "It's just a birthday, right? If they won't celebrate with you, I will." She seemed to be talking to herself, yet also to the hostess Baiji. Off-screen, Baijin watched the intoxicated Baiji with a complex expression. She's generous with her money. Watching Baiji down drink after drink, her actions becoming more and more unrestrained, she couldn't help but look away. If only he cared a bit more about Baiji, she wouldn't have to go to the bar and celebrate her birthday alone. I wonder what Baiji was feeling at that moment. The audience off-screen watched Bai Ji like she was the center of attention, but with no smile on her face, their hearts fell silent. Family forgets your birthday, so you have to spend money to buy blessings. The irony of spending that money is truly mocking. Money can't buy my happiness, Bai Ji is right. After all, the money is earned by oneself, why shouldn't it buy happiness? It's more comfortable to watch the violent Bai Ji, I hope she shows up more. The barrage of comments floated by, and the screen gradually blurred. The scene shifted again, and the tipsy Bai Ji returned to the Bai family with a dazed look in her eyes. The lights in the living room were almost off, the seafood on the table had been cleaned up long ago. Bai Jin and Bai Gu were talking in the living room. Seeing Bai Ji return, they simply ignored her as if she were invisible. Bai Ji's eyelashes drooped, covering her sarcasm, and she staggered towards her room. Just as she reached the door, she heard some rustling inside, which sobered her up a bit. She reached out and flung the door open. "Who are you?" Inside the room, a pure-looking girl in a white dress was sitting on her bed, with some clothes piled beside her. Seeing the suitcase at her feet, Bai Ji widened her eyes in displeasure. "How did you get into my room? Who let you in?" The girl was on the verge of tears at being scolded, looking pitiful. "Oh, I forgot to tell you." At this moment, Bai Gu walked over, looking apologetic as she addressed Bai Ji. "Jiang Mian will be staying with us for a while, but we don't have a suitable room for her, so Big Brother thought of letting her stay in your room since you weren't home, but he didn't expect you to come back." "I went out, I didn't run away from home." Bai Ji stared dangerously at Bai Gu. Bai Gu continued to smile brightly. "It was Big Brother's idea. Why don't you talk to him? Jiang Mian is a guest, let's not disturb her, let's be more generous." Bai Ji sneered repeatedly. "Generous? Why don't you be generous and give up your room?" Bai Gu lowered her head, twisting her hands in distress. "Big Brother didn't ask me to give." Seeing this scene, Jiang Mian rushed forward, standing between the two, looking ashamed. "I'm sorry, Bai Ji, I'll move out right away." "Good, don't argue with her, I can sleep on the couch." "How can that be, you're a guest?" Bai Gu said insincerely. Bai Ji mockingly watched the back and forth between the two, seeing them trying to be good people, her eyes full of sarcasm. In the live broadcast room, Bai Jin looked at the innocent and beautiful girl, his eyes filled with deep love, completely ignoring Bai Ji's situation. He gazed foolishly at Jiang Mian's profile, suddenly remembering something, a flash of pain in his eyes. Beside, Bai Lingtian saw the situation inside. "Big Brother, the room originally belongs to Bai Ji. You shouldn't have let Jiang Mian stay in her room. She left without a word. I don't even know if she will come back. Even if she does come back, what's wrong with letting Mian stay in her room for one night?" Bai Jin's words were full of bias. Thinking of the past, the hatred towards Bai Ji resurfaced in his heart. If it weren't for Bai Ji back then, how could I have been separated from Mian? Jiang Mian was his first love, the deep love buried in his heart, but because of Bai Ji, the two eventually went their separate ways. Thinking of this, Bai Jin couldn't help but feel hatred. Bai Lingtian couldn't persuade him, so he could only sigh in silence. His big brother was good in everything, but whenever it involved Jiang Mian, he lost his rationality. On the big screen, Bai Gu and Jiang Mian had finished saying good things and all looked towards Bai Ji. "Bai Ji, we won't argue with you anymore. This is your room, you handle it yourself. I'll go talk to Big Brother and arrange a new place for Jiang Mian to stay." That's what was said, but Bai Gu didn't even move. Jiang Mian was already bowing her head, sobbing. Bai Ji lowered her head to right, her empty eyes slowly focusing, a look of confusion on her face. Just now, the violent personality of Bai Ji couldn't stand the two women chattering, so she let the main personality of Bai Ji come out. Bai Gu, seeing her unmoved, impatiently pushed her forward. With this push, Bai Ji was pushed out of the door. Bai Gu was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Jiang Mian. "It seems that Bai Ji is willing to give you the room, so you can stay at ease." When Bai Ji came to her senses, the door closed with a bang. She looked at the closed door, feeling a mix of emotions. Under the bright lights, Bai Ji stood dazed at the door, her long shadow stretching out, her back song, "Thanks to you today, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to enter the Bai family without your help." Bai Ji's eyes paused, silently retracted her feet, and her ears twitched. She was already sensitive to her five senses, and now she even heard what Jiang Mian and Bai Gu were saying. The people in front of the screen could even see the scene outside the door, separated by a light, two worlds, two extremes. Inside the room, Jiang Mian took out a stack of money from her bag and handed it to Bai Gu. "This is a token of my appreciation. In the future, you will have to take care of Song more." Bai Gu took the money without hesitation, flipped through it, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? It's still reliable that you found someone." The way they acted like hooligans was so convincing. If I hadn't known in advance, I would have almost been fooled. Jiang Mian smiled and asked, Do you think your big brother will figure out that the gang of hooligans was arranged by me? Baigu put the money in his pocket and shook his head. No, how could my big brother notice such details? And you acted so scared at the time. My big brother's mind was all on you. How could he associate you with the hooligans who harassed you? Listening to the conversation between Baigu and Jiang Mian, Bai Jin outside the screen took a deep breath. He leaned back in his chair, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, unable to believe what he had heard. Bai Lingtian looked at the screen, frowned, and said, I wondered why Jiang Mian moved over. It turns out there was such a drama, spending money to hire hooligans to act. They are really cunning. Looking at the innocent faces of Baigu and Jiang Mian, Bai Lingtian sighed. They were so young, yet so scheming. He turned to look at Bai Jin, seeing him staring at the screen without blinking. He couldn't help but worry. Brother, are you okay? Bai Jin pretended not to hear, finding it difficult to accept everything he had heard. How could it be? Was that encounter actually planned by Jiang Mian? And on the screen, Bai Ji, who heard the truth outside the door, showed a mocking smile. Your brother, his IQ is not that great. With that, she put her hands in her pockets and walked away in a good mood. Bai Jin outside the screen saw this and felt extremely conflicted. The image was still blurred, already the next day. Baigu invited Jiang Mian to go shopping. Jiang Mian touched her pocket and excused herself. Sorry, Song, I gave you all my money. I'm a little tight on cash lately. Baigu rolled her eyes and grabbed her arm. You're so silly. Isn't my big brother here? I'll go and act cute with him, and he'll obediently follow us and pay for everything. Do you need to chip in? Jiang Mian's eyes lit up at the words, then she pretended reluctantly. This isn't right, you're her sister. It's only natural for him to pay. What am I? You're the love at first sight for him, Baigu teased, pulling Jiang Mian out. Jiang Mian's eyes flickered, half pushing and half following. Bai Jin was upstairs reading the newspaper. Seeing the two of them coming down, his gaze fell on Jiang Mian, his eyes gentle. Have you rested well after a night? Jiang Mian pretended to be shy and nodded. I'm fine, I'm not afraid anymore. Bai Jin nodded slightly, and Baigu took the opportunity to hug his arm and act cute. How could you not be afraid? I just went to find Jiang Mian, and saw her staring outside in a daze. She must still be afraid that those little hooligans will come looking for her. So, to divert her attention, I decided to take her out for a walk. But there's no one around to protect us. She hinted at Bai Jin, showing an innocent smile. Why don't you come with us, big brother? This way Jiang Mian will feel safer. Bai Jin already had thoughts about Jiang Mian, and naturally wouldn't miss the chance to get closer, so he accepted gladly. But Baigu looked around and said, let's call Bai Ji too. They still needed someone to carry things. Otherwise, if Bai Ji finds out later that we went shopping without her, she might put on a sour face. Bai Jin wanted to refuse, but hearing Bai Ji's words, he swallowed his words. Poor Bai Ji had just fallen asleep not long ago when she was dragged out for a stroll, yawning repeatedly. Arriving at the bustling shopping mall, Baigu was ecstatic about the purchases Jiang Mian made, while Bai Jin truly seemed like a big spender, following behind to pay. Bai Ji walked at the back, looking down at her hands full of items, furrowing her brows. Hey! This store has new arrivals. Walking into a store, Baigu exclaimed with joy, turning to Bai Jin, brother, let's go in and take a look. Naturally, Bai Jin followed her, and the four of them walked in. In the center of the store, a mannequin was wearing a burgundy velvet evening gown, paired with exquisite accessories, exuding nobility and elegance. Baigu was captivated at first sight, covering her mouth in amazement. The salesperson approached and introduced, this young lady has a good eye. This dress is the same style worn by Jiang Qing, the famous actress, at an awards ceremony. In the entire Hua country, this is the only one available for sale in the store. Baigu was even more thrilled upon hearing this. Take it down for me, I want to try it on. She admired the beautiful dress, glanced at herself in the mirror, and caught a glimpse of Bai Ji's heavily made-up face, a hint of a sneer in her eyes. Why don't you try it first? Bai Ji was still thinking about how to deal with the items in her hands when she heard this unexpectedly, raising an eyebrow. She had worn that dress before and found nothing special about it. No need. Anyway, you're the older sister, so you should go first. Baigu didn't give her a chance to refuse, pushing her inside. I said no need. Bai Ji replied impatiently. Guru wants to fulfill one of your wishes, Bai Ji, don't be ungrateful. Bai Jin couldn't stand Bai Ji's sulky face and reprimanded her. Bai Ji stared at Bai Jin for a few seconds, then saw the salesperson taking the dress over. She grabbed it and went straight into the fitting room, hearing Bai Ji's somewhat smug voice behind her. I knew it, Bai Ji really likes Jiang Qing. Bai Jin frowned, disagreeing. You liked that dress first, there's no need to give it to her. It's okay, we're all sisters, I don't mind Bai Ji. Touched by Bai Jin's words, Baigu felt that her little sister was sensible. Shortly after, Bai Ji came out. Seeing her, the salesperson couldn't help but laugh. Bai Ge and Jiang Mian also suppressed their laughter, while Bai Jin's face twitched slightly, ordering, "Hurry up and change out of it." Bai Ji calmly looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes calm. With an intentionally ugly face, even with a good figure, pairing it with this dress turned her into a clown. Bai Ji tugged at the corner of her mouth, coldly glancing at Bai Ge through the mirror. This was the effect she wanted. Without exposing Bai Ji's ugly thoughts, Bai Ji changed out of the dress. Bai Ge then happily tried on the dress, receiving a lot of praise with Bai Ji paving the way. Jiang Mian, scratching her head in front of the mirror, pretended not to care, looking at other things in the store. "Is there anything you want?" Bai Jin asked proactively. Jiang Mian smiled coyly, adjusting her falling hair strands. "I don't really want anything." Bai Jin looked at her empty neck and ears, saying, "Bring a few sets of jewelry for Miss Jiang to choose from." In less than a minute, several exquisite pieces of jewelry were placed in front of Jiang Mian. Looking at the dazzling jewelry, Jiang Mian's eyes suddenly lit up, but she was afraid Bai Jin would notice, showing a hesitant expression. "Brother Bai, I didn't mean that. It's okay, I want to give it to you as a gift. Consider it a token of our meeting, you can choose." Jiang Mian opened her mouth, looking moved at Bai Jin, their eyes meeting in the air, the atmosphere ambiguous. Bai Ji leaned against the side, touching her neck. Unfortunately, Bai Jin bought a bunch of things for Bai Ge, spent a lot of money on Jiang Mian, but never bought her even an ice cream. Bai Ji forced a bitter smile, looked away, no longer looking at Bai Jin. On the other hand, Jiang Mian picked a set of jewelry, and Bai Jin bought it without hesitation. On the other hand, Bai Ge was taking selfies in front of the mirror with her phone, enjoying herself. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this and mocked her, their laughter floating across the screen. These are all leftovers from Bai Ji. Only Bai Ge finds them precious. Jiang Cheng is just a small pseudonym for Bai Ji. Look at Bai Ji's naive appearance. Ah, when will Bai Ji's pseudonym see through the true colors of the Bai family? I really want to see the green tea slapped in the face. Bai Jin glanced sideways. The scene in front of him was indeed absurd, but he didn't want to think about what would happen next, and even felt a bit afraid to see that thing happen again. On the screen, after Bai Ge and Jiang Mian finished shopping, Bai Ji and Bai Jin were carrying a lot of things in their hands. Bai Ge walked out of the last store arm in arm with Jiang Mian, contentedly heading towards the parking lot. Before they could enjoy themselves for long, as soon as they reached the parking lot, a group of black-clothed people with masks rushed out, and one of them raised a gun towards Bai Jin. Bai Jin's face changed drastically, unable to dodge in time, and saw Jiang Mian pounce in front of him. Gunshots rang out, echoing loudly in the parking lot. Bai Jin looked at the person in front of him in disbelief and saw Jiang Mian fall in front of him. "Mian, Mian!" Bai Jin roared. But the danger was not over yet. The security guards rushed over following the sound of the gunshots, and one of the black-clothed men kicked Bai Ge, who was in a daze, and dragged Bai Ji behind her. Bai Ji instinctively wanted to fight back, but saw that the black-clothed men were wearing A-18 uniforms. Her eyes suddenly stopped, following the intentions of the criminals. She let them take Bai Ji away in the chaos. "Ah, big brother, Bai Ji has been taken away," Bai Ge called out softly. Hearing this, Bai Jin looked at Bai Ji, their eyes met, and Jiang Mian in Bai Jin's arms groaned in pain. Bai Jin immediately said, "Call an ambulance. Take Jiang Mian to the hospital first." When Bai Ji heard this, she froze, letting the criminals roughly push her into the car. Bai Ge glanced in her direction, a slight smile on her lips. In the live broadcast room, the audience was discussing. A real brother like Bai Jin is better than a blood sister. The other party had a gun, obviously aimed at Bai Ji, clearly able to save her, but Bai Jin abandoned his own blood sister for a stranger. Is there any justice in this? Hee, I've seen many who forget loyalty for beauty, but the direct abandonment of one's own sister is a first. Watching the mocking comments on the screen, Bai Jin's face showed a hint of guilt, but it only lasted for a second. He looked at the pale-faced Jiang Mian on the screen, full of heartache. Mian took a bullet for me to save me. If I had abandoned her to save Bai Ji at that time, then I would truly be ungrateful. He spoke to himself, as if speaking to Bai Lingtian, but also as if comforting himself. Bai Lingtian shook his head repeatedly, his tone full of regret. "She is our sister." "Sister?" Bai Jin sneered. "Didn't you see the uniforms of those people? A-18, the organization where Hong Jun is, these people must have been sent by Bai Ji. They wouldn't hurt her at all, otherwise why would Bai Ji come back safely later?" Bai Lingtian was speechless, he couldn't explain the reasons behind this. But soon, the screen gave them the correct answer. On the screen, Bai Ji was taken to a remote wilderness. She was roughly dragged out of the car by the criminals and thrown to the ground. Bai Ji stared at the A-18 uniforms on their bodies, her eyes dangerously narrowed. "Who sent you?" "You're not qualified to know," the leader said coldly. Baiji chuckled, I'm almost dead, what can't I know? You can't just let me die in the dark, can you? The other party didn't take the bait, remaining cold. Being a ghost in the dark isn't bad either. Baiji laughed out of anger, then saw the other party take out a wooden club and aim it at her forehead. Baiji, in your next life, make sure not to be born into the wrong family. Leaving a bewildering remark, the other party pulled the trigger. Seeing them coming for real, Baiji's pupils shrank slightly. Just as the trigger was pressed, her eyes suddenly turned crazy and bloodthirsty. In the blink of an eye, she dodged the wooden warehouse attack and went for the man's lower body. In just a blink of an eye, Baiji, who was originally at a disadvantage, turned the tables. The thugs didn't even see how Baiji made her move. By the time they reacted, the arm holding the wooden warehouse was directly disarmed. Ah! A painful cry rang out, followed by the sound of bones dislocating. Baiji dealt with the person next to him. In less than a minute, the originally arrogant thugs were all kneeling on the ground. Baiji walked slowly to the thug holding the wooden warehouse, bent down, hooked the wooden warehouse with her finger, raised it in front of the leader, with a smile on her face. You just said I have no right to know who wants to kill me, right? The thug was shocked internally, too scared to speak. Baiji, seeing this, pressed the wooden warehouse against his forehead, her eyes gradually turning cold. I'll ask you one last time, who sent you? The leader opened his mouth, thought of something, but swallowed his words back. Baiji raised her eyebrows, put away the wooden warehouse. The thugs thought she let them go, but Baiji squatted on the ground, picking up small stones, finding the sharpest one, and walked towards the leader. She smiled at the leader, then held the sharp side of the small stone against the leader's pinky finger, pressing down hard in the middle. Ah! Another miserable cry. The excruciating pain of 10 fingers made the leader's face instantly pale, sweating profusely. You're tough, huh? I want to see how long you can endure, Baiji said, mimicking the same action on his other finger. The leader's face turned as white as paper, large beads of cold sweat falling from his face. Seeing his painful appearance, Baiji chuckled, took out the wooden warehouse again, and pressed it in the middle of his palm. Your hand is big, you can make a few holes, she said calmly, the leader's eyes filled with fear, trembling in fear. The person in front of him, who was just dull, was clearly a demon. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please don't hit me. The leader trembled. Baiji sat down casually, supporting her chin with her hand. You have 3 minutes to confess everything, or else. She tapped the wooden warehouse with her index finger, looking meaningfully at the leader. The leader didn't care about the consequences at this point. Staying alive was the most important thing, so he spilled everything. It's Baigu. She gave us a large sum of money to stage this act. Last time we failed to kill you, she held a grudge and once again made us pretend to be members of the Red Falcon organization, to kidnap and kill you. Last time? Baiji raised an eyebrow. When was the last time? Since he had already let it slip, the leader continued, the group that broke into the Bai family last time was also our people, also sent by Baigu for money. Hearing this, Baiji's eyes paused, not expecting that the people who attacked them were from the same group. And they were all bought by Baigu. She sneered, she really went to great lengths to kill me. Seeing her fierce expression, the leader was on the verge of tears, begging for mercy. I've confessed everything, please spare my life, I have elderly and children. Off-screen, the audience was going crazy. Just because Baiji's interrogation of the thugs was too cool. The barrage was filled with various declarations of love. Baijin and Bai Lingtian looked at the leader crying with snot and tears, shocked. They never imagined that Baigu would dare to hire someone to kill in secret. How much must she hate Baiji to do such a thing? Bai Lingtian really couldn't understand. Jir didn't do anything to her at home. Why did Baigu have to kill Baiji? Baijin also couldn't figure it out. Baigu had everything she wanted in the Bai family, while Baiji had nothing in the live broadcast. Why did she hire someone to kill? How did she get involved with the people of Hongjun? This was also what Baiji was puzzled about on the screen. On the screen, Baiji pointed at the leader's uniform with a wooden warehouse. The A-18 uniform you're wearing is real. She mercilessly exposed the criminals, and the criminal's eyes changed as soon as he heard it. Baiji's keen sense of killing intent made her react quickly, dodging the leader's attack. Then several other criminals rushed up. Baiji's eyes flashed with cold light, quickly dealing with them. With a muffled sound of wooden warehouses, Baiji grabbed the person along with the wooden warehouse, threw the person at the intersection, and left straight away. Even if the group of people in A-18 uniforms were found by the police, they would be handled secretly because Hongjun was a dangerous existence, and those who came out of it were not only full of evil but also had blood on their hands. Silently disposing of the killers who came out of it had become the default rule for everyone. On the other side, Baiji rushed to the hospital. At the door of the operating room, Baijin paced back and forth anxiously. Gu, who was watching on the side, felt dizzy. Brother, stop pacing back and forth, Jiang Mian will be fine. How can she be fine? She has lost so much blood. Jiang Mian would block the robbers for Bai Jin, which was beyond Bai Ji's expectations. She couldn't explain this either, so she could only let Bai Jin continue to pace back and forth, making her feel annoyed. She glanced at the corridor and twisted her hands lightly. She didn't know if Bai Ji was dead. Or maybe what you think will come true. Bai Gu vaguely saw Bai Ji's figure. She dared not stare confidently, rubbed her eyes hard. Bai Ji hadn't disappeared yet. Bai Ji? Are you okay? Bai Gu was shocked. Bai Ji, who had already returned to her original personality, was startled by her sharp call and walked over, holding her arm. Yes, I jumped out of the car and escaped. Bai Gu frowned. You escaped so easily? She looked at Bai Ji suspiciously, seeing that she had touched a lot of dirt with her hand. She was very puzzled in her heart. What about those criminals? Bai Ji shook her head. I don't know, maybe they were arrested by the police. Bai Ji's heart sank, feeling anxious. Brother, I remembered something, I'll go out and make a call. After saying that, she hurried away, leaving Bai Ji looking at her flustered back, with a puzzled expression on her face. Bai Jin was too busy to pay attention to her strangeness at this moment. When he saw Bai Ji, it was like seeing a life-saving straw. He stepped forward and grabbed Bai Ji's shoulder. Bai Ji, are you injured? Rarely cared for by him, Bai Ji felt a little warmth and was moved. I'm fine, brother, just my arm hurts a bit. Your arm. Bai Jin lowered his head to look at her arm, gently pinched it. Does it hurt? It's okay, it'll be fine after resting for a few days. Bai Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Ji stared at his appearance, feeling a little touched in her heart. Did her brother finally care about her? Bai Jin pulled her towards the other side, and Bai Ji thought he was taking her to see a doctor. However, the next moment, Bai Jin shattered her heart. That's great, Jiang Mian has lost too much blood and needs a blood transfusion. Your blood type is the same as hers. When the person in front finishes the transfusion, you will go for the transfusion. Bai Ji stopped in her tracks, looking at Bai Jin in disbelief. She looked up and saw the words blood transfusion room, swallowing a bitter taste. You asked me if I was injured just to get a blood transfusion? Bai Jin also knew it was not right, feeling a little guilty in his heart. His face softened a lot. It's like this, Jiang Mian's blood type is too rare. Among all the blood types stored in the hospital database, only yours is a match. You were also shocked. I know I've wronged you, but if there wasn't a matching blood type, Jiang Mian's life might have been in danger. Bai Ji listened to his pale and feeble explanation, still unable to believe it. Brother, did you send someone to rescue me after I was abducted? She came back all the way, but didn't see anyone. Bai Jin was speechless when asked, losing face, his face darkening. You only have a wounded arm. If it weren't for Jiang Mian saving me, it would have been me lying down now. Are you unwilling to give me blood even if it's for me? Bai Ji felt as if thunder had struck her, freezing in place. She was so angry that her teeth were chattering, unable to believe that such morally coercive words were coming from Bai Jin, who had always been proud and principled. It turned out that for the person he liked, he could be so selfish. No, that's not right. Perhaps Bai Jin was just that selfish of a person. Mr. Bai, the blood bank is in urgent need. Do you have anyone with the same blood type coming over? Asked the doctor from the blood transfusion room. The subtle atmosphere between Bai Ji and Bai Jin was brought back to reality. Bai Jin's hanging hand loosened and clenched, and then loosened again. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately compromised. Bai Ji, this time I'll count on you to help me. The last glimmer of light in Bai Ji's eyes dimmed completely. Bai Jin felt guilty in his heart, unable to look at her, and could only instruct the doctor. She's not in good health, so only draw the amount of blood her body can handle. The doctor nodded. Don't worry, the girl looks so thin, we'll be gentle. After that, he waved to Bai Ji. Come here, little girl. Bai Ji looked at the doctor, unmoving. Bai Jin had no choice but to step forward and lead her. Just help me this once, Bai Ji. Bai Ji glanced at him sideways, then walked in without a word. Outside the screen, the audience angrily started throwing rotten eggs as gifts. Trash Bai Jin, trash Bai Gu. Even as a bystander, I can't bear to watch this. Bai Ji just wants the warmth of family love, even if it's just a little bit, but the Bai family always gives her a blow to the head. I understand Bai Ji. She has never enjoyed family love and favoritism, so she becomes very eager for it. Whenever they treat her a little better, Bai Ji is deeply moved, and this emotion is uncontrollable, causing her real pain. Sigh, I hope Bai Ji can see through it soon. The barrage of comments was noisy. Inside the live broadcast room, Bai Jin watched Bai Ji getting her blood drawn, seeing her face grow paler and turning his face away in silence. This was something he owed Bai Ji, and he couldn't argue against that. But that was Jang Mian, the love of his life. How could he possibly give up? While Bai Jin was trying to console himself, the scene changed again. They were now in the hospital room. In the VIP ward, Jang Mian was leaning on the hospital bed, looking down at her phone and tapping on something. A few seconds later, she looked up at Bai Gu. "Alright, did you receive it?" Bai Gu nodded, opened her phone, and saw a six-figure amount credited. "You took too much risk this time. I didn't even know you would go to block the wood warehouse." Jang Mian smiled confidently. "Without taking risks, how could I make Bai Jin fall in love with me? You've seen it yourself, these past few days he's been so caring towards me, his eyes only on me." Bai Gu had to admire Jang Mian for this. She thought she had made a misstep, but it turned out that everything was under Jang Mian's control. "With this courage, you can hardly fail." "Of course, but it's also thanks to you for helping me find people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to act out this play well on my own," Jang Mian said. Bai Gu put down her phone, frowned slightly. "It's at the expense of Bai Ji. I didn't expect her to be so lucky. I can't reach that group of people anymore, they've probably been taken care of." Jang Mian, however, waved it off. "Our goal has been achieved. From now on, Bai Jin's heart belongs to me. If I make a fortune in the future, you won't be left out of the benefits as the matchmaker." Bai Gu listened and exchanged a smile with Jang Mian. "Did you hear? Bai Ji was forced by Bai Jin to give you blood." Her face looked terrible. "I felt uncomfortable even trying to hold back my laughter," Bai Gu joked. Jang Mian responded matter-of-factly, "It is her honor to give me blood. Unfortunately, Bai Jin was momentarily clever, but she didn't even know my blood type. I bribed the doctor and casually mentioned it, and he believed it. Really as foolish as a pig." "Ha, isn't it because you are too charming and completely captivated him?" Bai Gu teased. The two chatted and laughed in the ward, belittling Bai Ji and Bai Jin. In the live broadcast room, Bai Jin looked at Jang Mian's innocent and lovely face, doubting everything he heard. He tapped his ears, and Bai Ling Tian, seeing this, scorned, "You didn't mishear. All of this was designed by Jang Mian and Bai Gu together. Jier is the biggest victim." Thinking of Bai Ji being forced to donate blood, Bai Ling Tian was furious. "You are still the eldest brother, but you really have no brains. With a brother like you, Bai Ji is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes." Bai Jin couldn't argue back against the scolding and gritted his teeth in silence. But as he scolded me, his own throat tightened. "Isn't he also?" On the screen, as Jang Mian said, Bai Jin was moved by himself and completely fell in love with Jang Mian. However, although Jang Mian's surgery was successful, she appeared particularly weak every day. In order to completely destroy the relationship between Bai Ji and Bai Jin, Jang Mian once again pretended to be dead, bribed the doctor, and needed another blood transfusion for rescue. Bai Jin's mind was all on Jang Mian. Without thinking, he approached Bai Ji again. "Bai Ji," Jang Mian fainted again. "Hurry up and go donate blood." Bai Ji saw him rushing over for this matter. The dominant personality Bai Ji felt dizzy and immediately fell to the side. Fortunately, someone supported her from the side. She didn't fall, and when she opened her eyes again, Bai Ji was full of disappointment and anger. It was evident that the fourth personality and the dominant personality had switched. "Bai Jin, do you have no shame? Forcing your own younger sister to donate blood to someone completely unrelated. Are you even a man? A man like you, who forgets his sister for a woman's beauty, is not worthy of being my brother. Dream on. If you want me to donate blood to that person, you better dream on. You even want to morally blackmail me, you'd better go to hell. I will never donate blood to you, I will watch you die." Bai Ji's attitude changed, cursing Bai Jin harshly, leaving Bai Jin stunned. After scolding him, feeling relieved, she looked at Bai Jin's handsome face with disdain. "Goodbye." Then, she turned around gracefully and left the hospital. In the live broadcast room, Bai Jin's handsome face turned pale. The reason he grew more disgusted with Bai Ji was because of the words she used to insult him. He became even more repulsed by Bai Ji and more indifferent towards her. But now that he understood the whole story, he felt embarrassed and ashamed. Bai Ling Tian couldn't help but hold back his laughter, afraid of laughing out loud. Bai Jin's face became even more unpleasant. Looking at the changing scene on the screen, he coldly said, "What are you laughing at? If it were you, she would curse you the same way." Hearing this, Bai Ling Tian choked up, carefully thought about it, and realized it was indeed possible. He couldn't laugh anymore, cleared his throat, and changed the subject. "Let's watch the live broadcast." The camera focused on Bai Ji's back, her figure elongated, and her back blurred, gradually transitioning to a new scene. Finally, it froze in a dim picture. Among some old industrial ruins, a semi-dark path stretched between them. The surrounding environment was silent and cold, creating a suspenseful atmosphere that made the audience inexplicably nervous. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from the screen. Bai Ji was now wearing an A-18 uniform, with a cold expression, walking confidently down the path. About 5 minutes later, the path finally reached the camera, and not far away, a dark entrance caught everyone's eyes. Bai Ji put on the mask in her hand, raised a confident smile at the corner of her mouth, and walked calmly into the entrance. Just as she stepped into the dark entrance, a cold robotic voice came from inside. Please verify your identity. Bai Ji took out a blue chip from her pocket, and a blue light projection-like console appeared in front of her. Bai Ji swiped the blue chip in the designated card slot, and the originally dark world instantly lit up. The robot's voice became excited. Welcome back, Red Falcon. The same words were repeated by the robot continuously for nearly 30 seconds, and the smooth ground rose up like a runway. Outside the screen, the audience was amazed. Is this one of the entrances to A18? It's so high-tech. It's like watching a movie. Am I the only one who noticed the robot saying welcome back to Red Falcon? So cool. So exciting, the return of the king. Majestic. In the live broadcast room, Bai Jin looked at Bai Ji's back with a complex expression, then looked at Bai Lingtian. How many identities is she still hiding from us? Bai Lingtian shrugged, looking very proud as he gazed at Bai Ji. She's so outstanding, having multiple identities is normal for her. He had been watching the live broadcast until now and still hadn't figured out how many identities Bai Ji actually had, so how could he answer Bai Jin? But looking at Bai Ji's appearance, she truly looked like a queen returning. Bai Lingtian thought to himself. On the big screen, Bai Ji returned to A18 as Red Falcon, passed through layers of identity verification, and finally arrived outside the organization's main gate. Just when everyone thought she would lead them into a whole new world, countless infrared points appeared on Bai Ji's body, densely packed and countless in number. Bai Ji's footsteps halted, and she looked up into the air. In the air, a red light flashed intermittently, accompanied by a countdown tim. After the smoke cleared, the indestructible gate of A18 slowly opened. A line of people in A18 uniforms walked out, led by a man in a black haute couture suit with a long scar from his eyebrow to below his eye. Upon seeing the scene outside the gate and the blood on the ground, he revealed a satisfied smile. See that? The Red Falcon is finally dead. Ha, from now on, I am the new leader of A18. The scar-faced man declared arrogantly. Behind him, the crowd looked at the chaotic scene at the gate, many finding it hard to believe that Bai Ji had died just like that. Many who supported Bai Ji rushed forward to search for traces of her, but could only find remnants of clothing and destroyed flesh and blood. The idol they admired and worshipped, the Red Falcon, didn't even leave behind ashes before dying. The scar-faced man warned those who still searched despite seeing the grim situation, don't waste your efforts. The Red Falcon is dead. If you obey me, I will provide you with the benefits you deserve, just like the Red Falcon did before. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding brotherhood. Upon hearing this, many people's faces turned fierce as they glared at the scar-faced man. You plotted to kill the boss, why should we follow you? Exactly. You deceived us into thinking it was an enemy attack, separated us, it was all premeditated. Who do you think you are? We only acknowledge the Red Falcon as our boss. The Red Falcon is the leader of A18. Even if she's dead, we only pledge allegiance to her. We will avenge her. Revenge, revenge for the boss. The crowd shouted angrily, taking out their weapons one after another. Faced with this, the scar-faced man calmly looked at them, then took out a remote control. In consideration of our brotherhood, I'll give you 3 days to consider, I won't take your lives for now. He pressed the remote control, and the people who had just resisted him were instantly shocked by a strong electric current, rendering them powerless. When did you implant chips in us? Someone exclaimed. The scar-faced man didn't respond, but gave a glance to his subordinate, lock them all up in the electronic prison. If they still resist after 3 days, send them to meet the Red Falcon. At night, the scar-faced man got rid of Bai Ji and held a feast in the base. Amidst layers of laser and ultraviolet rays, no one noticed a cat-like figure sneaking into the base without hindrance. Easily bypassing the scar-faced man's security line, the person familiarly arrived at the entrance of the electronic prison and effortlessly dealt with the guards. The electronic prison issued a visitor alert, and the detained people thought the scar-faced man had come to show off his power, angrily standing up and glaring fiercely at the entrance. However, the person who entered was a woman in a black leather jacket, slender figure, and wearing a black mask. Almost at the same time, they recognized this woman. Boss? Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes curved slightly as she nodded gently. Not bad, you recognized me at a glance. If this were the White family, they might have mistaken her for a dangerous intruder. Bai Ji thought to herself, self-deprecatingly smiling, and proceeded to release all her detained subordinates. The subordinates were both shocked and delighted, circling around Bai Ji. It's really the boss. Weren't you blown up? One of them asked. Bai Ji's eyes flashed coldly as she said, it was a simulated robot that was blown up. She hadn't been back for a while, and she knew better than anyone how complicated the situation was here. Moreover, the fact that Bai Gu could contact people from A18 to kill her only meant that someone here knew Bai Gu very well, and their relationship was not ordinary. That's why she used a simulated robot to test the waters, but she didn't expect. Great to see you, boss. We thought you were really killed, and we were planning to rush out and fight them to the end, one of her subordinates said. Bai Ji looked at them with gratitude. A18, 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 A18. Gunshots rang out one after another, and people fell one by one. Before long, everyone who had come with Bai Ji lay in a pool of blood. Bai Gu watched this scene, rushed into the pile of corpses like a madman, and laughed hysterically. The audience in the live broadcast room was once again shocked, unable to even type in the barrage. It was too horrifying, too shocking, more heart-stopping than watching a bloody horror movie. They never imagined that beneath Bai Ji's innocent appearance was such a crazy heart. Even the staff members were stunned, staring blankly at the big screen, unable to react. For a long time, Bai Ji's eerie laughter still echoed in their ears. Bai Lingtian slowly recovered from the shock, sat down in a chair, panting heavily. Jier was killed by Bai Gu. Then who is the Jier that appeared later? Thinking of this, his eyes gradually turned red, and he shouted at Bai Jin. Brother, do you still think Bai Gu did nothing wrong? Bai Jin's eyes did not focus as he stared back at him, the light in his eyes dimming. He tried to speak several times, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was oppressive, and the director finally came to his senses, shouting, Bai Ji must be fine, otherwise the live broadcast would have ended. These words reached the audience's ears, and everyone quickly regained their senses, frantically typing in the barrage. That's right, Bai Ji definitely didn't die. If she really died at Bai Ji's hands, I will never respect her in my life. The barrage unanimously agreed, and even though they were afraid, they turned their gaze back to the big screen. In the big screen, after Bai Ji's ending, everyone relaxed and began to celebrate again. Just as they were feeling triumphant, sirens blared, and red laser beams were aimed at Bai Gu and the scar-faced man. A group of people in armed uniforms and masks rushed in, surrounding them instantly. Bai Gu and the scar-faced man looked at each other in astonishment. What's going on now? The scar-faced man looked around, seeing everyone fully armed, his heart pounding wildly. Just as they were puzzled, the group of people cleared a path. They saw the pitiful Bai Ji, who had died just now, striding confidently towards them, exuding a powerful aura. Clapping her hands, she looked at Bai Gu with a mocking tone, smiling as she spoke. It was really exciting, just now was too exciting. Bai Ji said mockingly, looking at Bai Gu with a smile that was not a smile. You really went to great lengths to get rid of me, she said, her eyes gradually turning cold, but, you failed again, Bai Gu. What you killed were just some cheap androids. Bai Ji's lips trembled, his raised fingers shaking, unable to believe. Why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? She had done so much, why wasn't she dead yet? Bai Ji didn't bother with her, gave her a cold look, and signaled to her men. The scar-faced man, seeing this, couldn't care about anything else and shouted, let's fight them. With a command, a rain of bullets ensued. In the room, Bai Lingtian stared at Bai Ji's face, almost in tears of joy. Great, she's really okay. Bai Jin also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Bai Ji with confusion in his eyes. How could she have obtained so many androids at once? This is a special technology unique to Blue. Bai Lingtian gave him a disdainful look and scolded, even at this point, you still have the mind to think about other things. Take a good look at what kind of person Bai Gu is. Bai Jin frowned, still puzzled. Blue was as mysterious as A18, focusing on researching and producing androids. It was a huge and powerful special organization that even high-ranking politicians and businessmen found it difficult to contact. Could it be that Bai Ji was also a member of Blue? Bai Jin pondered, but couldn't think of any other clues, so he had to give up and continue watching the live broadcast. On the big screen, Scarface and others were ultimately no match for the prepared White Garden and others. White Garden decisively dealt with Scarface, playing with a small and powerful lady's pistol in her hand, looking at White Song with a deep gaze. Now without any backing, White Song turned her eyes and shamelessly hugged White Garden's leg. I was wrong. I really was. I only wanted to kill you in a moment of confusion. I really didn't mean it. Please spare my life. Moment of confusion? White Garden chuckled. If the one you had in your hands just now was me, not a simulated robot, I would have been tortured to death by you long ago. Now it's your turn. You say it was a moment of confusion, then the demon in your heart is truly terrifying. She bit her lip and cried pitifully. He threatened me, saying that if I didn't do this, he would kill me. I was scared, that's why I did this. She pointed to the already dead Scarface, shifting the blame. White Garden looked at White Song in front of her, feeling extremely hypocritical and nauseated. She kicked White Song unceremoniously, aimed the gun at her. Go tell this nonsense excuse to the underworld, don't disgust me. White Song's pupils trembled, shouting in fear, I'm your sister. If you really kill me, big brother and second brother won't let you off. I don't care what they do. White Garden sneered, I don't care how that group of blind and foolish idiots see me. With that, she pulled the trigger, scaring White Song into retreating and scrambling away. White Garden's hand moved slightly, aiming at her back, but just as she was about to kill White Song, her body suddenly froze. White Garden's face was full of regret. What are you doing here? She gritted her teeth. Then she muttered to herself, you can't kill her, after all, she is our sister. Bah! Nonsense, sister, didn't you see how she tried to kill you just now? But she's dead, father, mother, big brother, they will all be very sad. Let them be sad, as long as I'm happy. No, you can't kill her, the family will hate me, give me back control of the body. Thinking about how the White family would look at her in the future, the host personality White Garden anxiously began to fight for control of the body. The violent personality was furious, wishing to knock herself out and knock out the host personality. Seeing her suddenly muttering to herself, stiff and strange movements, her subordinates thought something was wrong with her. Boss, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. The violent personality gritted her teeth. Is that person still being pursued? The subordinate asked. White Garden looked at the fleeing White Song, blood rushing to her head, feeling the suppression of her body. She spoke slowly and forcefully. Let her go. After speaking, White Garden couldn't help but curse. Although the subordinates were puzzled, they obeyed. Seeing the armed crowd move aside, White Song's face showed a triumphant smile, and she ran off without looking back. At this point, the host personality White Garden regained control of the body, frowned at White Song's back, and said, clean up here, I have something to do and will leave first. After that, she followed in the direction White Song had left. White Song almost ran non-stop to escape, contacting Bai Jean as she ran. Big brother, save me. White Garden wants to kill me. Half an hour later, White Song was picked up by Bai Jean, with White Garden arriving shortly after. Seeing White Garden, White Song shrank in fear into Bai Jean's arms. Big brother, she wants to kill me, she wants to kill me. She rolled up her sleeves, showing the bruises from being kicked by White Garden. Look, big brother, these are all caused by her. I have many more injuries like this on my body. She wants to kill me. Seeing the scars, Bai Jean felt heartbroken and quickly protected her behind him, ordering his men. Tie up White Garden and take her back. White Garden stood not far away, looking at Bai Jean with eyes full of disgust, her eyes dull and lifeless. White Song was still White Song after all, and with a few words, she gained Bai Jean's trust. White collar. The audience burst into laughter upon hearing this sentence, cursing Zhang Mian for being scheming and White Collar for being clueless. Unfortunately, their laughter didn't last long as White Collar appeared on the big screen rushing to the hospital. Seeing Bai Ji standing motionless at the door of the ward, he asked displeasedly, "What are you doing standing here?" Caught in a dilemma, Bai Ji was startled when she saw White Collar. In her fluster, she accidentally opened the door to the ward. Zhang Mian and Bai Gu stopped their actions upon seeing her. Noticing the food box in her hand, Zhang Mian and Bai Gu exchanged glances, then immediately turned over the bedside table, deliberately knocking it against the table leg. Mian, are you okay?" Bai Gu asked loudly. Upon hearing this, White Collar ignored Bai Ji standing at the door and quickly pushed her aside to enter. Mian, what happened to you?" He anxiously approached Zhang Mian, seeing the back of her hand all red, and coldly questioned, "How did this happen?" Zhang Mian glanced at Bai Ji, hesitated to speak. Bai Gu chimed in, "It was all Bai Ji's fault. She spilled the scalding soup on Mian's hand while trying to feed her chicken soup. No wonder she was just standing at the door and not coming in." White Collar understood, scolding Bai Ji, "You can't even deliver a bowl of chicken soup properly, what use are you?" Bai Ji was already feeling wronged, and being scolded made her even more aggrieved. With tears in her eyes, she said, "It wasn't me, I didn't do it, and I just arrived, I didn't even open the food box." Bai Gu interrupted her, pretending to be angry. Mian's injury was finally getting better, and now she burned her hand again. "Can't you be more careful?" The situation turned to White Collar, and Bai Ji was full of grievances but couldn't express them. She stared at White Collar with red eyes, emphasis, "Even if I ask you to deliver a simple chicken soup, you still manage to mess it up. Are you really that useless?" The servant pushed Bai Ji in front of the stove and threw a chicken with feathers still intact at her. "Hurry up and redo it. I woke up early to simmer the chicken soup for 3 hours, and you've just wasted it." After saying that, the servant rolled her eyes and arrogantly walked out of the kitchen. Baiji wrinkled her nose at the smell of chicken feathers, feeling nauseous. However, due to the weakness of her master's character, she chose to swallow her pride and clumsily started handling the ingredients. After busying herself for a while, she finally stewed the chicken soup. Just when she thought everything was finally okay, Baiji happily lifted the pot off the stove, only for the clay pot to suddenly crack open. The scalding hot chicken soup instantly burned her hands and feet, contorting her face in pain. "What's happening? What's happening?" The servant heard the commotion and rushed in to see the mess on the floor. "Ah!" she screamed, "you can't even stew a soup. Why are you so stupid?" She cursed, completely ignoring Baiji's condition, stomping her feet in anger. At that moment, Baizin received a phone call, and the servant quickly answered. "Hello? Young master, oh yes, she's here, let me get her on the phone." The servant put the call on speakerphone and gave Baiji a meaningful look. Baiji, who was in pain, was rinsing her hands with cold water. When she saw the phone being handed to her, she had to turn off the water first. "Brother, it's been 2 hours, and the chicken soup still isn't ready?" Baiji looked down at the spilled soup on the floor, sniffed, and said, "The pot accidentally tipped over. I burned my hand, so I might have to wait a bit longer." Hearing her distressed voice, Baizin not only failed to console her but also became increasingly impatient, his tone filled with annoyance. "Stop pretending to be pitiful, okay? Cotton was just burned by you, and now you're acting like a victim?" Baiji opened her mouth, feeling even more pain in her hands. Seeing her looking like a victim, the servant, in a bad mood, grabbed the phone and said with a forced smile, "Young master, the chicken soup is ready, I'll have it delivered right away." After exchanging a few words with Baizin, she gave Baiji a disdainful look, twisted her body, and took out the chicken soup hidden in the cupboard. She had originally planned to keep it for herself to drink, but now it was all Baiji's fault. "You're truly useless. How did the Bai family raise such a useless person like you? You're not even as good as me, you might as well be dead." She cursed as she poured out the soup, making Baiji tremble all over. The pain in her hands gradually awakened her violent personality, and Baiji's eyes began to look fierce. Unaware of this, the servant continued to grumble. Baiji licked her teeth, charged forward, and kicked the servant. "Ouch! Baiji, are you rebelling? Why did you kick me?" "Rebelling?" Another kick, and Baiji pushed the servant down. The servant's obese body bounced on the ground, and Baiji stepped on her chest, her eyes fierce. "You're just a dog bought by the Bai family, and you dare to boss me around?" The servant, angry, spat everywhere. "Baiji, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? I've been serving your family for many years, the young master will definitely help me. I'll tell the young master to kick you out." "Ah!" Before she could finish her sentence, Baiji slapped her hard, pressing her hand onto the broken pieces of porcelain. The servant cried out in pain. "Come, today I'll teach you what respect and hierarchy mean." She exerted more force, and the shards of porcelain pierced into the servant's hand, blood flowing out. "Help! Help! Baiji has gone mad!" The servant begged in fear. Baiji coldly snorted, looked at her hand, and said resentfully, "You useless thing, you can't do anything right without me." The host personality remained silent, while the violent personality despised her even more. "How did I end up with a host personality like you? You have the power, so hit her, kill her." The host personality weakly said, "You don't care about anything." "Exactly, you care about everything, that's why you've ended up like this. But if you didn't have any grievances, why would I have come out?" The main personality had nothing to say. All her personalities were nothing more than transformations brought about by long-term suppression. In other words, it was a manifestation of her self-protection and accumulated grievances. The main personality dared not do what the alternate personality did. Ironically, as the interactions between the main and alternate personalities increased, the main personality became aware of everything the alternate personality did. Yet, despite this situation, the main personality remained weak. The alternate personality, Baiji, couldn't understand no matter how hard she tried, so she could only vent her frustrations and scold others. The servant, witnessing her talking to herself, was initially arrogant, but now felt horrified. She had gone mad, truly mad. She dared not rant recklessly anymore and instead cried silently. Baiji, feeling annoyed, pushed her away, then proceeded to drink all the chicken soup on the table by herself, blocked Baishin, and returned to her room to sleep. Baishin, waiting for Baiji for a long time, eventually rushed back. He wanted to see if Baiji had taken the chicken soup to outer space. However, upon returning to the Bai family, all he saw was a messy kitchen. The servant, upon seeing her, poured out all the details of Baiji's recent behavior as if grasping at straws for help. "Young master, you must intervene for me. I have been a maid in the Bai family for so many years. Baiji not only disregards me as a person but also hits and scolds me. Baishin's brows furrowed tighter and tighter as he listened, and he quickly went to find Baiji. With a loud bang, Baiji's door was kicked open. The loud noise woke Baiji from her sleep, and she abruptly opened her eyes to see Baishin striding towards her with a fierce expression. The restored main personality of Baiji immediately felt something was wrong. Big brother. Baiji, what happened to the servant's hand? Baiji hesitated under Baishin's sharp gaze. It was an accident. What kind of accident is that? You almost disabled the person's hand. Baishin scolded angrily. The servant followed up, seeing Baiji reverting to a submissive state, and said, "Young master, I think Baiji has violent tendencies. You didn't see how terrifying she was when she hit me. If I hadn't resisted, I would be in the hospital right now." Baiji's previous behavior was truly frightening, and most importantly, she was someone they didn't dare provoke. This was not a good situation. With these thoughts in mind, the servant continued speaking without restraint. "Young master, if you don't believe me, ask Miss Beige. She must have seen Baiji's violent side too. It's completely different from how she is now. What if one day she hits you too?" As Baishin listened, he remembered the day Baiji had insulted her at the hospital. At that time, Baiji was a completely different person, arrogant and fierce, showing no signs of weakness. Listening further, Baishin became more convinced that Baiji indeed had violent tendencies. "Big brother, don't believe her. I don't have violent tendencies. She deliberately provoked me, so I retaliated. I said a few words to you, and you hit someone. What else is it if not violent tendencies?" The servant pressed on aggressively. Seeing Baishin's increasingly displeased expression, Baiji cried out anxiously, "Big brother, believe me." "Enough." Baishin waved his hand, glanced at her, took out his phone, and said, "Your behavior is indeed strange. Since there's nothing urgent at home, go to the correctional facility for a few months." "Big brother?" Baiji was stunned. The correctional facility was not a good place to stay. Most of the people there had issues, and it was filled with violence and unimaginable darkness. "Big brother, I won't go. Please don't send me there. I was wrong, I'll apologize to her. Please don't drive me away." Baishin ignored her pleas and called others over to stop Baiji's actions. The main personality of Baiji dared not act against him and could only allow herself to be tied up and forced into the car by the group. Baishin's indiscriminate actions left the viewers in the live broadcast room furious. What's going on? Why believe everything others say? The Bai family's current status is not small, plus Baigu has made contact over there. The director still has an impression. What's wrong? Her psychological test is very diverse. The information says she has a violent personality. I think there are other personalities present. Which one of the psychologically healthy ones sent here? You just arrived, don't be surprised. When you stay longer, you will know it's all normal. The director thought of something and waved to him. Go bring Baiji and the troublemaking youth who was brought in yesterday. I'll personally take a look. The new psychologist thought the director was listening to him, so he quickly went to find the two. Baiji hadn't returned to the dormitory yet, so she had to turn back to the office building. When she arrived at the director's office, she heard insults coming from inside. "Bah! What are you? Dare to lecture me? No one dares to provoke me at home. Who do you think you are?" Baiji hesitated for a moment at the door handle, then knocked on the door. "Come in," said the director. Baiji then opened the door and saw a young man with colorful dyed hair, one leg on the chair, hands on hips, cursing loudly at the tall and thin director. "Are you Baiji?" the director asked calmly. The young man was impatient. "I'm talking to you, did you hear me? You dog, do I have to hit you to get your attention?" The director calmly signaled to the two bodyguards on the left and right, and the bodyguards approached and grabbed the young man, skillfully tying him to a chair similar to a massage chair. Baiji was stunned to see this, and the director asked again, "Are you Baiji?" Baiji nodded slightly, "Yes." Have a seat, I'll talk to you after I'm done." Baiji glanced at him, then at the young man, and silently sat on the sofa. The director was pleased with her obedience, smiled and nodded. He then looked at the young man, his face instantly turning serious. "Didn't you just ask me what qualifications I have to educate you? It's simple, you are now a student of the correctional facility. I am the director, your teacher, of course. I have to teach you what respect for teachers and morals mean." With that, he picked up the remote control next to the massage chair and ordered the bodyguards, "Turn it to the maximum." Just as the young man was puzzled, the ordinary massage chair suddenly had handcuffs and ankle restraints, securing his limbs. The next moment, accompanied by an electric sound, the young man screamed in pain. Hearing the screams, Baiji shrank her neck in fear, frowning at the young man. The massage chair turned out to be an electric chair, continuously releasing electric shocks to attack the young man. In less than a minute, the young man was covered in cold sweat, his thin clothes soaked with sweat, and his nose started bleeding. The director looked on indifferently, as if he was accustomed to it. Baiji subconsciously clenched her fists, cold sweat appearing on her forehead. The young man began to soften, begging for mercy, but the director remained unmoved, waiting until the young man passed out completely, then woke him up with ice water, causing him to shiver from the cold, before speaking again. "Do I have the right to discipline you?" The young man, trembling, looked at the director in fear, nodding repeatedly. "If you dare to talk about today's events outside, do you know the consequences?" the director said. The young man continued to nod heavily, without any hesitation. The director smiled satisfactorily, then turned to the pale-faced Baiji. "Baiji, do you have anything to say to me?" Baiji glanced at him, lowered her head. No. He called it a conversation, but it was a warning to others. If she resisted like the young man, she would only receive a more brutal treatment. The scene in the office gradually blurred, as if a few days had passed. The once arrogant young man began to become obedient. When the young man's parents came to pick him up and saw him greet them politely and humbly, they were overjoyed. "Great, my child finally looks decent, it was right to send him here." The parents were excited, praising the director excessively. "Pwah!" The voice sounded like a voice of hope, and the confined students swarmed towards the door, talking all at once. Baiji felt it was too noisy, rubbed his ears. "I have a plan, do you want to hear it?" As soon as everyone heard it, they immediately quieted down. Baiji's speech just now completely touched their hearts, and they subconsciously felt that Baiji was a trustworthy and reliable partner. Baiji glanced at the still-locked door and smiled. "Before we speak, shouldn't we be let out first?" 1 hour later. "Implement the plan I just mentioned. Remember, if they notice us, don't be afraid, resist together, we will definitely win." Everyone nodded heavily. No one noticed a small figure sneaking out of the crowd. Just as everyone was preparing to follow the plan with their protective weapons, hurried footsteps came from outside the small dark room. The crowd was instantly filled with fear. "We are missing someone," one of the group leaders said. Everyone immediately realized that the person must have gone to report, and the courage that had just been built up instantly crumbled. Before Baiji could inspire them, the instructor had already led a group of people rushing in with stun batons. "Oh, you all want a rebel, right? Haven't had enough beatings, have you?" The instructor's face was full of ferocity as he scanned the crowd, his gaze falling on the student guarding the small dark room. "Alright, you've grown some backbone, dare to run with them. Today I will stand in for your parents and educate you well," he said, raising his hand to the thugs, who then opened their batons and rushed forward. The whole small dark room instantly became chaotic, with cries of pain. Those who were afraid of being bullied were so scared when they saw the director that their legs went weak, completely forgetting Baiji's instructions. Baiji looked at the students curled up on the ground, his eyes turning red. "Want me to help?" Baiji with a violent personality said. The host personality's blood surged in his throat, biting his lip. "Yes, I beg you." "Well, remember, you owe me a favor, and you have to listen to me in the future." Before the words fell, the host personality was replaced by the violent personality, and Baiji's eyes became playful and full of coldness. She looked coldly at the instructor, directly dealt with the thug approaching her, broke his hand bones, took the stun baton, and attacked the other thugs. She was agile, fast, accurate, and fierce, aiming for the thugs' vital points one by one. In no time, more than a dozen thugs were all beaten to a pulp, wailing on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Baiji twisted her neck, waved the stun baton, and walked step by step towards the instructor. "Educating people? I think the one who needs to be taught a lesson is you. You're so old yet you torture children every day, have you no shame?" As Baiji got closer, the terrified instructor screamed and ran away. Baiji sneered, turned her arm, and threw the stun baton, hitting him on the back of his head. The instructor cried out in pain, and Baiji quickly came up behind him, effortlessly lifting the big man's feet off the ground. "What are you doing? Put me down. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." Faced with the instructor's threats, Baiji ignored him, twisting him and slamming him hard against the wall. The loud sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the instructor's face turned pale with pain. Seeing this, Baiji squatted down, smiling brightly. "Die, or take me to see the director, it's your choice." The instructor, who had lost all his arrogance, was on the verge of calling her madam, enduring the pain and taking Baiji to see the director. 5 minutes later, Baiji kicked open the director's office door. At that moment, the director was still looking at his bank account balance, calculating how to expand. Seeing Baiji, he frowned and scolded, "Who let you in? Get out!" Baiji glanced at him sideways and pointed to the limping instructor behind her. "Go, tie him to the electric chair." "Baiji, do you know what you're talking about?" the director shouted angrily. Baiji tapped his ear and poked the instructor with a stun baton. "Didn't understand?" The instructor shivered, gritted his teeth, and walked straight towards the director. Sensing something amiss, the director tried to run, but Baiji kicked the door shut. In no time, the director was tied to an electric chair. Just as Baiji was about to flip the switch, the director gave him a sly smile, then pressed a button on the electric chair, triggering the alarm throughout the correctional facility. All the staff, instructors, and enforcers rushed out with weapons, gathering the students on the playground and calling the police. Brainwashing shouts echoed on the playground. Some students unable to bear it started crying and chose to surrender. In the end, only a group of students who witnessed Baiji's prowess still refused to listen to the instructor, standing by Baiji's side. But what awaited them was the instructor's brutal beatings. Inside the director's office, Baiji heard some commotion and narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Dare to call the police?" The director sneered, "Playing tricks with me, you're still too naive. The police will be here soon, get ready to go to jail." Baiji coldly snorted, glanced around, and fixed his gaze on the director's computer. He knocked out the instructor trying to escape, subdued the director, then walked over to the director's computer. The director calmly watched her, not afraid of what Baiji might uncover. His computer was something only he understood. But little did he know, just as he felt triumphant, Baiji forcibly awakened the dormant learning personality. The third personality possessed exceptional learning abilities, and the renowned hacker K2 was one of her many aliases. Meanwhile, police cars parked outside the correctional facility. As the sirens drew closer, Baiji glanced at the door and pressed the enter key. Simultaneously, the door was kicked open, and a group of police officers stormed in. Seeing the situation in the office, officers who knew the director immediately sent someone to untie him, pointing guns at Baiji and scolding, "Release him now, or we won't be lenient with you." The hacker Baiji looked indifferently at them, calmly walked out. This correctional facility uses electric shocks, physical abuse, insults to destroy the students' personalities and self-esteem. As law enforcement, shouldn't you investigate the truth? The officers were speechless, their faces turning uglier. Baiji continued nonchalantly, "I'm just seeking justice for the abused students. If you don't believe me, go find out for yourself. I will investigate." An officer retorted, "Bring all the students here." Soon, the students on the playground were brought in for questioning. Influenced by the brainwashing from the instructors, most twisted the facts for their safety, portraying Baiji as a dangerous and abusive individual. The officers recorded the statements, their gazes towards Baiji turning more disdainful. In the live broadcast, viewers anxiously watched Baiji, fearing she would be captured. "I feel like there are few normal people around Baiji. I bet that officer knows something but is corrupt. I'm so nervous, I hope Baiji won't be locked up again." Bailing Tian observed the situation in the office and questioned Baiji. "Didn't you say the director of the correctional facility was a good person? Is this your definition of good?" Baiji was speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. Being brothers, Bailing Tian didn't want to make things difficult for him and sighed. "What happened afterward?" Baiji pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm not sure, I haven't paid attention to her since she was brought here." Hearing this, Bailing Tian fell silent. None of them were good brothers. No one had the right to blame anyone. On the screen, after the students finished answering questions, only a few spoke positively about Baiji, but the instructor's remark, "They usually get along well with Baiji," silenced them. The officers also put away their notebooks and looked subtly at Baiji one by one. "Baiji, considering that you are a first-time offender and still young, I have discussed with the director. As long as you are willing to admit your mistake, we will give you a lighter sentence. Otherwise, you can wait to wear out the prison bottom," the leading officer said. Baiji looked coldly at him, her cherry lips pursed. "I did nothing wrong. You child." The director, with a kind elder appearance, sighed, "I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault for not educating her well. This child has a stubborn nature and a strange personality. She has been here for a while, not only showing no improvement but also leading other students astray. I'm at my wit's end." The director sighed heavily, feeling very self-blaming. Seeing this, the officers comforted him. "Some children are just like that. No matter how you teach them, they won't improve. You've done your best. Why not hand her over to us?" Upon hearing this, the director hurriedly said, No matter what, she is still my student. I can't let her go to jail, or her life will be ruined." One of the officers couldn't bear it and said, "You are a good teacher, but this situation is really bad. Moreover, she has a violent personality and is likely to commit crimes. For your safety, it's best to bring her back to the police station." The director's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, but he felt secretly pleased. Baiji didn't miss the smug look in his eyes. With a cold gaze, she looked at everyone and walked to the director's computer. "I can go with you and won't resist." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, then they all looked at Baiji. Facing everyone's gaze, Baiji turned the director's computer screen towards them and said, "But you must watch all of this before judging whether I am right or wrong." After speaking, she gave the director a cold look and pressed a preset button. Several windows appeared on the big screen. The officers stepped forward to see the videos playing in the windows. There were videos of students being shocked, with the director smiling sinisterly beside them. There were videos of students being beaten by a group of people, crying out for help with no one intervening. There were videos of teachers tying up students and brainwashing them with useless learning materials, each word cutting deep, killing without shedding blood. Each scene was horrifying, and in each one, the director was present. The officers gasped in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing, and turned to look at the director. The director was still in a daze, feeling that something was wrong. He pushed through the crowd and saw the video of himself abusing students with his own hands. His mind went blank, and he felt nailed to the ground, unable to move. How could Baiji have found videos that were so confidential that even most hackers couldn't discover them? In the computer, the students' miserable cries echoed one after another, almost numbing the listeners. After a while, the director reacted and rushed forward to smash the computer on the ground. "It's all fake, Baiji set me up with these." Seeing him still distorting the truth, Baiji calmly asked, "The video data can be traced back in time. These are nearly a year's worth of recordings. Police officers, you are all professionals and can definitely tell whether the videos are real or fake. I don't doubt your professionalism." She then looked at the students gathered nearby. "I have done everything I can for you. You have your own judgment and thoughts. They can control your actions but not your minds. I believe that you are all upright and promising young people, with a long future ahead of you that should not be ruined here." Upon hearing Baiji's words, the students all teared up, some even crying out in pain. "I'll say it, they threatened us to lie, saying that if we dared to expose their brutal behavior, they would beat us to death." A girl cried out. With someone taking the lead, others also began to cry and speak out. "My whole body is covered in bruises. Every day I am locked in a dark room for an hour, then beaten for another hour. As long as I don't obey, I get electric shocks. Now I think about suicide every day." "Me too, I am usually very obedient, but because of the pressure of exams, I argued with my parents, and they think I have changed. Why am I locked up here, beaten and scolded every day just because of a small mistake? Am I really that bad?" The director not only abuses us, but also some pretty girls have been sexually harassed by him privately. And he even recorded videos. "Police officers, if you investigate his computer, there must be a lot of illegal videos." Another round of gasps, the crowd clamored. "Police officers, please help us. If this continues, we will all be beaten to death. They will say it's because we don't obey. It's because we can't stand the education here. It's because we commit suicide. Last month, a girl was tortured to the point of jumping off a building. That's how they explained it." The police officers fell silent, looking at the sad students crying. Some with low psychological endurance even started crying. The students' accusations lasted for more than 2 hours. Some even took off their shirts directly to show the officers the bruises all over their bodies. Until dawn, the lights of the police cars outside the reformatory were still on. After giving the final statement, the officer who used to scold Baiji pursed his lips and walked up to Baiji, who was yawning. "I'm sorry, I apologize for my bias." Baiji was stunned, shook her head and said, "It's okay, I hope you will be more discerning in the future." The officer sighed, looked disappointedly at the director. "We were classmates before." "Forget it, thank you anyway, and thank your classmates too. Abusing students is a serious matter. No matter when, it will be condemned by thousands. The director has a good public image, and the students dare not speak the truth, leading to more and more people sending their children here, but they did not expect to make a big mistake. If it weren't for Baiji, they might not have known about this even after retirement. Moreover, the reformatory is only 3 blocks away from the police station. The fact that they didn't notice it even though it was so close shows how well the director has done on the surface. The more the police officer thought about it, the more shocked he was. This matter was too big, he had to go back and deal with it immediately. After apologizing to Baiji, he quickly took the director and several implicated instructors back to the police station. As they left, the students woke up as if from a dream, shouting and cheering. Baiji, in her third personality, looked at the excited crowd, her eyes slowly narrowing. "Next time, if it's something so simple, don't come and disturb my sleep." With that, the scene began to blur. When it became clear again, a new director had taken office. The new director had a round face and looked very kind, but with the lessons learned from the old director, no one dared to get too close to him. The new director was not in a hurry. He first improved the treatment of the students, and also brought in new teachers. The atmosphere in the reformatory gradually improved, and Baiji became a star in the reformatory, with people looking at her with admiration wherever she went. Baiji, in her original personality, received the admiring gazes of everyone every day, blushing with embarrassment each time. In the live broadcast room, everyone watched as Baiji gradually made good new friends, as if watching their own daughter finally grow up, feeling a lot of comfort in their hearts. I hope things will continue to be good. +1, I think Baiji is living well now. Better than at the Bai families, she might as well stay here for the rest of her life. No, Baiji is the coolest when she's building her career, looking forward to seeing other personalities return. Ah, my daughter is growing up, very gratifying. The barrage was full of cheers, and the mom fans came out in force. Bai Lingtian looked at Baiji chatting and laughing with the students, a smile appearing on his face. It would be great if she could always be like this in the future. Bai Jin, however, did not quite agree. After all, she is a member of the Bai family. The audience is right. If Baiji is happier here than staying at the Bai family, I hope she stays here all the time, then there won't be any later events. Thinking of Baiji's ending, Bai Lingtian felt desolate. Just when everyone thought everything was developing in a good direction, the scene cut to the garden of the reformatory. Baiji passed by the bushes with a teaching case, suddenly hearing some commotion. She paused, looked around, but didn't see any figures. However, as she approached, she heard some ambiguous voices. Baiji's face instantly turned red, wanting to leave immediately, but she heard the conversation of two people in the bushes. I miss you so much, baby, why haven't you come to see me for so long? Upon hearing this voice, Baiji froze in place. For no other reason, wasn't this voice the voice of the new warden? Her values began to shatter, she turned around in disbelief. There's no way, he's watching too closely. I finally found a chance to sneak out and see you, and you blame me. Okay, baby, I was wrong, don't be angry. I love you so much, how could I blame you? You're the only one who can coax me. As the two spoke, they made indescribable sounds. Baiji, however, felt a chill all over her body, her mouth moved. Frowning, she looked at the bushes, bit her lip hard, and approached cautiously. Pushing aside the bushes, she saw a couple entangled, and the male lead was none other than the new warden. She immediately covered her mouth in shock, her gaze turning to the woman, her eyes widening instantly. After a while, Baiji finally regained her composure, carefully took out her phone, secretly took a few photos of them, and saved them as evidence. In the live broadcast room, the photos taken by Baiji were enlarged. Bai Jin looked at the woman in the photo, squinted, stood up and approached the big screen. He felt the woman looked somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, the woman entangled with the new warden bore some resemblance to Jiang Mian. Bai Jin quickly dismissed this idea. He remembered that Jiang Mian had a similarly rebellious younger sister, Jiang Chuchu, who was sent to the reformatory. It seemed that Jiang Chuchu and the warden had engaged in such illicit activities. Bai Jin comforted himself, but the scene on the big screen suddenly changed. Baiji was carrying the teaching case to the teaching building when a girl who looked a lot like Jiang Mian ran over in tears. Seeing Baiji, she clung to her as if grabbing a lifeline. Classmate, please help me. Baiji looked puzzled, feeling that the girl looked familiar. She observed the girl, noticing that 2 buttons on her school uniform had been torn off, revealing her fair skin. Her hair was also somewhat disheveled, her face pale, clearly indicating that she had been bullied. Baiji frowned at the sight, glanced at the direction the girl had run from, and pulled her into the nearest classroom. After a while, no one came looking for them. Baiji then asked, "What happened to you?" The girl nervously said, The warden suddenly called me to his office, but when I went in, he took advantage of me, even took off my clothes, saying it was a routine check." As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and she started crying out of fear. He wasn't trying to check, he was trying to take advantage of me. Baiji was shaken by this revelation, glanced outside the door, confirmed that the new warden hadn't followed them, and quickly led the girl out of the room, heading towards the teaching building. "You said the warden took advantage of you, do you have any evidence?" Baiji asked as they walked. The girl shook her head, wiping away her tears. "I didn't even know why he called me over, how could I have evidence?" Baiji pursed her lips. This was going to be difficult. After all, the new warden had been performing well these days, and everyone praised him. Perhaps it was because the former warden was sent to prison by Baiji, the new warden was especially friendly to her. Who would have thought that after just a few days, he would start having evil intentions? Baiji walked really fast, the girl couldn't keep up, panting, "Classmate, slow down, I can't catch my breath." Hearing this, Baiji slowed down, let go of the girl. "Sorry, I'm afraid they'll catch up." She looked back like a frightened little rabbit, made sure no one was following, and stopped. "What's your name? I've never seen you before." The girl caught her breath and said, "My name is Jiang Chuchu, I was just brought here recently." Jiang Chuchu? This name is too similar to that female scammer. Baiji looked at the girl and felt they looked more alike. The girl felt strange being stared at, touched her face. I'm sorry, am I ugly when I cry? Baishi shook her head, hesitated, but didn't ask. These days, you should enter and exit with your classmates, don't give him a chance to be alone with you. Jiang Chuchu nodded heavily, grabbed Baiji's sleeve, embarrassed. Can I walk with you? I just arrived and don't know anyone. Baishi thought for a moment. Well, I may not be able to protect you either. Jiang Chuchu was overjoyed. It's okay, it's better to have someone with me than to walk alone. The two girls glanced at each other, seeing helplessness and fear in each other's eyes. For several days, the new director saw Jiang Chuchu following Baishi in and out, and indeed did not continue to look for her. Just when Baishi thought this matter was over, Jiang Chuchu hurriedly came looking for her. Help me! Save me, Baishi! Jiang Chuchu hugged Baishi's arm in fear, her face full of panic. Baishi said solemnly, did the director call for you? Jiang Chuchu's face turned pale with fear. Speaking shakily, he asked the instructor to find me. This time it's even more excessive, directly asking me to go to the office for a physical examination. Jiang Chuchu became agitated. What physical examination? He's a grown man. How dare he say such a reason directly? Is there no law in this damn place? After speaking, she burst into tears again, wiping her tears and saying, I won't go, I don't want to go. Baishi, please help me. I heard you were very capable, you exposed the true face of the former director, please help me. Baishi hesitated, bit her lip, looked at the girl crying in sadness, and finally softened. Get me a set of your clothes. Jiang Chuchu was stunned. What do you want to do? Just get it for me, hurry up, someone will come to rush us. Jiang Chuchu nodded in a panic and quickly got her clothes. After changing into the clothes, Baishi took a deep breath, suppressed her fear, and walked towards the director's office. Under the dim streetlights, Baishi walked as if facing death. The violent personality Baishi saw her being so cowardly and sneered, afraid and still want to be a good person. Without you, the Holy Mary's home wouldn't be the same. Baishi was almost scared to death. With a mournful face, can you once again? When she opened her eyes, Baishi seemed to have transformed into a different person. Her face still bore that ugly makeup, but her eyes were bright and charming, exuding a captivating allure. The audience in the live stream room was thrilled, and comments flooded the screen. Ah, the alter ego has definitely emerged. That gaze, that aura. True beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. It's all about Baishi's alter ego, Jiang Qing. Sister is so beautiful, but why was she summoned? Amidst the audience's confusion, Baishi, who had been replaced by the alter ego Jiang Qing, walked towards the water dispenser and directly wiped off the makeup on her face, revealing her true appearance. She then casually ran her fingers through her hair and elegantly walked towards the director's office. Come in. Inside the office, the director's face lit up with satisfaction as he looked towards the door. Upon seeing who was at the door, the director's eyes widened in astonishment. The beauty stood with her back to the moonlight, silver rays illuminating her figure like a fairy. Every gesture she made exuded charm, confidence, and elegance. With a slight curve of her rosy lips, she cast a bewitching smile at him, captivating the director's soul. You are. I'm here to see you. Baishi glanced around, noticing the wine and snacks on the nearby table. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she walked over and sat down at the table. Instead of being curious about my identity, why don't you drink this bottle of wine, and then I'll tell you. The director, feeling a bit muddled, hesitated but eventually drank the wine. Baishi's smile grew more enchanting as she continued to exude the charm of the actress Jiang Qing. She continued until the director was drunk and slumped over the table. Baishi stood up disdainfully, wiped her hands with a tissue, and said, in the future, if you encounter such filth, don't summon me. It tarnishes my hands. She glanced around, found a hemp rope in the cabinet, skillfully tied up the man who had been stripped naked, and dragged him outside to tie him to a big tree. After completing these tasks, Baishi ran her fingers through her hair, turned around, and left. In the live stream room, the audience stared at Baishi's departing figure, leaning closer to the screen. Family, honestly, I think it's quite good for Baishi's alter ego to take over. Although the aggressive alter ego and the actress Jiang Qing have great personalities, without the main ego, they wouldn't exist. The main ego is still fundamental. Sister is so cool, scumbags like him should be stripped naked and exposed to the world. I wish Sister would use her charm on me too. The audience cheered, and the screen gradually filled with praises. During class, a group of people saw the director tied to a tree. He was completely naked, muttering beauty with his eyes closed. The students immediately took out their phones and captured him from every angle. When the director regained consciousness and saw the crowd pointing and laughing at him, he tried to maintain his dignity as the director. A gust of wind blew by, causing him to shiver. When he looked down, he was startled. Ah! A loud scream echoed through the teaching building as he comically swung back and forth on the tree, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Baishi hid behind the wall, witnessing the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. She glanced at her phone, which contained photos taken by Jung Chung yesterday. After some contemplation, she pressed the send button and uploaded the photos online. This incident made the director an overnight sensation, and it took several days for the groping controversy to die down. After a few calm days, Bai Ji and Jiang Chuchu began to relax. The two of them chatted and laughed as they headed towards the cafeteria, only to be stopped by a few people on the way. As they looked up, their faces turned pale. The director glared angrily at Jiang Chuchu, gritting his teeth. Jiang Mian stepped forward and stood in front of the director. "I'll go with you, just let my sister go." The director laughed, waved to the security guard, and directly grabbed Jiang Mian, taking her into a nearby small forest. No one saw the fleeting dark color in Jiang Mian's eyes. Soon, ambiguous sounds came from inside. In the live broadcast room, the audience was very surprised by Jiang Mian's actions. "Is this Jiang Mian? I thought she was cunning, but sacrificing herself for Jiang Chuchu, a bit unexpected. Turning from black to fan, what's going on? I feel it's not that simple." Bai Jin looked at the screen, feeling angry and depressed. Even though knowing how Jiang Mian was involved with the director was one thing, accepting it was another. Moreover, based on Bai Ji's memory playback, after this incident, Jiang Mian even had a relationship with the director, and they had multiple encounters. Thinking like this, Bai Jin felt disgusted and regretted herself. Jiang Mian sacrificed herself to save Jiang Chuchu, very noble. His heart was in turmoil. On the screen, Jiang Chuchu looked coldly as Jiang Mian was taken away, mocking, "She's really good at pretending." Bai Ji didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" "I said that woman is really good at pretending, clearly very eager, pretending to be a good person saving me." Hearing this, the audience who had sympathized with Jiang Chuchu before no longer believed her. What does Jiang Chuchu mean? Jiang Mian sacrificed herself to save her. Isn't this too ungrateful? Isn't she a typical ingrate? From the beginning, when she cried to Bai Ji for help, I felt she wasn't a good person. Now it seems she deliberately sought out Bai Ji. The audience had different opinions, and on the big screen, Bai Ji was very puzzled by Jiang Chuchu's attitude. "Isn't Jiang Mian your elder sister? You don't seem to like her." Jiang Chuchu rubbed her sore wrist and then rolled up her sleeve. "This is what my good sister did." The camera focused on Jiang Chuchu's arm, showing her fair arm covered with bruises, scars of all sizes, almost no good skin left. Bai Ji gasped, "Did Jiang Mian abuse you?" Jiang Chuchu nodded, pointing to a scar on her arm. "She burned me with a cigarette but cut me with a fruit knife, and even pricked my palm with a needle." Recounting her miserable past, Jiang Chuchu looked at Bai Ji with hatred in her eyes. "But that woman is too good at pretending. When I tell others, they don't believe me at all." She swallowed, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Bai Ji. "You wouldn't believe me either, right? After all, she was willing to sacrifice herself for me." Bai Ji opened her mouth and said firmly, "I believe you." If Jiang Mian could deceive Bai Jin, what else couldn't she do? This statement moved Jiang Chuchu, and she burst into tears. "Thank you." The audience in the live broadcast room watched in astonishment. This turnaround is too fast. Isn't Jiang Mian actually an abuser? I don't think it's necessary. Jiang Mian already has Bai Jin. There's no need to sacrifice herself to save Jiang Chuchu, right? Maybe she didn't want to trouble Bai Jin. I think Jiang Mian's appearance when protecting her sister seemed quite genuine, not like acting. The barrage floated across the screen, and Bai Jin, who had been struggling for a while, seemed to find solace, muttering to herself. "Yes, Mian is not that kind of person. Jiang Chuchu must be lying." Bai Lingtian rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Brother, can you stop being so naive?" Bai Jin ignored him, still immersed in her self-strategy. With Jiang Mian's appearance, the director indeed stopped bothering Jiang Chuchu. The next day, Jiang Mian appeared with a truckload of supplies as a volunteer. Looking at the truckload of supplies, most people believed that Jiang Mian also had a good side. Sigh, nobody's perfect. Jiang Mian may play mind games in relationships, but she's still good to her sister. Yes, unlike Bai Gu, everyone wants to harm her. Everyone watching the live broadcast saw Jiang Mian helping to transport supplies, sweating profusely but persevering until the end, which changed their opinion of her. When the students knew that someone had donated supplies, they came over to help one after another. Soon, Jiang Mian became close with a group of students. She took out her phone and took a group photo with everyone. "There are many canned meats imported from abroad here. Let's open them quickly and eat them. Don't waste them," Jiang Mian said. Bai Ji and Jiang Chuchu stood in the crowd, holding the so-called imported canned meats in their hands. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuchu directly threw the canned meat. Even dogs wouldn't eat what she gave. "Don't be like this, don't waste food," Bai Ji advised, looking at the English information on the canned meat and pausing. She quickly looked around and saw many people preparing to open the cans to eat, exclaiming, "These cans cannot be eaten." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at her. "Why can't they be eaten?" Baiji raised the can meat and pointed to the German words on it, saying, "These cans have long passed their expiration date. Eating expired meat products can easily cause food poisoning, so it's better not to eat them." Jiang Mian, who was happily taking photos, immediately had a change in expression upon hearing this. She looked at Baiji discontentedly and said, "I ordered these cans from abroad just the day before yesterday and had them airshipped. How could they have expired?" Baiji stubbornly retorted, "But they have expired." Jiang Mian sighed, "Baiji, I know you hold a grudge against me for what happened in the past, but that's our private matter. It has nothing to do with the canned meat, right? I spent nearly hundreds of thousands on these supplies, all carefully selected from top brands. How could there be a problem? Besides, when did you learn German? I never heard your brother mention it." With a few words, Jiang Mian hinted at the truth, and everyone showed a knowing expression. It turned out that Jiang Mian was now with Baiji's brother, which made Baiji unhappy. "Oh Baiji, I think the canned meat looks very new. Have you ever seen expired canned meat that looks this new? They were stored in the refrigerated warehouse, how could they not be new?" Jiang Chuchu chimed in. Jiang Mian looked at her sadly. "Chuchu, don't you even believe your own sister?" Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes and ignored her. Seeing their awkward atmosphere, many speculated that they had personal grievances and didn't take Baiji's words seriously. Many people had already opened the cans and started eating. Baiji was anxious. "Really, don't eat it, there will be problems." Someone impatiently retorted, "Why do you care if we eat it or not? It's none of your business if there's a problem." With that said, Baiji immediately fell silent. Fortunately, many people still believed Baiji and quietly put down the canned meat. Seeing this, Jiang Mian couldn't be bothered to deal with them. She grabbed a staff member and said, "I'll distribute the supplies, you take more photos for me. After it's over, I need to post them on social media." The staff member gave a thumbs up, and Jiang Mian distributed the supplies while posing for photos. After distributing the supplies, Jiang Mian couldn't wait to take back her phone, edit the photos, and post them on social media, along with a group photo with the students. In no time, many people in the comments praised her for being beautiful and kind. Jiang Mian was delighted to see this and felt even more convinced that her decision was correct. "Ah, my stomach hurts. Mine too." Suddenly, several students clutched their stomachs, half kneeling in pain. Shortly Jiang Mian glanced at her, looked at the convulsing student on the ground, and shouted, "Of course, my things are fine. Then why are the students like this? Maybe they ate something dirty in advance and it's now affecting them. That's impossible. The school meals are strictly controlled, using fresh ingredients every day. How could there be a problem?" Jiang Mian became angry upon hearing this, completely losing her previous gentleness, and pointed at the instructor. "Are you suggesting that I intentionally gave them expired canned food to harm them? Am I crazy to do that?" The instructor was left speechless by the retort. Honestly, who would harm themselves? But if Jiang Mian leaves, who will take responsibility? Thinking of this, the instructor smiled apologetically. "The students did show symptoms after eating your canned food. Miss Jiang, please stay for now. Once the students are taken to the hospital and confirmed to be fine, then you can leave." "Why should I? I gave them." Jiang Mian didn't care in the first place, and Baiji brought the medicine over. "If something goes wrong, Baiji will have to take the blame. Sigh, we can't just stand by and watch them die." The audience sighed, all feeling nervous for Baiji. Fortunately, after these students took the medicine, Mou waited for 5 minutes, and their abdominal pain began to ease. A student covered his stomach and exclaimed in surprise, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. They saw the person who had been rolling on the ground in pain just now standing up lively. Seeing this, a group of people rushed towards Baiji. "Medicine, give me a dose. I want one too, don't snatch them all." People scrambled to grab the medicine, and Baiji could only protect the medicine in her arms and give them out one by one. Jiang Mian had originally planned to run away, but seeing Baiji curing people, she hesitated and quietly walked up behind Baiji. When she wasn't paying attention, Jiang Mian snatched the few medicines from Baiji's hands. "Jiang Mian, what are you doing?" Baiji exclaimed. Jiang Mian coldly snorted, smiled at the crowd, and said, "Don't worry, everyone will get a share. Line up, and I'll distribute the medicine to you." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but with the medicine guarded in front of them and several strong men standing beside her, they had no choice but to comply. Jiang Mian smiled satisfactorily, handed the phone to her assistant. "You know what to do, right? Don't worry, Jiang Mian, I'll make sure to take beautiful photos of you." Jiang Mian nodded and began posing and distributing the medicine. Before the medicine could reach many students, a lot of photos were taken. Seeing that Jang Mi-an was taking too long, Baiji urged her, "Stop taking photos and distribute the medicine quickly. Who are you to tell me what to do?" Jang Mi-an rolled her eyes, and seeing her impatience, she coldly took the phone from her assistant, held up the medicine towards Baiji's direction, and took a selfie, saying, "Come on, smile." Baiji's face turned red with anger, wishing she could rush over and grab the medicine. Seeing Baiji anxious, Jang Mi-an deliberately slowed down her actions. Looking at her students who were eagerly waiting, Jang Mi-an felt extremely satisfied and quickly took some photos. "Yes, that's the look I want. The look of treating her like a deity." If these photos were posted on social media, her caring image would be firmly established. Jang Mi-an thought smugly, and after taking the photos, she shook off the medicine in her hand. "Looks like there's not much left. I can't give it to many people." Baiji felt something was wrong with her words. The next moment, Jang Mi-an gave her a meaningful smile, then poured the medicine into her hand and threw it into the water. The white pills sank in the water, and Baiji's face turned pale. Jang Mi-an felt even more pleased, snorted coldly, and left with a triumphant air. After she left, many students experienced severe stress reactions and fainted completely. The sound of ambulances grew clearer, and the scene became chaotic as everyone rushed to get on the ambulance. The audience watched this scene with a chill in their hearts. "I don't know what to say, Jang Mi-an is heartless. She just threw away the medicine, and the students are in despair. Ugh, she's definitely the same kind of person as Baigu, pretending to be kind-hearted. Those of us watching the live broadcast almost got fooled. She's really good at pretending. Ah, I kind of understand Baiji now. If it were me, with a woman shielding me from bullets and acting gentle on the surface, it would be strange not to be deceived. Are you crazy?" Although Jang Mi-an pretends to be kind, a little investigation would reveal the things she's done. You don't understand. When you love someone, you trust them completely. With Baijin's personality, she would never investigate Jang Mi-an privately. Baijin looked at the barrage of comments floating by and fell silent. Bai Lingtian sighed, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's not too late to know now." Unexpectedly, Baijin said, "Cotton may still have a good side." Bai Lingtian immediately moved his hand away, rubbed it on his clothes, and said disdainfully, "The brain of love is truly terrifying." On the screen, those with milder conditions were left in the reformatory for treatment. The small infirmary was filled with people, and students who hadn't taken their medicine were regretting it one after another. "Baiji, can you think of the same medicine again?" someone asked. Baiji sighed, "I've searched the infirmary, there's just that little left, now I can't do anything about it, you guys can only endure it for now." The students were wailing in misery. Baiji was also at a loss and could only leave the infirmary first. Fortunately, a new batch of medicine arrived soon, and everyone felt relieved after taking it. Because of this incident, Jiang Chuchu admired Baiji endlessly. "Baiji, you are too amazing, how do you know so much? I used to be bored at home and liked to study other things," Baiji said. "Your words are too Versailles-like. Why am I not as good as you when I'm bored?" Baiji scratched her head embarrassedly. "Let's not talk about this, I'm hungry, let's go to the cafeteria." Mentioning this, the smile on Jiang Chuchu's face instantly disappeared. Baiji noticed the change and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chuchu smiled bitterly. "Jang Mi-an asked me to have lunch with her at noon." "She hasn't left yet?" Baiji was surprised. The good person hasn't finished acting, how could she leave? Isn't she afraid of being held responsible by everyone? Jiang Chuchu sneered, touched Baiji's forehead. "You are too naive, she is so close to the director now, how could she be afraid of such things?" Baiji looked worriedly at her. "Do you have to go? If I don't go, she will threaten me with the director." Baiji sighed, "Then let's go to the cafeteria together and then split up." The two went to the cafeteria together, and Jang Mi-an stood at the door, urging impatiently, "Why are you so slow?" Jang Mi-an glanced at Baiji sideways, full of disdain. "Sorry Baiji, I want to catch up with Chuchu, so I won't treat you to lunch." Baiji didn't have that intention either. She glanced at Jiang Chuchu and silently entered the cafeteria. As soon as she left, Jang Mi-an went up and pinched Jiang Chuchu's arm. "Didn't I warn you not to get too close to Baiji?" Jiang Chuchu hugged her arm in pain, lowered her head in silence. Jang Mi-an glared at her impatiently, then quickly pulled her inside as more people gathered at the door. It's not clear if Jang Mi-an did it on purpose, but after preparing the meal, she sat opposite Jiang Chuchu. "Jiang Chuchu, have you not been eating well at school? You've lost weight." Jang Mi-an said, poking her own food with a spoon. "Why don't I give you mine?" "No need, I have enough." Jiang Chuchu immediately refused. Jang Mi-an ignored her directly, picked up the tray, and poured all the food on the floor. "Come on, eat, don't waste food." Jiang Chuchu stared blankly at the food on the floor. Her F. Call. Jang Mian had been closely watching Bai Ji's movements. When she exposed her entire back in front of herself, her eyes lit up instantly. She took out something from behind and pounced directly towards the other person. Who told you to provoke me? Die, Bai Ji. Bai Ji, who had always been sensitive to facial expressions, almost immediately sensed Jiang Mian's murderous intent and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, unexpectedly, someone's actions were even faster than hers. Be careful. Jiang Chuchu had long noticed that Jiang Mian was acting strange. Seeing her take out a syringe from behind and viciously stab towards Bai Ji, she immediately rushed up to block in front of Bai Ji. Jiang Mian didn't hold back any strength in her hand, and the sharp needle pierced directly into her arm, leaving a deep scar. Blood splattered, the sharp needle broke directly inside the flesh, with only the syringe falling to the ground with a clang, quickly rolling into a corner. Jiang Chuchu screamed in pain, and before Jiang Mian, who had succeeded in her scheme, could even laugh triumphantly, she was kicked by the stern-faced Bai Ji and rolled 4 or 5 times on the ground before coming to a stop. Are you ignoring what I said? The violent Bai Ji's face turned cold suddenly. Although her face still looked as if it could cry weakly at any moment, it gave off a chilling feeling. She strode closer to Jiang Mian, and one could even see the bulging veins on her neck, the majestic anger seeming like a volcano about to erupt, making people shudder. Jiang Mian slowly stood up, the intense pain making her almost think that her ribs had been broken by the kick. However, at this moment, she couldn't even cry out in pain and could only stagger back to avoid. What? What do you want to do? Don't come over. I wanted to stab you. Who knew that Jiang Chuchu, that idiot, would rush up? You can't touch me. Bai Jin won't let you off. Bai Jin? The violent Bai Ji sneered. Even if I kill you, what can you do? Blame that idiot for not tying you up properly, running up to me and biting people randomly. Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on his behalf. She easily grabbed Jiang Mian's neck, slowly exerting force with one hand, her deep eyes like a dark well, and Jiang Mian could even see her reflection inside clearly. Her face turned liver-colored due to suffocation, with a look of fear and dread, as if trapped inside, never able to escape. Mad. Bai Ji is a mad woman. It's too scary, she's really not right. Jiang Mian tried desperately to break free from Bai Ji's hand, but even though she used both hands, she still couldn't move Bai Ji's hand. Are you scared now? Unfortunately, I have to tell you, it's too late. Jiang Mian watched helplessly as Bai Ji's dangerous face drew closer. Her hand was cold, and when it touched her neck, it felt like a cold, sticky snake, with a chilling temperature. No, don't. Ugh. Seeing her in such a miserable state, the violent Bai Ji suddenly smiled brightly, but there was no hint of a smile in her beautiful clear eyes. Go to hell, trash. Ah, this is so cool. The violent personality is really cool. I'm shouting out loud for my wife. Crooked, this is a serious live broadcast room. What on earth has intruded here? Jiang Mian deserves it, who asked her to provoke the violent Bai Ji. She's so vicious, not even worth pitying when she dies. The part where she's being strangled is really cool, but at this moment, I hope the main personality doesn't come out to cause trouble. With this sister here, just go on a killing spree. Don't jinx it. Finally waiting for this moment to turn the tables. If you don't hurry up and kill this green tea, where will there be another chance in the future? Ah, the wife's voice is so cool. I don't care. From now on, the wife is my only god. The live broadcast room was once again flooded with comments. Obviously, most people couldn't sit still when they saw the dangerous and charming Bai Ji. The barrage of confessions kept coming, contrasting with the face of Jiang Mian on the big screen, who was about to be killed, creating an unexpected sense of humor. Jiang Mian was completely out of breath, her brain slowly becoming heavy due to lack of oxygen, her legs flailing away from the ground, only able to struggle aimlessly. She made a sound of almost suffocating, and it seemed like she was about to pass out any moment. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt Bai Ji's hand around her neck loosen slightly. No way, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Hey, don't ruin the atmosphere. It's come to this point, either I or Jiang Mian must die. What's going on? Isn't green tea Jiang Mian supposed to go offline soon? Don't mess up now. The people in the live broadcast room were eagerly waiting, but reality gave each of them a big disappointment. Bai Ji, who had just been full of killing intent, suddenly frowned and lowered her head, looking somewhat confused, as if she was in a fierce struggle with something inside her. Hey, what are you trying to do? Why are you pulling a stunt at this time? No, I can't let you kill Jiang Mian. If she dies, big brother. It's already this late and you're still thinking about your stupid big brother? This woman just tried to kill you. I just can't. If Jiang Mian dies, big brother will definitely hate me. Even if big brother doesn't like me, it doesn't matter. I don't want him to. Bai Ji's expression kept changing, sometimes angry, sometimes anxious, even her self-talk seemed like two different people speaking. Jang Mian noticed this loophole, took the opportunity to exert all her strength, finally broke free from the hands that almost put her to death, and fell to the ground coughing frantically. Baiji, you better not regret this. Even if the violent personality was unwilling, it could only surrender under the insistence of the main personality. The cold and fierce expression on her face disappeared completely, still showing a weak and easy-to-bully appearance. You. Baiji cautiously approached Jang Mian, who seemed to be coughing up her lungs, but unexpectedly was slapped away by the other party. Get lost. Jang Mian got up in horror, looking at Baiji, who was hanging her head low like a deflated balloon, unable to contain her anger anymore. Baiji, you're just a lunatic, a crazy person. You actually tried to strangle me just now? Bitch, who gave you the courage? I will definitely tell Baiji about this. You're done. Watching Baiji, who was timid and couldn't even say a word back to her scolding, Jang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, this bitch still had the same cowardly appearance. She probably just lost her mind because she was pushed too hard, right? Damn it, she really scared her just now, she thought. Jang Mian's eyes turned cold, raised her hand and slapped Baiji several times. Bitch, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't even know who you are, right? You dare to fight me, and even threaten me? After Jang Mian recovered, the arrogance and cruelty on her face were even stronger than before, almost tearing Baiji in front of her to pieces. However, Baiji was like a wooden block at the moment, not reacting to any of her insults, making Jang Mian feel bored first. She turned around, walked arrogantly to Zhang Chuchu, who was still covering her wound and looking pale. Zhang Chuchu thought the other party was going to attack her, and her expression gradually became tense. Unexpectedly, Jang Mian just took a few steps and stopped approaching, even covering her mouth and nose as if afraid of getting dirty, showing a look of disdain. I didn't expect you to block me for that waste, but it's good that you got hit. It saves me the trouble of dealing with you in the future. Enjoy the last moments of happiness, Zhang Chuchu, because you are about to die soon. Several people squeezed into such a broken place. If it weren't for the fact that everyone else in the dormitory had been cleared out, there probably wouldn't even be a place to sit. Another round of condemnation appeared on the barrage, especially the Bai family, who were directly scolded, and the faces of the audience in the stands were almost black with anger. Inside the screen, Baiji heard the movement at the door, looked up, and saw the visitor's face change instantly. Ha, sister, are you used to staying here? Baigu looked at Baiji's obviously thin face and almost couldn't help but burst into laughter. Baiji pursed her lips and said nothing. Baigu didn't expect this soft persimmon to refute anything. The mocking and ridiculing eyes had no intention of concealing. Seeing the cup on the table, she smirked and coldly ordered, "What, little sister came to see you in person, and you won't even pour me a glass of water?" Baiji knew that the other party didn't really want to drink water, just looking for an opportunity to tease her, but obviously, getting into a conflict with Baigu was not a wise choice. She wasn't afraid of what Baigu would do to her, just a few days ago, because of the incident with Jang Mian, her alter ego was still angry with her, and if Baigu clashed with her now, things would really be difficult. Thinking of this, Baiji sighed and resignedly poured water for Baigu. Just as Baiji turned around to pour water, Baigu immediately took out a vial of red potion from her pocket and poured all the potion into Baiji's thermos. Seeing the potion dissolve in the cup and gradually turn colorless, a triumphant smile flashed across Baiji's face. However, she was so absorbed in her plan that she didn't notice that since she started her little scheme, Baiji had been standing still with her back to her. Hurry up, isn't the water poured yet? Baigu urged, almost impatient to see Baiji drink the water she had drugged. I'll be done soon. A cup identical to the thermos on the table was placed in front of Baigu. Making me wait so long just to pour a glass of water, you're really a useless waste. Baigu had no intention of drinking the water here. The environment was dirty and poor. Who knew if there were bacteria in the water Baiji poured for her? Baiji didn't care about being degraded like this, but she was different. As the most favored little princess of the Bai family, she usually drank frighteningly expensive and pure bottled water. Thinking of this, Baigu looked around Baiji's residence again, then refocused her gaze on Baiji, speaking half mockingly and half smugly. What a dirty and pitiful creature, living in such a place. I guess you haven't bathed in days, right? I wonder if you have fleas on you, so dirty. Hey, I've told you not to mess with me. Now that my brother is locked up in jail, who knows when he'll get out? You must be feeling terrible, right? After all, my brother only loves me. He finds it too troublesome to even see you. Oh, it's only me who's kind-hearted, leaving a nice villa to come to this dirty place to visit you, right? My dear sister. After a round of output, Baigu felt extremely pleased to see Baiji standing there looking lost. Glancing at the water cup that hadn't moved at all, Baigu spoke sharply. You poured the water but won't drink it. Are you trying to waste it on purpose? Humph, if that's the case, I'll inform the people in the detention center, so you won't be able to drink water in the future. You're already a social pariah, yet you still indulge in wastefulness? Bai Ji, you're really immature. Bai Ji's mouth was adorned with an innocent smile, but her words were in stark contrast to her appearance. Bai Ji seemed very frightened, trembling as she lifted the water cup from the table, about to drink it. Don't do it. Bai Gu just put some medicine in it. Help, could it be some deadly poison? It's despicable how cunning and vicious Bai Gu is. Don't drink it. Where is the violent wife? Hurry up and come out and kick the table down directly. Damn it, this bitch is still instigating the stupid wife to drink the medicine. It's really infuriating. Master personality Bai Ji is really pitiful. If she dies here like this, I'm the first one to disagree. Sob. The barrage of warning alert seemed to remind Bai Ji on the screen. Unexpectedly, Bai Ji did stop moving. Could the stupid wife really sense that something is wrong? Not sure, let's see. Bai Lingtian's heart also rose to his throat, repeatedly silently urging Bai Ji not to drink. Although he didn't know what the red potion was, he was sure it wasn't something good. In comparison, Bai Ji seemed much calmer. During this time, although he was somewhat disappointed in Bai Ji's performance, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. In other words, even though he knew that Bai Gu was not as innocent as she used to be, he would not completely give up on his sister whom he had cherished for over a decade. He was not a good person to begin with, so there was no need for him to expect others to be kind. What's wrong with you again? Seeing Bai Ji stop, Bai Gu was furious, even impatiently wanting to pour the water into her mouth. She even suspected if Bai Ji had figured something out, but the latter just looked at her timidly and said in a very careful and pitiful tone, You're not drinking? Bai Gu rolled her eyes directly. I don't want to drink, okay? But if you don't drink, it's a waste of resources. Bai Ji's voice raised a bit, as if she finally found some courage, straightened her neck, even put the cup heavily on the table, with a hint of stubbornness. Then I won't drink either. Bai Gu was completely stunned, never expecting Bai Ji to play this kind of trick, and immediately frowned. If I drink, will you drink? Bai Ji, with a small white face, hesitated and nodded. The next moment, Bai Gu raised the thermos cup, took a big sip, then stared at Bai Ji heavily, gritting her teeth. Now, can you drink? This time, even if the barrage tried to stop it desperately, Bai Ji obviously breathed a sigh of relief, then raised the water cup quite happily. Perhaps due to nervousness, her mouth was dry. She even drank the whole cup of water in one go. When she put down the thermos cup, there were water stains on her delicate chin. Against the backdrop of her fair skin, there was a strange and ambiguous luster. In the live broadcast room, I'll just give a 6 directly confused Bai Ji. Why are you so? I was thinking maybe Bai Ji should drink a little less. Even if the water is poisoned, there might still be a chance. But, are we really that thirsty? Can't we just wait for that bad woman Bai Gu to leave and then pour another cup? My stupid and weak wife. Bai Gu also didn't expect Bai Ji to drink the whole cup of water, and after a moment of astonishment, she laughed directly. She didn't expect Bai Ji to be so foolish. It seemed that she had been overly concerned before. Such a waste, not worth her effort. But thinking that Bai Ji had dared to bargain with her just now, Bai Gu snorted coldly and directly approached to knock over Bai Ji's cup. The hot water that had just been poured spilled all over Bai Ji, making her eyes red from the burn. Bai Gu had no intention of letting her go so easily. She pointed at Bai Ji's head with her hand, scolding fiercely. What are you pretending to be pitiful for in front of me? It's just hot water splashed on you. Did you really think someone would pity you? Stop dreaming, Bai Ji. You are worthless and only disgust others by living. Even if you die on the street, no one will care. Why don't you just go die? But rest assured, even if you die, no one will spare you a glance. You are just a pitiful creature that no one wants. Is this how your life will be? After all, your brother abandoned you once, there will be a second time. Unwanted, pitiful creature, trash, despicable. All kinds of dirty words were used by Beijan Baiji. She felt a burning sensation where she was scalded, along with her own face. Tears fell down, shattering into several pieces on the cold ground. Nevertheless, Baiji just lowered her head meekly. Even because of Beige's fingers that were about to poke her, she couldn't even keep her balance. Are you crying? Beige laughed, pinching Baiji's face and raising her hand as if to slap her. The weak have no right to shed tears. Baiji, this is all your fault. Who let you have no one to protect you from behind? People like you are just. The slap that was supposed to come down stopped in midair, and Beige's voice was cut off as if by someone. Because she met Baiji's eyes. Cold, deep, like the coldest piece of ice at the bottom of the sea. Just one glance could freeze a person's internal organs. Although you are foolishly arrogant, disgusting, and not even worthy of a glance, at least there is one thing you said right. The violent personality Baiji slowly raised a smile. The weak indeed have no right to shed tears, so let the weak like you bleed, how about that? Her eyes were red, clearly having just cried, but giving off a terrifying illusion, as if she could press the blade against the opponent's vulnerable neck in the next second, and then gently slide it. The warm blood must be redder than the corners of her eyes, and those slaps must have hurt more. Beige staggered back a few steps, staring at Baiji with some fear. Are you sick again? Baiji ignored her words, just glanced lightly at the wet marks on the ground, muttering to herself. See, you can't do without me. Can't you fight back when you're bullied? But it's not entirely worthless. The violent personality Baiji looked at the glass of water that Beige had just drunk, her tongue slowly touching her molars. She tilted her head and suddenly made a clicking sound towards Beige. Although you, this idiot, really annoyed me, but someone has already retaliated on their own, this time I won't do it myself. What do you mean? Beige was about to go crazy. She didn't understand why Baiji suddenly changed her attitude, and why, for some reason, the opponent's eyes that seemed to control everything made her feel a little uneasy deep down. It's as if she was the pitiful mouse that kept fleeing, being played with in the palm of someone's hand without realizing it. The violent personality Baiji didn't waste any more words, took out a small mirror from somewhere, tapped it with slightly bent knuckles, making a crisp sound. Surprise! The standard English tone carried a hint of laughter, with a hoarse texture. Unfortunately, I saw your little trick very clearly. As for the water you spiked, guess whose stomach it ended up in? What? Beige's face changed drastically. She looked at the palm-sized mirror in Baiji's hand, suddenly went crazy with anger. How is that possible? I clearly spiked your thermos cup with the medicine. It couldn't have been me who drank it. It's impossible. Looking at the identical thermos cup on the table, Beige completely lost control. She sharply shouted, then frantically pulled out her phone, crying and howling for her assistant to quickly take her to the hospital. It seems like you guessed right, but I won't reward you. The violent personality Baiji was still smiling, her heavily made-up face showing a strange sense of arrogance. Baigu didn't bother arguing anymore and hurriedly left after making the call. Baiji was also curious about what the other party was planning, so she followed without much hesitation. However, she couldn't walk openly through the main entrance due to her identity. Special times call for special measures. Inside the live broadcast room, watching Baiji quickly turn the situation around and even start agilely flipping the wire mesh, the crowd fell into a long silence. A few minutes later, I knew it. The main personality is indeed the best. What a big twist. Wow, impressive. I didn't expect that even without the help of the violent personality, the main personality Baiji still has something up her sleeve. Not only did she uncover Baiji's plot, but she also tricked Baigu into drinking the spiked water. It seems the main personality is not completely innocent after all. Well done. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Baigu ran away like a scared dog in the end. Must be really afraid of dying halfway through. Haha, please don't insult dogs like that. Dogs are sincere companions of humans. What is Baigu? Disgusting dog poop? The barrage was filled with comments agreeing that Baigu was worse than pigs and dogs, making Baijin's face turn pale and green alternately. She could only dryly say, regardless, Baiji shouldn't harm Gore like this. This made Bai Lingtian furrow his brows. But big brother, didn't you see that it was Gore who harmed Baiji first? Big brother, you can't be so biased. Gore brought this upon herself. It's her own fault. Gore is our sister. How can you say that about her? Isn't Baiji our sister too? Baijin was left speechless by Bai Lingtian's counter-question, her expression gradually becoming irritated. I know Gore was wrong in this matter, but Baiji clearly saw through Gore's tricks. Gore could have just not drunk that glass of water, but she insisted on it, even deceiving Gore into drinking it. Baijin seemed to have finally found Baiji's weakness, getting angrier as she spoke, even starting to worry for Gore. Gore drank it so unsuspectingly. What if something happens? Even if Gore drugged it first, Baiji is fine, right? Gore was tricked by her. Every word was biased to the extreme. Bai Lingtian's face was extremely unpleasant, and in the end, he stopped arguing with Baijin, coldly leaving. Big brother, better hope you don't get embarrassed too badly, so you won't lose face in the future. On the big screen, Baiji soon arrived at the hospital with Baigu. After a series of comprehensive examinations, the doctor informed Baigu that it would take 2 weeks to determine if she had been infected. Baigu walked out of the ward looking pale, while Baiji, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, probably understanding everything by now. However, the people in the live broadcast room didn't understand. Infected with what? Even now, no one knew what Baigu had put in the medicine bottle, only speculating that it was some kind of harmful substance, without thinking too maliciously. Bai Lingtian also noticed that something was wrong, his voice calm. The medicine bottle Gore took out is exactly the same as the one Jiang Mian used to inject Jiang Chuchu. Bai Jin frowned, probably some kind of laxative. Bai Ji didn't immediately return to the detention center, instead wandering around outside for a while, enjoying herself. Eventually, the main personality saw that it was getting late and reluctantly regained control of the body. I've never seen someone so eager to return to a detention center. The violent personality was unwilling but had no choice, muttering a few words before disappearing. When the master personality Bai Ji was climbing up the iron fence with all his might, preparing to climb down, he was caught red-handed by the director of the detention center. Oh, you dare to stay in the detention center honestly, and you still want to sneak out? The flashlight's light was dazzling, shining on Bai Ji's face. She was in a daze and fell directly from the iron fence. Ah! Her hands were scratched in several places, and the pain made her furrow her brows. The director didn't care whether Bai Ji was in pain or not. He directly pulled her up and twisted her arms fiercely several times. I let you escape, I let you escape. Haven't you been beaten enough? You deserve to be taught a lesson. Just twisting people was not enough to vent his anger. The director quickly came up with a good idea when he realized that this person in front of him had no family. Even if she fell into his hands, she would only be a punching bag. Bai Ji shrank her body, and when she saw the other person smirk, alarm bells rang in her mind. However, how could she resist the director? She was dragged and thrown into the dog pen. Woof! Woof woof! Woof woof woof! Dozens of vicious dogs almost pounced on her in an instant. Sticky saliva dripped down wetly, and the yellowed teeth still had shreds of meat on them. If they weren't chained, this group of vicious dogs would have probably swallowed her whole. Bai Ji was so scared that she fell to the ground, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, tears falling down miserably, begging for mercy. No! Please, spare me! I won't escape again, please, let me out, let me out! The more she cried, the more the director laughed gleefully. Cry louder! Also, when begging for mercy, didn't you eat? Your attitude should be sincere, or do you want me to let you go? You deserve it. You fell into my hands. Why couldn't you just stay in the dormitory honestly? You had to seek trouble yourself. Since you are so disobedient, I will teach you a lesson. The director smirked maliciously, ignoring Bai Ji's pleas, and went to unlock the chains of those beasts. Don't! Bai Ji's pupils constricted, her hands tightly gripping her clothes as if they could be torn apart in the next second. Damn it, this director deserves to die, treating Bai Ji like this. Where's my violent girlfriend? Come out and teach this bastard a lesson. I can't stand it anymore. I'm scared of those wild dogs as an adult man. Bai Ji, a young girl, must be terrified, right? What? So pitiful. If someone from the Bai family could treat Bai Ji better, this dog of a director wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. The dignified Miss Bai from the Bai family is actually treated like this by a petty director? It's ridiculous. How can the people of the Bai family continue to watch this? A bunch of heartless people. Exactly, but Bai Ji won't really be bitten to death by those wild dogs, right? It can't happen, it can't happen. Someone please come and save her. However, no matter how the barrage begged, they knew in their hearts that no one would come to save Bai Ji. She was always alone. However, the director obviously had other plans. Seeing Bai Ji almost fainting from fear, he suddenly stopped. I can let you go, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me. He smirked, his ugly face full of pride and mockery. There's no one else here, even if you kneel down to me, no one will know. Faced with the director's threat, Bai Ji cried even more fiercely. She didn't want to kneel down. Her remaining dignity told her that if she knelt down today, there would be countless tortures waiting for her in the future. But, did she have any other choice? Having come to this point today, if someone really cared about her, how could she have fallen to such a state now? Would she be more noble if she didn't kneel down? Can she escape from all this if she doesn't kneel down? No, she wouldn't. Her pitiful self-esteem is simply ignored by everyone. Even if she couldn't preserve the dignity of her knees, at least she could still preserve her own life. She could still preserve her own life. Bai Ji bit her lip tightly, and her delicate lips were soon bitten open, blood flowing into her mouth, a strong taste of rust, making her mind even more confused. Kneel down quickly. I'm waiting for you. Hurry up, do you really want to be torn apart by these wild dogs? The director laughed heartily, watching Bai Ji slowly adjusting her posture, as if she was about to kneel in front of him. Like the most humble and despicable wretch in the world, begging for the chance to survive in front of him. However, Bai Ji suddenly stopped moving, standing like a puppet frozen in place, against the backdrop of the dark and dirty environment of the dog pen, slowly taking on a sinister air. Bai Ji, you coward, do you really want to kneel down to scum like this? Who said no one cares about you? Don't belittle yourself like that, clearly you care a lot. Our existence is all for you. If you deny yourself, then who are we existing for? Baiji seemed to hear a distant roar, the person cursing straightforwardly, like an uncontrollable bomb about to explode, capable of destroying everything within 100 miles. Hey, Baiji, are you deaf? Don't be shameless, I'm giving you a chance. The director cursed, seeing Baiji still not reacting. He angrily released all the wild dog's chains. Am I non-existent? Oomph. Baiji, I see you won't learn until you suffer a bit. Unbound, a dozen or so vicious dogs rushed forward, drooling in with fierce glints in their eyes, as if Baiji in front of them was a delicious treat. The barking of the dogs was deafening, a predatory sound emanating from their throats, chilling in the dark night. Yet even so, Baiji's cold and cruel words still resounded, like hidden thunder, striking with earth-shattering momentum. How dare beasts bark wildly in front of me? Intimidated by the opponent's fierce gaze, the group of wild dogs, who were originally growling threats and preparing to tear their prey apart, were suddenly scared and cowered on the ground, their greedy eyes filled with fear, trembling as if submitting. Even their tails drooped lifelessly on the ground, showing no resistance. Baiji stood in the center of the dark night, the yellow light of the dog pen shining on her, as if she was imbued with a sense of calm and killing intent. Her pitch-black gaze was like the cold texture of a gun barrel, as if the life and death of all things were hanging by a thread. Unaware, she raised her hand, gently wiping away the tears left by the owner, her eyes cold and hard, yet with a strange tenderness. Leave the rest to me, coward. Her voice was like honey, the hard and cold ice slowly melting, with a hint of teasing. Almost instantly, the barrage of comments in the live chat suddenly exploded, with countless screams rolling across the entire screen. So handsome. My husband is so handsome, I love him so much. Baiji is my goddess. Excited twists, screams, crawling around, no one is allowed to compete with me. Twists, excitedly crawling around, my husband is so handsome. It's really hard not to love such a husband. And doesn't anyone feel that this kind of husband gives a sense of security explosion? Baiji, hey, aren't you all mesmerized yet? Sister, help me. The momentum is so strong that even those wild dogs are too scared to move, The director couldn't believe what he was seeing, his eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth comically agape, with a look of seeing a ghost. What's going on? Seeing Baiji not making any other moves, the director steadied his mind. What trick are you playing now? Let me tell you, you better behave on my turf. Why don't you kneel down right now? And you guys, a bunch of freeloaders, hurry up and rush over to bite her to pieces. Damn it, I'd been too lenient with you. The director was sweating profusely with anxiety, seeing those freeloaders pitifully whimpering in front of Baiji as if they were possessed. He couldn't catch his breath, his face turning red with frustration. In the end, he could only grumble and release his pet wolfhound. My precious pet is not the same as these freeloaders. Baiji, you better kneel down and beg for mercy right now, or you won't even have bones left later. Baiji with a violent personality was not one to have a good temper. She glanced at the wolfhound with a fierce look in her eyes, coldly sneered, kicked down a wooden fence, and casually picked up a handy piece of wood. Don't worry, your little darling will definitely have no bones left later. Tonight, I'm going to eat roasted wolf meat. As soon as she finished speaking, the director angrily ordered the wolfhound to attack. The beast moved quickly, its sharp wolf claws gleaming in the dim light. If it caught hold of someone, a piece of flesh would be torn off. The director, gleefully watching Baiji, expecting her to repent tearfully, was shocked once again by what happened next. Baiji swiftly dodged the wolfhound's pounce, and with a backhand swing of the wooden board, she knocked the wolfhound to the ground. Her movements were swift, her actions fierce. The sound of the board swinging through the air seemed to carry an unstoppable force, making everyone's hair stand on end. The director's face twisted in horror, his breath even stopped for a moment. So fierce. This swing of the board. Wow, so fierce. Baiji's violent personality is at max. Please continue to be so cool all the time, okay? Let the main personality learn from you, those little arms and legs. If it weren't for the sister protecting her, she would probably have been killed by bad people long ago. Honestly, although it's a bit inappropriate, but come and play with my feelings. It's destined that I will become the sister's person. Bai Ling Tian in the audience had already stood up anxiously at the moment the wolfhound pounced, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Baiji was unharmed. However, his heart was still hanging, unable to settle down for a long time. This personality of his sister is really... Seeing the various confessions on the barrage, Bai Ling Tian's mouth twitched, but before he could react, a sentence from Baiji next to him instantly made him burn with anger. A girl who is still so violent. It's better if Gor and Nian Nian are gentle and likable. Baiji frowned, obviously very uncomfortable with such a violent and cruel scene. Big brother. Bai Lingtian's forehead veins bulged, his temples throbbed incessantly. He tried to calm his tone as much as possible, so as not to show his impatience and ferocity. It's already this late, and you still hope Bai Ji will be gentler? Do you want her to be soft, so that beast won't eat her? If he wasn't his own brother, Bai Lingtian really wanted to open Bai Jin's head directly and see if there was nothing left inside except for the names, Bai Go and Jiang Mian. Why is he so unreasonable and unable to distinguish right from wrong? Bai Jin didn't say anything, just frowned at the big screen, as if he saw something incomprehensible. Bai Lingtian followed his gaze and looked up. White Garden in the screen disdainfully dropped the blood-stained broken wooden board in her hand, her fingers followed suit, the bright red and extreme white seemed to entwine in the dark night, exceptionally eye-catching. However, even more outstanding was the expression on White Garden's face, calm and indifferent, as if everything just now was trivial to her. A mere beast, besides dirtying her hands, posed no threat to her at all. The sticky and dirty bloodstains made it difficult to feel happy, and the irritable personality White Garden was not pleased. Of course, someone was going to be unlucky. So before the shocked director could react, White Garden gave the order, and the dozen or so wild dogs that had just been obedient rushed forward. They regained their former dominance, with the terrifying sound of teeth grinding incessantly. However, this time, their target had completely changed. Get out, you beasts! Ah! Help! White Garden, have you gone mad? Make them stop! Ah, my hand! White Garden, stop! Do you want to kill someone? The wolfhound that White Garden had slapped away was now cowering in front of 4 or 5 skinny and ferocious wild dogs, whimpering in fear, while the director ran away in disgrace. His clothes were torn, covered in dirt, blood, and tears mixed on his face, making his already ugly face even more unbearable to look at, and even when he approached, a stench of urine could be smelled. In the end, he could only crawl weakly on the ground, begging for mercy in the midst of the wild dogs biting. I was wrong. White Garden, you are magnanimous, spare me. I will never go against you again, madam. No, you are my ancestor. Please spare me. Facing that disgusting face, White Garden looked away with disdain. Just a foolish and blindly confident villain, such a person is nothing even if they die. She even enjoyed seeing the despair on that sinister and evil face, watching his flesh, blood, and even bones dissolved into the bodies of beasts. Merging with beasts, it wouldn't even dishonor his life. But someone cared. The violent personality White Garden lowered her head, soothingly touching the wound on her hand that had been thrown out by the main personality. The slight pain was almost imperceptible, but it could make that person hurt so much. And, being such a grown person, still afraid of dogs? Truly delicate. The violent personality White Garden snorted coldly, seemingly completely ignoring the fierce and brutal appearance of the dozen or so wild dogs, except for people like her with max combat power, who could even exert eye pressure on them. Probably no one would not be afraid. In the end, the director was spared a dog's life, crawling out of the dog yard with his soul almost scared away, limping, afraid that the living Yama behind him would take back his wretched life. In the dormitory, several girls gathered together, looking at White Garden's empty bed, covering their mouths and laughing gleefully. Could White Garden have been discovered and beaten to death? Why hasn't she come back yet? I guess she was caught, and she still wants to come back? Joking, without shedding a layer of skin, she won't be able to come back. Tisk tsk, she's really a stupid fool with a wooden head. What place is this, thinking she can escape? Even if she's beaten to death, she deserves it. Exactly, but it's just as well she doesn't come back, leaving a bed for us to put things on. This dorm is small, I have nowhere to put my stuff. The group chattered and laughed, ready to throw their things on White Garden's bed. Jiang Chuchu, who had been sitting quietly on the side, immediately stood up and blocked in front of White Garden's bed. What are you doing? This is White Garden's bed. We know, but she's not coming back. What's wrong with us putting things down for a while? A girl provocatively glanced at Jiang Chuchu, rudely pushing her shoulder. What sisterly love are you acting out? Jiang Chuchu, what are you pretending for? Bai Ji has long been dead, no one will hang out with you anymore. If you are sensible, get out of my way. Shut up. Jiang Chuchu couldn't bear to hear others say that Bai Ji was dead. Her eyes turned red, and she threw all the things those people had thrown on Bai Ji's bed onto the ground. Bai Ji couldn't have died. Don't talk nonsense, or else when she comes, she definitely won't. Asterisk smack. Asterisk a crisp slap landed directly on Jiang Chuchu's face, quickly reddening her fair complexion. Her eyes, already glistening, immediately filled with tears, looking pitiful. The leading girl couldn't stand Jiang Chuchu's foxy appearance. She moved her wrist, as if she wanted to grab the other's hair. Jiang Chuchu, who gave you the courage to talk to us like this? Watch me teach you a lesson. Miss Bai, this place is too shabby. How about I arrange a single dorm for you immediately? Whatever you need, please don't hesitate. I will arrange it right away. Look, the director's fawning voice came through the door, and the few people were stunned, all thinking in unison, who is this person with such prestige that even the director is being so attentive to? Miss Bai, could it be? Open the door. Despite the director's kind words, the person paid no attention, just softly spoke to the tightly closed dorm door, their hoarse voice mixed with the coldness of the night wind. The people in the dorm all shrank their necks simultaneously, their faces pale. It really was Bai Ji? She wasn't beaten to death. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help herself. She rushed to the door in one step, forgetting the pain on her face. Seeing Bai Ji's heavily made-up face, looking somewhat out of place, Jiang Chuchu suddenly smiled, her lips trembling. Great! This is really great! Bai Ji, you've really come back alive. Watching Jiang Chuchu's tears about to fall, the violent personality Bai Ji suddenly found it somewhat amusing. What, do you think I would? Before the word die could be said, Bai Ji keenly noticed the handprint on Jiang Chuchu's face, her gaze suddenly darkening. However, she remained calm and indifferent, just coldly scrutinizing the people behind Jiang Chuchu. Did you hit her? Several girls had gathered together at some point, like sensing danger, preparing to seek safety in numbers like herd animals. So what if we hit her? She insisted on talking back and being annoying, so she deserved it. The leader was still somewhat defiant, speaking harshly. Seeing her trembling, the violent Bai Ji found it funny. Just now she was swaggering and hitting people, now, suddenly, she was afraid? Without giving anyone time to prepare, Bai Ji directly grabbed the other's collar, pressing their head against the wall. The sound of bang bang mixed with a few screams, more intense than the heartbeat of anyone present. The director at the door, seeing the furious Bai Ji, seemed to think of his own sorry state when he was being tormented in the dog yard, unable to stop trembling. Why provoke this troublesome lunatic, making him also afraid? The director glanced at the others in the dorm shivering. To maintain his image, he immediately cursed loudly. Fighting is not allowed in the dormitory. Are you all deaf? Come, take these people and lock them in the dark room. No food for a day. However, in the face of Bai Ji who had just hit someone in front of him, the director was lowering his posture, trying to please her like a wagging dog. These few trainees are ignorant. Rest assured, I will definitely teach them a lesson so they won't dare to speak out of turn again. Let's eat meat instead, the buns are cold, you. What? You don't want to return what you gave to someone? Seeing Jiang Chuchu hurriedly shaking her head in denial, wanting to explain in a rush, the violent personality Bai Ji couldn't hold back. She smiled and tapped Jiang Chuchu's head, her light voice seemed to be carried over by the wind. Then can I eat this bun, is that okay? Ah, the smile of LP is so charming. No, LP was so cool and handsome all night tonight, right? Saving a young girl in the middle of the night to make a bonfire and barbecue. Bai Ji, aren't you really a super handsome guy who knows how to handle things? You better like men. Wolfhound, is there really no one to speak up for me? No, I like LP no matter what, but she looks even more manly than me. Can I really give her a sense of security? What are you dreaming about up there? You're thinking too far ahead. The live broadcast room was full of joy. As long as Bai Ji was happy, they could also sense happiness as if it were their own. The next day came quickly. Bai Ji and the others were full of energy after eating and drinking, but several people from other dormitories came out, all with grim faces, looking at Bai Ji and her friends with hostility. Some of them even cracked their knuckles, ready to charge at Bai Ji if not for someone holding them back. Hey, are you guys crazy? Didn't you hear the commotion next door yesterday? Why are you looking for trouble now? The girl who was stopped gasped fiercely, her stomach growling with hunger. I don't know what delicious food Bai Ji made, that barbecue smell from last night. I was so hungry I couldn't sleep all night. Me too, damn it, I was so hungry I almost gnawed on the bed last night. She really doesn't care about the rules here, right? Not only sneaking out in the middle of the night, but also cooking for herself. The person speaking licked their lips, saliva flowing, as if they could still smell the lingering meat fragrance in the air, making their eyes turn red. But I heard even the director was particularly biased towards her last night. Didn't you hear how miserable those few trainees who were dragged into the dark room were? Their screams were so pitiful, it wasn't until the early morning that it went quiet. After discussing for a long time, resentment prevailed in the end, and they all ran to the director's office to prepare a complaint. Locked up here like everyone else, destined to be bullied, why was Bai Ji living so comfortably and freely, able to enjoy delicious barbecue at night? There were already many unsavory characters in the detention center, and Bai Ji's appearance undoubtedly disrupted the balance that had existed here for a long time. Many people envied her, and many people wanted to bring her down. After listening to the various complaints from the group, the director, with an unstable voice, asked, "Are you saying that last night Baiji went out to eat barbecue?" "Yes, director, you don't know how arrogant that Baiji is, not only completely ignoring the rules you set, that she can't leave the dormitory at night, but also brazenly cooking meat in the yard." The person didn't mention how they were all kept awake by their cravings, only that there was a lot of noise, they couldn't rest well, and they all looked listless this morning. The director didn't have time to listen to their complaints, all he could think about was Baiji's threat to him, saying she would use his beloved wolfhound for barbecue. No way, could it be that his expensive wolfhound was really eaten? When the director hurriedly arrived at the scene and saw the bones all over the ground, he was instantly furious. It was true. Baiji really turned his beloved pet into barbecue. The envious eyes of the people around, the lingering smell of meat in the air, it was like a scorching slap landing on his face. "Director, you saw it too, right? Baiji was so bold and reckless, did so many bad things last night, and still didn't intend to clean up. It seems she wants to embarrass you." The female trainee secretly gloated, noticing the director's uncontrollable anger, seemingly about to explode. She couldn't help but feel delighted. However, to her surprise, the director's expression suddenly changed. "All right, all of you go back now. What's the use of gossiping day after day? Do you want to be beaten up more? Who can prove that this fire was caused by Baiji? Did anyone see it with their own eyes and can provide solid evidence?" The female trainee was stunned, obviously not expecting that at this point, the director would still be so deluded as to protect the despicable Baiji. "But, get lost. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Stop scheming and behave yourselves, or else, all of you will be confined to the darkroom." With a stern face, the director left in a huff. After all, Baiji had the ability to control the pack of dogs. If he were to act recklessly again, whether he would come back alive was another matter. He could only bear the anger silently and swallow his grievances. But outwardly, he was defending Baiji, while secretly contemplating ways to retaliate against her. After this incident, there were fewer people bullying Baiji and Jiang Chuchu. Baiji vented her anger for Jiang Chuchu, and Jiang Chuchu became more dependent on Baiji. As days went by, Baiji no longer wandered around the entrance of the reformatory for no reason. No matter how much she hoped, no one from the Bai family would come to pick her up. As usual, Baiji went to Jiang Chuchu's classroom to find her. When she arrived at the door, she saw a group of people surrounding it, making a lot of noise. Baiji took a look and confirmed that they were surrounding Jiang Chuchu. She quickened her pace and walked over. "What are you doing?" she suddenly spoke, startling the crowd. When they saw it was Baiji, a girl pointed at her and said, "Hey, Jiang Chuchu's friend is here. Can you take Jiang Chuchu to the infirmary?" "Infirmary?" Baiji was puzzled, pushed through the crowd, and saw Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu was leaning on the table, her eyes closed tightly, her face as pale as paper, covered in cold sweat. "Jiang Chuchu? Jiang Chuchu!" Baiji called out several times, but Jiang Chuchu didn't respond. She opened Jiang Chuchu's eyelids and found that she was starting to lose consciousness. She quickly picked her up and ran towards the infirmary. Fortunately, the teacher in the infirmary was still there and gave Jiang Chuchu an 4-drip. "Doctor, is Jiang Chuchu in serious condition?" "It's just a common fever and cold, nothing serious." Baiji was still worried. Her condition doesn't seem like a common cold. The old doctor sighed, "Young girl, if you want to know what's wrong with her, take her to a big hospital for a full checkup. We don't have the medical equipment here, even if I want to treat her." After all, the reformatory was a special institution, not a hospital. Baiji saw that the old doctor was indeed helpless and could only give up. Within 4-drip, Jiang Chuchu gradually regained consciousness. She struggled to open her eyes and, in a daze, saw someone sitting next to her. When she saw who it was, her eyes welled up. "Baiji, you're awake," Baiji said happily. "How did you get a high fever out of nowhere? You didn't even contact me in advance, you almost fried your brain." Her nagging manner resembled that of a caring mother. Jiang Chuchu bit her lip, propped herself up on the bed. "I didn't expect the high fever to come so quickly." Baiji listened in confusion. "You knew you would get a high fever?" Jiang Chuchu nodded slightly and then said, "It's a condition I've had before. I've been taking medication all along, but I ran out recently and couldn't keep up." "How could you, being so young, have such a serious illness?" Jiang Chuchu didn't seem to care much and asked, "Did you see my phone?" "It's with me." Baiji took out the phone from her pocket and handed it to her. Noticing the 4-drip on her hand, she asked, "Who do you want to contact?" "I'll help you. Call Jiang Mian." Baiji hesitated for a moment, then dialed Jiang Mian's number. The call went through, but was immediately hung up. Jiang Chuchu's face turned pale. She smiled bitterly and said, "Help me send her a message, just tell her that I've run out of medicine." Baiji nodded gently.
She thought that even if Jang Mian would bring the medicine, it would take a long time.
However, Jang Mian arrived at the medical room before Jiang Chuchu finished the third bottle of 4-drip.
Seeing Bai Ji, Jang Mian shrank back in fear. What are you doing here?
Last time, Bai Ji had embarrassed her, and if it weren't for fear of her actions in the reformatory being exposed, she would have complained to the authorities long ago.
Now seeing Bai Ji, she remembered her crazy appearance and felt uneasy. Bai Ji glanced at her and asked, "Did you bring the medicine?" Jang Mian looked at her warily and took out all the medicine from her bag. It was almost a whole bag of medicine, various bottles and jars of different brands. After taking everything out, she looked apologetically at Jiang Chuchu and said, "I'm sorry, I've been too busy lately and forgot to deliver your medicine on time." Jiang Chuchu glanced at her, then lowered her head to look at the medicine on the bed, her eyes flashing slightly. In the live broadcast room, Bai Jin saw that Jiang Mian had brought the medicine, which gave her some relief. Mian still cares.
Bai Lingtian glanced at him and before he could remind her, Bai Ji spoke on the big screen.
All these are fake medicines that will worsen the condition. Why did you bring so many?
Are you try the white-collar worker pursed her lips and remained silent, but the defense line in her heart was gradually collapsing. The live broadcast continued. Before long, Bai Ji finally found an opportunity to take Jiang Chuchu to the hospital for an examination under the guidance of an instructor. After waiting for over 2 hours, the three of them learned the results of the examination and were all dumbfounded. Jiang Chuchu couldn't believe it as she tightly held onto the examination report, her voice trembling. "Doctor, what did you just say I have?" The doctor sighed, patting her shoulder to comfort her. "Young lady, don't worry. With long-term medication, AIDS can be controlled. What you need to do now is to calm down, avoid intimate contact with others, as the risk of AIDS transmission is still high." The doctor's words fell on deaf ears as Jiang Chuchu's mind went blank, with only AIDS echoing in her mind. Bai Ji, refusing to believe it, snatched the examination report to see for herself, only to discover that the results indeed showed she had AIDS, her face turning pale.
"It's impossible.
Although my classmate's health is a bit weak, her last physical examination report was normal."
The doctor said, "It must be a recent infection."
"Young lady, think carefully, who have you had intimate contact with?"
Jiang Chuchu cried out anxiously, "I've been in the correctional facility every day, never been out, never been in a relationship. Who could I have had intimate contact with, unless..." She suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Bai Ji in horror. "Bai Ji, you should also get tested."
I'm afraid it was her. Bai Ji also remembered the red liquid she saw last time, her face darkening.
The live audience began speculating and all suspicions were directed at Jiang Mian. That red liquid, could it be the blood of an AIDS patient?
It's highly likely, no wonder it looked so strange. Seriously, Jiang Mian is too terrifying.
What kind of mentality must she have to treat her own younger sister like this?
I boldly speculate that Jiang Mian is an AIDS patient, and that is her blood. However, Bai Jin still refused to believe it.
It's impossible.
When Mian was hospitalized for an injury, she underwent a physical examination and was healthy.
Where could she have gotten AIDS blood from?
It must be Jiang Chuchu who did something to get infected. Bai Lingtian sighed, "Brother, stay calm. Whether it was done by Jiang Mian or not, I believe the truth will come out sooner or later." Bai Jin remained firm, "It will never be Mian. Although he and Jiang Mian had not reached the final step, in their past interactions, there had been some intimate contact, albeit very little. He chose to believe in his own white moonlight in his heart, that she was not such a despicable person. On the big screen, the instructor who took Bai Ji and Jiang Chuchu to the hospital, out of concern for the students' safety, informed others about Jiang Chuchu's illness. Once this news spread, everyone began to ostracize Jiang Chuchu, talking behind her back about her messy private life, attributing her illness to that. Just as Jiang Chuchu's situation was improving, the illness pushed her back into a cold place. Soon, Jiang Chuchu's birthday arrived. Normally, the correctional facility would prepare a cake to celebrate the students' birthdays, but due to AIDS, they chose to ignore Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu was alone in the dormitory, with no lights on, standing on the balcony looking down below. Her eyes were lifeless, the cold wind blowing on her frail body, making her look like a paper person, causing the audience to feel sorry for her. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Jiang Chuchu turned her head in confusion. Who could be looking for her at this hour?
"Jiang Chuchu, it's me, open the door."
Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes lit up. She rushed over to open the door, only to see Bai Ji holding a birthday cake, smiling at her.
"Happy birthday, Jiang Chuchu."
Jiang Chuchu pouted, unable to control herself, tears instantly streaming down her cheeks.
Bai Ji was stunned, squeezing in. "It's your birthday, why are you crying?"
Jiang Chuchu shook her head, wiping her tears. "I'm crying because I'm happy."
At least someone remembered her birthday. Baiji looked at her gently, patted her shoulder, lit a candle for her to make a wish. What wish did you make? Baiji asked. Jiang Chuchu looked at her, smiling with her eyes. I wish you good health in the future, far away from any illness. Baiji's eyes flickered at the words, urging her to cut the cake. The audience watched this scene, unable to hold back their tears. Sobbing. Why are kind people always bullied like this by two little angels? Although Baiji, with a weak personality, is really warm, tears filled her eyes. The most hateful one is still Jiang Mian. Without her, how could Jiang Chuchu be like this? Everyone felt sorry for Jiang Chuchu, and the scene gradually darkened as Baiji and Jiang Chuchu carefully cut the cake on the screen. The scene shifted, and it was at Bai's house. At the dining table, Baigu picked and chose the dishes, biting his chopsticks while looking at Baijin. Brother, Baiji has been sent to the reformatory for a while. It's pitiful for her to be alone there. Why don't you go see her? Baijin frowned. Everything was fine. Why bother about her? After all, Baiji is my sister, or your sister. We just threw her into the reformatory. It doesn't sound good if it gets out. Besides, she has been in the reformatory for so long. Don't you want to know the outcome, big brother? Baijin calmly ate his meal. I don't want to know. Baiji's eyes turned, put down his bowl and chopsticks, ran to Baijin, and coquettishly held his arm. Brother, just go see Baiji. After all, she is our relative. Moreover, she also donated blood to Sister Jiang Mian. Even if she has no merit, she has suffered, right? Mentioning Jiang Mian, Baijin's expression softened. Seeing this, Baigu continued, I actually want to see Baiji too, but I've been busy with my own affairs recently and have no time to visit her. Brother, can you help me check if she is doing well? After coaxing him several times, Baijin reluctantly agreed. The next day, Baijin went to the reformatory. Baiji was called to the office, thinking it was the director looking for her, but to her surprise, it was Baijin. Brother, are you here to see me? Baijin looked at Baiji, whose eyes were bright like stars, and the words no were eventually swallowed. Well, how are you doing in the reformatory? I wasn't used to it at first, but now it's much better. Baiji looked at Baijin expectantly, hesitated, and asked, Brother, are you here to take me back? Baijin cleared his throat. I've paid for 2 semesters, so you can only go back next year. The light in Baiji's eyes dimmed a bit. Thinking of Jiang Mian's situation, she looked around, made sure no one was there, and then spoke. Brother, are you with Jiang Mian now? Why are you asking this? Baijin was displeased. Baiji put away her smile, looked at Baijin seriously, and said, Jiang Mian has AIDS. Impossible. Baijin retorted without thinking, are you crazy? Cotton is healthy. How could she have AIDS? If she did, it would have been discovered during the hospitalization. Baiji couldn't understand this point, but she was sure that Jiang Mian had AIDS. Afraid of infecting Baijin, Baiji anxiously grabbed Baijin's arm. Brother, if you don't believe me, take her blood and have it retested at a reliable hospital. Baiji, I think you're really crazy, he said with a dark face, gritting his teeth. Mian cared about you, but as soon as you came, you spoke ill of her. Baiji, I misjudged you. After that, Baijin forcefully pushed Baiji away and left. In the live broadcast room, Bai Lingtian frowned. Can't you talk to her calmly? Baijin was surprised. If it were you, and Baiji told you that Gore has AIDS, could you accept it? Bai Lingtian was speechless after being retorted, staring at Baijin with suppressed anger. Baijin glanced at him and said, after this incident, Baiji suddenly fell ill. In fact, she pretended to be sick to deceive me into seeing her. The problem lies with Baiji, not Mian. Bai Lingtian sneered repeatedly. On the screen. After Baijin left angrily, Baiji rushed to the cafeteria. She went to the kitchen and said something to the cook, who brought many eggs. These are all leftover eggs, but what are you going to do with them? Without explaining, Baiji paid and carried a large bag of eggs back to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Baiji went crazy eating eggs. Soon, she developed many red rashes on her body, and her breathing became rapid and difficult. While still conscious, she quickly called an ambulance and then passed out. When she woke up again, she was already in the hospital. Baiji looked at the white wall above her head, and her scattered eyes gradually focused. Then she suddenly sat up, ran out of the ward, and found the doctor who had examined Jiang Chuchu that day. The doctor was surprised to see her. Little girl, why are you also hospitalized? Could it be? No. Baiji wiped her sweat, took out something from her pocket, and said, please help me test what is inside this tube. I suspect it is the source of AIDS transmission. The doctor was shocked to hear this and quickly took the test tube for examination. Baiji anxiously waited, and about an hour later, the doctor brought the test report. Yes, little girl, the thing you gave me is indeed the source of transmission. It's not a drug, but diluted blood.
With the confirmation, Baiji's tense nerves relaxed, and she sat down on the chair.
But, little girl, where did you get this from?
It was given to my friend's sister to drink. I saw there was still some left inside, so I kept it, never thought it would come in handy. After confirming that Jiang Mian did have AIDS, Baiji began to think about how to reveal the truth to the public. In the live broadcast room, Baijin looked at the test report, his hands clenched tightly. The drugs inside have been there for a while, it's also possible that the test report is wrong. He murmured softly with his head down, his brows furrowing tighter.
How could there be so many coincidences in the world?
But it was too hard for him to believe that Jiang Mian had AIDS. Baijin closed his eyes in self-deception, constantly recalling Jiang Mian's goodness, but his mind was muddled and couldn't sort out any clues. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Mian's voice coming from the screen. On the big screen, Baiji had just returned to the ward, and Jiang Mian soon came over. Seeing Baiji pale, Jiang Mian gloated, "I heard you almost died from an allergy, quite miserable." Baiji glared at her, gritted her teeth and asked, "Are you an AIDS patient?" Jiang Mian kicked the door shut, sat on the sofa, and proudly said, "Yes, it's me." Baiji was furious, threw a pillow at her, and scolded, "You even harmed your own sister.
Do you have any humanity?"
Jiang Mian dodged the pillow and said indifferently, "She's my sister, this is called sharing. Well, it's not because of liking him, but simply wanting to infect him with AIDS." Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in pain, his thin lips pressed tightly into a line, and he struggled to restrain himself from exploding in anger.
Seeing this, Bai Lingtian sneered. The words came from Jiang Mian's mouth. "This time, you can't find any more excuses for her. Can you help her wash away her guilt? Big brother, you were wrong from start to finish in the matter of Jiang Mian." Bai Jin's head was buzzing with pain, he raised his head and pressed his temples. Bai Lingtian sighed, "Don't be too sad, at least you didn't really get involved with Jiang Mian, otherwise you would have been infected sooner or later." If Bai Jin was infected, the Bai family would not be far from being infected. Eating a bowl of rice every day is simply impossible to guard against. Bai Lingtian was grateful and sympathetic to Bai Jin at the same time. "Big brother, at least we are both fine now, don't dwell too much on the past." Listening to these words, Bai Jin gradually calmed down. He sat on the chair, looking down at the ground, and after a long time, he said, "She is really ruthless." In order to gain his trust, she even willingly got shot. Bai Jin smiled self-deprecatingly. He considered himself clever, but in matters of women, he kept failing. Bai Jin was wallowing in self-pity, and as Bai Ji and Jiang Mian finished questioning each other on the screen, Jiang Mian made a request. "You don't want Bai Jin to be infected, right?" Jiang Mian asked. Bai Ji looked at her warily. "What do you want to do?" "Come with me, I'll take you somewhere." Bai Ji asked, "So you'll spare my big brother?" Jiang Mian chuckled, "If you don't come with me, do you believe I'll go find Bai Jin and he won't refuse me?" Bai Ji's face turned pale at her words, gritting her teeth and glaring at her. Jiang Mian was not in a hurry, sitting on the sofa playing with her phone, looking confident. The audience prayed that Bai Ji wouldn't agree, but in the end, Bai Ji couldn't match Jiang Mian's ruthlessness. "Fine, I'll go with you, just don't hurt my big brother." Jiang Mian looked at her and smiled triumphantly. It's not clear what method she used, but the hospital let them go directly. The two got in the car and arrived at the busiest night market area. Jiang Mian took Bai Ji through the bustling market. After several turns, they arrived at the entrance of a bar. "Do you want to drink?" Bai Ji asked. Jiang Mian looked at her amusedly. "Bai Ji, you look pretty pitiful, but you're actually well protected. Coming to a bar is not just about drinking." She looked at Bai Ji with a suggestive gaze. "You may not be pretty, but your figure is not bad." Bai Ji frowned, and Jiang Mian had already entered the bar, urging her to follow. "Hurry up, or I'll go find Bai Jin and make him get this disease too." The colorful neon lights intertwined on Bai Ji's face. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. Jiang Mian seemed to be a regular here. As she entered, she greeted many acquaintances. Some people looked at her bringing Bai Ji in and smiled meaningfully. "New merchandise? The taste seems heavy." Jiang Mian said, "She's our new partner." The person understood and went into the crowd. Bai Ji listened to their conversation and already had some guesses. Jiang Mian took her to a private room door and warned, "Remember, behave." Bai Ji nodded, and only then did Jiang Mian open the door. Seeing someone opening the door, everyone inside looked towards the door. Seeing Jiang Mian, they all greeted her. "Finally, we've been waiting for you. We thought you were busy with your rich boyfriend and didn't come to gatherings often." "Yes, since getting involved with that man, you haven't been coming to our gatherings as often." Jiang Mian gave them a look. "You're all teasing me, but I'm just sacrificing myself for our plan." She waved to Bai Ji. "Look, we found a new source of infection for you all. How to medicate her, you don't need me to say, right?" As soon as the words fell, a group of men in the private room looked at Bai Ji with ambiguous eyes.
Being stared at by pairs of malicious eyes, Baiji's scream got stuck in her throat, and she suddenly wanted to run away.
Jang Mi-an saw her timidity and approached threateningly. Baijin just asked me if I wanted to have a late-night snack.
With these words, the escape in Baiji's eyes gradually dissipated, and Jiang Mian finally smiled satisfactorily. In the live broadcast room, Baijin looked at Baiji, who was restrained because of him, and was moved by Baiji for the first time. He had been cold-faced towards Baiji for many years, but Baiji still held him, her big brother, in her heart. And the people in the private room didn't need to guess that they were a group of AIDS patients, and he knew very well how they infected Baiji.
Thinking of this, Baijin became anxious for Baiji. Will she be okay? Baijin asked. Bai Lingtian looked at the screen with anger, his tone becoming irritable. Who are you asking me? You were just out having a late-night snack. Why don't you go to the hospital to see Baiji? What's the use of asking here?
Baijin was left speechless by the retort, his handsome face turning red with embarrassment.
Seeing his appearance, Bai Lingtian was even more furious.
If she got infected with AIDS because of you, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life.
Upon hearing Bai Lingtian's words in the studio, the audience unanimously agreed. That's right, hurting oneself for Baijin is not worth it.
I offer all the fat on my body, praying that Baiji, the little angel, will be safe. Perhaps the wish of this audience was heard, as when Baiji was being pushed into the crowd by Jiang Mian, an alarm sounded in the bar.
The AIDS patients in the private room were immediately alarmed. What's going on? Are the police coming in? Could it be to arrest us? But we haven't done anything wrong now. Jiang Mian, did you come into contact with someone just now?
Just fine a moment ago, but trouble arose as soon as Jiang Mian arrived, and everyone had to cast suspicious glances at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was annoyed. I am more cautious than you. Listening to the commotion outside, Jiang Mian also felt uncertain. You guys go out and take a look.
Why should we go out? You arrived the latest, so you go out and take a look.
The others shirked their responsibilities. They were all people who didn't want to be seen, and if they were really caught, it would be a disgrace. Who knows if those people they intentionally infected in the past would come for revenge.
Are you men? My performance is better than yours, and I haven't kept any money from you. Why are you all pushing me out at this time? Jiang Mian scolded.
The others felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, and one man who looked quite refined stood up.
I'll go out and take a look.
Yes, he should go out, he looks like a good person. Baiji nervously watched the group of people, becoming more shocked the more she looked. Most of the people here, aside from their lecherous eyes, looked very friendly. Take the man who was speaking, for example. If one didn't know he was part of an AIDS transmission group, they would just see him as an ordinary neighbor brother.
It was too deceptive.
The man went out for a look and hurried back. There are drug dealers in the bar, the police are here to arrest them. The entire bar exit is now blocked off.
Don't stay in the private room, quickly blend into the crowd, pretend you don't know anyone.
Hearing this, the people in the private room breathed a sigh of relief and quickly rushed out in a panic. In no time, the police arrived.
Seeing this, Jiang Mian grabbed Baiji.
Don't think this is over, you must come back at the same time next week. Baiji looked at her, seeing the threat in her eyes, she reluctantly agreed. After the police checked and confirmed that Baiji was fine, she was released, and it was almost midnight. She hurried out of the smoky bar, taking deep breaths of fresh air. With the arrival of the police, the night market area was now very quiet. Cub.